Star Odyssey Chapter 3226 to Chapter 3277. Luine stared blankly at the ground. Was that an illusion? No, it was real. The sword had disappeared. If there was a sword, there would be a master. He felt powerless, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a soft clang. An unprecedented sense of danger welled up within him. He had felt this when he had first entered the cultivation world, but ever since he had gained the ability to protect himself and returned from the Lu family, this sense of danger had long since disappeared. Even when he had almost been killed by the one true god, he had not felt this sense of danger. Now, this feeling was like a normal person encountering a hungry beast. The fear of being treated as food grew stronger and stronger. The sky darkened even further. The battlefield was silent. Luine looked around and saw the excited gazes of the humans. Tianfeng was dead, and they could even kill a primordial realm powerhouse. What else could they not do? He recalled Elder Shangu's words. In that universe, countless seniors had crossed the river of time and emerged, but they had all been killed by that omnipotent existence. Luine had not felt that sense of despair back then, but now, he did. His body felt powerless, and he could not even hold his sword steadily. With a boom, Sapphire Zhilua descended and looked at Luine strangely. What's wrong? Did you see something just now? Luine shook his head. I'm powerless. It's the Four Locks formation. Sapphire Zhilua frowned. Tianfeng is already dead, so why is the Four Locks formation still here? She then looked at Lu Yin's feet. Where's the corpse? Luine replied, there's no corpse. It's a source box that was unlocked. There's nothing inside. Sapphire Zhilua sighed. This is the most difficult source box to unlock in the universe. I thought that I would be able to unlock some treasure, but it's just an empty shell. Luine felt bitter. He really wished that there was nothing inside. Alright, you should rest. You've done well in this battle. Leave the rest to us. Sapphire Zhilua stepped forward and looked around the battlefield. Fertile soil, Kaihong, Wuda, what are you waiting for? Let's completely eradicate the everlasting race. With that, she charged towards Tianen with her spear. Of the four guardians, Tianen was the worst at fighting. If not for the sake of saving her, Luine would not have chosen Tianfeng as his target. Killing Tianen was much easier than killing Tianfeng. Tianen's voice sounded. Although his voice was gentle, his tone was cold. Human, I don't regret attacking Absolute Beginning. You are too presumptuous. Butterfly, I want to treat you as a specimen. Jiaolan Jilua thrusted out his spear. At the same time, the corners of Hongyan Matus's mouth curled up. Hua Hua, let's see who can catch her first. It must be me. The battle continued, and Luine stood in place and looked at his arms and legs. Tianfeng hadn't actually died, and that was just its shell. Luine was still trapped by the Four Locks array. If he was like this, would the primogenitor's hands be the same? As for the blood-red figure, he tried his best not to think about it, as it was pointless. Just like what he had said to Great Elder Xiangu, there was no limit to the universe. Which existence did not kill the lost clan and allowed them to escape to this universe? It was not that he did not want to, but perhaps he could not. Any existence with a limit must have a limit. Otherwise, there would be no limit. It was as if there had never been an Eternal Realm expert in this universe. Was that bloody figure an Eternal Life Realm expert? Not necessarily. When he was a half-ancestor, he could fight against the five gods. Now that he had reached the Progenitor Realm, even though he had only broken through to the Progenitor Realm with his inner world, he already had the strength to kill Di Qiong head-on. He was confident that he could kill any one of the seven heavenly gods alone. What about when he reached the sequence law level? What would happen when he broke through to the primordial realm and crossed bitter adversity? No one could say for sure, but there was one thing that everyone agreed upon: Luine would be truly invincible at that time. Whether it was the Star Toad, the ancient god, Lu Yuan, the Grand Empyrean, the one true god, or even the primogenitor, Tai Chu, they might not be able to fight him. Then, could it be the same for the blood-red figure? If there was one person like him in the universe, there might be a second one. He did not forget that this universe had a civilization before the humans, and the river of time had flowed for an unknown period of time. Perhaps that blood-red figure was the strongest of that civilization. As long as he was not an eternal life realm expert, there was a chance of victory. Lu Yin's gaze was firm. He could defeat the eternal race, and he could go to Immemorial City to meet up with his master and the primogenitor. What else was there to be afraid of? The most important thing now was to break the four locks formation. Lu Yin himself was a lock-breaking expert, and at this level, he could only think of two people who could do it. One was Ancestor Hui, and the other was himself. The others, including Gu Yan, Li Tianshi, and Xiao Mingshi, were all at a lower realm than him, and they were unable to reach this level. The most important thing for lockbreaking was to either be able to withstand the danger of a source box or be able to see it clearly and avoid it. If one could not do either, then they would be courting death. Gu Yan and the others were clearly in the same situation. They could not see through Lu Yin's four powers, so they could not see through the four locks formation. They could not avoid the danger of the source boxes formed by Lu Yin's powers, so it was impossible to rely on them. Unless Gu Yan and the others reached the sequence law realm. In Lu Yin's opinion, even if Ancestor Hui was not as strong as Ancestor Chen or Ancestor Ku, he would not be too far off. In particular, Ancestor Hui had compiled true insight and was one of the few supreme lockbreakers in human history. However, Lu Yin did not know where Ancestor Hui was. The only person he could rely on was himself. The battle in the second disaster region was extremely intense, but Lu Yin could not interfere. His remaining power was not enough to cause much damage to the seven sky gods or the four guardians, so it was better to leave it to others. He focused on studying the four locks formation. Power, the mortal ancestor's world, the power of time, and the innate gift of the divine seal catalog. The four locks were firmly locked in place, and Lu Yin kept thinking about it. He even used the root of wisdom to brew tea, but he still could not think of a way to break them. Using his own power to imprison himself, and using the four strongest powers that he possessed, the four locks formation gave Lu Yin the feeling of a self-imposed prison. It was no wonder why it had been able to seal the progenitor's hands and force him to break his own. "Tianan, let's go." Tianxi's voice came from the distance. When Lu Yin looked over, he saw that Tianxi had already reunited with Tianan, and they were both looking at Lu Yin. The two stared at each other, and Lu Yin could see the boundless killing intent in Tianxi's eyes. There was also unconcealable regret. Was Xianxia regretting not killing Lu Yin earlier? Was he regretting allowing Lu Yin to grow? "The humans of this universe have no future, and you are no exception," Xianxia said before being drowned out by numerous attacks. The light turned into specks of light that bloomed and instantly enveloped the entire second disaster region like a blooming flower. Jiang Feng, Wu Tian, and the others were unable to chase after them. They could only watch as Tianxi and Tianan left. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Tianxi was extremely powerful, and if he was placed among the Eternals, he would definitely be second only to the one true God. Whether or not the ancient gods could defeat him was still unknown, and the chances of them losing were even higher. Lu Yin felt slightly uneasy that such a powerhouse had escaped. However, they had already done their best in this battle. The humans had mobilized all of their experts, and they had even allowed the Above Heaven sect, the Six Directions Society, and the Astral Tree Society to face danger in order to prepare for this battle. The results of this battle were not bad. One of the four guardians had died, and the Eternals had lost Di Qiong. They had also betrayed He Wuxian, and they had even forced Bai Wuxian out, allowing them to understand his power. Although the humans had also suffered great losses, such as Heir Ji and Emperor Shang, as well as Bai Xing and several other progenitors, it was still much better than the Eternals' losses. It was impossible for there to be no deaths in a war. This battle had come suddenly, but it was the greatest victory that the humans had ever achieved in a decisive battle against the Eternals since the era of the Above Heaven sect. The Eternals still had 3 of the 4 guardians and Bai Xianer, who had broken through to the progenitor realm. After Tianxi and Tianan left, the ancient gods, Ancestor Shi, Bai Wuxian, Arrow God, and the God of Forgotten Ruins rushed toward the Black Mother Tree at the same time. Lu Yuan and the others hurriedly stopped them, wanting to kill another Eternals expert. Under the ground, the divine power lake suddenly rose as if the world had been turned upside down. The divine power rivers of the other 5 zones of disaster gathered and flooded the second disaster region at this moment. All the human experts could only protect themselves, and the surviving Eternals were swept away by the divine power rivers, heading toward the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm only targeted the one true God, and the other creatures were free to come and go. The endless divine power rivers swept the remaining Eternals in, turning into a red ribbon that separated the Eternals from the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Everyone looked toward the Black Mother Tree. The only true God was in the lead, and the ancestor Xi and other experts stood beside him, looking at Luin and the others. They were separated by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm and the divine power lake. Luin walked forward, and in the sky, all the human experts walked toward the Black Mother Tree without making a sound. Gradually, all the human experts gathered around Luin and walked out of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Inside the 6 paths of reincarnation realm was the only true God and the Eternals experts. Both sides looked at each other in silence, carrying with them a murderous aura. Since ancient times, there had never been so many experts gathered together. Even in the era of the Above Heaven sect, there had never been a situation where the 3 realms and 6 paths of reincarnation realm joined forces against the enemy. At that time, the Above Heaven sect had gone missing in pursuit of Tian Feng. In terms of the number of experts, the current Above Heaven sect might not be inferior to the Above Heaven sect of that era. Luin, Lu Yuan, Jiang Feng, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Jialanji Lua, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Victor, and others. On the eternal side, the only true God, the ancestor Xi, the ancient God, Bai Wuxian, and others. In this part of the universe, the old enemies of countless years looked at each other. "You've won, Master Lu," the only true God said. This was the first time he had addressed Luin in such a solemn manner. Luin looked at the only true God. "Not yet." The only true God smiled. "You want to kill all of us?" Luin was calm. "I want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." "Do you still remember our first conversation?" the only true God asked. Luin nodded. It left a deep impression. The only true God's eyes were filled with admiration. "Actually, I would never have dreamed that this day would come. The everlasting race was able to force your primordial space and 6-direction society to the point that they had no choice but to use the endless battlefield as a buffer, not daring to take the initiative to attack. However, all of this changed with your appearance. Master Lu, I admire you. No one had thought that this day would come, including the humans themselves, and of course, Luin. Luin would never forget the despair he felt when he saw the 6 zones of calamity on the Black Mother Tree. At that moment, although the Arrow God's arrow had been blocked by a Grand Empyrean, Luin felt as if he had been shot, and his entire body turned cold. He was not as strong as he appeared to be. Many years of persistence and faith had been shattered when he saw the 6 zones of calamity. He had seemed impassioned and had spoken to the Grand Empyrean, Celestial Champion Dishabag, and even the entire human race about his lifelong beliefs. He had spoken of his determination to seek death, but he had also spoken to himself. All he could do was take one step at a time. If death was not scary, then what was there to be afraid of? Luin would never have thought that he would be able to reach this point. Decades of experience flashed before his eyes, and Luin saw his past helplessness. He had needed encouragement and help, but who could have helped him back then? Even the Lu family's return could not give him the confidence to win. The everlasting race was too strong. However, humans could always make the impossible possible. Now, he stood here, and any one of the people by his side could roam the universe for countless years and leave behind a legend. They would all be legends in the future. As for himself, he would be a legend among legends. Countless years later, humans might not even believe that such a period of history had existed. Then, he would make history cleaner and completely overturn the page of the everlasting race. Although Absolute Beginning was powerful and had created many creatures, he had brought glory to the primordial space for the first time. However, I don't admire him. His path was too smooth. In that era, humans weren't valued. The starry sky giant beast slaughtered humans. Although he rose up, he didn't encounter any real desperate situations. He was rarely targeted, and he didn't have an enemy like the Eternal Clan. You are different. You walked out of the suppression of the everlasting race. Master Lu, regardless of whether you or us survive in the future, you will not be forgotten by history, the only true God said slowly. Luin looked at him. You still think the everlasting race can exist? The only true God smiled. Fate cannot be changed. From the beginning, you were the losers. I admire you for leading humanity to this point, but I also feel sorrow for you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Don't be so secretive. These words won't increase your chances of survival. Even if they're true, I'd rather die standing than crawl to live. Behind the sole true God, Ancestor Shi and the rest looked at Luin with complicated gazes. Who would have thought that there would be a day where they would be forced into such a state by this brat? With Muji gritted his teeth. He had made the wrong choice. Who would have thought that the humans would reverse the situation so quickly? So what if he obtained the 3 ultimate skills of the true God? The Forgotten Ruins God sighed. He did not look at Luin. Instead, he looked elsewhere, as if he did not care. Beside Luin, Lu Yuan and the others did not speak. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This was a conversation between the leaders of the humans and the everlasting race. No matter what they wanted to say, they had to show Luin sufficient respect. Luin represented the entire human race at this moment. There will be opportunities, but it depends on whether we can seize them. At least for now, the war has stopped, hasn't it? The only true God said calmly. Luin frowned. He did not want the war to stop, but if he wanted to completely eliminate the everlasting race, he had to kill his way into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. The others were fine, but the only true God was the biggest problem. How strong was the only true God? No one knew. Although the Grand Empyrean had blocked the only true God several times, and Thunder Lord Jiang Feng had attacked the only true God several times, they had all done so with the belief that they would die. The only true God had not revealed his full strength. Ancestor, are you confident in dealing with the everlasting race? Luin asked. Lu Yuan frowned. Not at all. Luin looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook his head. Wu Tian reminded him, Master once said that the everlasting is the only powerhouse who might surpass him in the future. Then why didn't the ancestor deal with the everlasting back then? Luin asked. Wu Tian sighed. There are some things that only Master can answer. Luin looked at Ancestor Lu Yuan. Ancestor, back in the endless battlefield, how did you fight the everlasting to the point where both sides suffered? Lu Yuan looked at the Grand Empyrean. You have to ask her. She was the one who delayed the everlasting. Luin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean had his back to everyone, and he had no intention of speaking. Luin said, logically speaking, although the everlasting is powerful, he should not be able to determine victory or defeat. At least, he did not kill the desolate ancestor, and neither you nor Uncle Jiang were injured by him. Jiang Feng's gaze was cold. It seems so, but have you thought about it? If the everlasting really has the strength that your ancestor said, why didn't he reveal it? A powerhouse with that kind of strength is enough to be a decisive force. My guess is that it might be related to bitter adversity. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. That's right, bitter adversity. The everlasting was facing bitter adversity. Lu Yuan and the others looked at each other. Actually, that's just our guess. No one knows what Eternal's bitter adversity is, but after so many years, the strength he has revealed is only equivalent to an ordinary primordial realm expert. It's not very high. The Grand Empyrean turned around with a sunken expression. An ordinary primordial realm expert? Everyone looked over and saw the Grand Empyrean's displeased expression. They remembered that it had always been the Grand Empyrean who delayed the everlasting. If the everlasting was an ordinary primordial realm expert, did that not mean that the Grand Empyrean was very ordinary as well? If you have the ability, you can try. Even an ordinary primordial realm expert can deal with all of you. Humph, the Grand Empyrean said coldly. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Alright, then he's not ordinary. He's very powerful, and so are you. Is that enough? The Grand Empyrean stared at Lu Yuan. Let's go. Don't go looking for death. The everlasting is not someone you can deal with. One of you can fight the everlasting, and 100 of you can fight the everlasting as well. The only discovery is that the results are the same. The everlasting won't do anything, and neither will you. Jiang Feng asked, Grand Empyrean, please tell us what you know. The Grand Empyrean's attitude towards Jiang Feng was not bad. I don't know either. The strength the everlasting has displayed is far too abnormal. He must be using a method we can't think of to overcome the bitter calamity. Then it's even more reason for us to take action. Otherwise, once he overcomes the bitter calamity, who can stop him? Luin could not help but ask. The Grand Empyrean said coldly, then he can give up. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If he overcomes the bitter calamity and then kills you, the results will be the same. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. He can do that? He can. The Grand Empyrean gave an affirmative answer. Afterwards, he seemed to feel that his answer was not enough, so he added, I can deal with quite a few of you, including the few of you from fertile earth. Even if I die, I can drag you down with me. If I can do that, the everlasting can do even more. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than to fight the everlasting and only deal with the everlasting? As long as we don't deal with the everlasting will never fail. Crazy woman, you sure talk big. You want to drag us down with you? Can you do it? Sapphire Jilua asked. She pressed her spear against the ground, causing it to crack. The Grand Empyrean looked at Sapphire Jilua. Stupid girl, you have a sharp tongue. When the time comes, I should have disfigured your face. When the time comes, we should have beaten you, Sapphire Jilua said with disdain. The Grand Empyrean ignored her and looked at Luin. If you give up on the bitter calamity, the everlasting can kill you all. If you don't give up, let him try. In any case, he won't be able to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. I will do my best to erase his strength. This is your only chance of victory. What if he overcomes the bitter calamity? Luin asked. The Grand Empyrean closed his eyes. Then we will die together. Luin looked up at the one true God. From start to finish, the one true God had been very calm. There's nothing that time can't change. Even if the 3 pillars and 6 seas all die, I can still rebuild them in the future. Right now, your only chance is to kill me. See if you can do it. Luin looked at him. Can I? The one true God looked at Luin. No. Luin nodded. Then forget it. Everyone was shocked, and Sapphire Jilua couldn't help but ask, hey, you're just going to let it go like this? Wu Tian stopped Sapphire Jilua from speaking and shook his head. Sapphire Jilua looked away and unwillingly looked at the one true God. The one true God praised, you know when to advance and when to retreat. Master Lu, the biggest difference between you and Xianxia is that he is watching from above, while you are climbing from below. Luin didn't want to kill the one true God, not only because of the Grand Empyrean's words, but also because of Progenitor Hui and Wang Xiaoyu. Progenitor Hui was definitely hiding in the everlasting race, but he hadn't been exposed. Why? There had to be a reason why he couldn't be exposed. What about Hui Wu? He was also in the everlasting race, not too far away from the one true God. He hadn't turned into a berserk corpse, and if not for him, Luin wouldn't have known that Chu Chen was at the roots of the Black Mother tree. However, he hadn't been exposed either. There had to be a reason why he hadn't left the everlasting race even though he knew that he would die. There was also Wang Xiaoyu. Whether it was through Progenitor Chen or Mu Ji, Luin was sure that she wasn't a traitor. She had caused the 5th and 6th mainlands to go to war, so there had to be a reason behind it. Why hadn't she returned to the human side like Blacklist and Jade? Why had she followed the one true God? There had to be a reason. The everlasting race still had 3 powerhouses who hadn't appeared yet. Why hadn't they appeared at this time? There were many signs that indicated that the everlasting race hadn't truly reached the end of their rope. Although it seemed like there were many human powerhouses, the final result might not be as Luin wished. Moreover, the owner of that sword was still alive, and his 4 seals array had yet to be unlocked. There was an unimaginable existence in this universe, and he had to preserve his strength for that existence. End of chapter. There were many reasons that made it impossible for this battle to continue. Even if Luin wanted to kill the only true god, it would have to be after he had unlocked the Four Locks formation. What about you? Where have you been all this time? Luin asked with his hands behind his back. He had given up on killing the only true god. This battle was over, and he could relax. The only true god smiled. I've been in a corner that you can't see. Luin stared at the only true god as if trying to see through him. It's wise to give up on this battle. Xianxia has left, and he'll bring his universe here. He can't see any hope with you here, so he can only fight, the only true god said. Luin and the others' expressions changed. The universe behind Xianxia? The only true god nodded. In the past, Heaven's sect was too brilliant, but it was useless. That brilliance eventually dimmed. As I said before, Taichu looked down from the 9 heavens. He couldn't see the dangers in the dark corners. Countless schemes and conspiracies could drag him down. But you're different. You climbed up from the 9 heavens, and the first thing you saw was not the endless light, but the dark corners. You know that dangers only appear in the dark corners. Xianxia and I are both in the dark corners. If you see them, then there's no chance. Xianxia knows this very well, so if he really wants to bring the people from his universe here, he can only start a war. Luin was curious. You Eternals can't coexist with us, but you can coexist with the humans from his universe? The only true god smiled. Who says we can't coexist? The Eternal Kingdom has already succeeded. It's just that you're unwilling. Then they're willing? Luin didn't understand. No one was willing. The only true god slowly said something that Luin couldn't understand even after he returned to Heaven's sect. They want to live, but you have to live. It's different. In the back mountains of Heaven's sect, Luin was fishing with tea brewed by Zhao Ran beside him. The second battle in Disaster Zone had started, and Heaven's sect had also become a battlefield. Star Eater had charged over, and Master Shan and Moon Ghost had died in battle. Fortunately, Star Eater had been defeated in the end. Elder Chan, Mu Xia, Prison Drake, and the Ancestral Turtle were all here. Star Eater alone had not been able to destroy Heaven's sect. Lu Qi arrived and looked at Lu Yin's hand. You can't undo it? Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, Dad. It'll be fine. Lu Qi sighed and sat down beside Lu Yin. The fish in the lake were scared away. Little Seven, I'm so useless. I can't even participate in your battle. Lu Qi blamed himself. Lu Yin smiled. Father is a carefree person. When have I ever been so sentimental? Lu Qi scratched his head. If your mother knew about this, she would laugh me to death. Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi. You did well. Although Lu Qi was frivolous, and it was said that he'd stolen Lu Yin's mother, he'd still been the one to stand in front of Lu Yin when the Lu family had been exiled. Without him, Lu Yin wouldn't have survived until now. The general appointment platform had been Lu Qi's innate gift, and now that it was gone, he had lost the symbol of the Lu family. However, he had never cared about it, and he hadn't even mentioned it to Lu Yin when they met. Lu Yin understood Lu Qi's love for him. He was a father who was willing to risk his life for him, and that was enough. Zhao Ran, make some tea. No, I'm leaving. I'm not used to it. Dad, you've been fishing in the Zhongping Sea. Why aren't you fishing here? It's different. I'm not as refined as you. I'm leaving. Lu Qi didn't want Lu Yin to see him blaming himself. He wanted to become stronger, no matter what. At the very least, he had to reach the level where he could fight alongside Lu Yin. Even if he had to take a hit for his son on that battlefield, it would be good. Dad. Lu Qi turned around. Lu Yin smiled. You've done well. Actually, it won't be long before even Patriarch Lu Yuan might not be able to participate in my battles. Your son is such a genius. Lu Qi froze, rolled his eyes, and ran off. Lu Yin smiled, looked away, and continued fishing. At this point, the Kingdom of Eternity in the 6 Zones of Calamity, as well as the Kingdom of Eternity in the parallel universe that the Eternals had occupied, were constantly being dismantled. The Eternals were all trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and this universe seemed to belong to the humans for the time being. After some time, the Kingdom of Eternity was almost completely dismantled. Luin stood up and headed for the expedition of Calamity. Erji was dead, and he wanted to pay his respects to her. The expedition of Calamity didn't feel any grief. They were just ordinary people with short lifespans, and death was a common occurrence. Calamity replaced Erji and became the leader of the expedition of Calamity. He was the one who welcomed Luin. Looking at Erji's portrait, Luin paid his respects according to the expedition of Calamity's tradition. Mother had enjoyed enough while she was alive. Death is normal. You don't have to be sad. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. What about you? How much longer can you live? Calamity calculated. More than 100 years. Luin smiled bitterly. 100 years was too short. Perhaps the next time they met, the leader wouldn't be Calamity anymore. He was clearly at the top of the cultivation world, but he couldn't cultivate. Although the expedition of Calamity was violent, it had helped him a lot. Luin thought of Elder Gong, Master Shan, and the others. His old friends would leave one by one, and the Eternal Realm wasn't a happy thing. After bidding farewell to the expedition of Calamity, Lu Yin's next destination was the Limitless Empire. Emperor Shang was dead, and the broken Dizun had been carried back to the Limitless Empire. It was said that it could be repaired, but he would have to decide who would take control of the Dizun and become the new Emperor Shang. When Luin arrived at the Limitless Empire again, there were many changes, even though not much time had passed since their first visit. Since it was connected to the Genesis space, cultivators from the Limitless Empire often entered out of curiosity, which also brought about changes in the cultivation world. The most obvious change was that there were many more people flying in the sky. This wasn't something that the ordinary people of the Limitless Empire could achieve. Lu Yin's arrival didn't attract much attention, and he directly entered the imperial city. There were no longer any pillars around the city, as they were scattered in the rings that connected the Genesis space and the various parallel spaces. One of them was called Ingdu, who had participated in the Second Battle of Calamity and was killed. His unlimited mecha, indestructible, had also been destroyed. A 12-ring ring allowed one to have unlimited mechas, and in theory, they could fight against sequence law realm powerhouses. However, participating in that kind of battle was miserable. Ingdu's death was an example. Although he had a large body in the Second Battle of Calamity, he hadn't been able to achieve much. Instead, he had been a target. The Limitless Empire's pillar of support had died so easily on the battlefield. This made the Limitless Empire even more fearful of Above Heaven and the Eternals, especially when the two halves of the Sovereign were brought back. This made the Limitless Empire sink even further. Silence. No one could describe what they were feeling, but they knew that the Dizun was far from enough to protect them. This was even worse than being suppressed by Luin. Hong Yan gathered the upper echelons of the Limitless Empire and headed to the palace. Luin was currently sitting in Emperor Shang's seat, calmly looking at his right hand, thinking about how to deal with the Four Locks formation. The upper echelons arrived one by one. Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing, Shang Anan, Bu Wu, Lu Ling, and Optimus Prime. The remaining four were Jiao Feng, Yi, Huanzhan, and Shang Qiu. These people represented the future of the Limitless Empire. They didn't dare to make a sound, and they just stood there silently. Luin looked up and swept his gaze across the crowd, finally landing on Shang Tianzong and the others. I'm very sorry about Emperor Shang's death. Although the Limitless Empire had been suppressed by Luin and forced to listen to him, that was only a temporary measure. The Limitless Empire had great potential, and once the 13-ring ring energy was developed, it would bring about a huge increase in the human race's strength. Moreover, many parallel space connections relied on ring energy, so Luin had to comfort them. Emperor Shang was also one of the 8 outer paths, but he hadn't completely joined the Above Heaven sect. Shang Tianzong bowed. Sect Master, you're too serious. Since we've become one of the 8 outer paths, we have the duty to protect the Above Heaven sect and fight against the enemy. Life and death on the battlefield are very common. Luin looked at him. Emperor Shang helped me a lot. Now that he's sacrificed himself, I have the duty to protect the Limitless Empire he left behind. Who is willing to replace Emperor Shang and become the new Emperor Shang? Everyone looked at each other, mainly at Shang Tianzong and Shang Qing. They were Emperor Shang's sons, and only they were qualified to become the new Emperor Shang. Lu Yin's gaze also landed on them. The two subconsciously looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Their once passionate pursuit of the throne had already become an extinguished beacon, and there was no longer the light in their eyes. Was there any meaning in becoming Emperor Shang? It was just another fighter by Master Lu's side. Was Emperor Shang willing to join the battlefield? Of course not. Shang Tianzong's words were just polite. If the Limitless Empire had a choice, they wouldn't want to get close to the Above Heaven sect even if they were beaten to death. Now, whoever became Emperor Shang would be a fighter by Master Lu's side. They had to participate in such a war, and they had to face such death. Emperor Shang's current position was like an abyss of death to them. It was like a bottomless cliff, and they could fall to their deaths at any time. No one answered. Lu Yin had expected this, and that was why he came. Otherwise, there was no need for him to come. The Limitless Empire had its own ways to find a new Emperor Shang. The current situation was that no one was willing to become Emperor Shang. Shang Tianzong, Lu Yin said. Shang Tianzong's heart sank, and he bowed respectfully to Lu Yin. Headmaster. Lu Yin looked at him. You are the crown prince of the Limitless Empire. You should take over the throne. Shang Tianzong hurriedly said, Headmaster, although father is dead, he brought the Limitless Empire to its current height. The entire Limitless Empire misses him, and we don't want to go against his wishes. When father was alive, he was more inclined to let fifth brother take over the throne. Shang Qing hurriedly denied it. Headmaster, there's no such thing. First brother is the crown prince, and he should take over the throne. This is the rule of the Limitless Empire. Shang Tianzong frowned and looked at Shang Qing. Fifth brother, you've always been competing with me for the throne. I feel that I'm not as good as you, and father knows that. He has advised me many times to let you become Emperor Shang. Don't reject it. Hearing Shang Tianzong's words, Shang Qing retorted, You can control a limitless mecha master, while I can only control a limitless mecha master. You're far better than me in this aspect. You've already helped father manage the various affairs of the Limitless Empire. The entire Limitless Empire knows about it. Shang Tianzong said, How can I compare to you in terms of managing the Empire's affairs? There are 1785 officials in the Empire. Fifth brother, you must have seen no less than 500 of them. Shang Qing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Shang Tianzong to know about this. He didn't meet those officials face to face, but through secret channels. He had his own way of being discovered by Shang Tianzong. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Where would I find the time to meet so many people? And even if I did meet them, so what? They all praise you as the best candidate for Emperor Shang. I can't do anything about it. Shang Anan rolled his eyes. On one hand, he said he hadn't met them, but on the other hand, he said he had. Shang Tianzong was the best candidate for Emperor Shang. Fifth brother, you're lying through your teeth. How could those people talk about the throne like that? That's courting death, let alone you. Shang Tianzong realized that he had underestimated Shang Qing's shamelessness. How could he say something like that? He was so angry that he laughed. Fifth brother, you're being too modest. Actually, I've seen more officials. They all advised me not to fight for the throne with you. You can bring the Limitless Empire to greater heights. Father also agrees. Shang Anan was speechless. Who would be so stupid as to say something like that? Who would dare to openly support fifth brother? Big brother was shameless. Just like that, Shang Tianzong and Shang Qing went back and forth, wildly praising each other and belittling themselves. In short, they were not fit to be Emperor Shang. Lu Yin watched with interest. He knew what these two were thinking. In fact, if it were him, he wouldn't want to be Emperor Shang either. Being Emperor Shang was equivalent to being one's own fighter. Not only would he be ready to fight at any time, he would also have to face life and death situations too frequently. He wouldn't have much power in the Limitless Empire either. After all, he didn't have time. He thought of the power that Elder Shangu's last statue had borrowed. Regent, Bulu Tian. How domineering. Of these two people, one had become Emperor Xiang, and the other would definitely be the regent. Regardless of whether Emperor Xiang was willing or not, he couldn't change it because he had to go to war with the Above Heaven sect. Lu Ying didn't interfere, so Shang Tianzong and Shangqing could only push the blame to each other. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Limitless Empire. Not only did they not want the position of Emperor Shang, but they also pushed it to their enemies that they wanted to kill. If the Emperor Palace was big enough to listen to these two people quarreling. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Big brother, fifth brother, let's leave it to the Taoist master to decide whether or not to become Emperor Shang. Why are you two arguing for so long? Only Shang Anan could stop them. Shang Tianzong and Shangqing bowed to Lu Ying in unison. Please make your decision, headmaster. Lu Ying changed his posture. Done arguing? The two of them hurriedly bowed. Please forgive us, Taoist master. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd. This is a family matter of the Limitless Empire, and it's not appropriate for me to interfere. Shang Anan, right? Shang Anan raised his head and glanced at Lu Ying before taking a step forward and bowing. Yes, your subordinate is Shang Anan. Lu Ying asked, who do you think is suitable to become Emperor Shang? Shang Anan didn't expect Lu Ying to give this problem to her. She looked at Shang Tianzong and Shangqing, and the two kept winking at her. Shang Anan was in a difficult position. Taoist master, your subordinate is only a princess, and I have no right to decide the position of Emperor Shang. Tell me according to your feelings. Lu Ying was casual. Shang Anan's gaze lingered on Shang Tianzong and Shangqing for a long time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. After a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, according to the tradition of the empire, the crown prince, Shang Tianzong, should become the new Emperor Shang. Shangqing sighed in relief. Shang Tianzong's expression was ugly as he glared at Shang Anan. He always knew that Shang Anan and Shangqing were close, and Lu Ying had asked her to make a choice. Shang Tianzong hurriedly wanted to say something, but Lu Ying raised a hand to stop him. Alright, Shang Tianzong, you are the new Emperor Shang. With that, he walked down from the throne. Go and sit. Everyone looked at Shang Tianzong. Shangqing's eyes were filled with relief and fear. Shang Anan's gaze was complicated. Between Shang Tianzong and Shangqing, she naturally preferred Shangqing. Moreover, many of her brothers had died mysteriously, and everything pointed to Shang Tianzong. Shang Tianzong wanted to refuse, but Lu Ying had already said so. If he refused, it would be the same as denying Lu Yin's decision. Helpless, he could only walk to the throne step by step. When he passed by Lu Ying, he bowed solemnly. Taoist master, your subordinate does not dare to overstep. Please sit. Lu Ying waved his hand. I don't care about this seat, you can sit. Shang Tianzong's face paled as he looked at the throne, hesitating. Shangqing relaxed and looked at Shang Anan gratefully. If Shang Anan had chosen him, he would be the one in a dilemma. No one knew what Lu Yin's attitude would be. Lu Ying looked at Shang Tianzong. Go and sit. Shang Tianzong's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and walked to the throne, sitting down nervously. Shangqing was the first to bow. Greetings, Emperor Shang. Shang Anan, Lu Ling, Bu Wu, and the others followed suit. Greetings, Emperor Shang. Greetings, Emperor Shang. Hong Yan looked at Lu Ying. Lu Yin's expression was calm. He also bowed. Greetings, Emperor Shang. Shang Tianzong felt bitter and said in a low voice, you may rise. Thank you, Emperor Shang. Thank you, Emperor Shang. Lu Ying nodded. Since Emperor Shang's seat is taken, let's choose the user of Dizun. Shang Anan was shocked. Taoist master, isn't Emperor Shang the one using Dizun? Who said so? Lu Ying asked. Shang Anan froze and slowly lowered his head, not daring to ask again. Everyone else was stunned. Dizun had always been used by Emperor Shang. This was the rule of the Limitless Empire, so they tied Emperor Shang's position to Dizun and Lu Yin's hired thugs. Therefore, Shang Tianzong and Shangqing did not want to become Emperor Shang. If Emperor Shang did not become a hired thug, then Shangqing's expression changed, and his eyes flickered. Shang Tianzong looked at Lu Yin's back, also confused. Lu Yin said. He walked out from the crowd. Daoist Master. From today onwards, you are the user of Dizun. Dizun is broken, but it can be repaired. After it is repaired, control Dizun to find me in the above heaven sect. He hurriedly bowed. Yes. Lu Yin left and did not waste much time in the limitless empire. After he left, the atmosphere in the imperial palace relaxed. Shang Tianzong's eyes flickered. He understood that Lu Yin had done this on purpose. Dizun and Emperor Shang were separated. Lu Yin could have told them in advance that everyone would be willing to become Emperor Shang. However, he did not tell them in advance because it depended on who would be elected as Emperor Shang. Under such circumstances, the person who became Emperor Shang would be at a disadvantage. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xianxia was close to Shangqing, so he pushed Lu Yin out, which was equivalent to harming him. However, Lu Yin had broken the rules of the limitless empire and allowed him to become Emperor Shang with real power. This was different. He would definitely hate Shangqing and Xianxia, and then there would be two opposing forces in the limitless empire. The above heaven sect would no longer have to keep an eye on the limitless empire. Once there was a conflict within the limitless empire, any order given to the above heaven sect would be carried out. This was a small but obvious trick. There was only one way to implement it, and that was to have the strength to suppress everything. Lu Yin could act according to the traditions of the limitless empire, but he could also abandon them. The limitless empire could not resist. This was Lu Yin. It was not just Shang Tianzong, everyone understood. The limitless empire was like a toy in Lu Yin's hands, unable to resist at all. Shang Qiu looked at Shang Tianzong, who was sitting high up on the throne. This person was the new Emperor Shang, but there was another figure standing behind him. The limitless empire had completely changed. Bu Wu sighed. To Lu Yin, it did not matter who became Emperor Shang or whether the limitless empire truly submitted to the above heaven sect. The limitless empire could not escape. This was what made him feel helpless. The limitless empire was just a toy. After leaving the limitless empire, Lu Yin arrived at the fifth mainland's Neoverse world. 4 people were already waiting here: Celestial Master Xiao Ming, Celestial Master Gu Yan, Celestial Master Li, and Celestial Master Qiling. There were only 4 Celestial Masters left in the primordial space. Actually, there was still a Celestial Master High Sage, but ever since he had failed to break through to the progenitor realm, he had aged greatly and lost his former strength. It made no difference whether or not Lu Yin found him. As for the 6th Direction Association, there were still other lockbreakers at the Celestial Master level, but they were not stronger than Celestial Master Gu Yan, so there was no point in finding them. The 6 ancient spirit arrays had long since disappeared, and the 6 giant source boxes had been taken to the Shenwu continent. The only thing that Lu Yin was still familiar with in the lockbreaker world was the ancient spirit sea and that continent. At this moment, he was on the continent, meeting up with Celestial Master Gu Yan and the others at Celestial Master Xiao Ming's residence. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing Celestial Master Li. This lockbreaker specialized in killing sourcebox arrays and was one of the 4 Celestial Masters of the Cosmic Tree. The other was Celestial Master Qiling. The last time Lu Yin had seen her was at the back of the battlefield, where she had faced off against Madman Lu's attack while facing off against Mu Shang. Lu Yin had not forgotten that Celestial Master Qiling had a red back. There was also Madman Lu. It was time to find him to settle some matters. Celestial Master Qiling's heart trembled when she saw Lu Yin again. Lu Yin's current position was something that she did not even dare to imagine. The difference between the two of them was just too great. If Lu Yin wanted to kill her, he could do so with a single look. He should know that she was a red back, but why had he never done anything to her after so many years? Did he know? Even Celestial Master Qiling could not be sure. She had wanted to escape for a long time. When Lu Yin had become the Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect, she had wanted to escape, but she had been constantly watched and unable to do so. Even if she tried to escape, she did not know where to go. The one who had been watching Celestial Master Qiling was actually Celestial Master Li. Although Lu Yin had never met Celestial Master Li, that did not stop him from making Celestial Master Li do things for him. Luyin had never forgotten that celestial master Qiling was a redback. The only reason he had kept her alive was to see if the Eternals would use her for something. However, as his strength increased and more experts from the Above Heaven sect joined him, Celestial Master Qiling no longer seemed as important as before. End of chapter. Let's begin, Gu Yan said. The four heavenly mentors sat around Luyin and began to explain everything about unlocking sourceboxes to him. Luyin didn't expect to rely on them to unlock the four locks array, but it was good enough to learn from their experience. With Lu Yin's current strength, there wasn't much he needed to learn. A few days passed as the four continued to explain. Luyin opened his eyes and looked down at his hands and feet. Is there any way? Gu Yan asked. Luyin shook his head. It's not enough to unlock the four locks array. Xiaoming's expression was solemn. Perhaps only Progenitor Hui can unlock this array. Who came up with this sourcebox array that uses one's own strength to seal one's body? Even a progenitor couldn't escape it. Even absolute strength can't break it. Otherwise, it'll be the same as breaking your strength, Li Tianchi said. Gu Yan looked at Lu Yin's hands. If there's no other way, I'll try to break through to the progenitor realm and see if I can unlock it. Luyin looked at him. You can't become a progenitor without breaking through 3 stages. Gu Yan thought about it and felt helpless. From start to finish, Qiling didn't dare to say a single word. Luyin stood up and looked at Qiling. When did you become a redback? Heavenly Master Gu Yan and Heavenly Master Xiaoming were shocked. Redback? They both looked at Qiling. Li Tianchi wasn't surprised, as Luyin had asked him to keep an eye on Qiling. Qiling paled and hurriedly knelt. Headmaster, I didn't do it willingly. Please forgive me, Headmaster. Luyin looked at the kneeling celestial master Qiling without pity. Not to mention that she was a redback and had brought great harm to the human race, she had schemed against him in the past, which was unforgivable. Just as he'd said to Shelian and the others, would he forgive those who had harmed him in the past if he were in the present? His current self didn't have the right to forgive him on behalf of his past self. Every step on the path of cultivation was fraught with danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to complete defeat. There was no reason to forgive those who had harmed him. Qiling was dead, and there was no doubt about it. No one pleaded for her. Redback had to die. There were many things that needed to be dealt with. Although the Eternals were trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, they were still alive. He also had to find Xianxia and Tinan. The one true God's words made Luyin feel uneasy. How strong was the universe that Xianxia represented? Logically speaking, they shouldn't be so strong that this universe couldn't resist them. Otherwise, the people from that universe would have arrived long ago. But no matter what, they were still from the same universe, and Luyin had to consider what would happen when they arrived. What he needed to do now was to deal with the 4 locks formation. If he did not deal with the 4 locks formation, he would forever be a half-baked ancestor realm expert. Luyin arrived at the astral tree realm, found the Wang family's continent, and entered. The continent of the Wang clan was the territory of the progenitor. Since the progenitor was trapped by the 4 locks formation, was the 4 locks formation still there? Luyin really wanted to take a look. Right now, the Wang family continent was a wasteland. The people of the Wang family had either fled for their lives or were captured and imprisoned under the Zhongping Sea. When news of Wang Fan's betrayal spread, the humans increased their search for the Wang family. The Wang family had produced Wang Miaomiao, one of the 7 sky gods. They had also produced Wang Xiaoyu, who had caused the 5th and 6th mainlands to go to war. They had also produced Wang Fan. Now, no one trusted the Wang family. As for the Wang family continent, it was managed by the Lu family, and it could be said that it belonged to the Lu family. When Luyin arrived, the people of the Lu family hurriedly bowed. Luyin waved them away as he walked alone on the Wang family continent. Although the Wang family continent was a wasteland, it was not completely empty. Most of these people did not belong to the Wang family and had come here to look for opportunities. After all, it had once been one of the 4 scales. Along the way, Luyin saw many cultivators. The Lu family did not stop them. Searching for opportunities was what cultivators looked forward to the most, even if it was accompanied by danger. Of course, there were some places that these cultivators could not go to. One of them was the Triple Despair, which was where the Wang family nurtured their younger generation. The reason why they could not go there had nothing to do with the Lu family, as that place had been isolated by Wang Jian. Although the Wang family had completely declined, there were still some people that the Lu family did not touch, Wang Jian and Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao and Lu Qi had an affair, and this news had long spread throughout the cosmic tree. No one dared to do anything to Wang Miaomiao, and even if Lu Yin knew about it, he did not say anything. Many years had passed, and Lu Qi had not accepted Wang Miaomiao. He had deep feelings for Lu Yin's mother, although he did not show it. Lu Qi was a complete person with his own life, and Lu Yin would not interfere. Wang Jian had only been able to live peacefully in the Triple Despair because of Wang Miaomiao. Otherwise, even if the Lu family did not do anything to him, he would have died on the battlefield. The other place that he could not go was the Lu family's mine. The mine was what the Wang family called it to the outside world, but it was actually a place where they excavated Yellow Springs water. Yellow Springs water was extremely important, and the Lu family had sealed it off. Lu Yin arrived at the mine and looked down, but he couldn't see any Yellow Springs water. Even with his domain or spiritual force, he still couldn't find any. However, he knew that there was definitely Yellow Springs water below, and the Wang family had been digging for so many years without emptying it. He had once thought that the Yellow Springs water was the blood of the primogenitor, but he later realized that he had guessed wrong. The blood of the primogenitor was still red. This Yellow Springs water was definitely not the blood of the primogenitor, so what was it? On the day that the Lu family was exiled, Patriarch Lu Yuan had fallen into a deep sleep, and Patriarch Lu Tianyi had been stopped by Wei Nu. The rest of the Lu family's experts had not been able to make a move because of the Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water could cause people to lose their strength and enter a state of powerlessness. It seemed similar to the illusory poison, but there were also some differences. Lu Yin was about to go down when he suddenly looked into the distance and disappeared. Far away, a figure was curled up under a rock. He had a nervous expression and looked at the mine through the cracks of the rock. "Are you looking for me?" a voice asked. The figure trembled and slowly turned around to see Lu Yin, who was very close to him. Lu Yin looked at the figure and said, "I didn't expect you to still be here, Little Can." This figure was Little Can, the one who had used the wisdom root to buy his life in the back battlefield. He had left the battlefield in advance, but had been captured by Wang Sun and brought to the Wang family's mainland. Lu Yin had a deep impression of this person as he had obtained a wisdom root from him. When he had disguised himself as Hao Yu, he had seen Little Ken in the Wang family's mainland mining area. He had thought that the Wang family's decline, and that Little Ken had either been killed or escaped, but he was still here, not far from the mining area. Why? Why did he stay here? Lu Yin realized that he had overlooked this person. Even though he had a deep impression of him, he had never really cared about him. He had only wanted to obtain the wisdom root from him. Now that he had seen him here, Lu Yin knew that this person was hiding something. Little Ken stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had never expected Lu Yin to suddenly appear here and even discover him. He felt that he had hidden himself very well. A normal person would not be able to imagine how strong a cultivator was. The difference between Little Can and Lu Yin was like the difference between a normal person and an explorer. Normal people would never be able to walk through the void or roam the heavens. They could not imagine how humans could do it. However, that was not important, as Lu Yin had already discovered him. "Lu, Master Lu." "Greetings, Master Lu." Little Can bowed respectfully and tried his best to remain calm. Lu Yin looked at him. "I can see your every expression and hear your every breath." Little Can's heart sank, and he did not dare to move. "I can roughly guess what you are thinking. The current universe, the primordial space, the hexagon society, the outer realm, and even the eternal 6 zones of disaster are all under my control. What are you planning to hide from me?" Lu Yin asked calmly. Little Can quickly knelt down, his face pale. I dare not. I dare not. I am not hiding anything. Please, Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at him, amused. "How long has it been since we first met?" Little Can swallowed and tried to recall. "Long, about 70 years. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. Yes, 70 years. You have matured a lot since the first time we met. Back then, you were still very young and skinny. You were like a deer that had accidentally entered the battlefield and could be eaten at any time. Littlekin trembled. Master Lu's appearance has not changed at all. Luin looked at him. But my heart has become even colder. Littlekin placed his hands on the ground and slowly clenched his fists. He clenched his teeth and endured the greatest torture in the world. Life and death were the greatest tortures for humans. For Littlekin, he could not hope that Luin would be kind enough to let him go. Nothing he said could fool this person. If he wanted to get through this safely, the only way was for Luin to not be calculative. But how could Luin not care? Littlekin was caught by Wang Sun to mine on the Wang family's mainland. In reality, it was to mine the Yellow Springs water. Now that the Wang family was in decline, there was no one guarding it. The other people who were mining the Yellow Springs water had all run away. What right did he have to stay here? This place should be a painful memory for him, and he should never want to get close to it. But he stayed here and kept staring. From the looks of it, he had been staring for a long time. What was he staring at? There was only the Yellow Springs water here. He knew something, or rather, he wanted to get something. The Yellow Springs water was very important, and Luin cared about it. Now, he was even more curious about what Littlekin knew. Littlekin did not speak. He just knelt on the ground and was almost lying on his stomach. He looked very pitiful. Luin looked at him from above. Everything you want to get here is nothing compared to a sentence from me. A sentence from me can give you endless enjoyment in the future, but it can also make you sink into the abyss. The things here can't help you with anything. Otherwise, the Wang family would not be in its current state. Littlekin closed his eyes in pain. He did not care about Lu Yin's words, but since Luin said this, it was obvious that he did not intend to let him go. His persistence was meaningless in front of Luin. With a soft sound, Littlekin lost all his strength. He lay on the ground and remained silent. Luin was not anxious. He just looked at him and occasionally looked around. He had been here before when he was pretending to be Hao Yu. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Thank you, brothers, for your understanding and support. I will try my best to make up for the missing chapters. Thank you. Thinking back to that time, the four-way scale was still a colossus that was hard to destroy. Now, they were all gone, especially the White Dragon race. They were almost completely wiped out, but Long Tian and the rest were able to live a free life. Thinking about this, Luin thought of Long Shi. Master Lu, please follow me. Littlekin got up with difficulty and led the way in front. Littlekin's current cultivation was close to that of an emissary. To be honest, this cultivation was very high. In the entire origin space, there weren't many people who had reached the emissary level. There were a lot of human elites gathered in the Above the Sky sect, but there were very few of them in the entire origin space. Littlekin's cultivation was very low when he was in the back battlefield. After he was captured and brought to the Wang family continent, he had been mining and obviously didn't have the chance to cultivate. Even so, he still reached his current cultivation. This was what Luin was curious about. He knew that even if he didn't have the time to cultivate, he wouldn't be able to do better than Littlekin. This cultivation was also the reason why Littlekin could enter the Wang family continent and monitor the Yellow Spring water. However, this cultivation was too weak in front of Luin. It kept moving in one direction, and the distance wasn't close. How far is it? I'll bring you there. Luin said. Littlekin said respectfully, with my speed, it will take 3 days. Luin took a step forward and twisted the void. In the next moment, the scene in front of Littlekin changed. When he saw the surroundings clearly, his pupils shrank. This? At this moment, he appeared at the place he wanted to be. With his speed, it would take him 3 days, but to Luin, it was only a moment. Distance didn't mean much to Luin. Littlekin was shocked. This was the power of a top elite, the master of the human race. When he reached a certain level, he could ignore the distance between dimensions. Could he do it in the future? With complicated longing and fantasies for the future, as well as the regret of losing the treasure, little Kim brought Luin to a secret place. There was a pond civilization. There. The pond civilization was similar to the 3,000 great worlds of the fifth continent. They were all civilizations that were hidden under the current civilization. In the starry sky of trees, some powerful families had pond civilizations that brought endless cultivators to the family. He had even fantasized about this universe being a pond civilization, but such fantasies were too inconceivable. The pond civilization had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could constantly bring in cultivators to the starry sky tree. Even if those cultivators were loyal to the organizations they belonged to, they were still humans. The disadvantage was that the Eternals could infiltrate the pond civilization and develop spies, or even turn the entire pond civilization into the Eternals. Such a thing had happened before. After Luin became the Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect, he gave the order to suppress the pond civilizations and make them invisible. During that time, many Eternal Corpse Kings were discovered, and some of the pond civilizations even had Aeonian kingdoms within them. After that, the pond civilization gradually disappeared. They were either hidden or destroyed, allowing the civilizations inside to walk out. The one in front of them was obviously a hidden pond civilization. "This is my home," Littlekin said respectfully. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Your home?" Littlekin replied, "Master Lu, please follow me." After that, it entered the pond civilization. Luin followed suit. The pond civilization had its own world, but it was very small, and Luin could see it all with a single glance. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Suddenly, he stared at a certain place and his body disappeared. Littlekin knew that Luin had discovered it, and its expression calmed down. It could not hide it anymore. In a corner of the pond civilization, there was a strange flower in full bloom. The flower was not beautiful, but the root of the flower was not ordinary. It was the root of wisdom. Luin never knew that the root of wisdom could bloom. Not only did it bloom, but it also bore fruit, and the root of wisdom was planted in the yellow springs. Luin appeared and looked at this scene in shock. The root of wisdom planted in the yellow springs actually bore fruit? How could such a thing happen? Littlekin arrived and said, "My name is Hui Can. I am the descendant of Ancestor Hui in this universe." Luin turned to look at Little Can. "You are the descendant of Ancestor Hui?" Little Can nodded, "Yes." Luin frowned. "Ancestor Hui disappeared when the starry sky tree split into the fifth mainland. How can you be his descendant?" Little Can looked at Luin. "To a certain extent, the Shenwu Plain can be considered the descendant of Ancestor Chen." Luin thought about it and agreed. Although Ancestor Hui disappeared before the starry sky tree appeared, it did not mean that he did not have any descendants. What he could not understand was that Ancestor Hui clearly had descendants, which was the Hui family of the seven courts. Huiwu was also his descendant, so which branch did this Little Can belong to? "Are you the descendant of Ancestor Hui or the Hui family?" Luin asked. Little Can said, "Ancestor Hui's descendant. The ancestor left us a mission, so I am very sure that I am a descendant of Ancestor Hui." "The mission is this?" Luin looked at the root of wisdom. Little Can nodded. "The Wang family has the yellow springs." It was not a secret during the ancestors' era, but no one knew what the yellow springs was. The ancestor used all methods to obtain the yellow springs and used it to cultivate the root of wisdom. He left us a mission to wait for the root of wisdom to blossom and bear fruit. The fruit of the root of wisdom will tell us what the yellow springs are. Our branch waited for many years, from the era of the Daosaur sect in the 9 mountains and 8 seas until now. Finally, there was a result in my generation, but I did not understand what it meant. However, the results were limited unless there was more yellow springs. Therefore, I purposely exposed myself and went to the battlefield on the other side. Little Can raised his head and looked at the root of wisdom with a complicated expression. "I used the root of wisdom to make a deal with Wang Sun to protect my life on the battlefield on the other side, but it also attracted the Wang family's attention. In the end, I was captured by the Wang family and taken to the Wang family's mainland. After I was squeezed dry of all my value, I was sent to the mines to mine for Yellow Springs water. Everyone in my branch fled. This is not where my branch lives, or else we would not have been able to protect this place." Luin looked at little Ken in amazement. He knew that when he had schemed against the four-way scales, he had been quite impressive. However, this little Ken in front of him was truly impressive. Luin had been faking it, but little Ken had not been faking it at all. He had calculated every step of the way. Just how much did he know about the Wang family? Any mistake would have led to certain death. The battlefield on the other side, the Wang family, and the mines. Little Ken had calculated every step for the sake of the Yellow Springs water. The Wang family would never have dreamed that they would be schemed against by you. Luin sighed in admiration. Many people coveted the Yellow Springs water. Perhaps the Lu family had wanted to obtain it as well, but the Wang family had been on guard against it. The person who had been able to move this mountain was actually such a minor character. Little Ken was bitter. It was not a scheme, but a gamble with our lives. If we did not achieve this result, then our branch's existence would have been meaningless. Our ancestor's wisdom was unparalleled, and he had schemed for thousands of years. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, leaving behind the limitless power source box array was enough to block the Eternals, and the scheme against the Yellow Springs water was actually just a hobby. Our branch did not receive any important missions, and it was just a hobby. A hobby? Luin recalled the various things that the Hui ancestor had done. He had schemed against the Sixth Mainland and used the Eternals to help the Fifth Mainland take revenge. He had almost caused the Sixth Mainland to be destroyed. He had set up a sourcebox array and sealed many human-shaped sourceboxes to prevent the desolate gods from coming out. He had set up a limitless power sourcebox array to block the Eternals from the battlefield. He had fused his consciousness into the main body of the Sorcerer God and disguised himself as the Sorcerer God. He had then cooperated with Luin and the others to kill the Sorcerer God. He had even sent his own son to the Eternals, but Luin still did not know his true goal. Huiwu had rather become a corpse than leave, so it had to be related to the Hui ancestor. This action had indirectly allowed Luin to obtain 3 grains of Inception dust, which he had used to break through to the progenitor realm. All of these actions had demonstrated the Hui ancestor's wisdom. He was too smart, so smart that no one could understand him. Luin even believed that little Ken's analysis of the Yellow Springs water was just a hobby of the Hui ancestor. For many years, no one had known what the Yellow Springs water was, not even the Lu family. However, the Hui ancestor was confident that he could analyze it based on his wisdom. The Hui ancestor might not have been invincible, but his wisdom was humanity's most valuable asset. And the result? Luin looked at the Hui ancestor and asked. Little Ken was helpless. I don't understand. So you still need the Yellow Springs water? Yes. What did you see? Little Ken hesitated and bowed to Luin. I really don't understand. Master Lu, please take a look for yourself. Luin looked at Little Ken. What do you mean? Little Ken said, use the Yellow Springs water to water the Hui ancestor. I have been digging for the Yellow Springs water for many years, and with the items left behind by my ancestors, I was able to steal some occasionally. However, the accumulation over the years was used up more than 20 years ago. After that, the Wang family changed greatly, and I no longer had the chance to obtain the Yellow Springs water. Luin understood. No wonder Little Ken kept staring at the Yellow Springs water. He had thought that the Hui ancestor's fruit was for eating. It was difficult for Little Ken to obtain the Yellow Springs water, but it was not difficult for Luin. The Wang family already had a stockpile of the Yellow Springs water. Wang Fan had taken most of it away and left some for the Wang family, which eventually fell into the hands of the Lu family. Luin quickly obtained the Yellow Springs water and asked Little Ken to do it. Little Ken poured some of the Yellow Springs water onto the Hui ancestor's fruit. At that moment, a sweet fragrance wafted over. Little Ken closed its eyes as it smelled the fragrance, as if it was in an illusory starry sky, sensing something. Luin quickly had the same feeling. He saw carvings after carvings, and he saw a person carving something. The scene flashed by, and it only lasted for a short period of time. Luin and Little Ken opened their eyes at the same time. Little Ken looked at Luin expectantly. Luin frowned. Carving? Little Ken's expression was helpless. Yes, carving. I saw it, but I couldn't understand. Luing couldn't understand it either. He didn't know how much Yellow Springs water Littlekin had used over the years, but no matter how big the difference between the two of them was, he couldn't understand it with just one look. Then, let's continue. However, he didn't bring Littlekin with him this time. The fragrance was fixed, and 2 people would definitely consume it faster than 1 person. End of chapter. Littlekin had no choice but to withdraw. He knew that once Luing found out, he would lose his share. However, it was not a pity as he could not obtain the Yellow Springs water anyway. He did not know how much Yellow Springs water he would need to understand those carvings. The Wang family continent was under the supervision of the Lu family, and he would never be able to obtain even a little bit of the Yellow Springs water. In the entire universe, only Luing could go there and see what the Yellow Springs water was. There was not much Yellow Springs water left behind by the Wang family, but when Littlekin saw it, he exclaimed that it was far more than what he had obtained. This was nonsense as he stole it bit by bit. With his strength, how much Yellow Springs water could he dig up? Not to mention stealing a little bit from the limited Yellow Springs water. What Luing had was left behind by Wang Fan for the Wang family. Although it was far less than what Wang Fan had taken away, it was still quite a lot. It was enough for people like Littlekin to dig for thousands of years. Luing asked the Lu family to collect the Yellow Springs water while he smelled the fragrance of the wisdom root fruit. He wanted to see what the Yellow Springs water was. Because of Lu Yin's order, the Wang family encountered another change. In the third extremity, Wang Jian's face was gloomy as an old woman from the Lu family stood in front of him. The old woman was calm. Hand it over. This is an order from Master Lu. If you go against it, no one will be able to save you. Wang Jian said, there is no more Yellow Springs water. Ever since the Lu family took over the Wang family continent, all the Yellow Springs water was handed over to them. The old woman sneered, Wang Jian, you are still alive thanks to Lady Wang Miao Miao. We know whether the Yellow Springs water you handed over was all or not. If not for Lady Miao Miao, do you think you could have guarded the third extremity? Wang Fan betrayed the human race and deserves to die. As the only remaining progenitor in the Wang family, you should know what will happen to you. Master Lu's order cannot be disobeyed. If you refuse, you will be killed. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Wang Miao Miao arrived and looked at Wang Jian. Father, hand over the Yellow Springs water. Wang Jian opened his mouth and looked at Wang Miao Miao. In the end, he could only sigh and pass the Yellow Springs water to the old woman. The old woman took it and looked at Wang Jian coldly. If anyone in the Wang family takes out the Yellow Springs water in the future and is punished for the crime of betraying humanity, there is no need for Master Lu to say anything. The Lu family will completely eradicate the Wang family. Wang Jian was furious. The old woman was merely a half-martial ancestor, yet she dared to threaten him. After the old lady left, she merely nodded at Wang Miao Miao. Regardless of whether Wang Miao Miao and Lu Qi ended up together in the end, Lu Yin was the one in charge of the current human race, and Lu Yin's orders were paramount. After the old woman left, Wang Miao Miao stared at Wang Jian and asked, why did you keep the Yellow Springs water? Wang Jian said bitterly, after all, it belongs to the Wang family. There's nothing left for the Wang family. No one can go against Master Lu's orders. No one is an exception, not even Lu Qi. This is the general trend of mankind, Wang Miao Miao chided. Wang Jian sighed, alright, I got it. Don't worry, there's no more underworld water, not even a drop. Wang Miao Miao believed Wang Jian's words, but the Lu family didn't. Therefore, the remaining members of the Wang family were captured and interrogated. Even the members of the Wang family who were imprisoned in the 100,000 waterways, from Wang Sun to a servant sweeping the floor, were all brought out for interrogation to ensure that there was no more underworld water. The Lu family also sent people to take over the Wang family's work and excavate the underworld water because Lu Yin might need it. 2 months passed by very quickly. Within these 2 months, Lu Yin had used up all the remaining underworld water before he walked out of the pond. Outside the pond civilization, Littlekin was waiting respectfully. Even though he didn't know the outcome, he still hoped that Lu Yin would be able to find the outcome as it would be a consolation for their branch. Lu Yin looked at Littlekin and said, you have never done anything wrong to me, nor have you betrayed humanity. Furthermore, you are the descendant of Ancestor Hui. I don't want to snatch this fruit of wisdom from you. Littlekin looked at Luin in astonishment. The world of cultivation was very cruel. There was no such thing as snatching or not snatching. It was normal to be discovered and snatched away. He was already prepared to lose the fruit of wisdom. But what did Master Lu mean? Luin said calmly, I will give you two choices now. First, the fruit of wisdom is still yours, but you have to stay in Lu Tianjing. The Lu family will give you enough underworld water until you can analyze the origin of the underworld water. You have to tell the Lu family that this is not the result of snatching it from you, but to answer to the ancestors of humanity. I won't explain anything else to you. Second, take me as your teacher. Little Ken was shocked. Take you as my teacher? Luin looked at Little Ken. This person had relied on his weak cultivation to enter the battlefield at the back when the fruit of wisdom had borne fruit and needed the water of the underworld. He had schemed against the Wang family and successfully obtained the water of the underworld. Luin believed that Little Ken would definitely have a way to escape the Wang family's control, and he would definitely have a backup plan. This kind of scheming was indeed impressive. He was both brave and smart. This person was also the descendant of ancestor Hui. The fruit of wisdom was beneficial to humanity. Luin was greatly indebted to him. Taking this person as his disciple was also something he thought of when he faced the fruit of wisdom in the Pawn civilization. It could be considered as making up for the regret of snatching this person's fruit of wisdom. This is just a suggestion. If you reject it, you can choose the first option, Luin said calmly. Littlekin bowed to Luin without hesitation. This disciple is willing to take Master Lu as his teacher. Please grant my wish. He wasn't stupid. Between the fruit of wisdom and Luin, he would naturally choose Luin. Not to mention what the fruit of wisdom could bring him, even if it could raise his strength to the progenitor realm or even higher, so what? How could it compare to the status of Master Lu's disciple? Master Lu's disciple needed to read books, which directly caused the starter space. No, it caused the entire Six Directions Guild to have an additional occupation. Master Lu's disciple could be considered the top of the human race. How could he not know how to choose? Little Kan's choice was within Lu Yin's expectations. He looked at Little Kan deeply. Go to the above heaven sect and look for Tuolin. I will look for you. Little Kan was excited. Yes, Master. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the fifth mainland. Luin looked at Little Kan's back. This disciple was far more scheming than Tuolin. He hoped that Little Kan wouldn't disappoint him. Palace? How did you know? Lu Yuan was surprised and looked at Luin. Luin said, Primogenitor, do you really have a palace-type battle technique? Lu Yuan nodded and recalled, Master has an ultimate skill called the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace. Master would often carve in the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace, and his carvings would eventually become battle prowess. The condition for us 3 realms and 6 paths to complete our apprenticeship is to create the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace, and the inspiration for me to plant the God Investiture catalog in the fertile land came from the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace. How did you know? Did Master tell you? Luin shook his head and pondered for a moment. Old ancestor, I think I know what the Yellow Springs water is. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. What is it? Luin looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. The Blue Sky Palace. Lu Yuan blinked. The Blue Sky Palace is the Yellow Springs water? Are you kidding me? You must be joking. Luin told Lu Yuan about Ancestor Huey's arrangement and what he saw when he watered the fruit of wisdom with the Yellow Springs water. Lu Yuan was stunned. If that's the case, the Yellow Springs water might really be the Blue Sky Palace. But, how? How did the Blue Sky Palace turn into the Yellow Springs water? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Luin didn't understand either. This was also the reason why he looked for old ancestor Lu Yuan. He wanted to find out the reason why the Blue Sky Palace turned into the Yellow Springs water. But now, it seemed impossible. The two discussed for a while and even called Jialan Jilua over, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Hong Yan Mavis and Wu Tian were guarding the land of disaster, surrounding the 6 paths of reincarnation world to prevent the eternal race's experts from escaping. Little 7, since you can see the carvings, can you learn the Blue Sky Palace? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Jialan Jilua looked at Luin. If you can learn the Blue Sky Palace, your strength will soar. Luin was curious, is the Blue Sky Palace very powerful? They were only focused on how to turn the Blue Sky Palace into the Yellow Springs water and never talked about the Blue Sky Palace's power. Looking at old ancestor Lu Yuan and Jialan Jilua's expressions, the Blue Sky Palace seemed to be extraordinary. Old ancestor Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. It's not just powerful, it's very perverse. Jialan Jilua continued, our condition is to break out of the Blue Sky Palace, but whether we fight alone or together, the final result will be the same. Failed? Luin asked subconsciously. Jialan Jilua was dissatisfied. If we failed, where did the 3 realms 6 paths come from? Luin was speechless. The tone just now clearly indicated that they had failed. I mean, one of us can break out of the Blue Sky Palace, but barely. 9 of us together can also break out of the Blue Sky Palace, but also barely. Jialan Jilua said. Luin didn't believe it. 3 realms 6 paths, 9 of us together can barely break out of the Blue Sky Palace? Then how can one of us do it alone? Lu Yuan said, this is the power of the Blue Sky Palace. As long as we are in the Sky Palace, there is no such thing as energy consumption. Let's put it this way, a battle between progenitors will consume energy, their own strength, and even the power of the progenitor world, while the sequence rules will consume sequence particles. But for the person who uses the Blue Sky Palace, nothing will be consumed. Even if the sequence particles are consumed, the Blue Sky Palace can instantly form a battle force, so as long as it is used well, the attack of the Blue Sky Palace is endless. The simplest example is, you can use Chu Haizi's left arm and Go Lian's full strength slash with Death Aura. If you learn the Blue Sky Palace, then congratulations, you can use this slash countless times, and it will never be consumed. Lu Yin's eyes widened, there is such a thing? He thought about the scene of him being able to use the Grim Reaper slash countless times in the second battlefield of disaster. Not to mention Tian Feng, he could even slay Tian Ci, and the Dark Mother Tree, he could slowly saw through it. Was there really such a thing? Jialan Jilua sighed, this is the Blue Sky Palace, one of Master's ultimate techniques. There is a limit to any power that anyone can use, but the Blue Sky Palace doesn't. It turns quantity into infinity, but it doesn't affect quality. So we never understood how the 4 protectors could defeat Master even if they worked together. Only when I saw the 4 locks formation in the previous battle did I understand that. Tian Feng must have used the Blue Sky Palace as a lock to lock Master's hands, which is why Master lost. Otherwise, even if there were a few more primordial realm experts, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Master. They wouldn't have been able to break through the Blue Sky Palace alone. Lu Yuan stared at Luin, Little 7, is it possible for you to cultivate the Sky Palace? Luin was excited, it's possible. Then go and cultivate it, it will definitely help you. Lu Yuan encouraged. Luin took a deep breath and looked at his hands. The 4 locks formation was still there, but it would not affect his cultivation of the Sky Palace. What he lacked was the Yellow Spring water. Although he could cultivate now, he was afraid that it would not go smoothly at a critical moment. With the Yellow Spring water, he could smell the fragrance of the wisdom root at any time. Yellow Spring water, he needed a sufficient amount of Yellow Spring water. Not long after, Luin, Lu Yuan, and Jialan Jilua appeared on the Wang family continent. This time, they came not only for the Yellow Spring water, but also for the 4 locks formation. Since they knew that the 4 locks formation had sealed the progenitor's hands, they naturally had to find the 4 locks formation and find a way to undo it. This way, the progenitor's hands could return. Every time he thought of the progenitor biting the string of the sequence after losing his hands, Luin felt terrible. That person should not have suffered such pain. He had once complained about the progenitor and the extremely brilliant era of the above heaven. He thought that if the progenitor had understood the threat of the Eternals correctly, none of this would have happened. This thought was the same as the 6 Directions Societies thought of the Genesis space, but they treated it as the former above heaven. But now, he understood that there were some things that even the progenitor could not control. The past was not something they could easily see clearly now. What they needed to do now was to protect Immemorial City, defeat the Eternals, and the Guardians of the 4 Directions, and return humanity to its former glory. Regardless of whether there was a limit to the universe, no matter what kind of existence would appear, they had to do it. Luin thought of the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan's powerhouses had stepped out of the River of Time and participated in the final battle. At that time, their feelings should be very similar to his now. Both of them disregarded everything. The Wang family continent trembled and slowly floated, rubble falling down. Lu Yuan took action and shattered a layer of rocks and various materials that had accumulated on the surface of the Wang family continent over countless years, finally revealing its true appearance. A huge palm surrounded the yellow spring and floated in the air. Lu Yuan looked at it in a daze. The progenitor's body was not big, but its palm was so huge. It seemed like this was one of the progenitor's battle form. The progenitor could become gigantic. Let's go. Lu Yuan growled and led Lu Yin and Jialan Jilua up onto the progenitor's palm. They easily found the four locks formation. In the past, even though Lu Yuan knew that the Wang family continent was the progenitor's palm, he thought that the progenitor was dead and the palm was broken here, so he never thought of checking it. This was what he regretted the most now. If he had thought of this earlier, regardless of whether he could solve the four locks formation or not, at the very least, the Wang clan would not have participated in the matter of exiling the Lu clan. As for the Wang clan itself, they didn't dare to restore the original appearance of the palm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep it. At the very least, he couldn't protect the yellow springs. After countless years of mining, the Wang family had indeed lost more than half of the yellow springs, but there was still a small portion that circled around their hands. The three of them climbed up to the wrist, where the four locks formation was located. It was exactly the same as the four locks formation on Lu Yin's wrist, but it was much larger. Let me. Jialan Jilua held his spear and stabbed towards the four locks formation. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin watched as the spear bounced off the four locks array, completely useless. Lu Yuan took a step forward. If it's that easy to break through the fourth layer. Even Master wouldn't have acted like that. As he spoke, he struck the four lock formation with his palm. The palm strike was the same as Jialan Jilua's. It was useless. Jialan Jilua sneered, "Is that all you've broken through to the primordial realm?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly, "The greatest difference between the primordial realm is that step. It represents the right to reach eternal life. As for battle prowess, you can only experience it when you face cultivators." Jialan Jilua did not refute that. The greatest advantage of the primordial realm in battle prowess was that laws could not allow them to get close. Experts of the laws of sequence could not use laws against primordial realm experts, which was equivalent to crippling most of their strength. On the other hand, primordial realm experts could use the laws of sequence fearlessly. That was a difference of 2 times. The only exception was Lu Yin. He relied on progenitor realm to forcefully defeat experts of the laws of sequence. He was the only existence who could fight against primordial realm experts without being suppressed. No one else could do that. As a result, Lu Yin could kill Di Qiong and Tian Feng. It was very difficult for others to do so. In the following time, Lu Yuan and Jialan Jilua kept attacking. They even specially changed people to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation, letting Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis try. Unfortunately, no one could break the 4 lock formation. It's useless. This is using Master's power to trap himself. Tian Feng must be using Master's power to trap himself. If you want to break it, it's equivalent to breaking one of Master's ultimate skills. It should be the Azure Heaven Palace. Which one of you is confident that you can break Master's Azure Heaven Palace? Wu Tian sighed. Hongyan Mavis was helpless, the Azure Heaven Palace. How nostalgic. Back then, we all rushed to the Azure Heaven Palace one by one and fought our way out, making a name for ourselves as the 3 worlds and 6 paths. But actually, none of us could beat the Azure Heaven Palace. Lu Yuan frowned, even if all 9 of us attacked together, we still can't beat the Azure Heaven Palace. Master's ultimate skill is too abnormal. Is there no other way? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin's hands and feet, there is no other way. If you want to break it, only Master can do it himself or find a way to break it. You have never experienced the Azure Heaven Palace, so you will never understand how difficult it is to deal with the endless power. But, we can break your 4 locks formation. Do you want to try? Lu Yin rejected immediately. If he wanted to try, he would have asked Lu Yuan to do it. It was not that he did not trust them, but it was a matter of faith. Breaking the four locks formation was equivalent to breaking his four strongest powers. This would be detrimental to Lu Yin's future cultivation. It was like planting a seed that would lead to failure. Needless to say, the four locks formation disgusted everyone. This was the reason why Lu Yuan never took the initiative to say that he wanted to break Lu Yin's four locks formation. A strong person's faith was very important. He could only break it himself. Senior Wu Tian. Lu Yin opened his mouth but was interrupted. Call me Wu De. Lu Yin was stunned. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin and smiled. You have met Master, so you should have a nickname. As soon as he said this, Jialan Jilua looked over curiously. Lu Yin's face was calm. No. Jialan Jilua sneered. Impossible, Master's habit will never change. Say it, don't be shy. This is a good thing, it means that Master acknowledges you. I really don't. Lu Yin was very serious. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yuan. Only they knew the name Zhuzi. Lu Yin felt that it was not proper to say it out loud. Hongyan Mavis said, all right, don't make things difficult for him. Zhuzi, what did you want to say? Zhuzi? I see, it's a good name. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis coughed, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Lu Yuan laughed, all right, it's a small matter. Little Seven, what did you want to say? Lu Yin was helpless and looked at Wu Tian. I wanted to ask why Senior did not lead the third calamity region. What is this so-called fate? Lu Yuan and the rest were silent, their faces solemn. Wu Tian's expression changed. When the first mainland was destroyed and Master met with mishap, I was one step ahead of everyone and saw the final battle between Master and the four protectors. Master broke his own hands and defeated the four protectors. When he saw me, he gave me a warning. He looked at Lu Yin with a solemn face. Your guess is true. Lu Yin did not understand. Lu Yuan continued, Master once guessed that the extreme is evil. In the universe, anything that reaches its limit will turn into another species, a species that is not accepted by the universe but wants to monopolize the universe. Perhaps this is a realization that Master gained from crossing the calamity region. This new species could also be a type of event or a type of constellation in the universe. It is called fate. Wu Tian said in a low voice, if the speculation of fate is true, and the guardians of the four directions are secretly trying to kill Master, then either the guardians of the four directions have reached some kind of limit, or there is some kind of limit behind them. No matter what the reason is, I know that fate is true. I also felt a chill at that moment, as if something was watching me. At this point, his expression turned ugly. At that time, there was definitely something watching me, so I couldn't get close to Master. Master beat me up and I don't know what happened after that. How did Master go to Primordial City and what Primordial City is? I'm not sure. I only know that in the battles that followed, as more and more continents were destroyed, I could always feel that something was watching me. With the continents destroyed, I was powerless to reverse the situation. I also learned that the Eternal Race's battle of the Divine Commandment had reached its end, so I was captured by the Eternal Race and locked in the third calamity region to attract the attention of fate to the Eternal Race and not us humans. This is a secret that only the few of us know. Only Master can guess the existence of fate, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin finally understood why Wu Tian was unwilling to leave the third calamity region. He had the ability to leave and could immediately recover his strength during the battle in the second calamity region. He did not need anyone's help from the start. So the reason you appeared in the second calamity region was because of the four protectors? Lu Yin asked. Wu Tian nodded. The four protectors represent fate. Since they have already declared war on the humans, there is no need for me to remain in the third calamity region. Do you feel the gaze of fate now? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Jialan Jilua all stared at Wu Tian. This was a very important question. Wu Tian sighed, not at the moment. They all sighed in relief. However, when they looked at each other, they saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. So what if he could not feel it now? Fate would eventually appear, and only the primogenitors had been able to sense the existence of fate. Then, what about the future? Lu Yin was now very certain that there was an unimaginable existence in this universe, and everything that happened in the universe was related to this existence. The defeat of the above heavens sect, the weakening of the humans by the four protectors, and even the appearance of the eternal race could all be related to this existence. Luin recalled what Grand Elder Xianxia had said. The humans had won the final battle in their universe, but they had destroyed that omnipotent game and lost in the end. Then, could everything that was happening now also be some kind of game? Luin didn't want what had happened in Grand Elder Xianxia's universe to happen again in this universe. If there really was an omnipotent existence, then what was it? It was clearly a monster. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis went to the 6 paths of reincarnation to continue guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yuan took the progenitor's palm to Lu Tianjing. Luin took the remaining yellow springs with him, as he wanted to use it to cultivate the Sky Palace. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. If he wanted to cultivate, the time-stop space was the best choice. Of course, the 5 spirit races could do it as well, as the flow of time there was very different from normal. Luin now controlled the resources of the entire universe, and he could use all sorts of methods to cultivate. In the end, he chose to roll his die, as that would not only give him the time-stop space, but also other points. Furthermore, he felt that only in the time-stop space would he not be seen by fate. This was just a form of psychological comfort. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed in the real world. During these 3 years, the outside world had not changed much, as it had only been 3 years. Almost all of the Eternal Kingdom had been destroyed, and the people who had just been captured could return to their original places. Those who had been born in the Eternal Kingdom or had long since betrayed humanity were sent to other places. Xianxia and Tinan did not show up, and the Sky Sect could not find them. Luin had always been on guard against the universe behind Xianxia, but there was no movement either. The humans chased after the Corpse Kings everywhere, and the number of Corpse Kings in the Eternal Race's universe had rapidly decreased. The defeat in the 6 paths of reincarnation had caused the Eternals to lose their foundation, resulting in a one-sided defeat. The sole true God led the ancient gods and remained in the 6 paths of reincarnation, indifferent to the outside world. To them, it did not matter if the Corpse Kings were destroyed or not. As long as they won the war, they could create as many Corpse Kings as they wanted. As for the Sky Sect, none of the sole true God and the others could escape. All of them would die. The 6 paths of reincarnation of the Grand Empyrean continuously wiped out the sole true God's power, but this was a long process. Perhaps even she herself did not know where the endpoint was. In the outer realms, countless parallel universes continued to draw closer to the sect above the heavens. In their eyes, the current sect above the heavens was extremely resplendent. Even though they had not seen this sect above the heavens in the past, the difference was not too great. It had been 3 years in the real world, but he had been cultivating in the time-stop space for 50 years. He had never cultivated for so long before. He had been cultivating the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace for 50 years, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. However, he had a very deep understanding of the Azure Heavenly Palace. He also knew that it was not easy to cultivate this unique skill. At least he could not do it now. Even if he broke the 4 locks formation, he could not do it. He needed an opportunity. An opportunity? That's right, how could Master's ultimate skill be so easy to cultivate? Although you're cultivating a star source, that kind of ultimate skill isn't something that a star source can decide. Lu Yuan sighed. Luin asked, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, it seems like only Senior Wu Tian cultivated with astral sources while the others walked their own paths. Then, Forefather, your path is the God-sealing catalog? Lu Yuan said, my path is a fertile land. From the beginning, we were all like this. We all used astral sources to cultivate, but gradually, everyone's path became different. No one even cultivated Master's consummate skill. Master only imparted one skill to us. The primogenitor scripture? Luin asked. Lu Yuan nodded, other than that, there was nothing else. Chuhai cultivated Death Chi, Nyonyo cultivated Fate, and the others all had their own paths. My path was to cultivate the God-sealing catalog in the fertile land. No matter what situation I was in, I would focus on the general platform and the God-sealing catalog. But the God-sealing catalog is not a cultivation power. The cultivation power does not represent the path one will take. Chuyi's path was the Tao of Tianyi. He also cultivated astral sources, but his path was not astral sources. The astral sources are vast, and regardless of whether it is Chuyi or me, we both walk the opposite path of astral sources. I specialize in big moves. Luyin said, then I'm also not walking the path of astral sources. Lu Yuan nodded, of course not, you haven't for a long time. When did you stop using astral sources in battle? Luyin thought about it for a long time, but he could not remember. None of the 4 inner worlds were powered by astral sources. The starry sky in his heart was also formed by astral sources, death chi, and other forces. He was no longer a pure astral sources cultivator. The path of martial arts universities is astral sources. With astral sources as the foundation, they can create weapons cultivation methods and educate all living beings. Only by cultivating astral sources can they educate all living beings in this primordial space. Lu Yuan was quite impressed. If they want, martial arts university can walk their own path, but he didn't. This is also why we all admire him. Speaking of which, it won't be easy for you to cultivate the Sky Palace, but I believe you can do it. Luyin also believed that he could do it. In fact, he already knew what the opportunity was, and now he was waiting for something very important. In the first zone of disaster, the Eternal Kingdom was completely in ruins. Many people used to live here, including the Corpse King, but now they were all gone. In the empty underground, stones fell and made soft sounds. A pair of eyes suddenly opened from the ground and looked outside. After a while, a hoarse voice said, "There's no one here. Move immediately." "I don't think we should move. This place is already in ruins. The sect above heaven won't notice here. It's safer to stay here," another voice said. The first voice said, "The sect above heaven won't just search once. They will search the Eternal Kingdom again and again until this place is completely destroyed. What you see is only ruins. What they want is dust. It's too dangerous to go out now. It's even more dangerous if we don't go out. It hasn't been long since the sect above heaven destroyed this place. This is their blind spot. Leave immediately." Not long after, the ground shook slightly. A pair of hands reached out from the ground and lifted the ground. An old man crawled out. The old man's face was thin, and his eyes were dim as if they could be extinguished at any time. However, there was an imperceptible cruelty in the depths of his eyes. He looked around carefully and said, "Let's go." Following that, one figure after another crawled out of the ground. These people's cultivations were not high, but they all had one thing in common. Their eyes were obviously dim, but they had the opposite sharpness. Their eyes were like those of vultures, and ordinary people did not dare to look them in the eye. These people walked along the ruins of the Eternal Kingdom, looking for something on the ground from time to time. "I don't know how long it'll take to search like this. What can we do? The Stargate has been destroyed. The only Corpse King with a Stargate is also in the Eternal Kingdom. Du died on the day he was destroyed. If he didn't die, we would have been discovered. We can't escape at all." "Shut up. We betrayed humanity long ago. Once we're discovered, there's no way out. There's no way out if we live underground. Why don't we take a risk? When the Eternal Kingdom comes back, we can use the 2 poisons to return. The race won't blame us." The atmosphere was silent. Only light footsteps could be heard. The group kept looking for a Stargate on the ground. They wanted to escape from the realm of disaster. On the Black Mother tree, the one true God looked in their direction and frowned. A bunch of idiots. One's perspective was determined by one's size, and so was one's height. Ordinary people would never be able to understand what it was like for a cultivator to see the world with a single glance. It was like looking at a lower dimension from a higher dimension, where one could see every detail clearly. These people also had no way of understanding how laughable their actions were in the eyes of a progenitor. Destroying the Eternal Kingdom did not necessarily require the use of a progenitor, as the Limitless Empire's mechas were more than enough. Thus, the group escaped and avoided the mecha's detection. Although they could fight against a progenitor, they did not have the power of a progenitor. However, the moment they emerged from the ground, the human powerhouse that was circling the Black Mother Tree saw them clearly. Regardless of whether it was their expressions, movements, or words, they were all clearly seen. Very quickly, someone found them. A terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. These people were all enlighters, and they could at most be considered alive in the realm of disaster. It was impossible for them to live. When a progenitor's pressure appeared, they had no chance of resisting. It was Xiaojun. Xiaojun looked at the group's sorry state as they fled, and his gaze turned cold. He easily restrained them and appeared in front of the skinny old man. Who are you people? The skinny old man hurriedly knelt. Sir, please take us away from this hell. We are just ordinary cultivators who were captured and brought to the Eternal Kingdom. We don't know anything. That's right, we don't know anything. Sir, please take us away. I beg you, my lord. Xiaojun was indifferent. What two poisons? The skinny old man's heart sank, and he was confused. What poisons? Xiaojun looked at him. The poison of time and the poison of life? Above the sky sect, Luin was delighted. I've finally found them. The poison of time and the poison of life had been developed by the Eternals to deal with humans. Luin had first encountered them on the Shenwu continent, where a short old man had threatened Ming Xiaoshu's maid and poisoned Ming Xiaoshu. He had then observed Ming Xiaoshu's reaction in order to determine when Ming Xiaoshu would die. Ever since then, the poison of life had continuously appeared, especially after Yener had swallowed it. If Mr. Mu had not appeared and used a secret technique to split Yener's personality, she would have died. As for the poison of time, it had caused the primordial space to descend into despair. Only after Luin had restored the progenitor's sword and restored time to normal had the poison of time been dispelled. Both poisons were very powerful. After the Eternals had been defeated, Luin had ordered a search. The poison of time was the antidote to the illusory poison, and each day that passed without finding it, the Moon Immortal, Ice Master, and the others would not be cured. Luin also wanted to get rid of that illusory beast. It was only now that the poison of time had been found. The timing was perfect. Luin thought of the opportunity to cultivate the Sky Palace, which was to break through the limitless inner world and become the limitless ancestors' world. He could then use the limitless ancestors' world to cover the starry sky in his heart and turn it into the Sky Palace. Breaking through the limitless ancestors' world was a necessary opportunity that could not be avoided. Luin also needed an opportunity to break through the limitless ancestors' world, and this opportunity was fabrication. Fabrication was the strongest in the universe, and Luin wanted to use it to break through and reach the ancestors' world. Now, the opportunity had come. Before that, Luin had found the Moon Immortal with the poison of time. The Moon Immortal was the only one left in the Three Moons Alliance. She had died when the Eternals attacked with fabrication. Moon Ghost had died in the previous battle. I didn't expect to only find her now. If I had found her earlier, she wouldn't have died. Luin handed the poison of time to the Moon Immortal. The Moon Immortal had a complicated expression. Everything is fate. Thank you, Headmaster. Luin looked at the Moon Immortal. They had fought before when he was disguised as Yebwa. Even now, the Moon Immortal still did not know about this. Thinking of Yebwa's identity, Luin did not know how to use it. First of all, the Eternals did not know that he was Yebwa. But now that the Eternals were trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and there was no more divine power outside the realm, it seemed pointless to use Yebwa's identity. He could only think about it later. Next, Luin gave the poison of time to Hoju and the Ice Master. He then went to Bing Xian of the Ice Spirit clan and looked at her in a daze. The longer two people were apart, the more unfamiliar they would feel. But Luin treated Ming Yan differently. When he looked at Bing Xian, he did not feel unfamiliar. Instead, he felt warmth. He knew that there was always someone who needed him, someone who supported him, and someone who was waiting for him to return. It was a very comfortable feeling. Luin did not stay for long and left. Fabrication's starry sky was deeper than the 5th mainlands, perhaps because there were not many stars. The huge fabrication lay across the starry sky. It was a colossus, and Luin was about to face this colossus. I don't know why you're here, but I must warn you that fabrication's power is terrifying. Even Hong Yan and Lu Yuan from the primordial space can't compare. Be careful, Black Wushan reminded him. Lu Yuan walked out from behind. Little 7, is this your opportunity? Lu Ying nodded. I want to use fabrications to break through the limitless inner worlds. In the words of ordinary people, you are playing with fire, He Wushan said. Lu Ying did not hesitate and walked towards Su Wang. Su Wang could devour energy, and no living creature dared to get close. Even Great Elder Shan Gu had to rely on Limitless Empire's mecha to get close, and divine punishment was blocked by Su Wang. If not for Lu Yin's scheme, Elder Gu would not have been affected by the heaven's punishment if he had stayed behind. Lu Yin was now facing Su Wang alone, and he also had the 4 locks array on him, which was very dangerous. Su Wang was in a deep slumber, as if he would never wake up. The closer Lu Yin got to it, the more he could feel the pressure coming from it. This pressure came from the creature itself, and even his cultivation base could not compensate for it. It caused Lu Yin's entire body to turn cold. Every breath falsehood took seemed to expand the cosmos, but it also seemed to crush it. Every time he flipped over, he would be able to create a world of nothingness. With the time poison, he felt as if his strength was being devoured, but it wasn't obvious and didn't affect what he was about to do. He came to Su Wang's side and raised his head. When he turned his head, everything that entered his eyes was boundless. It was just too enormous. He raised his hand and placed it on the surface of Su Wang's body. There was no temperature to his touch, it was neither hot nor cold, and it felt as hard as stone. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. What would a normal person feel if they placed their hand on a mountain that reached into the clouds? This was the same feeling that Su Wang had right now. It was an unshakable feeling. This was the feeling. Without this pressure, how could he have used this opportunity to break through the infinite ancestor's realm? Lu Ying took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly widened as an invisible current rippled. Come. As soon as he spoke, he punched Su Wang's body. Lu Yuan stared at this scene, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that Lu Ying would not be able to hold on and be crushed to death by Su Wang. He waited for a while, but there was no reaction. Lu Yuan and He Wushan looked at each other and then stared blankly into the distance. Lu Ying looked at Su Wang, but there was no movement. Did he not feel it? That was awkward. Even though the 4 locks array had sealed off all of Su Wang's strength, and the remaining strength was not enough to pose a threat to an expert, it was still a progenitor's strength. How could Su Wang not feel it? Su Wang moved, as if he was dreaming and wanted to flip over. Lu Ying pursed his lips and raised his hand. Black and purple spread out as he punched out with palm realm battle force. There was still no reaction. Lu Yin's punch had no effect on Su Wang at all. Lu Ying did not believe that Su Wang would not move, and he continued to attack. After nearly 100 punches, Su Wang finally moved. This time, it did not move in a dream. Instead, it swung its tail at Lu Ying as if it was chasing away a mosquito. Lu Ying hurriedly activated the victorious fight technique and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Bang! There was a soft sound as Lu Ying was sent flying by Su Wang's tail. Lu Yuan was shocked. Little 7. He hurriedly chased after Su Wang. He Wushan frowned. Su Wang couldn't have died, right? He hurriedly chased after Su Wang as well. Far away, Lu Ying crashed through dozens of planets before finally crashing into a planet made entirely of grayish-brown stone. The remaining force of his attack had pierced through the planet, and it was on the verge of shattering. Little 7. Lu Yuan arrived. Lu Ying suddenly sat up. Ancestor, I'm fine. Lu Yuan relaxed. That attack wasn't weak. Lu Ying moved his arm. It's equivalent to an attack from a sequence law powerhouse. It's not enough to do anything to me. Su Wang hasn't woken up yet. Continue. Black Wushan suggested, you can ask your ancestor to hit it for you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was right. He looked at Lu Yuan. Ancestor, please hit it for me. Lu Yuan frowned. It's very dangerous. If that thing gets serious, you. Ancestor, my power has been sealed. Su Wang can break through the seal of power, Lu Ying said. Lu Yuan thought about it and agreed. Alright, then get ready. Lu Ying approached Su Wang once again. His body withered as he prepared himself. Far away, Lu Yuan slowly clenched his fist and punched out, shattering the void and tearing open a huge void realm. It landed on Su Wang's body, and at the same time a black line followed the force and also landed on Su Wang's body. It came from Black Wuxian. The two forces hit Su Wang at the same time, causing it to wake up and howl in pain. Both Lu Yuan and Black Wuxian were strong enough to fight Su Wang. Su Wang could only devour energy and increase his strength, but he did not have any other abilities. When Lu Yuan and Black Wuxian's attacks landed at the same time, there were not many in the universe who could withstand them. Su Wang. The world crumbled in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Su Wang stood up and howled in pain as it whipped its tail in the direction of the attack. Lu Yin was already prepared to take on Su Wang's shocking attack. Bang! There was a loud bang as Lu Yin was sent flying. This time, it was completely different from before. He was directly sucked into the void realm, crushing the void along the way. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared. Far away, Lu Yuan was shocked and glared at Black Wuxian. You. Black Wuxian was indifferent. I was just afraid that you wouldn't bear to. Don't worry, you won't die. Lu Yuan gave Black Wuxian a deep look and then chased after Lu Yin. Black Wuxian stood in place without moving. In the distance, Su Wang continued to twist and turn. That attack had left obvious marks on its body, and it was in so much pain that it wanted to roll around. Lu Yin was also in pain, but it only lasted for a moment before he lost all feeling. He had already become numb. He did not know how far he had flown. Perhaps he was still in the void realm, or perhaps he was in outer space. Little 7. Golden light blossomed as Lu Yin was caught by the Divine Seal catalog. Little 7, how are you? Lu Yuan asked anxiously. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He could not speak, and when he looked down, he saw that one of the 4 seals on his right wrist had shattered. His strength had returned. Pfft. He spat out another mouthful of blood before finally catching his breath. Ancestor, I'm fine. Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. How are you? Lu Yin panted heavily, unable to move. He had lost all feeling in his body, and it had been a long time since he had felt this way. He had been injured in his battle with Bai Xian'er and Tian Feng, but it was not like this. Now, it was as if he had been crushed by some colossus. His strength had reached its limit, and even his body had recovered in an instant. Fortunately, he had not broken through the limit, or his injuries would not have been as severe as they were now. After a while, Lu Yin gradually regained his ability to move. In the distance, Su Wang approached and stared at Lu Yin. The Divine Seal catalog's light had attracted its attention. Ancestor, I'll do it myself. Lu Yin moved his limbs, and a crisp sound rang out. He seemed to be heavily injured, but he had not broken through the limit. He just needed to slow down a little. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Wang. Don't force yourself. Don't worry. Lu Yin grinned. Su Wang's strength had surprised him. This inhuman strength was unparalleled, and it surpassed Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and naturally, Lu Yin himself. He longed for this strength. If he could possess it, then it was unknown whether the Eternals would be able to escape to the 6 paths of reincarnation during the second battle of Calamity Realm. That was the limit of the universe's current strength. He wanted to possess this strength. This was a strength that could change qualitatively. Su Wang swam through space, and when the Divine Seal catalog's golden light disappeared, it stopped, as if it could no longer see its surroundings clearly. Lu Yuan distanced himself from Lu Yin. Lu Yin faced Su Wang, and a boundless inner world appeared. Things move in the opposite, and his body was covered with Palm Realm battle force. Come. He then punched at Su Wang. This punch was completely different from the one before, and it was like the difference between heaven and earth. This punch slammed into Su Wang's head, causing it to roar in anger and charge at Lu Yin. Although this punch was extremely powerful and enraged Su Wang, it did not cause much damage to him. Instead, Su Wang's enormous body slammed into Lu Yin and sent him flying. To Su Wang, Lu Yin was like a punching bag. He was constantly sent flying through space, but he was still able to retaliate. He was a punching bag that could retaliate. Pfft. He spat out blood and was sent flying again and again. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore, and his limits were broken. Lu Yin's body cracked open, and he was seriously injured. Su Wang locked onto him and kept charging at him. As long as Lu Yin didn't want to be hit, Su Wang wouldn't be able to hit him. He used the reverse step and easily avoided Su Wang's attacks. He didn't need parallel time, he just needed to be fast. Lu Yuan saw that Lu Yin was seriously injured, and his heart leapt to his throat. Wu Tian had arrived at some point, and when he saw this scene, he praised, "We never thought that the Lu family would have such a descendant." "Are you saying that I can't take hardships?" Lu Yuan retorted. Wu Tian replied, "I'm saying that you don't have a talent." Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to talk to Wu Tian right now. He stared at Lu Yin, afraid that something would happen to him. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin, this child might be a turning point in human history. Whether or not he can break fate depends on him. Fertile Earth, protect him well. Anyone can die, but not him. With that, he left. Lu Yuan shook his head, nonsense. Lu Yin avoided Su Wang as he rolled his die. He watched as it slowly stopped spinning. 4 pips in the time-stop space, just right. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in the time-stop space. Blood flowed continuously, and he sat down. Intense pain came from every corner of his body, he was seriously injured. Fortunately, they were all external injuries and wouldn't take too long to recover. 1 year. 1 year was enough. Lu Yin closed his eyes and slowly recovered. A year later, Lu Yin left the time-stop space, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Su Wang continued to charge at him from afar, but Lu Yin disappeared in that second. Su Wang was confused, but Lu Yin appeared again a second later. Lu Yin had already recovered. No matter how serious his external injuries were, they were still manageable for a powerhouse like him. Ming Yan's vitality had disappeared, and Ancestor Ku had been killed once. Their injuries would take a long time to recover, so Ancestor Ku had been sleeping all this time to recover on his own. Now that Lu Yin had clashed with Su Wang, his injuries were obvious. Although they seemed serious, they were easy to recover from. "Come!" Lu Yin roared. The physical pain was driving him crazy. It was too painful, and the more it hurt, the more clear-headed he became. This was what he needed right now. Without pain, where would the strength come from? Boom! There was a deafening collision as the void world was torn apart in all directions. Lu Yin was sent flying by Su Wang, and as expected, his power had no effect on Su Wang. The surface of his body cracked open once more. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually reach their limits. Su Wang roared angrily and chased after Lu Yin. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, he had never seen Lu Yin in such a miserable state. Lu Yin could defeat Su Wang with his various techniques, but at the very least, Su Wang would not be able to defeat him. However, he had used his own strength to fight against Su Wang's strength, and only he could experience the misery that came with it. He was heavily injured again, but he continued to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, and on the third roll, he rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space to recover. Then, the scene in front of him changed, and he returned to outer space. His body recovered, but he was heavily injured again. This time, he used his speed to delay Su Wang for 10 days. After 10 days, he continued to roll his die and recover. Again, he was heavily injured, recovered, and continued. Su Wang growled. Lu Yin's repeated provocations and collisions had infuriated it to the point where it no longer cared where Lu Yin was. It rammed into the void in all directions, causing the entire region to tremble. It knew that as long as Lu Yin recovered, he would definitely appear in front of it and clash with it. There was no need for it to specifically search for him. Hongyan Mavis had arrived, and she stared blankly at this scene. She recalled how Lu Yin had challenged Fingbua in the Mirage domain. He'll definitely get what he wants. Lu Yuan had already calmed down. Su Wang could not directly kill Lu Yin, and that was enough. Blacklist God had already left. Lu Yuan was always there, and the people around him constantly changed. They had all seen Lu Ying fight Su Wang to the death. Even though no news had been released, those who had witnessed it all suppressed their amazement and admiration. Lu Ying had not only relied on his innate talent, turbid treasures, or background to reach his current level. He had also relied on his own hard work. No one could help him in his battle with Su Wang. Not even Lu Yuan could. 38 times. Lu Ying had clashed with Su Wang 38 times, and he had been heavily injured 38 times. Finally, Lu Ying was able to see the essence of Su Wang's power. Blacklist God and the others had said that Su Wang was born from the universe, and its power was actually a type of sequence law. Thus, when Tianfa had fought Su Wang, it had believed that Su Wang's power would not be able to affect it. It had retreated because Tianfa's chains of time could not trap Su Wang. However, Lu Ying had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan later, and the Patriarch had said that he had not seen any sequence particles in Su Wang. Without sequence particles, how could there be sequence laws? But without sequence laws, how could Su Wang not be able to harm Tianfa with his power? Logically speaking, Su Wang's power was a sequence law. This phenomenon reminded Lu Ying of the zombie god. The zombie god had hidden his sequence particles within his body, making him nearly immortal. If not for the karmic retribution, Lu Ying and the others would not have been able to kill him. If the zombie god was like that, then was Su Wang's power the same? If Su Wang could hide its sequence particles within its body, then it must have a method to do so. This method was exactly what Lu Ying needed. If it was not a sequence law, then that would be even better. Lu Ying wanted to know where Su Wang's terrifying power came from. Only those who had reached his level would know that although power seemed to originate from within a creature's body, once it reached a certain level, that creature would definitely use some method to store it. It was not as simple as just having that power. If Su Wang's power could become the strongest in the universe, then it was not just because of its size. Otherwise, the ancient gods would have made themselves the largest in the universe. Su Wang had to have his own method of storing power. And now, Lu Ying had found it. He could clearly see how Su Wang had done it. It had formed its own power into points, and then used a strange force to connect these points within its body and interact with each other. If the points of power could be seen clearly, then the strange method of connecting them would allow one to see the same tightly connected points of power without any gaps, even if one looked at it through a magnifying glass. This was the essence of Su Wang's power. Creatures were very strange. They could not see the structure of their bodies, but those structures were extremely intricate. Su Wang had not intentionally used this method to store power, but its power was too great, and it had become an instinct. This was exactly what Lu Ying needed. 38 grievous injuries had allowed him to recognize this power, and he retreated step by step, putting some distance between him and Su Wang. Su Wang remained where he was, staring at Lu Ying without moving. Lu Ying had caused it to panic. It was clearly the powerhouse here and could send Lu Ying flying, but Lu Ying would always appear unscathed. This phenomenon was a little strange to it, and it instinctively didn't dare to approach him. Lu Ying was astonished. Su Wang was not coming? He had originally planned to enter the time-stop space to study it, but it did not matter if Su Wang did not come. Otherwise, he would have to wait another 10 days to roll his die again. An infinite inner world appeared. Su Wang was furious when it saw the infinite inner world. Every time Lu Ying collided with it, an infinite inner world would appear. It thought that Lu Ying was going to collide with it again, so it decided to collide with Lu Ying first. Lu Ying hurriedly dodged. Again? Forget it. I'll just wait another 10 days and roll my die to enter the time-stop space. In the distance, Lu Yuan smiled. Xiaoqi must have discovered something and was no longer rashly colliding with Su Wang. That was good. His heart trembled every time he collided with Su Wang, although he had gotten used to it. To the side, Sapphire Jilua said, "I'm starting to admire him." It's not easy for you to admire someone. Back then, you only admired Chu Hei out of the 9 of us, Lu Yuan mocked. Sapphire Jilua said, Chu Hei's deathly aura was so heavy that even Master was amazed. He said that once he broke through to the primordial realm, no one in the universe would be able to compete with him in terms of absolute battle prowess. Even Master wasn't confident. But he still lost. Lu Yuan sighed. Sapphire Jilua was curious, how did he lose? Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't know, just like how we don't know how you disappeared. Sapphire Zhilua fell silent. I believe that he's not dead. Deathly aura is a type of power to him. Let's hope so. 10 days later, Luin rolled his die 4 times, but he didn't get enhance even once. He had no choice but to hide with Su Wang for another 10 days before rolling enhance and entering the time-stop space. After entering the time-stop space, Luin used his limitless inner world, and the energy lines did not collide in a disorderly manner. The inspiration for the disorderly collisions came from the destruction of space-time that he had seen while fishing in the river of time. The disorderly collisions produced power that was then displayed through the limitless inner world in the form of energy lines. It was then absorbed and collided again, truly turning the finite into infinite. This was one of the reasons, but there was a limit to how much he could use this infinite power. This limit was the limit of how much he could use. Once he broke through this limit, he would not be able to withstand it, and he would be heavily injured even without his enemies attacking. The essence of power that he had seen through Su Wang was the final step to perfecting his limitless inner world. He wanted the limitless inner world to produce infinite power, and the power that he could use was also infinite. This was the true limitless inner world, or rather, the limitless ancestral world. Luin began to experiment. The process was long, and changing the nature of one's power was not much easier than creating a battle technique. Even though he had seen through the essence of Su Wang's power, it was still extremely difficult for him to try it out with his human body. The energy lines condensed with a strange force, and if he was not careful, they would stagger. Once they did, his body would feel as if it had been struck. 1 or 2 of them were fine, but if there were too many of them, it would cause more damage to his body. Half a year passed, and Luin continued to experiment with condensing the energy lines. He could already condense them to his wrist, which was his entire palm, and then spread to his entire body. Just one palm took him half a year, and he had lost count of how many times he had failed. His palm had been hit countless times by the energy lines, and the further he progressed, the more energy lines there were, and the more damage his body would have to endure. After nearly a year in the time-stop space, Lu Yin's arm suddenly split apart, and he reappeared in the real universe. He had no choice but to deal with Su Wang, not daring to approach him. The poison of time had also consumed a lot of energy, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He continued to roll the die. This time it went smoothly, and he immediately rolled 4 pips. Luin entered the time-stop space once more and spent a year to form strange lines of energy in his arms. He called this method the Unbounded Realm. The initial stages of the Unbounded Realm were difficult, but Luin became more proficient as he progressed. After a month in Su Wang's space, Luin rolled the time-stop space 3 times, which meant that in 3 years, his entire body was filled with the Unbounded Realm. For a moment, an endless radiance circulated, and the lines of energy flickered continuously. This radiance reminded Luin of the first time he had met Mr. Mu, when his physical strength had reached the limits of that realm. Right, he had forgotten that his physical strength hadn't reached the limit after breaking through to half-ancestor. Now that he had broken through to the progenitor realm, he could be considered a progenitor. He had finally reached the limit of the Unbounded Realm, and his body glowed with radiance. Luin stood in the time-stop space, not knowing how strong he was. He only knew that the Unbounded Realm had given him strength that surpassed anything he had ever experienced before, and this was only the first step of the Unbounded Realm. The second step was to disperse and condense at will, using the lines of energy in his infinite inner world to cover his entire body and form the Unbounded Realm. The third step didn't require him to form the Unbounded Realm. As long as he was in the infinite inner world, he would be in the Unbounded Realm, possessing and controlling boundless energy. These were the 3 steps that Luin had set for his own strength transformation. Now, he had to break through to the infinite ancestor's world. Luin appeared in Su Wang's space, and there was only a small amount of the poison of time left. However, he didn't need it anymore, as he had seen through the essence of Su Wang's power. Su Wang's value had come to an end. Su Wang's enormous eyes stared at Luin as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Luin gave off a very familiar feeling. It wasn't a familiarity that stemmed from their many clashes, but rather a familiarity that stemmed from their strength. No. Was it hostility? That wasn't it either. Su Wang was at a loss, and could only stare at Luin in a daze. More things had happened than it had ever experienced in its entire life. In the distance, Lu Yuan and Jialan Jilua both looked at Luin. Lu Yin's aura had changed. Hongyan Mavis had arrived as well, and she looked at Luin. The starry sky was silent. No one spoke. Luin looked up at the boundless starry sky. His boundless inner world appeared, and his power lines constantly collided. With the boundless inner world as a guide, he broke through to the ancestral world. Rumble! There was an explosion in outer space, which gave Su Wang a fright. He stared at Luin warily, not understanding what had just happened. All he knew was that Luin was giving off an unusual sense of danger. In the distance, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Jialan Jilua widened their eyes. Was he about to break through? Didn't he break through to the ancestor realm? Jialan Jilua was stunned. Lu Yuan grinned and laughed proudly. Little Seven has 4 inner worlds. Jialan Jilua opened his mouth wide. There was such a thing? Hongyan Mavis stared at Luin. He was breaking through to the progenitor realm with an unlimited inner world, which meant that his strength would undergo a metamorphosis. Right, she suddenly recalled that Luin had given her a similar feeling to a certain life form. A strength beast? Hongyan Mavis stared blankly at the gorilla-like life form that had appeared from the void. That life form that gave off a similar feeling to Luin was a strength beast. Hongyan Mavis had not expected that a strength beast would appear just as she thought about it. Luin looked in a certain direction, where a giant gorilla tore through the void and walked out. Although it was not as large as Su Wang, it was not much different. Its entire body seemed to be made of steel, and it was filled with power. Every breath it took caused the heavens to collapse, and with a roar, the entire universe seemed to be stirred up by a tsunami that surged towards Luin. Following that, all sorts of strange life forms walked out from all directions. Although Luin did not recognize them, they all had one similarity: their strength. These life forms seemed to have been born from power, and they all stared at Luin. Luin understood that this was his calamity. He did not walk the path of astral origins, but rather his own path. Thus, breaking through to the progenitor realm did not require an astral origin tribulation, but rather the universe itself. When the mortal world had broken through to the progenitor world, it had attracted the superposition of many parallel spacetimes in an attempt to destroy Luin. The commotion had been so great that it had shaken the entire battlefield. Breaking through to the progenitor realm from the infinite inner worlds had not caused as much of a commotion as the mortal worlds, but that was because the nature of the power was different. The infinite inner worlds had used power to break through to the progenitor realm, but there would also be existences that contained power to stop Luin. The one that Luin was most wary of was that gorilla. Not only did the gorilla's appearance make Luin wary, but it also attracted Su Wang's attention. Su Wang glared at the gorilla and immediately went on guard, sensing a threat from its own kind. In the distance, Lu Yuan blurted out, "That's a strength beast?" Jialan Jilua looked at Hongyan Mavis, "That's a strength beast?" Hongyan Mavis's expression turned ugly. "That's right, it's a strength beast. It was born from the universe and possesses an irresistible power. It's the strongest life form I've ever seen. I've fought it many times, and without exception, I've lost to it in terms of power. Fertile Earth, you once wanted to challenge a strength beast as well. I told you that if you can't beat me, then you can't beat a strength beast. That's a strength beast." Lu Yuan looked fearfully at the gorilla in the distance. That strength beast didn't pose much of a threat to him because it wasn't just powerful. However, in terms of pure strength, he wasn't a match for it. Even Hongyan Mavis wasn't a match for it. Even his master might not be able to beat that beast in terms of absolute strength. Hongyan Mavis's voice was low. "Back then, I searched through spacetime to challenge powerful life forms and defeated most of them. Even if there were some that I couldn't defeat, they couldn't beat me. With the Mavis tree, I'm invincible. Only the strength beast can topple the Mavis tree with brute strength. Whether it's Fingbua or the corpse god, they both need to rely on sequence laws and various methods to topple the Mavis tree. Only the strength beast can topple it with brute strength. Tell Little Seven to be careful." Even without Hongyan Mavis's warning, Luin knew that Su Wang and the strength beast were the ones he was most concerned about. If not for the 4 locks array, he wouldn't have cared about these life forms at all. However, with 3 of his own powers locked down by the array, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Fortunately, he was able to see through the essence of Su Wang's power. Luin looked around and saw that there were no less than 100 lifeforms surrounding him. They had all come from different parallel spacetimes, and it was as if they had been summoned to step into this spacetime. There were always calamities and tribulations, and this universe was not something that they could understand at the moment. Luin clenched his fists. Come on, it's time to compete in strength. A roar came from the giant gorilla. All of the lifeforms looked over. The gorilla spread out its arms and punched each other, the resulting shockwaves visible to the naked eye overturning the void and spreading into the distance. The 100 or so powerful lifeforms around them all revealed looks of fear and retreated. The gorilla roared again. All of the lifeforms fled without a trace. The gorilla's large eyes stared at Luin. It was the strongest lifeform in this universe, and from its point of view, Luin was its prey. However, it had clearly forgotten that there was still Su Wang. Su Wang didn't leave and just stared at the gorilla. It felt a familiar feeling, it was deterrence. Yes, it was deterrence. It had once intimidated the lifeforms of its own universe, just like the gorilla. This scene was all too familiar. Luin met the gorilla's gaze and saw the boundless fighting spirit in its eyes. It wanted to compete in strength. Seeing that the gorilla was about to charge over, Luin pointed at Su Wang. There's another one. The gorilla turned around and saw Su Wang. Su Wang was huge, but it wasn't a life form from this universe. The gorilla hadn't noticed it at first and had assumed that it had run away like the other life forms. The gorilla was instantly enraged and turned to roar at Su Wang. Su Wang's tail twitched as it roared back. The gorilla's deterrence had also angered it. For a moment, the 2 giant lifeforms roared at each other in outer space, completely forgetting about Luin. Luin exhaled as the threads of power from his endless inner world covered his entire body and strengthened his indomitable realm. From a distance, it looked like the threads of power were piercing through his body as they constantly blossomed with light. His entire being seemed to have ascended to a higher level with an ethereal and valiant aura. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis stared at Luin. His aura was becoming more and more similar to the strength beasts, as if they were the same type of power. The radiance on Lu Yin's body grew even more resplendent, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark universe. Su Wang and the strength beast's confrontation reached its limit, and they both charged at each other at the same time. Boom! There was a loud explosion that was followed by the shattering of outer space. The endless universe shattered layer by layer as a huge force was released throughout space. Even Lu Yuan and the rest could feel it. That force swept past, and Sapphire Zhilua felt like she was being pushed back by an invisible force. The fact that she was being pushed back showed just how powerful the force was, and this was just the aftermath. The void world frantically spread out and was easily struck out. Su Wang and the strength beasts had forgotten about their surroundings and Luin as they fought for the position of supreme power in this universe. Sounds of explosions and collisions rang out, causing the starry sky to be in disarray. Like a mirror, the shattered pieces became more and more concentrated. The 2 colossal beings also disappeared into the world of nothingness from time to time and reappeared from time to time. Their bodies seemed to be incomplete. I never thought that there would be a life form in this universe that could compare to the strength beasts, Hongyan Mavis exclaimed. Lu Yuan replied, it's not just strength. If the strength beasts only had strength, then they would lose. Su Wang can devour strength. Thank you for the tips from tomorrow will be better 19147. Thank you. Follow the Wind will do his best to return the chapters 10. Thank you for your support. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. You underestimate the power beasts. They don't need anything else. Their own strength is enough to ensure that even if Xu Wang absorbs their strength, Xu Wang won't be able to gain an advantage in a short period of time. Strength is already a very weak consumption for these 2 behemoths. It will take a very long time to decide the victor through strength alone. Xiaoqi's breakthrough from the ancestral world has attracted the universe's suppression of the limit. That's why the power beasts have appeared. They can't fight Xu Wang for long. Then what will happen? Sapphire Zhilua was confused. Hongyan Mavis' face was solemn. If the power beasts and Xuan can't decide the victor in a short period of time, they will attack Xiaoqi at the same time, Lu Yuan finished. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Then won't he be miserable? Sapphire Zhilua was dumbfounded. Lu Yuan's face was extremely ugly. It was more than miserable. How could he survive against two behemoths at the same time? Perhaps Xuan's existence was the universe's obstruction to Xiaoqi's breakthrough. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any calamity when breaking through to the ancestral world outside the origin space. There is only one exception, and that is when the person's strength approaches a certain limit of the universe or breaks through a certain state. For example, the mortal ancestral world that Xiaoqi broke through before can create spacetime. That's why it attracted the suppression of the surrounding parallel spacetime. Once Xiaoqi creates a parallel spacetime, it will break the pattern of the original spacetime. It's not that the spacetime has a consciousness, but it's their instinct. The universe we live in seems like a region without consciousness or consciousness, but it has the ability to repair itself. It's like the natural environment of a planet. As long as it doesn't have the ability to destroy the entire planet, no matter what a creature does on the planet, it will be repaired by the natural environment in the end. The mortal ancestral world is like that, and it's the same for the infinite inner worlds. Xiaoqi's breakthrough from the infinite ancestral world will touch the limit of human strength. This is not a state that the universe should exist in, so it attracted the power beasts. It can be said that the universe itself is stopping Xiaoqi from breaking through, or it can be said that the power beasts have sensed the threat and come to stop it. Hongyan Mavis said, "The reason why I haven't broken through to the primordial realm is because I've been missing for too long and haven't adapted to it. Secondly, once I break through, I will definitely touch this limit." Like the strength beast? Jiaolan Jilua asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Master has warned us not to break through to the primordial realm so easily. That should be the reason. Master knows very well that it's possible for all of us to touch a certain limit of the universe, which will lead to bad calamities. If I draw over a strength beast when I break through to the primordial realm, the chances of me breaking through will be less than 10%. Now, Xiaoqi is equivalent to us. If Master knew of his current strength, he would definitely warn him not to easily break through to the progenitor realm because his four inner worlds have all touched the limits of the universe. Lu Yuan blamed himself. I should have thought of this earlier. Xiaoqi, if it doesn't work, we can help you get rid of the beast. In the distance, Lu Yin overheard their conversation. Lu Yuan and the others were actually telling him to be mentally prepared. As he watched Su Wang and the beast wrestle, the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. Calamities and tribulations were just calamities and tribulations. The existence of calamities and tribulations did not mean that they could not break through the ancestral world. After all, this was not the origin space. This tribulation was different from the origin tribulation. Just as Lu Yuan had said, it was not impossible for others to intervene in such a calamity. After breaking through his ancestral world, it was entirely possible for others to deal with the calamities and tribulations. Su Wang was an example of this. Otherwise, Su Wang would have suffered an even greater calamity when he wrestled with the beast. The Eternals had not interfered when he had broken through to the mortal ancestral world because the calamities brought about by the overlapping of parallel spacetime were too great. There was not much point in them interfering, and if they did, they would be crushed by the parallel spacetime. It was better to let Lu Yin deal with it himself. Lu Yin was not pretentious. Forefather, if those two monsters cause trouble for me before I break through to the ancestral world, please help me block them. Lu Yuan nodded. It's a small matter. This was not a competition of strength, and Lu Yuan alone could deal with Su Wang and the beast. Lu Yin focused on breaking through to the ancestral world. This universe had probably not expected Su Wang to appear here and be able to block the beast. In reality, these creatures had only appeared because they were struggling against the limit guard. No matter what, they could not stop Lu Yin from breaking through to the infinite ancestral world. As the lines of power continued to enter his body, Lu Yin opened his arms and allowed the light to submerge him. The beast suddenly turned to stare at Lu Yin, leaping up and smashing down with a fist to prevent Lu Yin from breaking through. Lu Yuan snorted, and beside him, Hongyan Mavis' eyes blazed. I'll do it. She then leapt forward, and the Mavis god tree appeared. It swayed as an endless amount of power entered her body, and she punched out at the beast as well. Bang! The void exploded, and both the beast and Hongyan Mavis retreated at the same time. The beast looked over and roared angrily, recognizing Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis rubbed her wrist. "We meet again, little monkey. Let's see how much your strength has increased." The beast roared at the sky and leapt towards Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis was petite, but she exploded with a terrifying strength. She punched out, causing ripples in the void to form dozens of waves that tore through the void and smashed towards the beast. On the other side, Su Wang also charged towards Luyin, instinctively feeling that Luyin was becoming more and more of a threat. This time, Lu Yuan acted. The general appointment platform slammed into Su Wang's body from the side, almost knocking it over. Su Wang was furious and glared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his head. "The scars that Tianfa left on your body aren't light. What, do you want me to leave something behind for you?" Su Wang whipped its tail and sent the general appointment platform flying towards Lu Yuan. Jialan Jilua sighed. Since ancient times, who had ever been protected by the 3 realms and 6 Daos when breaking through to the progenitor realm? This was probably the first. However, most of the cultivators that they had seen break through to the progenitor realm had been in the Genesis space, and they had been unable to help. This situation was very rare. The heavens trembled. Although Hongyan Mavis was weaker than the beast in terms of strength, she had more than just strength. There was no need to even mention Lu Yuan. He could stop both Su Wang and the beast on his own, so it was not difficult for him to stop Su Wang alone. Lu Yin was completely focused. When the light reached its peak, it suddenly dissipated, and his unbounded realm disappeared as well. The light reappeared, and he had taken the second step of the unbounded realm. Breaking through to the unbounded progenitor's world was actually the third step of the unbounded realm. Fusing one's body with the unbounded progenitor's world meant that it was no longer the progenitor's world. Instead, Lu Yin himself was equivalent to a living being from the unbounded progenitor's world. The light suddenly spread out and spread across the entire universe. In an instant, it swept past Su Wang, the beast, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Garanji Lua, and even the distant stars before finally disappearing. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, but he was looking at Lu Yin. He had succeeded. His limitless inner world had successfully broken through to the unbounded progenitor's world. He had also felt the surging power, which was similar to the essence of Su Wang's power. The unbounded realm was actually a transition. If not for this transition, even if he had broken through to the unbounded progenitor's world, there would not have been much of a change. Perhaps he would not have attracted the beast's calamity. But things were different now. He seemed to have walked a path of strength that no human had ever walked before. It was just like how the ancient gods had created battle force and domains in the Palm realm, and how the giants had created the Genesis space. The nature of his power had never been seen in humans before. Even Hongyan Mavis was not like this. He had opened up a new path for humans to cultivate their strength. At the same time, the Azure Sky Palace had also been completed the moment the unbounded progenitor's world transformed. Actually, it should not be said that it had been completed, but rather that it could be used. In the eyes of Lu Yuan and the others, although Lu Yin's appearance had not changed, his gaze had become more profound. Just by standing there, he seemed to be blocking everything. Furthermore, Lu Yin's hair seemed to have grown longer, and there seemed to be some sort of current flowing around his body. "Little Seven, it's done?" Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan. "Ancestor, help me delay them for a while. I'll beat them up in a bit." The beast understood and roared angrily. Hongyan Mavis glanced at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin gave her the same feeling as the beast. Lu Yin released the unbounded progenitor's world and then immediately contracted it. His physical body did not seem to have changed, but he had already transformed the unbounded progenitor's world into an unbounded realm that covered his entire body. Since the Azure Sky Palace could be used, he would not need to use the unbounded progenitor's world to recover his strength in the future. The next moment, the starry sky in his heart was released, causing Garan Jilua's eyelids to twitch. Just how much power did this guy have? Where had he come from? Lu Yin had not cultivated the Azure Sky Palace on his own, and he would not have been able to. After all, the primogenitor had been constantly carving while cultivating the Azure Sky Palace, and he did not have that much time. However, the starry sky in his heart made up for this gap. What was the difference between the stars and the carvings? When the starry sky spread out from his heart, the starry sky trembled and shocked Lu Yuan and the others. They saw an unbelievable scene. What should have been the stars were now streaks of light in all directions. It was as if this part of the universe had been enveloped in a single space. That space was the Azure Sky Palace, and the stars were the carvings. They felt a sense of familiarity. This was the feeling of the Azure Sky Palace. Lu Yuan was delighted. Little 7, you've cultivated the Azure Sky Palace? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Ancestor, I told you that the opportunity to cultivate the Azure Sky Palace is to break through the unbounded progenitor's world. Alright, let them come. I also want to test how strong I am now. Hongyan Mavis was the first to step aside. She wanted to see just how strong Luin was. Luin had only just broken through to the progenitor realm, but he could fight the protectors of the 4 cardinal directions. This was equivalent to fighting a primordial realm expert. The 3 realms and 6 Daos could fight a primordial realm expert, but they were all experts of the sequence laws. In other words, Luin stood on the same level as them. Which one of the 3 realms and 6 Daos did not have extraordinary talent? Which one of them did not shock the past and present? Yet, a junior like Luin had caught up to them. Although they were very happy, they also felt somewhat sullen. Hongyan Mavis was still fine, as Luin had never caught up to her power unless he broke through to the sequence laws. At that time, they would be on the same level, and it would not be embarrassing for her to be surpassed in power. However, things were different now. Luin had broken through to the unbounded ancestor's world, and his power had transformed. She wanted to know if Lu Yin's power had caught up to hers. However, Lu Yuan did not let Su Wang off. It was better to play it safe and let Xiaoqi fight it out with the beast. Luin did not mind, and he looked at the beast with a provocative expression. Come, monkey. The beast was enraged, as it hated being called a monkey. Hongyan Mavis had always used this title to provoke it into competing in strength. Now, it was Lu Yin's turn. The beast leapt towards Luin, grabbing him with both hands and smashing him in the head. Luin looked up. He had already fused with the unbounded ancestor's world, and to a certain extent, he was very similar to Su Wang. The beast's power was also similar. As he watched the beast crash down, Luin bent his leg and rushed forward. The moment he closed in on the beast, he flipped over and kicked out. Bang! The void shattered, and darkness swept across the sky. It was as if the deep starry sky had been dyed with ink. The enormous void realm was instantly shattered. Everyone watched as the beast's body flew backwards and smashed into Su Wang. Su Wang didn't have time to run, and the strength beast smashed into him, sending him flying as well. Luin stood tall in the sky, his eyes blazing. This was his power. Yes, this was his power. In the current universe, no one could compare to him in terms of power. No one, not a single one. Lu Yuan and the rest were stunned. What? Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Lu Yin's power had completely surpassed hers. This was the power of a progenitor after his transformation. Jialan Jilua gulped. He had to admit that this kid had surpassed both the past and present. Hongyan Mavis and De Huang were the strongest in the primordial space, but neither of them could compare to Luin. Lu Yin's power alone was enough to kill most of the universe's powerhouses, and even the sequence law's powerhouses were no exception. How many people would be able to fight against him? Luin exhaled. This feeling was too carefree. In the distance, Su Wang shook off the strength beast and glared angrily at Luin. He then charged forward to ram into Luin. Luin smiled, good timing. I've been injured by you so many times, I should thank you properly. Su Wang charged at Luin and viciously slammed into him, but Luin raised his right arm and blocked the attack with a single arm. Boom shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing Lu Yin's hair to flutter. Luin was knocked back dozens of steps by Su Wang, but in the end, he managed to block the attack with a single arm, suppressing Su Wang in place. The human-like eyes of Su Wang were filled with disbelief. Be careful, Lu Yuan reminded. The strength beast stepped on Su Wang and punched Luyin from above. It was unwilling to give up, as it could not possibly lose in a contest of strength. Luyin looked up and propped up Su Wang with one hand while raising his left arm to grab at the power beast. The strength beast's fist smashed into Luyin's palm. Although there was a huge difference between their sizes, Luyin was still able to use his small palm to block the strength beast's fist. His body was only slightly pressed down. Su Wang roared and exerted more force. The power beast's eyes were ferocious as it punched out with its other fist. Luyin simultaneously released his arms and kicked at Su Wang before flipping over and kicking at the power beast. Two explosions rang out as shockwaves spread out and tore through the void. The two behemoths were sent flying back by Luyin's two kicks. Luyin steadied himself and then took a step forward to charge at Su Wang. He raised his fist. "You're asking for a beating." He punched Su Wang's head, but the beast clenched its fists and smashed down again. Luyin turned around and punched out from below. There was a loud boom as the clash of strength was simple and unadorned, but each step was filled with danger. These were the three strongest beings in the universe, and outsiders could not interfere in their battle. Hongyan Mavis might be able to join in, but she would not be able to last until the end. If Lu Yuan went up, then he might even be beaten to a pulp. Luyin had single-handedly taken on two behemoths. Jialan Jilua's blood boiled as he watched, and his eyes lit up. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. After stepping into the progenitor realm, Luyin had transformed. In the past, he had relied on various methods to challenge the seven sky gods, but he had always felt that something was missing. However, ever since he had broken through to the ancestral world and the mortal world, he had not been lacking. Now, his strength had reached such a level that even a single punch from him would not feel good. This was the limit, and the universe had been thinking of ways to prevent humans from reaching it. Luyin had finally crossed it. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. "I've thought of many methods, but I've never been able to cross it. Now that I see Little Seven's transformation, I understand. It's not that I can't cross it, but that I'm limited by my species. Little Seven's aura is similar to the power beasts, and he's borrowing the essence of their strength. As for me, I've only been thinking about the Mavis God Tree and my own transformation." Lu Yuan looked at Hongyan Mavis in a daze. She did not understand. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan subconsciously asked, "Why haven't you thought about learning the essence of the power beast's strength?" Hongyan Mavis shook her head. "I just haven't thought about it. I can clearly see the essence of its strength, but I value my own strength more." Lu Yuan retracted his gaze with a complicated expression. "Maybe I know why De Huang is drifting further and further away from us." Hongyan Mavis was stunned, but she understood as well. Sapphire Jilua sighed, as she understood as well. It was difficult to change the gap between species. They had left their apprenticeship and made a name for themselves in the three realms and six daos. Under the resplendent background of the above heaven, they had unconsciously developed a sense of rejection towards the astral beasts. De Huang was an astral beast, and Sapphire Jilua could feel it. Thus, after leaving their apprenticeship, they had gradually drifted apart. Back in that era, would humans really have followed their ancestors' wishes and not enslaved the astral beasts? That was impossible. That extremely brilliant human glory covered up the endless darkness and also created the endless darkness. Big Yellow could see the darkness clearly, but they couldn't. In the era that Luyin was born in, humans had no ability to enslave astral beasts. He was fundamentally different from the humans of the above heaven era. Even if De Huang had intentionally caused the destruction of the fourth mainland, it was not wrong. To the astral beasts, humans, and the everlasting race were all the same. In fact, the everlasting race was even better, as corpse kings would not enslave astral beasts. No wonder, no wonder. In the distance, Luyin punched the beast's head, knocking it to the ground. He then kicked Su Wang's head, causing it to become dizzy. The two behemoths looked at each other, somewhat doubting their beastly existence. Luyin looked at the two behemoths in front of him and said in high spirits, "Again." The beast glared at Luyin angrily. Su Wang's tail was raised high, and he let out a howl. He charged forward and slammed into the ground. Luyin kicked out again, and Su Wang's attack was stopped. Luyin was also forced back a few steps, and the beast came charging at him again. He punched out, and with a bang, the beast was sent flying back. Su Wang swung its body, its tail smashing towards Luyin. In the past, this tail had been enough to severely injure Luyin. Now, Luyin kicked out again, and even though he was forced back, he managed to block the attack. He then turned around and kicked Su Wang's side, forcing it back. Luyin's strength surpassed both Su Wang and the beast, and he could suppress one of them with a single hand. However, it would take some effort to suppress both of them together. Still, it was only a matter of time. These two behemoths were quite durable, and Luyin's breakthrough to the unbounded ancestors' world had greatly increased his endurance. His strength had also transformed his body, and he was now different from when he had fought in the second domain of disaster. They continued to fight and compete in strength. Time continued to pass. Su Wang and the beast showed no signs of giving up, and they continued to fight to the death with Luyin. Luyin did not plan to end things so easily either. If they wanted to be beaten, then he would beat them until they submitted. He did not believe that he could not suppress these two beasts. Lu Yuan and the others were not in a hurry, and they simply watched. They knew what Luyin was thinking. He wanted to subdue these two astral beasts. Subdue? I've thought about it before. If it's impossible with other powers, then it might be possible with pure strength, Han Yan Mavis said. Sapphire Zhilua sighed, we should let De Huang see it too. Lu Yuan was helpless, even if we want to use other powers, we can't. Only one of Xiaoqi's 4 locks formation has been dispelled. He should be able to dispel it himself. With his strength, he should be able to do so, Han Yan Mavis said. The 4 locks formation could only be dispelled by one's own strength, not an outsider's. It all depended on when Luyin would dispel it. A loud sound rang out as the strength beast smashed into Su Wang again, sending him flying with the impact. Luyin panted heavily as he chased after it. He refused to believe that there were no beasts that could not be subdued, and that there were only people without courage. Su Wang pushed the beast aside and opened its mouth to bite Luyin. At that moment, Luyin's time poison was completely gone, and he could feel his strength being devoured. It was a strange feeling, as if he was moving at an accelerated speed. The exhaustion experienced by jumping 100 times and jumping 10 times in a row was completely different. At this moment, Su Wang was making Luyin feel the exhaustion of jumping 100 times in a row after just 10 times. This was the loss of strength, and it also gave Su Wang the confidence to resist. It felt that as long as it had enough time, it would definitely be able to exhaust Luyin to death. The beast also sensed Su Wang's intentions, and under the stunned gazes of Lu Yuan and the rest, it gave Su Wang a thumbs up. Luyin was stunned. Was this a compliment? This strength beast was too human-like. Su Wang's eyes spun, unable to comprehend the beast's hand gesture. Luyin's expression suddenly changed, and he gave the beast a thumbs up. This wasn't a universal hand gesture, but rather one from Earth. Although he couldn't rule out the possibility that other universes had developed this hand gesture, could it really be so coincidental? Luyin stared at the beast. Could this guy be related to Earth? How was that possible? The beast's parallel universe had never interacted with the Genesis space before. Based on what Han Yan Mavis had said, back in the Above Heaven sect, she had looked for the beast to compete in strength. First, it wasn't easy to find one, and second, it was proof that the beast had existed for a very long time. Earth definitely hadn't developed this hand gesture for that long, at most a few hundred years. If the beast's hand gesture really was related to Earth, then the only place that was related to it was White Cloud City. There was a simple way to prove whether or not this beast was related to Earth. Luyin gave the beast a thumbs up. The beast was stunned and had a strange expression. What did this human mean? Was he praising it? Luyin's eyes narrowed as he flipped his hand and gestured to the force beast. The beast's mouth gaped open before its eyes turned red. It was completely enraged and let out a furious roar. This human was insulting it. Luyin sighed, this beast was definitely related to Earth. The beast was irritable and charged at Luyin, swinging its fists to shatter space and cause the entire universe to tremble. Although Luyin's strength had been depleted, this did not affect the beast's battle with Su Wang. Even now, he was unaffected. Jumping 10 times in a row was equivalent to jumping 100 times in a row, but Luyin could jump 1,000 or even 10,000 times in a row. Bang! Bang! There were 2 consecutive collisions, and the shockwaves tore through the void like ripples on the surface of a lake, shattering layer by layer. Lu Yin's 2 fists collided with the beast's, forcing it back. At the same time, he stepped forward and appeared in front of the beast. He raised his arm high. Let's see how well you can take a beating. The beast was sent flying, and its head felt like it was about to explode. Behind them, Su Wang no longer charged at Lu Yin, as it planned to consume his strength to waste time. However, how could Lu Yin give it that time? He immediately appeared on its back and punched the beast, causing it to wail in pain. Its body curled up and writhed wildly from the impact. Lu Yin did not let it go and continued punching it. Su Wang frantically tried to escape, but it could not shake off Lu Yin. It crashed into Lu Yuan and the others along the way, but they avoided it. It then crashed into the beast, but this time, the beast had learned its lesson and hurriedly fled. Punch after punch, Su Wang was forcefully beaten to the point of vomiting stomach acid. Its wails grew weaker and weaker, and a layer of skin was torn off from its originally smooth back. The point of power that had been condensed by a special force was scattered, and Su Wang's strength continued to weaken. The beast saw that Su Wang was about to collapse, so it casually tore through the void to escape. Lu Yin looked up. You want to escape? Before he could do anything, the general appointment platform slammed into the beast from the side, forcing it back. The beast glared at Lu Yuan viciously. Lu Yuan looked up, his primordial realm aura erupting as he sneered, "Little beast, you still want to spar with me?" The strength beast was afraid. This human had power that made it afraid, so it couldn't fight him head-on. It rushed into the distance, only to find that it was shrouded by a shadow. It turned around and saw Su Wang's huge body smashing towards it. The strength beast couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Su Wang. It spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin snorted and chased after them. He had already made up his mind to subdue these 2 fellows. They would either follow him or die. These were their only 2 choices. Their breathing grew heavier. The beast clutched its arm, which was broken. Su Wang could not move at all, as it had been severely injured. Lu Yin slowly approached them. Their gazes towards Lu Yin had changed from wariness to apprehension, and now to fear. Their gazes constantly changed. The closer Lu Yin got, the more they retreated. They were clearly giants, but they gave off a pitiful feeling. In the distance, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of Xianxia and Zhu Meng. They were his master's pets. Right, he also thought of the shipfish. That fish was especially despicable. Now, Lu Yin also had the caged Wyrm. If he really subdued these 2 giants, he would basically be on the same level as his master. The caged Wyrm seemed powerful, but it slipped away faster than anyone else. It was a perfect match for the shipfish. These 2 giants were definitely not any weaker than Xianxia and Zhu Meng. The more Lu Yuan looked at them, the more he felt that Lu Yin was similar to the primogenitor. Was reincarnation really a thing? Humans could always be reborn from the ashes. His master had once brought humanity to the peak. Now, Xiaoqi could definitely do the same. Lu Yin faced the 2 giants and slowly raised his fist, again. Su Wang subconsciously retreated, howling in pain as his tail drooped down. The beast took half a step back and stared at Lu Yin with unwillingness and helplessness. He raised a hand and gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. Lu Yin snorted, "Don't try that with me. Either follow me or be beaten to death. Choose one." The beast bared his teeth and subconsciously wanted to give Lu Yin a thumbs up, but he did not dare to do so under Lu Yin's fierce gaze. He scratched his head and rolled his eyes. He gave Lu Yin what he thought was a kind smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Because he was so big, his white teeth almost lit up the sky. Hongyan Mavis and the others felt strange. Su Wang's eyes moved, and when he saw the beast's actions, he followed suit and slowly curved his mouth, revealing even bigger white teeth. The beast was speechless and wanted to kick him. Couldn't he be a little more creative? The deep starry sky was filled with desolation and loneliness. Here, survival was the most important thing. But now, Lu Yin had lost all his killing intent because of these 2 giants. As he looked at the 2 mouths full of white teeth, he felt like he couldn't bring himself to do it. The beast could sense that Lu Yin's killing intent had lessened, and his smile grew even more brilliant. He tapped the void with his thumb, causing ripples to form as he gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. Su Wang sensed it as well. It had no arms or legs, and under everyone's stunned gazes, its tail curled up. Half of its tail was bent, while the other half was raised like a thumb. It tapped the void lightly as it aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The beast turned around and saw this scene with a look of amazement. He glanced at Su Wang. This guy wasn't stupid. Su Wang praised Lu Yin as he retreated, clearly trying to slip away. Su Wang followed suit, praising Lu Yin as he retreated. Unexpectedly, the beast stepped on Su Wang. Su Wang's body was too slippery, and he fell to the ground. Su Wang was also in pain and roared at the beast. The beast hurriedly put a finger to his lips and shushed Su Wang, silencing him. The two giants slowly turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Continue. He then raised his fist and punched the two beasts. The beast roared in indignation and swatted at Lu Yin with its remaining arm. Su Wang also went all out and charged forward. In the distance, Lu Yuan shook his head. These two giants wouldn't be able to escape. Hongyan Mavis was bitter. I've never seen the beast act like that. That's because you haven't pushed it to the limit, Sanlin Jilua said. Hongyan Mavis said, I've always competed with it in terms of strength. If I can't win, then I naturally can't push it to the limit. But if I use other powers, then it's not my match. If you can use other powers, then why bother? Sanlin Jilua retorted. Hongyan Mavis frowned and looked at Sanlin Jilua. You seem to be choking me, Floey. Lu Yuan interrupted, she's not choking you, she's choking everyone. Have you forgotten what she's like? The sixth mainland doesn't have a good relationship with the other mainlands. Hongyan Mavis thought about it and agreed. Sanlin Jilua didn't mind. The sounds of collisions and fighting could be heard from the distance. The beast and Su Wang hadn't been able to defeat Lu Yin at the start, and now, they were even less of a match. They couldn't even escape, and as they fought, the two giants didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. This was especially true for the beast, who was lying in space and constantly giving Lu Yin a thumbs up. Lu Yin stood on its head. Can you talk? Copy me. The beast simply shook its head. Lu Yin was satisfied. It's better if you can't. If you can talk, then I wouldn't want to bring you along. The beast opened its mouth and sighed. Lu Yin turned to look at Su Wang, who was like a beached dead fish. It would occasionally flap its tail, but it couldn't move. As expected, the two behemoths were beaten into submission. Lu Yin pointed to his shoulder with one hand and his feet with the other. The beast struggled to sit up, and its body shrank. Su Wang also shrank and rushed towards Lu Yin at a speed faster than the beast, naturally perching on his shoulder. Lu Yin looked at it. Its tail was perked up, and it looked quite carefree. The beast gritted its teeth and rushed over, kicking it off Lu Yin's shoulder. Su Wang was enraged and charged at the beast. Lu Yin picked them up one by one, and now that they had shrunk their bodies, it was enough for him to pick them up. I'll beat you up if you make any more noise. The two beasts bared their white teeth and gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. Lu Yin sighed, thinking about the divine eagle's might and the ancestral Mang's domineering aura. He felt that these two fellows couldn't compare. Lu Yuan and the rest came over. Congratulations, little seven. You've gained 2 guardian beasts. Lu Yuan smiled. Sanlin Jilua sized up Su Wang and the beast curiously. These two weren't weak. Su Wang's ability to devour energy is troublesome. Lu Yin patted Su Wang. Don't tell me you can't take it. If you can't, I won't bring you along. Su Wang grinned, revealing his white teeth, and then shook its body, clearly indicating that it couldn't. The beast popped out from behind and knocked Su Wang back. It then gave Lu Yin a thumbs up and pointed at Su Wang, as if trying to convey something. Su Wang was furious and wanted to beat the beast to death. Lu Yin's gaze was dangerous and filled with killing intent. You seem to have misunderstood me. I can't bring you along, so I can only kill you. Su Wang was stunned and then quickly retracted his ability to devour energy. In the past, no matter who discovered it, it would just sleep and ignore them. Wherever it went, it would devour energy and release it on its own. Even the ancient gods thought that it couldn't restrain this ability. But the beast was different. To a certain extent, the two were very similar. One was a creature released from the universe and should represent the strongest power, while the other was the strongest creature in this universe. The beast could sense that Su Wang could restrain his ability to devour energy. However, the price was that Su Wang's entire body swelled up, and he couldn't bear his white teeth anymore. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." Hongyan Mavis moved closer and stared at the beast. "Hey, you remember me, right?" The beast glared fiercely at Hongyan Mavis, ready to bite her at any moment. "Senior, are you sure this is the beast that competed in strength? Could it be the descendant of the previous beast?" Luin asked. Hongyan Mavis replied, "No, the beast is not a race. Even if it has descendants, they might not be able to inherit its strength. Its strength is not cultivated, but instinctive, just like Su Wang." She then looked at Luin in amazement. "Little Seven, you managed to cultivate their innate strength. I'm impressed." Luin replied, "It can be done as long as you can treat the strength as a physical state. If Senior wants to learn, I can teach you." "Of course, thank you." Hongyan Mavis was grateful. Lu Yuan laughed. "Little Seven, teach me a thing or two." Luin smiled, "Of course." Jialanjilua was envious. "Once you learn it, your strength will rise to another level. Please mark out the places where you used your full strength. I need to know where to use my 8-star innate gift." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Jialanjilua. "I forgot something. Senior Jialan, why does the Shaoing Divine Sovereign have an 8-star innate gift?" Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis both looked at Jialanjilua. They had forgotten that the Shaoing Divine Sovereign had displayed an 8-star innate gift, but he could not be from the Jialan bloodline. Jialanjilua's gaze turned cold. "It should be from the Eternals." "What do you mean? The Eternals have the ability of the Jialan bloodline?" Luin did not understand. Jialanjilua said, "I only found out when I was in Tian Feng's body. The Eternals, who are also the only true gods, have an innate gift called bone grafting." "Bone grafters?" Luin blurted out. Jialanjilua's gaze turned cold. Bone grafters did appear in history, but it was short-lived. They do not care about the flesh, only the bones. With the bones, they can obtain the strength and innate gifts of the previous owner. That is why this race was wiped out. You know about them. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "What does the Eternals have to do with them?" Jialanjilua said, "He was the one who created the bone plant people and left them in the beginning space. I was sealed in Tian Feng's body. Originally, Tian Feng wanted to kill me directly, but the Eternals appeared and used the methods of bone grafters to pull out my tendons and skin. I was subjected to the punishment of disfigurement, and part of my bones were extracted. Therefore, it is not strange for the Eternals to have the power of Indigo and 8-star talents." Hongyan Mavis grabbed Indigo Jilua's arm. Jialanjilua subconsciously withdrew his hand. "So that's why you can't remove the bandage and restore your appearance?" Hongyan Mavis' eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Lu Yuan's face was terrifyingly grim. Regardless of the internal conflicts within the 3 realms and 6 paths, the relationship between the two of them was real. It was a bond formed under the teachings of their ancestor. Now that Jialanjilua was in such a miserable state, Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were furious. They had the urge to destroy the Eternals and the Guardians of the 4 directions immediately. Lu Yin's face darkened as well. Jialanjilua's misfortune was no less than anyone else's. No wonder she said she was unable to recover. For a woman who loved beauty to suffer such a disaster, one could imagine the impact it would have on her. "How do you want to take revenge, Hua Hua?" Lu Yuan asked in a low voice. Jialanjilua calmly replied, "It's been so long. Let's talk about it later. Be careful. The Eternals can give way to one person." "Who is that?" "Divine Shaoing, right? If one Divine Shaoing can use an 8-star innate gift, then there can be more. This didn't happen in the previous battle, so the Eternals must have other motives." Luin suddenly thought of the bone boats in Immemorial City. He had discovered a phenomenon there: the Eternals did not care about the deaths of their experts. He had heard some conversations about how even if they died, they would still appear later. He had not understood at the time, but now he had a guess. Perhaps Jialanjilua's bones were on the bone boats. The Eternals had used bone grafting techniques to allow the Corpse Kings to obtain various kinds of strength through the bones of various powerhouses. That was why those powerhouses kept appearing. In other words, Immemorial City was facing powerhouses who had already died. As long as the Eternals continued to collect the bones of powerhouses, they would be able to increase the strength of the bone boats. Xianxia's bones might not only be on Divine Xiaoyin's body, but they might also be on the bone boats. The bone boats were the Eternals' greatest weapon against Immemorial City, and now, Luyin had a clear view of this weapon. Xianxia had been sealed within Tianfeng's body, so he had learned many things, but the price he had to pay for this was extremely heavy. A thumb was raised in front of Lu Yin's eyes, aimed at Xianxia. It was the strength beast, and it was praising Xianxia. Lu Yin slapped the beast's head. Go back. The strength beast covered its head and shrank back. Let's go. It's time to leave, Lu Yuan said. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. As soon as they arrived, the strength beast and Su Wang looked at the caged drake and ancestral tortoise outside the sect. They were very sensitive to the auras of their own kind, even though the two beasts were far from being able to defeat these two. The caged drake felt his scalp go numb, and he subconsciously bared his fangs and claws in an attempt to intimidate the unknown enemy. The ancestral tortoise was even more straightforward and shrank its head back. Out of sight, out of mind. The strength beast was disdainful. Su Wang was now coiled around Lu Yin's waist. In any case, it did not stay under Lu Yin's feet. Many people were curious about Su Wang and the strength beast, and Lu Yin announced to the public that the Heavens sect now had 2 more guardian beasts, which excited many people. The stronger the Heavens sect was, the more confident the humans would be. 10 days later, Lu Yin began to roll his die. He tapped it and watched it slowly spin before finally stopping at 3 pips. Lu Yin felt helpless, as there was nothing he could do without money. He continued to roll the die, and the second time he rolled it was 5 pips. He slapped Su Wang, and an image of an air current appeared on the die. Su Wang's ability to devour energy was a sequence principle, and it could also be considered an innate gift that could be borrowed. Su Wang was at a loss, and when Lu Yin slapped it, it subconsciously smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Its body had shriveled up, and it had unconsciously devoured energy, causing a commotion in the Heavens sect. Lu Yin glared at it, and it hurriedly retracted its ability to devour energy, causing it to swell up again. The strength beast blinked and smiled at Lu Yin as well. Both of them praised the die, afraid that they would be beaten up. Lu Yin was speechless, as these two were not much smarter than the caged drake. They were both idiots. He continued. The third time he rolled it was 4 pips, and Lu Yin entered the time-stop space. The strength beast fell down, and Lu Yin was gone. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin looked at his hands and feet. It was time to remove the 4 locks array. He had used Su Wang's strength to break through his own seal, and now that he had broken through, he wanted to use his own strength to break through the other 3 seals. The mortal world, time, and innate gifts were not simple, but with Lu Yin's current strength, he did not know how much power he could withstand. Furthermore, there was another type of power, the Sky Palace. The unbounded progenitor's world was constantly attached to Lu Yin's body in the form of an unbounded realm, but it was still not enough. Lines of power appeared around Lu Yin and began to madly collide. Although Lu Yin's body had formed an unbounded realm with a strange force, his current unbounded realm strength might be able to break through the seal of time and innate gifts, but it might not be able to break through the seal of the mortal ancestor's world. It was still an ancestral world, and in terms of threat to powerhouses, it was definitely not inferior to physical strength. Lu Yin had relied on the mortal ancestor's world to dominate the second battlefield of tragedy. The lines of power collided and produced new lines of power that penetrated Lu Yin's body. As long as he was in the unbounded ancestor's world, he could enter the unbounded realm at any time. Not long after, he released the starry sky in his heart, and the Sky Palace appeared. Auroras fell from all directions, and stars twinkled like sculptures. The lines of power constantly collided within the Sky Palace, but they did not overflow and could be used limitlessly. Lu Yin punched at the lock on his left arm. Crack! The lock shattered, but it was formed from time and could not withstand Lu Yin's current strength. Next, Lu Yin used his strength to shatter the lock on his right foot, which represented his innate gift. Finally, it was the lock on his left foot. Lu Ying punched out, but the lock did not budge. The mortal ancestor's world was different. This was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he continued to absorb the lines of power. His body dried up as he frantically condensed power. No matter what kind of creature it was, there was a limit to the amount of power that could be contained within their body. The so-called limit turned into limitless was just a state. More importantly, it depended on whether or not the creature's body could withstand limitless power. The unbounded realm allowed Lu Ying to withstand power that surpassed that of Su Wang and Li Shou, but there was also a limit. If he truly had limitless power, then he would have been able to crush Su Wang and Li Shou with a single finger. That kind of power would not be recognized by the universe. The universe had no limits, that was what the progenitor had said. Within the Sky Palace, Lu Ying punched at the lock on his left foot. His strength would not decline, and it would only circulate endlessly within the Sky Palace. If one punch was not enough, he would punch twice, and if two still did not work, he would punch 200 times. Finally, there was a soft sound as the last lock shattered. Lu Ying stood in place, exhausted, and panting heavily. He had finally dispelled the four locks formation. At this point, Lu Yin's strength had finally recovered to its peak. There was a limit to one's strength, and the Sky Palace's existence not only ensured that Lu Yin's strength was limitless, but it also ensured that Lu Yin's other abilities were limitless. This was the progenitor's ultimate technique, and after breaking through the unbounded ancestor's world, he had finally combined the Sky Palace with the starry sky in his heart and successfully released it. The current Lu Ying was different from when he had fought in the second Calamity realm. In the current universe, there were very few who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos would not be able to defeat him. This was Lu Yin's confidence. After staying in the time-stop space for a year, he had gotten used to his current fighting style. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Ying returned to the above heaven Sex back mountain. Only a second had passed in the outside world, and Li Shou had just fallen off his shoulder when Lu Ying appeared and knocked him away. Li Shou looked at Lu Ying blankly, not understanding what had just happened. Lu Ying squatted down and stared at Li Shou. Li Shou blinked and then gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, he grinned, as he felt that this action would prevent him from getting beaten up. "Who did you learn this hand gesture from?" Lu Ying asked. Li Shou didn't understand and continued to like it. Lu Ying gave him a thumbs up. "Who did you learn this hand gesture from?" Li Shou looked at Lu Yin's thumb and fell into deep thought. "Have you heard of White Cloud City?" Lu Ying asked. Li Shou shook his head. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Have you seen a rabbit that likes to step on people's heads?" Li Shou's eyes lit up and he continued to like it. Lu Ying understood, it really was that rabbit. "Where is that rabbit?" Li Shou shook his head and then made many gestures to explain. It took a while for Lu Ying to understand why the rabbit had suddenly appeared and wanted to step on Li Shou. Who was Li Shou? Li Shou was an absolute being that surpassed Hongyan Mavis in terms of strength. Even an expert from the eternal race's 7 realms would not be able to handle it, so how could a rabbit step on it? The rabbit was caught and beaten up, but Li Shou didn't kill it and instead teased it. He had learned this hand gesture from the rabbit. When the rabbit escaped, Li Shou didn't chase after it. If he couldn't catch it, the rabbit would just travel through parallel universes, and Li Shou wouldn't be able to find it. Lu Ying had thought that Li Shou was related to Earth, so this answer wasn't unexpected. Speaking of which, that rabbit was really something. It ran away frantically, afraid of being caught by White Cloud City. After asking this question, Lu Ying turned to stare at Su Wang. Su Wang floated in the air like a dead fish, slapping its tail from time to time. It panicked when it saw Lu Ying suddenly staring at it, but then it smiled and tried not to show its white teeth. It raised its tail and gave Lu Ying a thumbs up. Lu Ying pursed his lips and continued to stare at it without saying a word. Li Shou blinked and looked around curiously, as if taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. It had just met Su Wang, and they had even fought, so they could be considered fellow sufferers. Su Wang was getting more and more flustered, and its tail was raised high as it gave Lu Ying a thumbs up. Lu Ying frowned. "How did you know?" He was thinking about a problem. When Tianfa had first met Su Wang, it had said that Su Wang didn't belong to this universe. How did Tianfa know? The protectors of the four cardinal regions must have a way of seeing the characteristics of creatures that didn't belong to this universe, or even find them. Otherwise, how could it chase after Elder Shan go? How did Tianxi find the lost clan's hiding place? Luyin really wanted to find out the reason. He hoped that by seeing the characteristics that did not belong to this universe, he would be able to find the heavenly blessing and heavenly grace and eradicate these two disasters. But after looking at it for a few days, he still couldn't find anything. Su Wang, on the other hand, had been praising him with his tail for several days. He was exhausted. It had always felt that the only reason it hadn't been beaten up was because it had been constantly praising Lu Yin's posts. Otherwise, it would have been beaten up long ago. Thinking of this, it looked at the strength beast gratefully. This action was taught by the strength beast. Lu Yin went to look for Patriarch Lu Yuan, Jialanji Lua, Wu Tian, and many others, but he couldn't find anything that matched that trait. He even conversed with the only true God. You want to use this method to find the guardian envoys? Find them and eliminate them. Isn't that what you Eternals want as well? The humans and the guardians of the four directions are absolutely irreconcilable, and a victor has to be determined. Unfortunately, I don't know either. I have no idea where they are or what their characteristics are. You, on the other hand, have changed your aura. Did you break through to the ancestral realm in your inner world? Lu Yin's change couldn't be hidden from the only true God, and he had no intention of hiding it. It wasn't just the only true God, the Archer God and the others could see it as well. Lu Yin now had a soul-stirring aura that pressured them. The God of Forgotten Ruins admitted that she wasn't Lu Yin's match in a one-on-one fight. Lu Yin left and went to the city where the lost clan had been massacred. Tianxi had massacred the city to infuriate Lu Yin and start a war. The results were just as he had expected, and they had indeed started a war. However, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. In the current universe, the Above Heavens sect still had the upper hand. Walking through the city, one could still smell the stench of blood. The lost clan could now openly return to their spacetime. This city had been abandoned, but there was still someone here. It was none other than Su Wuji. The lost clan had their own unique burial method for the dead. The burial method looked similar to a trap, and it was considered a tomb for the lost clan. A card was carved outside each tomb, and the card was used by the deceased when they were alive. There was a card carved in front of Danfeng's tomb. Su Wuji hugged a jar of wine and leaned against the tomb, muttering something to himself. There was a box at his feet that Danfeng had asked Lu Yin to bring to him. Back then, Lu Yin had been very curious about what was in the box, but it was a secret between Su Wuji and Danfeng. Lu Yin walked behind Su Wuji and looked at Danfeng's tomb. The carved card was equivalent to the lost clan's inscriptions. Every lost clan member's most important item was the card. Lu Yin looked at the card for a long time before bowing slowly to express his respect for Danfeng and the dead lost clan members. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he had failed to protect the lost clan members. Since he had joined the Above Heaven sect, he had the responsibility to protect them, but he had failed. I'm sorry. Lu Yin's voice was heavy as it echoed in the empty city. Su Wuji put down the jar and pushed his sunglasses up. He wanted to stand up, but he had drunk too much and could not. He fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at him. He still wanted to stand up, but after a few tries, he failed. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I can't stand up. Su Wuji laughed bitterly. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm sorry. Su Wuji waved his hand. It's normal for cultivators to die. What's there to be sorry about? You've done well, really well. If it had been anyone else, they would have given up on the lost clan long ago. Master Lu, you don't owe anyone anything. Lu Yin slowly sat down on the ground in front of Su Wuji. Is it uncomfortable? Su Wuji laughed and shook his head. Not at all. We'll meet again one day. Your sunglasses fell off, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji rubbed his eyes and touched his sunglasses, but they did not fall off. He smiled bitterly again and took a big gulp from the jar. Lu Yin looked around. I'll definitely take revenge. Definitely. Su Wuji threw the jar away, causing it to shatter on the ground. He took off his sunglasses and stared at Luin with a serious expression. It's called taking revenge if you're competent, but it's called suicide if you're not. I did something suicidal before. He was referring to charging at Xianxia. Danjing had also attacked at the same time, but the two had not been able to hurt Xianxia at all. Xianxia had grabbed both of them and crushed them. If not for Lu Yin's flowing light reversal, Zhang Jichu would have died as well. Master Lu, you shouldn't have saved me. Su Wuji took out another jar of wine from his cosmic ring and downed it. Lu Yin said, I'm already upset that I couldn't save these people. Su Wuji sighed. You shouldn't have saved me, but I still have to thank you. Lu Yin did not reply and silently looked at Dan Fengyi's grave. After a while, Lu Yin said, tell me about you guys. Su Wuji fell to the ground. What's there to say? What about the box? What's inside? I brought it to you, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji stared blankly at the sky. I have a card from the Lost Clan. It's a 7-star ancient card, Nightshade. I got it from the upper 3 sections. I'm the one who showed off my muscles in the upper 3 sections, let loose, and then drew out the card. Lu Yin was not surprised. When Su Wuji had told him about the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan, he had listed several ways to get the card, including singing, writing poems, telling one's wishes, and showing off one's muscles. At that time, he had felt that the one who showed off his muscles was Su Wuji. Su Wuji slowly told the whole process of him and Dan Fengyi from meeting each other. The process was not long. Dan Fengyi was still called Fengyi at that time, and she was from the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and it was impossible for her to have much contact with Su Wuji. What ignited their love was that time in the upper 3 sections. Su Wuji did not show off his muscles to attract the card, but to attract Dan Fengyi. It was strange that Dan Fengyi especially liked muscular men. Su Wuji was ridiculed by countless people from the Void God universe and the Lost Clan universe, but he only attracted Dan Fengyi. From then on, they fell in love. But this relationship was not allowed by the Lost Clan, so they could only communicate in secret. On the surface, they pretended to be intimate. Su Wuji directly called her Xiao Feng, but in reality, it was to relax the Lost Clan's vigilance. Sometimes, the more intimate they appeared, the less suspicious they would be. Also, when they exchanged tokens, it was full of traps. In any case, Su Wuji was an extremely strong powerhouse, and the Lost Clan had to give them face. They would not completely stop them from communicating, but at least they could exchange tokens. Su Wuji had asked Lu Yin to give Dan Fengyi a sculpture of a man's flashing muscles, as well as a token of their love. Dan Fengyi had asked Lu Yin to give Su Wuji a trap, and if it was opened, something would happen. This was to prevent the Lost Clan from checking on them, and within the trap was Dan Fengyi's token. They expressed their feelings by exchanging tokens. Lu Yin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this is pure spiritual love. Su Wuji rolled his eyes and smashed the wine jar in his hand in the distance, making a loud noise. Damn it, who wants to do this? Isn't it because of the Lost Clan? Fortunately, some time ago, the Lost Clan was connected to the origin space by you, so they were not so xenophobic. Xiao Feng and I could be together, and we were recognized by the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan went into hiding in batches. I was one of the few people who knew about this city. I came here several times, and each time I met with Xiao Feng, it was not too long. But I did not expect that the last time I came, it was a farewell. No, it was not even a farewell. Listening to Su Wuji's words, Lu Yin's eyes dimmed. The love that had come to fruition was forcibly broken up. Of course, he knew the pain. What was the difference between Ming Yan's current situation and death? But he was happier than Su Wuji. At least Ming Yan was not dead, but Dan Fengyi was really dead. Xianxia, this debt will be paid. The box at Su Wuji's feet had been kicked over when he fell to the ground, and its contents spilled out. One was a sculpture of shiny muscles that looked rather comical. The other looked like sand that was transparent and small, almost impossible to see clearly. What's that? Lu Yin asked curiously. Su Wuji replied, it's a token of love between me and Xiaofeng. Lu Yin looked at him, sand? Su Wuji took out another jar of wine and drank. It looks like it. We call it illusory sand. As long as you get close to it and think of it, then think of other things, it will unconsciously become what you think of. Xiaofang and I found it by accident and used it as a token of love. Luyin was surprised. There was such a thing? He approached the sand and found that each grain was exactly the same size. As he thought of the sand, he also thought of a sword. In front of him, the sand moved and formed the shape of a sword. There were too many strange things in the universe, and the first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was narrowness. That thing seemed to have a mind of its own. If you hit it, it would retaliate in the same way. It was as mysterious as the illusory sand in front of him. Why are there so few? Su Wuji looked at the illusory sand sword and was puzzled. The sword scattered, and the illusory sand fell to the ground. Su Wuji stared blankly, his eyes filled with hatred. It's him. Luyin did not understand. Limitless Void clenched his fists. His eyes were red. The illusory gravel is a bit absorbent. When that person killed Little Fong took out the illusory gravel. That person killed Little Fong and got the gravel on his body. That's why there are less gravel here. Bang! He punched the ground like a crazed beast, his murderous intent causing the sky to darken. He was also filled with self-blame. He was no match for Xianxia. Luyin thought of something. You're saying that Xianxia might have gotten the sand on him? Su Wuji did not answer, sinking into his own hatred and self-blame. Luyin pressed a hand on his shoulder, his expression solemn. Tell me, did Xianxia get the sand on him? Su Wuji looked at Luyin, his eyes flashing. So what if he did? Can you find him? Luyin smiled coldly. If you're sure, I should be able to find him. These grains of sand were too small to be seen clearly. Like dust, they might stick to Xianxia's body. Su Wuji's eyes widened and he grabbed Lu Yin's clothes. Master Lu, can you really find him? Take me with you, I want to avenge Xiaofang. Luyin exerted some strength in his palm and forced Su Wuji to the ground. Limitless Void was unable to resist Lu Yin's strength, and his entire body was pressed to the ground, unable to move. So what if you find him? Su Wuji, calm down. What you need to do now is to help me find him. I will take revenge. Little Fong is not only your lover, she is also a member of the Above Heaven sect. There are also so many people who have died. In the ancient era, there was also Jiao Lan Jilua. I will settle the grudges of the ancestors one by one. Su Wuji was sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He clenched his fists and tried to get up, but he couldn't move under Lu Yin's strength. With a loud roar, Su Wuji's emotions exploded as he lay on the ground weakly. Ever since Dan Fengyi's death, he had been like a living corpse. All he knew was to drink and mutter to himself, ignoring everyone else. Now, there was finally something he could do, and his grief completely erupted. Luyin released his grip, sighed, and waited quietly for Su Wuji. After a while, Su Wuji calmed down and slowly stood up. He took out his sunglasses and put them on. His voice was a little hoarse, but it was clearly different from the deathly silence from before. There are a total of 278,952 grains of illusory sand. We've searched through space and time, and this is all we've found. If that guy really is infected by the illusory sand, then we can subtract the remaining amount from these grains to determine the amount on his body. He then squatted down and stared at the remaining grains of illusory sand. There are 23,642 grains, which means that 75,310 grains are missing. However, that doesn't mean that he just happened to have that many grains on him. Perhaps he lost some during the battle, or perhaps he lost some when he returned to where he lived. Let's first confirm if there are any more on this battlefield. Luyin swept through the city with his domain and found some. Dan Fengyi had not been the last to die in Xianxia's massacre, but rather the first. She was the only powerhouse in the city, and she had been the first to die at Xianxia's hands. After searching through the entire city, they found 21,005 grains, but 54,305 were still missing. Luyin and Su Wuji went to the second zone of calamity, and under the confused gazes of Wu Tian and the others, they searched through the area where Xianxia had fought. In the end, they found 32,102 grains. The results were obvious. Tianxi had most likely taken 22,203 grains with him. Of course, this was all just a guess. Tianxi was a primordial realm powerhouse, so the possibility of something like this on him was extremely low. However, this was their only chance to find Xianxia, and Luin did not want to give up. Are you sure that this sand is naturally produced by the universe and not man-made? Luin asked again. The compass could only search for objects that were naturally produced in the universe. Su Wuji was very certain. Luin nodded. Wait for my news. If it's possible, I'll definitely bring Tianxi's head back. With that, he left the second zone of calamity and returned to the Above Heaven sect. Su Wuji returned to the city as well. Luin returned to the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect and thought about the illusory grains of sand. He took out his compass. The reason why he could be certain was because the grains of sand were all the same shape. This was a very mystical thing, as it was common knowledge that there were no identical grains of sand. Perhaps this was the reason why the grains of sand were so mystical. As long as he knew the exact number of grains of sand, he could think about the exact number of grains of sand in his mind, and it was very likely that he would be able to find them. Of course, the missing grains of sand might not necessarily be the same as the ones that Tianxi had taken away. They might be constantly lost along the way, so Luin needed to reduce the number of grains one by one to try. First, he searched for 2,203 grains of sand. He thought about 2,203 grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void, but nothing happened. Next, he searched for 2,202 grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void, but nothing happened. Next, he searched for 2,201 grains of sand, 2,200 grains of sand, 2,199 grains of sand, 2,198 grains of sand, 2,197 grains of sand. Luin continuously reduced the number of grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void. Time slowly passed. He had to try any method that could possibly lead him to Tianxi. Otherwise, how would the Above Heaven sect find the four guardians? Compared to the guardians' understanding of the universe, the Above Heaven sect's knowledge was too shallow. More than 10 days passed, and on this day, the compass suddenly tore through the void. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had an idea. He was excited. There were 16,842 grains of sand. He could find the whereabouts of these 14,842 grains of sand, and it was very likely that they would lead him to Tianxi's location. Luin was not in a hurry to go. He put away the compass and headed to White Cloud City. During the Second Battle of Calamity region, the Lightning Lord was undoubtedly the one who understood Tianxi the most among the experts who had fought him. Although Jialanjilua knew about Tianxi's abilities, she had never fought him before. She had only learned about him after being sealed by Tianfeng. Only the Lightning Lord had fought Tianxi for the longest time. He was the most suitable person to fight Tianxi again. He then went to White Cloud City, where he was familiar with the place and immediately found Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng was currently chatting with his wife in the garden. There were snacks on the table, and they looked very relaxed. Little Seven? Why are you here? Jiangfeng was pleasantly surprised. Come, try your aunt's cooking. She made all these snacks. Lu Yin, Jiang Chen, and Jiang Qingyue were of the same generation, so he was naturally a junior in front of Jiangfeng. Since White Cloud City had not joined the Above Heaven sect, it was normal for Jiangfeng to call him Little Seven. The first time they met, Jiangfeng had called him Lu Yin, but this time, they were much closer. Up until now, there were only a few people who could call Lu Yin Little Seven. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, aunt's cooking is excellent. Let me try. He took a bite and was full of praises. Lu Pianran smiled faintly. Who would say that it's not good? Alright, you guys continue chatting. I'll cook for you. Little Seven, what do you want to eat? Lu Yin took a bite of the snack and smiled apologetically. Aunt, next time. I want to eat your tomato scrambled eggs next time. Lu Pianran smiled. Alright, next time then. She then looked at Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng nodded at her, and Lu Pianran left. What's the matter? Jiangfeng was serious. Lu Yin looked at Jiangfeng. I might have found Xianxia. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. Are you sure? Lu Ying said, I'm not sure, but there's a chance. That's good. You've finally found him. Let's go. Jiang Feng said. He frowned. But it's a little troublesome. That guy is not easy to deal with. Lu Ying was solemn. Uncle Jiang, that's why I'm here. I didn't participate in the siege of Tianxi in the second battlefield of tragedy, so I don't know his strength. Uncle Jiang, you should know. Jiang Feng's expression was solemn. Tianxi is very strong. First, he's a primordial realm expert, so the rules can't get close to him. This caused many of us to lose the initiative. Secondly, he's very talented. Although he doesn't have the power to kill, he seems to be able to see through everything. Whether it's battle techniques, cultivation methods, or the flow of power, he can see through them all. I couldn't injure him at all. Lu Yin's heart sank. He knew the Thunder Lord's strength well. He was definitely at the top, almost on par with the 3 realms and 6 paths. If he had the turbid treasure, the 3 realms and 6 paths might not be his match. Even he couldn't injure Xianxia at all? I didn't understand his sequence rules before. Now that I think about it, it should be superposition. Superposition? Lu Ying pondered. Jiang Feng said, superposition your own attack ability, or superposition your opponent's attack ability. Lu Ying was surprised. Superposition my opponent's attack ability? What do you mean? Lu Ying recalled that Tianfa's law of order was speed. It could increase his own speed, but it could also increase his enemy's attack speed. Once his speed increased, his enemy's killing power would dissipate before it could even touch him. Could Tianxi's law of order be similar to this? Once an attack is stacked, you cannot attack at the moment of stacking, or else it wouldn't be stacked. Since Xianxia has control over the stacking, he can choose to release the stacked power at any time. In other words, any attack of yours might be ineffective against him. Eventually, he will release it, but by then, Xianxia will be long gone, Jiang Feng explained. Lu Ying sighed. This law of order was even more troublesome than Tianfa's. It was no wonder that this guy was called the strongest of the 4 directions guardians. What about the turbid treasure? Lu Ying asked. This was the most important thing. When Zhaolanjilua had warned the Thunder Lord, the first thing he had mentioned was the turbid treasure. Jiang Feng's expression relaxed. The turbid treasure isn't a big problem. If you know about it, it's meaningless. If you don't, you'll definitely die if you fight him. Fortunately, Zhaolanjilua from your spacetime reminded me. Otherwise, I might not even be sitting here talking to you right now. Tianxi's turbid treasure only has one ability. 3 feet of azure blade, limitless. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng explained, his turbid treasure is a sword. 3 feet away from the blade doesn't count as distance. Do you understand? Lu Ying sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Zhaolanjilua's warning, the Thunder Lord would not have been able to leave the battlefield alive. 3 feet did not count as distance. This meant that when Tianxi's sword descended, the enemy would not be able to dodge as long as they were within 3 feet of the blade. They would have to bear the brunt of the attack. For an expert like the Thunder Lord, he would definitely be able to guess this ability. However, that attack was definitely not simple, and Xianxia would not have wasted it. Against an expert like Xianxia, even the Thunder Lord did not dare say that he would survive. Lu Ying was also glad that Zhaolanjilua had been there. Otherwise, that battle would have been over. After losing the Thunder Lord, the enemy would have freed up Xianxia. How could they have fought? This was also why Xianxia had been so impatient to start the battle. At that time, he would have been confident in defeating the Above Heaven sect. Any later, and the human experts would have increased, he would not have been so confident. Now that I know his turbid treasure's ability, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a distance of 3 feet. Jiang Feng said. Lu Ying nodded and thought for a moment, are you sure this is the only ability? Jiang Feng said helplessly, I'm not sure, but in that battle, Tian Feng was killed by you. He didn't use any other abilities, so there shouldn't be any mistake. That was the most advantageous battle for him. He didn't even win that battle. Next, he'll be facing the celestial sect. It's even more impossible for him to win. So, he shouldn't be hiding. Luyin stood up. Since that's the case, let's take a look. Jiang Feng's expression was solemn. Even if I'm facing an eternal, I can still fight. But that Tianxi makes me feel helpless. This feeling is very uncomfortable. I hope I can find him. If they wanted to kill Tianxi, the more experts they had, the better. However, Lu Yin's search for the illusory gravel in the second domain of disaster had attracted the attention of the Eternals. Now, many Eternals had appeared at the borders of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, ready to come out at any moment. This made it impossible for Lu Yin to mobilize more experts to kill Tianxi. Otherwise, who knew when the Eternals would suddenly attack? Compared to besieging Tianxi, the Eternal race's situation was much more serious. Yes. In the end, he had no other choice. Aside from Lightning Master Jiang Feng, Lu Yin had only brought Jialongji. Even if the others went, it would be pointless. Actually, Lu Yin alone was equivalent to Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tian. Right, there were also Su Wang and the Strength Beast, these 2 giants. 5 Peerless Master Pros were the lineup to kill Tianxi this time. The prerequisite was that they could actually find Tianxi. Lu Yin gripped the compass and slowly tore through the void. Jiang Feng looked at the compass in Lu Yin's hand and sighed. This belonged to Bai Rong. He had been searching for Bai Rong for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to find her. Let's go, Lu Yin growled. The group sat on Su Wang's back and charged into the void. Lu Yin's previous mount had been the Hellworm, but now it had become Su Wang. From Lu Yin's point of view, Su Wang had leveled up. Su Wang was much more powerful than the Hellworm, and the Hellworm was also a silly toy. After passing through the void, Lu Yin and the others were greeted by a dark expanse of space that was no different from most others. That way. Lu Yin directed Su Wang to find the sequence of strings and then followed it in a certain direction. He was already very familiar with this scene. He had once roamed the heavens, and so many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wang's body swelled up, and Jialongji was rather surprised. She had the urge to pierce Su Wang with a needle. Soon enough, Su Wang charged into a starless region of space that was completely shrouded in darkness. The moment they arrived, everyone's attention was drawn to the distance. Far away, a giant stone door stood tall, connecting the heavens and the earth. They couldn't see the top or the bottom, and it just stood there in space as if it had existed since ancient times. Su Wang's body was already quite large, but compared to the stone door, it was still very small. Lu Yin and the others looked on in shock. I've been here before. More accurately, Tian Feng has been here before. Jialongji was excited, they had finally found it. She had been sealed in Tian Feng's body for countless years, and he had thought that she had died. Thus, she knew many secrets, but she had never known where they were. If Tian Feng and the others had been able to find this place, then they naturally wouldn't have discussed such matters. They had also not discussed this matter with outsiders for many years. Jialongji couldn't find this place, but she recognized it. It's that stone door. Tianxi should be sitting in front of it. In the past, I felt like he was guarding it, but also protecting it, Jialongji said. Lu Yin and the others exchanged glances, they had finally found it. At the same time, beneath the stone door, Tianxi suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. His expression changed. How was this possible? They had actually found this place? The next moment, lightning lit up in the distance and blasted towards Tianxi. Tianxi wielded his sword and cut through the lightning. You're all courting death. Lu Yin sneered and punched at Tianxi from afar. The power of this punch was the same as when he had broken through the unbounded ancestors' world. Lu Yin's true strength was meant to surprise Tianxi. At this moment, Tianxi was still panting in the clothes he had worn during the second Calamity Realm battle. There were still traces of blood on them, but he didn't care about the blood, much less the sand. This person had slaughtered the lost clan and viewed them as ants, but he had never thought that they would find him. Jialongji brandished her spear and stabbed into the distance. A terrifying collision occurred in the vast starry sky as Tianxi stabbed at Lu Yin. His first target was Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin, the humans would lose their flag. The God-sealing catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, followed by Wu Tianwei. Hongyan Mavis walked out. Tianxi, Tianfa is waiting for you up ahead. Around Tianxi, Jiang Feng, Jialanji Lua, Su Wang, Li Shou, Wu Tianwei, and Hongyan Mavis all attacked. Even though Tianxi had an innate gift that allowed him to observe the entire situation, preventing Jiang Feng from injuring him at all, it was impossible for him to defend himself against so many experts. The 3-foot-long sword cut through Jialan Jilua's spear and Jiang Feng's lightning, and tore through Li Shou and Su Wang's flesh. However, it was still repelled by Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei's strength. Lu Yin followed closely behind, punching out when he was a meter away from the sword. Tianxi pointed out with a finger, stopping Lu Yin's punch in the form of a stack. Lu Yin waved his hand, and earthen spears shot out from all directions towards Tianxi. Tianxi could prevent the laws from getting close to him, but he could not stop Lu Yin's power. Lu Yin had the power to threaten a primordial realm expert, but he was not a sequence law. This was the most unbearable thing for a primordial realm expert. The sword swept past, and the earthen spears were cut apart, but more and more of them appeared around them. Tianxi was surprised. You actually broke through the 4 locks formation? You'll be surprised, Lu Yin shouted and faced Tianxi, thrusting out earthen spears one after another. Tianxi pointed out with a finger, stacking the power of the earthen spears. Behind him, Jiang Feng raised his sword and slashed down. Tianxi turned around and slashed at Jiang Feng as well. Jiang Feng hurriedly retreated, almost entering the 3-foot-long sword. Jialan Jilua directly used his 8-star innate gift, condensing earthen spears one after another in his original position. A square array of earthen spears appeared around him, suppressing Tianxi. Tianxi dodged and stacked his power. The stacked earthen spears pierced through the void, intercepting Jialan Jilua's earthen spear array. Lu Yin stepped backwards and appeared behind Tianxi. On the other side, Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei attacked at the same time. The 3 of them combined to force Tianxi into a corner. Tianxi spun his sword and swept it in all directions. His fingertips tapped the void, and the sword's phantom solidified before slashing down in all directions. He had stacked the power of his own sword with his sequence laws, instantly tearing apart Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei's shadows. The earth in front of Lu Yin turned into a shield that blocked the sword's edge, causing a violent collision. The strength beast punched Tianxi from high up in the sky. As one of the strongest creatures in the universe, its punch was not easy to take. Tianxi barely dodged, but behind him, Su Wang slammed into his waist and sent him flying. Tianxi felt the same sensation that Lu Yin had experienced before. This was the first time Tianxi had been injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back, his gaze ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Jiang Feng's entire body was covered in a dark purple color, and terrifying lightning wrapped around his sword as he slashed down, not giving Tianxi any time to breathe. Tianxi raised his head and raised his sword. He wrapped one hand around the hilt, seemingly letting go of the sword but also controlling it in a strange way. The 2 swords collided, causing a crisp cracking sound to ring out. The aftershock swept out in all directions, tearing apart the boundless void world as the lightning illuminated the darkness. Strands of swords might slashed against the stone door, causing it to sway and leave behind marks. Lu Yin rushed towards Tianxi, holding the earthen spear and thrusting it out. Tianxi's gaze fell as he stepped into the void. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and each step caused the void to collapse. Although the power was not great, that was only relative to people at Lu Yin's level. If it had been an ordinary progenitor, they would have been crushed to death by the collapsing void. Lu Yin's attack was restrained, and the earthen spear was unable to strike out. Tianxi pushed Jiang Feng away with his sword. In front of him, Jialan Jilua appeared. His white spear pierced through the starry sky, leaving only a white dot in the dark starry sky. It was getting closer and closer. Below him, Lu Yin also stabbed out with his spear of earth. 2 spears appeared at the same time. Tianxi's eyes were piercingly cold. Around him, sequence rules erupted. Jialan Jilua was alert. Be careful. Lu Yin still couldn't see the sequence particles, but that didn't stop him from sensing them. The sequence particles surrounding Tianxi kept stacking up all the attacks. Be it his own or Lu Yin's, all the attacks were blocked within 100 meters. In the end, they exploded at the same time. A terrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. Su Wang and the strength beast hurriedly retreated. They had yet to recover from their injuries from their battle with Luyin, and they did not want to get any closer. Jialanjilua was forced back by Yue. Jiangfeng rushed towards Yue as thunder exploded. Lu Yin's heart released the starry sky, and at the same time, the azure sky palace appeared. Tianxi and Jiangfeng's sword strikes were endless, isolating the void, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Once they entered, they would be torn to pieces. Lu Yin found an opportunity and punched out. Tianxi and Jiangfeng's swords clashed, and when Lu Yin punched out, Jiangfeng immediately retreated. Tianxi turned around and looked at the power of Lu Yin's punch. He waved his hand and superimposed his sequence laws. But this punch had scattered the sequence particle. Tianxi was shocked. How could this be? The wind from the fist brushed past Tianxi's forehead, paralyzing half of his body. This power. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. How could a human possess such strength? He could accept that Su Wang and the strength beast possessed such immense power, but he could not accept that Lu Yin possessed such power. Once a human possessed such power, they would be completely different from the astral beasts. This was a metamorphosis of power. You've transformed again? Tianxi stared at Lu Yin in shock. Who was this kid? What kind of existence was that? It had only been a short while, but he had constantly changed. He was only a progenitor now. He had not comprehended the laws of the sequence yet, let alone the primordial realm. However, his current strength had shocked him as a primordial realm expert. He struggled to deal with it. Just what level would this child reach once he reached the primordial realm? He did not dare to think about it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to get rid of this kid as soon as possible. But now, it wasn't him who wanted to deal with Lu Yin, it was Lu Yin who wanted to deal with him. If one punch was not enough, then he would throw 2 punches. If 2 punches were not enough, then he would throw 20 punches. It was just like when he was fighting against Su Wang and Li Shou. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was as thin as paper. Lu Yin punched out again. Although it was powerful, it failed to hit Tianxi. Tianxi dodged it and then punched again and again. Although Tianxi had not used the power of time, at his level, it was not difficult for him to cross or parallel time. Although Lu Yin was strong, it would be useless if he could not hit Tianxi. But Tianxi was not optimistic, because Jiangfeng, Jialanjilua, and the others had stopped and did not join in. They clearly knew that Lu Yin's power couldn't hit them, but they didn't participate. There was only one possibility: Lu Yin could hit them. Tianxi did not want to take the risk. He took a step forward, and the starry sky collapsed. His footsteps shattered the void as he retreated into the distance. Each step caused the starry sky to tremble. A world of nothingness appeared in the cracks. At that moment, Tianxi discovered a strange sight. There should not be any stars in this starry sky, but there were stars everywhere. These stars had not been shattered by Lu Yin's power. He approached a star and smashed it with a raise of his hand. It was very ordinary, but the star quickly recovered. The other stars in the sky near Lu Yin's heart had been drawn out by the Sirius technique. Now that they had merged with the Azure Sky Palace, their power would not dissipate. No matter how many times they were shattered, they would recover. Even the stars made of divine power, the gray stars that had taken root in the time tree, or the skyfall cascade that flowed with void god power would recover in an instant. But these were not enough to deal with Tianxi. The only thing that could deal with Tianxi was that piece of land. It was the ancestral world that had evolved from the mortal world. The land covered the starry sky, covering everything as far as the eye could see. It seemed to fill the entire sky. Tianxi's expression changed. The earth spear had already made him wary. This land suppression might not be much weaker than Tai Chu's. He hurriedly tore through the void and left. At that moment, danger appeared. Stars appeared from all directions and smashed towards him. These stars had been formed by Lu Yin's power. Within the Azure Sky Palace, the power would not dissipate. The primogenitor's Azure Sky Palace had been formed by war weapons. The 3 realms and 6 paths needed war weapons to leave. Lu Yin's Azure Sky Palace was made of these stars. The serious technique had saved Lu Ying the trouble of carving and turning void into reality. At that moment, these stars represented the power that Lu Ying had unleashed. Stars were crashing down all around them. Xianxia kept dodging, but the number of stars did not decrease. As long as he was in the Azure Sky Palace, the power would not decline. In fact, as Lu Ying unleashed more and more stars, they increased. With a bang, a star smashed into the blade, sending Xianxia far away. Xianxi's arm went numb. How could this be? He looked at his surroundings. To him, the stars were like meteorites to a normal person. They posed a great threat. This should not be. With his power, it would be easy for him to destroy spacetime. These stars were not ordinary. One star after another streaked past. Xianxia slashed out again and again, shattering them. Above him, the land continued to fall, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Xianxia could feel Lu Ying suppressing him. Impossible. He was a primordial realm powerhouse. How could he be suppressed by a progenitor? Impossible. Impossible. Around him, the sequence particles spread out wildly, trying to superimpose the power of the land, but they were constantly suppressed. Even the power of the falling stars broke through the sequence particles. This allowed Xianxia to see the truth. He looked at Lu Ying in shock. The Azure Sky Palace. Lu Ying was not surprised that Xianxia recognized it. The guardians had surrounded the primogenitor. The Azure Sky Palace was the primogenitor's ultimate technique. It would be strange if Xianxia did not recognize it. How do you know the Azure Sky Palace? Xianxia stared at Lu Ying in disbelief. Lu Ying's gaze was cold. Surprised? Back then, you used the Four Locks formation against the primogenitor and sealed off his Azure Sky Palace. Today, I will let you die here. Stars smashed down from the sky and on the ground, drowning Xianxia. Boom. The starry sky expanded and exploded. Xianxi's hair was disheveled. He panted heavily and pointed his sword at Lu Ying. Just as he was about to say something, the land pressed down from above, burying Xianxia again. The starry sky cracked in all directions. The stone doors shook, and dust covered the void. Xianxia was pressed down by the land. He roared and tore the land apart with his sword. Jiang Feng and Jialan Jilua landed on the land together. They stabbed down with their sword and spear. Blood splattered on the land. Li Shou and Su Wang watched from afar. They stared at each other. The god catalog shone with golden light again. Wu Tian and Hong Yan Mavis walked out. They cooperated with Jiang Feng and Jialan Jilua to kill Xianxia. This was a perfect opportunity. If they did not kill Xianxia now, they might not have another chance in the future. Below the land, Xianxia was in a miserable state. He had suffered all kinds of injuries. Above him, Jiang Feng and the rest were still attacking. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. He let go of the sword hilt. The sword spun around him and turned into a green light that completely enveloped him. He charged out of the land with an irresistible force and headed for the stone door. Lu Ying was waiting for Xianxia to escape. Xianxia could not be killed so easily. He was especially concerned about whether or not a blood-red figure would appear, similar to when Tianfa had died. Seeing the green light rush out, Lu Ying took out the Grim Reaper's left arm and slashed with the Grim Reaper's hook. The deathly aura swept across the sky, splitting the entire starry sky into two. It was like a mirror, smooth and neat. The deathly aura slashed onto the green light, but it did not cut it. Instead, it formed a huge pushing force that pushed the green light in the direction that Xianxia had fled, which was the direction of the stone door. Lu Ying hurriedly slashed out again. Within the Sky Palace, he could use the Grim Reaper slash countless times. Unfortunately, the green light smashed into the stone door and then disappeared into the gap. The Grim Reaper slash viciously slashed at the stone door, leaving a deep mark. However, it could not kill Xianxia. It only caused the stone door to shake continuously, causing more dust to fall. It was as if the dust had drowned out the entire starry sky. Everything was gray. Everyone quickly chased after Xianxia, wanting to rush into the gap of the stone door. However, they found that there was no gap at all. The gap they saw was only because the two stone doors were joined together. that black line could only be seen when one approached the gap. It could not allow any creature to enter. However, Xianxia had clearly escaped from here. Luin raised his hand and pressed on the stone door. He exerted force, but the stone door only shook. As he exerted more force, the shaking increased, but it still did not open. Jiang Feng, Jialanji Lua, Li Shou, and Su Wang all tried to open the stone door, but they could not. The stone door stood tall in the starry sky, as if it was holding up the entire universe. "Senior, do you know what's behind the stone door?" Luin asked. Jialanji Lua shook his head. "I've been here many times in Tian Feng's body, but I've never heard them mention the situation behind the stone door. They did not even mention the stone door itself. It was as if they could not see it." Luin stared at the stone door and thought of a possibility. Could it be that behind the stone door leads to the universe where Xianxia is? Jiang Feng said, "It's very possible." Jialanji Lua also thought of it. "If that's the case, if we open it rashly, we will come into contact with the enemy of that universe. Xianxia might not be the strongest in that universe. The premise is that we have to open the stone door first." "It's not easy to open it now," Luin said. As he spoke, he stood in between the two stone doors and pressed on one of them. He exerted force again, trying to push it open directly. However, no matter how much force he exerted, the stone door shook violently. He could not open it. Jiang Feng said, "There's no need to try. The stone door itself can be opened, but there's something blocking it behind it." "You mean the door bolt?" Jialanji Lua asked. Jiang Feng nodded. Luin looked at the gap. "If there's really a door bolt, then it won't work just by pushing it open. We have to remove the bolt first, but we can't pass through this gap. No matter how small our bodies are, we can't pass through it. If Xianxia can pass through it, he must have a way." The stone door could not be opened, so they searched the surrounding area. Gradually, a frightening fact occurred. There was a boundary in the starry sky parallel to the stone door. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and the sky was still the same, deep and dark. Only by approaching it could one touch the boundary. The boundary stretched for an unknown distance. Luin rode Su Wang and used the stone gate as a starting point to head in a certain direction. He discovered that no matter how far away it was, the boundary still existed. Jialanji Lua also sent news from the other side. The place she touched also had a boundary. After some time, they met again at the stone gate. "The boundary is like the stone gate. It cannot be broken," Jialanji Lua said. "This is not the limit of a parallel universe. There are many parallel universes in the universe, and some are big and some are small. Regardless of size, the boundary is not a physical one. Instead, it can tear through the void and lead to other parallel universes. However, this boundary is different. It's like a wall," Jiang Feng continued. He did not check the surroundings, as he wanted to guard the stone gate to prevent Xianxia from coming out. "Uncle Jiang, what did you think of?" Luin asked. Jiang Feng sighed. "The butterfly appeared on behalf of the heavens and invited me to join the guardians of the four directions. At that time, when we talked about the responsibilities of the guardians of the four directions, I asked, what's the difference between different universes? How can I tell if I belong to another universe?" Tianen replied, "The aura is different. If there is no barrier, the aura will not be different. There must be a barrier between universes, and this barrier is very tight. It's like a wall, the wall of the universe." Jialanji Lua looked at the stone gate. "This is where Xianxia is. The guardians of the four directions mean that they are guarding four directions. This means that there are four walls in this universe that separate our universe from the other universes. This means that there is a limit to our universe." Lu Yin's mind suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, "That's why the Eternals want to destroy the sequence of strings." He looked at Jiang Feng and Jialanji Lua. "The birth of the universe is very precise to the people who belong to this universe, down to a speck of dust or even an atom. The current state of our universe is made up of countless parallel universes, and these parallel universes are connected by the sequence of strings to stabilize this universe. Once the sequence of strings is destroyed, the parallel universes will be scattered. What will happen to our universe?" Jialanji Lua's face sank. disaster. It's a disaster for any species, Jiang Feng said. In the past, Mu Ji had told him that the Eternals were destroying the sequence of the string in order to cause the various parallel spacetimes to collapse and crush countless parallel spacetimes in order to take control of the universe. That was why White Cloud City had stopped them. Immemorial City was either the end or the starting point of the sequence of the string, and it was also the largest battlefield. But now, Luin realized that the Eternals' goal was not that simple. Once the sequence of strings was destroyed, it wouldn't be as simple as crushing the parallel universe. Instead, the entire universe might be destroyed. It was like a pot of water that kept heating up, and the heat inside kept increasing. If there was no vent, the pot of water would explode. If there was a vent, the water inside would turn into steam and dissipate. In either case, adding energy to a fixed space would only lead to the destruction of that fixed space. In the end, the water would disappear. Parallel dimensions and the various species were like the water in the sealed pot that was the universe. The Eternals were constantly destroying the strings of the sequence to increase their energy. Jiang Feng's face turned ugly. I thought the Eternals only wanted to use the parallel universe to crush humanity. I didn't expect them to want to destroy the entire universe. But if that's the case, what will happen to them? Restart, Luin said. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent. No one could truly destroy the universe. When the universe was destroyed by the expansion of all the parallel universes, the entire universe would collapse, forming the singularity that had been born at the beginning of the universe. It would be a big bang that would form a new universe. To the universe, this was a restart. Everything that existed in the universe would completely disappear, and a new round of evolution would begin. As for the Eternals, Luin looked at the stone door. They had a place to go, and that was Xianxia's universe. If it was as he guessed, then it made sense why the people from Xianxia's universe had not come to this one earlier. They were waiting for the rebooted new universe to live in. Perhaps the new universe would have something they wanted. Luin thought about how the Elder God and Patriarch Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm, and he had an even more terrifying guess. Were the people from Xianxia's universe and the Eternals planning to use the rebooted new universe to take the first breath and step into the primordial realm? That was just too crazy. The only true God had already overcome bitter adversity, so his goal might be to reach the eternal realm. As for Xianxia and the people from his universe, they must have prepared for a very, very long time. There were a bunch of experts of the laws of sequence waiting to step into the primordial realm. Once they succeeded and all of them stepped into the primordial realm, just what would that be like? Let alone the current above the heavens, even if they worked together with the once extremely resplendent above the heavens, they would not be able to emerge victorious. The people from Xianxia's universe would become the true rulers. He constantly thought about what the only true God had said. He remembered that it was impossible to break through to the eternal realm in this universe. Was he referring to this situation? Only by rebooting this universe could they reach the eternal realm? At that moment, Luin thought of many, many things. He parted the fog that had always shrouded him and saw a sliver of truth. He suddenly thought of the turbid stratagem that Mr. Mu had mentioned in the past. Using the poison of time to corrupt the primordial space was believed to be the turbid stratagem. Even Mr. Mu had acknowledged it, but was it really the turbid stratagem? Even the 7 sky gods believed it to be the turbid stratagem. But at that moment, Luin rejected all of that. He seemed to have seen through the plans of the Eternals. If his guesses were true, then what roles did certain people play in all of this? The maiden, the ancestor, the ancient god, and the blood-red figure that appeared after Tianfa's death. What roles did they play? Especially the blood-red figure. If he approved of this method, it meant that he had not stepped into the eternal realm. Not only did the Eternals want to use this opportunity to step into the eternal realm, but the blood-red figure also had such plans. This method was too cruel. It was sacrificing the entire universe for their sake. But for Xianxia, it was a dream because what was sacrificing was not their universe. Stopping the creatures from the outer universe from entering and humans being uncontrollable were all lies. The ancestor would never allow such a thing to happen, so he insisted on the sequence's string. The above heavens of that era and humans were their greatest obstacles. The creatures from the outer universe could also be an obstacle. This was their true goal. Luin looked at Jiang Feng and Zhao Jilua. Had they thought of this? Xianxia has already escaped. Before we find a way to open the stone door, I will guard here. You can go back, said Jiang Feng. Luin was worried. Uncle Jiang, if the stone door is opened and the enemies from the outer universe enter, retreat if you can't win. This is not your problem alone. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't worry. Are you worried that I will fight to the death? I won't win in a fight. I'll take over after a while, said Zhao Jilua. Jiang Feng shook his head. There's no need. It's not that important to us anymore. Maybe I can see something at the edge of the universe and break through to the primordial realm. Let's go back. Luin and Zhao Jilua left. Returning was simple, they just tore through the void. With Lightning Master Jiang Feng's strength, even if the enemies from the outer universe appeared, they might not be able to do anything as long as they did not fight to the death. The most important thing now was to confirm his guess. He hoped that his guess was not correct. Otherwise, the enemies of the humans would not only be the Eternals, Xianxia, and the others from the outer universe. There were also hidden old monsters who did not care about the lives of the humans. They were more interested in breaking through. The eternal life realm was the greatest temptation for everyone. When they returned to the above heavens, Su Wuji was already waiting. Luin shook his head. He escaped. Su Wuji was helpless and left bleakly. He will definitely come again. As long as he comes, there will be a chance, said Luin. Su Wuji stood still, turned around, and bowed deeply to Luin. Thank you, Master Lu. After Su Wuji left, Luin sat down and organized his thoughts again. This was a huge game of chess that had been played since the above heavens era. If not for Immemorial City, this game of chess would have ended long ago. Zhao Ran poured tea for Luin. Luin smelled the fragrance of the tea and took a sip. He felt much better. One could not always be tense. The more urgent the situation was, the more one had to relax. Luin wanted to find out if his guess was correct, so he could not be anxious. He looked down the mountain and saw a courtyard filled with books. It was Tuolin. Tuolin was not the only one in the courtyard, Little Ken was there as well. Bring Little Ken to see me, said Luin. The second Night King bowed and walked out. Soon, Little Ken was brought over by the second Night King. Seeing Luin, Little Ken was excited and quickly knelt down. Greetings, Master. Luin looked at Little Ken and smiled. Get up. Yes, Master. Little Ken kept calling him Master, afraid that Luin would not recognize him. After all, they had not formally become his disciple. Luin looked at Little Ken. Little Ken was nervous and met Lu Yin's gaze. Then, he quickly lowered his head. Have you seen Tuolin? Asked Luin. Little Ken nodded and said with admiration, Senior is too serious. Reading so many books is not enough. I will definitely learn from you. I lied to him, said Luin. Little Ken was shocked. Luin and Little Ken looked at each other. He was born unable to cultivate, so I lied to him. You should know. Little Ken lowered his head and did not say anything. Maybe I lied to you as well, said Luin. Little Ken's heart sank, and he quickly knelt down. Master, did I do something wrong? Please don't give up on me. Master. Luin raised his hand to stop Little Ken. What do you think of Tuolin? Little Ken looked down at the ground, and his thoughts were in a mess. He did not know how to answer. Answer according to what you think. I feel that although Senior is stupid, he has a kind of perseverance that is admirable. Luin laughed. But he will never be able to cultivate. His life will end soon. I am willing to serve Senior until the end of my life, Little Ken said hurriedly. Luin shook his head. Get up. I did not say I would give up on you. Little Ken trembled and stood up slowly. He still lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Luin. He remembered the first time he met Luin. It was at the back of the battlefield. Who would have thought that after so many years, Luin would have reached this step? If he had known, he would have taken Luin as his master. However, Luin wasn't that powerful back then. Luin looked at Little Ken, as the descendant of ancestor Hui, you have guts and a plan. You are just an ant, yet you dared to scheme against the Wang family. No one in the big Wang family could see through you. Based on this, you are worthy of being the descendant of ancestor Hui. I owe you a favor. After cultivating the Sky Palace, I will return the favor. From today onwards, Hui Can, you are my disciple. Hui Can quickly knelt down, disciple Hui Can greets master. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he looked at Hui Can. As my disciple, you should stand at the top of this universe. Remember not to bully others, not to go against morality, and not to betray humanity. As my disciple, what you gain will surpass everyone else. What you bear will also surpass everyone else. Whether your future is bright or dark, it depends on you and me. Are you willing to bear the karma of being my disciple? Hui Can didn't hesitate, I am willing to bear it. I will follow master everywhere. I will not regret even if I die. Good, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Yin said. Lu Yin didn't say much about Tuo Lin because Tuo Lin couldn't cultivate. However, Hui Can was different. He was bold, careful, decisive, and smart. He was good at using small things to gain big things. If he had a good temperament, he would benefit others. If he didn't have a good temperament, it would be a disaster. After Hui Can came to the above sky sect, Lu Yin asked someone to investigate him. The result was satisfactory. He wasn't someone who would be blinded by benefits. He fought for his own opportunities. This was also the reason why Lu Yin was willing to accept him as his disciple. If his temperament wasn't up to standard, Lu Yin wouldn't accept him as his disciple. His disciple's status in this universe was too high. It was like the 3 realms and 6 paths. What Hui Can learned was the Blue Sky Palace. On one hand, the Sky Palace tested one's temperament and patience. There was enough time for everyone to get familiar with Little Can. On the other hand, Lu Yin learned the Sky Palace through him. It was the most suitable for him to impart it. As for how long Little Can would need to cultivate the Blue Sky Palace, that would be up to him. It wasn't that he couldn't learn anything else along the way. There were too many cultivation techniques in the 5th pagoda, and as Lu Yin's disciple, it was easy for him to learn them. Whatever he wanted to learn, it was up to him. Take good care of your senior brother, Tuo Lin. Lu Yin emphasized. Little Can said respectfully, don't worry, master. I will definitely take good care of senior apprentice brother. The second Night King looked at Little Can enviously. This was another person who had reached the heavens in a single step. This person was different from Tuo Lin. No matter what, Tuo Lin could not cultivate, and the resources he could enjoy were extremely scarce. This person was Master Lu's true disciple. He would be the envy of everyone in the universe. He quietly drank the tea that Zhao Ran had brewed for him, waiting for Hongyan Mavis to arrive. I've cultivated divine power. Lu Yin went straight to the point. Hongyan Mavis' body trembled as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. You've cultivated divine force? Lu Yin met her gaze. After looking at each other for a moment, Hongyan Mavis suddenly smiled. Lu Yin was surprised. Seen your nose? Hongyan Mavis said, do you take us for fools? During the second battle of Calamity Region, you fought with Bai Xianer in the Divine Force Lake for so long and were still fine. Everyone knows. Lu Yin had completely forgotten about this. After the battle, Fertile Earth took the initiative to tell us about this, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Even though he had done a lot for humanity, there were many people who were doing things for him in secret as well. It was just that he did not see it. Little 7, divine power is an eternal power. Even though there is no right or wrong in power, divine power is an exception. Even Master said that divine power can affect a person's rationality, Hongyan Mavis reminded. The scene from the Book of Destiny flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He nodded, I know. Don't worry, senior. I've walked a longer path than an eternal one. Hongyan Mavis smiled, we were definitely worried in the past, but now we are. With your strength, controlling divine power shouldn't be a problem. Is this why you came to me today? Senior Wu Tian and the others know? Of course. Don't worry. Lu Yin nodded, all right. Then I can rest assured about what I'm going to do next. What is it? Hongyan Mavis was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis, destroy the Black Mother Tree. Lu Yin arrived at Lu Tianjing. After his conversation with Hongyan Mavis, he had wanted to use Nightshore's identity to absorb divine power and destroy the Black Mother Tree. However, he suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he had yet to do, and that was Madman Lu. He still had a bet with Madman Lu. Lu Yin arrived at the place where Madman Lu was imprisoned in Lu Tianjing, his expression calm. In the distance, in the dark underground, Madman Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with bloodlust and madness. He grinned, he was here. Madman Lu walked out of the underground and looked across. Lu Yin stood there calmly, I'm here for the bet. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious gaze, are you confident in defeating me? Tell me, who helped me push away your general appointment platform? Lu Yin asked indifferently. In the distance, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi were both present. This day had finally come. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated. Today's bet was also the day of Madman Lu's death. He had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race. Lu Tianjing's sky darkened. Would Lu Yin win? There was no need to answer this question. Everyone knew that Madman Lu was doomed. Madman Lu himself knew that Lu Yin was not a blindly arrogant person. Since he had come to the bet, it meant that he had reached the point where he could defeat him, or even kill him. That was fine, he had lived long enough. Junior, if you want to know the answer, you'll have to beat me first. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger, his power transforming into a sharp sword that cut through the chains binding Madman Lu. Madman Lu's pupils shrank, and when he looked at Lu Yin again, his gaze had completely changed. These chains had been formed from sequence laws, and even he could not break them. However, Lu Yin had easily cut through them. The difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Junior, you're ruthless enough. I thought that there would be a bitter battle, but it seems that I was wrong. It hasn't even been that long, and you're already this strong. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Make your move, or you won't have another chance. Madman Lu's smile faded as he stared at Lu Yin with a bone-chilling glare. I hate the Lu family, and I've never regretted betraying them. I've never regretted betraying humanity. With that, dark red divine force surged out of his body and dyed the sky above Lu Tianjing red. The Lu family's disciples looked up at the sky, this power made them shiver. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. Divine power, he had indeed cultivated divine power. Lu Tianyi sighed. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu. He did not have much divine power in his body, as he had not been cultivating in the Calamity Zone. Madman Lu charged at Lu Yin as his divine power surged out. He knew that there was no other power that could harm Lu Yin. The Divine Seal Catalog, the General Appointment Platform, the Power of Nightmares, or even the Corpse King transformation were not enough, far from enough. Madman Lu's eyes were ferocious, he only had one chance to attack, and it would depend on whether or not Lu Yin could withstand the attack of sequence laws and divine power. Lu Yin watched calmly as Madman Lu charged at him. He raised his hand and pointed. Madman Lu was enraged. Another finger, another finger. Back in the reincarnation spacetime, he had been beaten by Lu Tianyi's Tao of Tianyi. The power of that finger was still fresh in his memory, and now this junior was using the same finger. He went crazy, and his divine power was completely released like a wild beast. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the dark red divine power dissipated from both sides and quickly retreated. Madman Lu was rooted to the ground, still maintaining his charging posture. However, in front of his forehead, between his eyes, a finger had pinned him down, making him unable to move. Madman Lu stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was right in front of him. Lu Yin still had one hand behind his back, and he had no intention of taking it out. The finger of the other hand froze Madman Lu in place. One more step and he would die. Madman Lu had not felt this bone-chilling cold in a long time. Lu Yin had brought him endless despair. He was not afraid of death, but a finger, just a finger, was simpler than Lu Tianyi's. At least when he used his divine power, he was confident that Lu Tianyi could not easily defeat him. Only Lu Yuan, that old bastard, could do it. Only Lu Yuan. But now, how could this junior do it? How did he do it? Sequence laws and divine power were all ineffective against him? Luin looked at Madman Lu with pity. This was a pitiful person. His life, his experiences, and even his ending. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin's eyes. What did he see? Pity? Pity, pity, this kid is pitying me? Madman Lu roared and struck at Luin. Luin exerted force with his finger, and Madman Lu was pushed back. He roared, Junior, are you pitying me? Luin looked at him calmly. You are no match for me. Kill me if you can. I don't need pity, and I don't need your Lu family's pity. Junior, kill me. Madman Lu rushed at Luin, his eyes red and completely mad. Luin grabbed Madman Lu's hand and exerted force, pressing Madman Lu down. Luin looked at him. I don't want to say anything about your past. You are still an elder of my Lu family. Fulfill your promise and tell me who pushed you off the stage, and what price did you pay? Madman Lu had one hand on the ground while the other was held by Luin. He could not move. He smiled bitterly and looked into Lu Yin's eyes. I can tell you, but I don't want to die at the hands of that old bastard. This is also why I want to fight you to the death. Junior, kill me and I will tell you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Killing Madman Lu was easy, but he had to bear the consequences of this karma. After all, Madman Lu was Patriarch Lu Yuan's grandson, and the Lu family had tolerated him for so many years and felt guilty toward him. If Luin killed Madman Lu, it might become a thorn in Patriarch Lu Yuan's heart. What, you don't dare? Madman Lu laughed madly. If you don't kill me, you won't know who that person is. You will never be able to repay what that person has done for you. I guarantee that you will never know who that person is. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Fine, I agree. The redness in Madman Lu's eyes receded slightly when he heard Lu Yin's answer. He felt like his scheme had worked, and he sneered. What would Lu Yuan think if he died at the hands of the most outstanding junior of the Lu family? Even though everyone wanted him dead, would Lu Yuan really let it go if he died? This was the greatest harm he could do to Lu Yuan. Once Lu Yuan had a thorn in his heart, it wouldn't be a good thing for him, the Lu family, and the most outstanding descendant of the younger generation. Madman Lu Yin's laughter disgusted him. His gaze was filled with disgust. Who was it? Madman Lu laughed foolishly. He said sternly, how many experts are there who can see through the past and present under those circumstances? And how many people can know you were in danger under those circumstances and immediately take action? You possess a mighty power that can penetrate the past and present. You have fused your own power into one, and you can see through time and the future. Only then can you help you once. To that person, that one time is the proof of his own power flowing through the river of time. That power has always been with you. That's why you were able to help at that moment. You can't be even the slightest bit slower, because that power has always been with you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in shock. The Grim Reaper. Madman Lu raised his head and said hoarsely, ha 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 ha, I still don't understand that ancient battle. The Grim Reaper clearly could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. No one was his opponent. Even the one true God struggled to deal with him. He was just too powerful, and his aura of death was too powerful. Most of the experts who surrounded him died, and the Eternals were already about to give up. But he struck out with a palm strike. It was that palm strike that missed. I still don't understand why the Grim Reaper would miss under those circumstances. And I don't understand why he would be defeated even if he missed. It was just a single palm strike. With that, Madman Lu looked at Luin. His eyes were filled with inquiry and mockery. I understand now. That palm strike did not miss. He passed through the river of time and saved your life with the supreme strength of the primordial realm. The river of time was just an instant to him, but to an expert like the one true God, it was eternal. Because of that palm strike, he was defeated. He clearly possessed an invincible strength, but in the end, he was torn apart and died. Ha 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 ha, little brat, you will never be able to repay this debt. You will never be able to repay it. Ha 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 ha. Kill me, kill me. Luin stared blankly into Madman Lu's crazed eyes, as if he could see that ancient battle. Why? Why would the Grim Reaper pay such a high price to save him? Why did they split into pieces and die? Why? Patriarch Lu Yuan appeared in front of Madman Lu and sent a palm strike at him. Madman Lu's pupils constricted as he stared at Patriarch Lu Yuan. No. Bang Lu Yin's head exploded, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. This startled Lu Yin awake, and he watched as Madman Lu's corpse fell to the ground. Then, he looked up and saw that it was Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch? Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated as he looked at Lu Yin apologetically. Little Seven, this is between me and him. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. As for what he said, don't take it seriously. No one can prove it. Lu Yin's face paled as he gulped. Where was the Grim Reaper on the day he disappeared? Lu Yuan's body trembled, but he didn't answer. Lu Yin asked anxiously, Patriarch, where is Madman Lu? Where was he that day? Where else? Of course, he was in Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin shook his head. No, Patriarch, you lied to me. He wasn't in Lu Tianjing, he was with the Grim Reaper, right? Lu Yuan frowned. How could he be with Chu Haizi? You're thinking too much. Ever since Guizhi tested his battle force, I've locked him up in Lu Tianjing and never let him out. Lu Tianyi walked over. Patriarch, Little Seven is the master of Above Heaven sect, the master of the Origin space. There's no need to lie to him. Lu Yuan turned around and glared at Lu Tianyi. Needless to say, Lu Yin already knew. Madman Lu was at the Grim Reaper's place that day, so he saw the battle. What he said was true. Lu Tianyi's expression was complicated. Did the Grim Reaper really die to save Little Seven? Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan, wanting to get a negative answer. Lu Yuan sighed, I don't know. I wasn't there that day, otherwise, Chu Haizi wouldn't have disappeared. But that day, he was indeed with Chu Haizi. Guizhi tested his battle force on him. After I brought him back, I wanted to ask Chu Haizi to help train him. Chu Haizi is ruthless and can subdue him, just like how I sent Tianyi to become Chu Yi's disciple. But I didn't expect that it would be a farewell. I don't know how Chu Haizi disappeared. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I only know that he can't know Little Seven, and he doesn't have the power to see the future because even I can't see the future now. It requires a bridge in the river of time. It's not something that can be done just by mastering the power of time. Chu Haizi shouldn't have such power. Now that I think about it, Madman Lu was bewitched by the Eternals to become a redback at that time. He then placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. Little Seven, don't feel burdened. The possibility of Chu Haizi saving you is less than 1%. Madman Lu only said that to make you feel burdened, just like how he wanted to make me feel burdened by dying at your hands. Even if Chu Haizi really did save you, it only means that you're worth it. You don't know Chu Haizi. He's a person who only does what he thinks is right. He doesn't care about anything. Back when he suppressed the astral beasts, he fought with Big Yellow many times. It was almost a battle to the death, but he never regretted what he did. Lu Yin stood there quietly, his hands wrapped in death chi as he stared blankly. Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi left with Madman Lu's corpse, leaving Lu Yin alone for a while. Lu Yin just stood there, watching the death chi drift away. He thought back to that day, to that scarred hand. Was it worth it? Was it really the Grim Reaper? Why did he save me? A rare rain fell in Lu Tianjing, washing away the stench of blood on the ground. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the rain did not disperse. It continued to drip on his body, making him feel slightly cold. Madman Lu's words constantly echoed. The Grim Reaper could have won. Back then. He broke through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. He was too strong. His death chi was too strong. Because of that palm, he lost. He clearly had invincible strength, but in the end, he was torn to pieces and died. Lu Yin looked at the rain that covered the sky, as if he could see the river of time. Through the river of time, he saw a lonely figure with a Golian beside him. His hand was covered in wounds, and his skinny body faced the endless astral beasts, suppressing the heavens with his strength alone. Is it really you, Grim Reaper? Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. He stayed in the mountains for a few days, but he didn't see a single person. Several days later, the second Night King reported, Pathmaster, we found the whereabouts of the traitor, traceless. Lord Qingping has been captured. Traceless? Luyin still had some impression of this person. On the surface, he seemed to be under De Hang's control, and he had broken through to become an extreme powerhouse at the price of finding the landscape painting stone. In the end, he had submitted to De Hang and had been coerced by De Hang. After Luyin had clashed with De Hang, this person had secretly sided with Luyin and even helped him scheme against De Hang. In reality, his true identity was a spy of the Eternals. Siding with Luyin to deal with De Hang might have been his way of instigating a war between the human powerhouses. Unfortunately, this person's abilities were too limited, and the list of spies was confirmed as the last thing he could do. That was all he could do, and he had exposed himself to complete the last step. After that, there was no more news of this person. Senior Qingping would have no problem capturing this person, and Luyin was well aware of this person's strength. After some time, Traceless was captured and brought to the Above Heaven sect. He was an extreme powerhouse, and even if he was confirmed to have betrayed the humans, he had to be brought here for Luyin to take a look. Luyin looked at the miserable and dejected Traceless and didn't have any questions for the time being. He waved a hand and had someone take him away. Extreme powerhouses of the past were very valuable, but to Luyin, they were just cultivators with a higher cultivation. Whether it was Traceless or Yao Lan, he wasn't interested in dealing with them personally. He finally understood some of the things that had happened in the past. When he had been weak and had clearly offended some people, they hadn't acted against him. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but rather that they didn't want to. It felt like an ant crawling on his foot. He could kick it away, but he couldn't chase after it and trample it to death. That kind of disregard was actually the fundamental reason why many people had turned the tables. If the Eternals had foreseen the current situation, they wouldn't have allowed him to grow. They said that humans had too many weaknesses because of their emotions, but in reality, all creatures were the same. The only exception was their instincts. Hungry beasts wouldn't let you go just because you were an ant, and they needed to eat. Luyin looked at the distant sky. In his opinion, the people from Tianxi's spacetime were more like wild beasts. Then, why hadn't they acted earlier? Before a second above the sky sect had appeared in the Genesis space, when the Six-Way Society was still fighting to the death with the Eternals, they had acted without fail. Why hadn't they? There was also Bai Xian'er. If she had recovered maiden strength, she could have killed him long ago. How could she have allowed him to escape and grow to this level? Even now, once she had fully recovered maiden strength, she should have been able to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He could roughly see the Eternals and the Guardians' intentions, but he couldn't see their true nature. On this day, a person appeared in the second disaster zone. It was Yibo. Yibo was naturally Luyin in disguise. He told the 3 realms and 6 paths about his cultivation of divine power, but he didn't intend to tell everyone before he completely defeated the Eternals to prevent them from becoming unstable. When Yibo appeared and wasn't attacked by Wu Tian and the others, both the Eternals and the humans knew who he was. But just like Yibo's mask, seeing the truth and speaking the truth were different. Atop the Black Mother tree, the only true god looked into the distance and watched Yibo walk over. Behind the sole true god, the ancestor frowned. Yibo? I see. The sole true god understood where Yibo's boundless divine power had come from. He was the only one who could see through Yibo's disguise. The ancient god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others watched as Yibo walked towards the Black Mother tree. Similarly, everyone in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm looked over at Yibo, but they quickly shifted their gazes away as if he didn't exist. The Grand Empyrean opened his eyes and looked across, quietly watching as Yibo approached the Black Mother tree. He then jumped down and entered the roots. From the beginning to the end, no one said a single word to Yibo, and Yibo didn't say a single word to anyone. It was very quiet, so quiet that it was strange. This was the tacit agreement of both sides. Luyin entered the roots of the Black Mother tree. The divine power here had already been absorbed into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. But Lu Yin's goal was not the external divine power but the internal divine power of the Black Mother tree. According to his guess, if the Mother tree's nutrients could be astral source, then the Black Mother tree's nutrients could also be divine power. This was because the Mother tree had been born before the progenitor. When the progenitor appeared, the mother tree had already supported this universe. The reason why astral source liquid appeared in its body was because it could be exchanged for nutrients. If the black mother tree had divine power, then it should be normal. The sole true God watched as Luin jumped down, and his gaze turned cold. He could guess what Luin was going to do, and his expression turned ugly. Luin did not say a word. He raised his hand and slashed horizontally, tearing apart a section of the mother tree's roots. Dark red divine power surged out from within. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As expected, the sole true God's expression darkened, and the sky above the disaster zone darkened. He had underestimated Luin, and this was his mistake. He had thought that this child's talent was extraordinary, and that it was already very rare for him to cultivate to this level in such a short time. He had not expected this child to become even more of a threat. First, he had obtained the support of the entire human race, which he could not tolerate. Now, he had seen through the black mother tree and was actually absorbing divine power. The 7 sky gods, the 3 powers, and the 6 seas all absorbed divine power, but the sole true God did not care because they could not absorb much. However, Luin was different. Regardless of how much he could absorb, the most terrifying thing about this child was the unknown. Even the sole true God could not see how much this person could do, and this was what he feared the most. This person was full of the unknown, and the unknown was the most terrifying. In the starry sky of the astral tree, absorbing astral essence was the biggest taboo. It would weaken the mother tree, making it unable to act as a barrier against the Eternals. However, there was also a saying that absorbing astral essence could increase a cultivator's strength, allowing them to undergo a qualitative transformation in the shortest amount of time possible, allowing them to defeat the Eternals in one fell swoop. It was equivalent to sacrificing the mother tree for the sake of mankind. In the end, this second possibility was rejected. Since ancient times, this second possibility had always existed, but it had never become the mainstream. This was because those who truly grasped the mainstream knew that the Eternals would not be defeated so easily. Even if the astral trees had 10 more progenitors, or even dozens of them, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the Eternals. The Lu family could see this clearly. Later on, he had secretly extracted the astral origin liquid not for the sake of humanity's victory over the Eternals, but for his own personal gain. The 4 cardinal scales were absorbing astral origin liquid in order to increase their strength and suppress the starry sky tree. Regardless of which possibility it was, absorbing astral source liquid could indeed enhance the strength of the cultivators in the starry sky tree, because those cultivators cultivated astral source strength. Now Luin absorbs the black divine power and the mother tree follows the same principle. He also cultivated divine power. As the divine power continued to be absorbed, Luin waved his hand and forcefully punched a huge hole in the black mother tree. Inside, divine power flowed like a waterfall. He began to madly absorb it, and a starry sky appeared in his heart. The divine power planet began to rotate faster and faster. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis exchanged glances, worry flashing in their eyes. Lu Yin's cultivation of divine power was not a good thing. Their master had mentioned that the one true God's divine power could change a person's mind. However, with Lu Yin's current strength, he would definitely surpass the one true God in the future. At the very least, he would reach the same height as the one true God. Divine power should not cause him any harm. This was why they were relieved. However, this relief was based on the past. Now, as they watched Luin madly absorb divine power, they became anxious again. The more divine power he absorbed, the more likely it would change. Once Luin became an enemy of humanity, the consequences would be greater than the Eternals at their peak. It would cause the collapse of humanity's faith. This third divine admonition would also end with the Eternals' victory. Although they were worried, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Luin had already informed them. Whether or not the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could weaken the one true God's strength was uncertain, but absorbing his divine power would definitely weaken him. If they wanted to defeat the Eternals, they would never be able to bypass the one true God. Due to that mysterious fate, Wu Tian would rather be imprisoned in the third calamity region than return to humanity. That kind of threat surpassed that of the Eternals. If humanity really wanted to break free of that shackle, they would have to climb up step by step and eradicate the Eternals before eradicating that fate. What Luin was doing now was for that day. The Grand Empyrean looked down. Something like this had happened? She then looked at the one true God. This was interesting. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm had been weakening the one true God's power, but the rate of weakening was extremely slow. She had been prepared for endless years, but now that there was another method to weaken him, things were different. At the roots of the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin's mind was clear. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and focused on absorbing divine power to strengthen his divine power planet. Divine power was also a kind of cosmic energy in his heart. Although using it would create a desire to kill, it was still a method. Even if he didn't use it, sealing this divine power in his body would weaken the one true God. Cracks appeared and spread through the gap at the roots of the Black Mother Tree. They gradually spread to the land of the second calamity region and were seen by many. Without nutrients, the tree would naturally collapse. The only true God squinted his eyes and looked down. He praised, "You are the most talented even when it comes to cultivating godly power. Tao Master Lu, do you plan to absorb all the godly power in the Black Mother Tree?" Luin ignored him. The Grand Empyrean spoke up. "Eternal, are you afraid?" The one true God laughed. "I'm just lamenting. I didn't expect that the most talented person in cultivating divine power would be the enemy of divine power. Isn't this a form of irony? If Tao Lord Lu joins the Eternals because he cultivates too much divine power, then wouldn't that be a form of irony to you humans?" The Grand Empyrean sneered. "Nonsense, with his current strength, no power can control him. It will only be controlled by him. You are worried that the Black Mother Tree will collapse. A fake is a fake, it can never be compared to the real thing." The one true God raised an eyebrow. "Fake? Are you talking about this Black Mother Tree?" "Wrong, it is real. This Mother Tree comes from another universe. I can tell you that it came from Xianxia's universe. To them, this Mother Tree is equivalent to your Mother Tree. Once it collapses, that universe will fight you to the death." The Grand Empyrean coldly said, "Then come." When Luin heard this, he opened his eyes and looked at the Grand Empyrean with surprise. This woman was actually so responsible? "In any case, my target is only you. The others have nothing to do with me," the Grand Empyrean added. Luin closed his eyes again. Sure enough, this crazy woman was still the same crazy woman. She didn't care about the Eternals or the other universes. She only focused on the one true God. This was her calamity. Everyone who crossed the calamity was crazy. It was true. But did this Mother Tree belong to Xianxia's universe? Did that mean that they would first transplant the Mother Tree from their universe and then destroy the humans? Why? Since this universe was destined to restart, wouldn't this Mother Tree also be destroyed here? Wait. Luin suddenly thought of the Mother Tree of the Astral Tree of the Tree of Stars. When had that Mother Tree been born? If his previous guess was true, then it wouldn't be so simple for Xianxia's universe to transplant this Mother Tree. Perhaps the restart of the universe had something to do with the Mother Tree. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, gradually spreading to the entire root. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the Black Mother Tree. But because it was the root, it was obviously more serious than it looked. The branches were drying up and falling, just like the Eternals, constantly withering. Wu Tian and the others looked at the Black Mother Tree, waiting for it to collapse. The Black Mother Tree's divine power was endless. Anyone who cultivated divine power would not be able to absorb it. Only Luin was an exception, as his star could be infinitely large. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the sole true God's gaze landed on Lu Yin's body. He saw Lu Yin's divine force planet, which was a seat of divine force. Even if all of the divine force in the calamity region was poured into it, it would not be able to reach its limit. The Black Mother Tree's divine force would eventually be sucked dry, and when that happened, the tree would definitely collapse. The Black Mother Tree could not collapse. Absolutely not. The one true God closed his eyes. Around him, the ancestor sensed something and slowly retreated. The others also retreated. Muji's heart palpitated as he looked at the one true God's back. Ever since he had been sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation, the one true God had not taken action. At this moment, the entire Eternal situation had changed. Grand Emperor's expression changed. Be careful. Everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree, including Luin. He immediately looked at the one true god. At the same time, the one true god's eyes widened. His pupils turned scarlet as he grabbed the divine power river beside him and threw it out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the divine power river filled the sky and covered the entire Calamity Zone spacetime, forming a dark red curtain. True God, heaven-swapping technique. The one true god's voice rang out. Grand Emperor shouted, one of the 3 true god ultimate techniques, eternity. You can't break the 6 paths of reincarnation. The one true god looked down at Grand Emperor. Tai Hong, you did indeed seal me. How many years of bitter cultivation allowed you to be close to success? But you forgot one thing. When one's power reaches a certain level, everything can be broken. Then, his pupils changed continuously. It was the Corpse King transformation. Thank you, Brother 19147, for the tip. Thank you for your support. Thank you. I've been busy these past few days. My wife's grandfather is nearing the end of his lifespan. He doesn't recognize anyone and is constantly coughing up black blood. He looks like he's in pain. Brothers, you must take care of your body and exercise more. Don't be lazy and eat healthily. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. Wu Tian and the rest were shocked. They knew what the one true god was going to do. He was going to use the last Corpse King transformation that Di Qiong had created at the cost of his life, Einherjar transformation. Di Qiong's Aries transformation had unimaginable power. His strength was no weaker than Lu Yin's. The transformation's power was almost the limit of a living being. If Di Qiong had not died and lost his mind, his godly power would have been absorbed by Lu Yin. Otherwise, even a corpse would not have been able to do anything to him. If Di Qiong was already like this, what would happen if the one true god used the Aries transformation? He was already much stronger than Di Qiong, be it in terms of physical strength or godly power. The one true god used the Aries transformation. Everyone was shocked. His powerful aura distorted the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The one true god's power had surpassed his. In the current universe, the strongest beings were Su Wang and Li Shao. However, Lu Yin's power had surpassed those two and was already close to the limit. At this moment, the one true god was the limit. He represented the limit of power. His power was not something that could be resisted by a human. The one true god punched forward, distorting the 6 paths of reincarnation and almost tearing it apart. He attacked again. No one doubted that he had the ability to tear the 6 paths of reincarnation apart. If he had this ability, why didn't he attack during the battle of the second Calamity region? There must be a limit. The ancestor's words appeared in Lu Yin's mind again. There was no limit in the universe. If there was a limit, there must be a price to pay. He could not tell what price the one true god would pay, but he knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation could not hold on for much longer. Wu Tian and the rest could not attack. They did not dare to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, they would be courting death if they faced the one true god directly. They could only watch. In the sky, the dark red screen made everyone look red. It was like hell. The Grand Heavenly Venerate stood up and calmly watched the one true god attack. With my life, I sacrifice the 6 paths of reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, the sequence particles around the Grand Heavenly Venerate flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the astral source and her ancestral world's reincarnation were also scattered. Waves of power flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her face was pale and she was about to collapse. The only true god shouted, Tai Hong, do you really want to die? The Grand Emperor's voice echoed across the world. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. I know it's impossible to pass the bitter adversity, but no matter what, I'll drag you down until you die. At the very least, you won't be able to pass the bitter adversity. The one true god slammed his palm at her. The Grand Emperor was like a small boat in a storm, and she spat out blood. The veil fell off, revealing a beautiful face. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her smile was like a withered flower that could wither at any moment. Eternal, you must have paid a heavy price. Of course, the price he had to pay was not small. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. The only true deity was just about to continue attacking when the surface of his body cracked open inch by inch. Blood spurted out and scattered in all directions. Attack! The ancestor of the past, the ancient god, the forgotten ruins god, and the arrow god all attacked the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean couldn't fight back at all and could only let them attack. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he rushed forward. Wu Tian and the others didn't hesitate and rushed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Scram! The Grand Empyrean shouted. She turned around and glared at Lu Yin and the others. Scram! Who do you think you are? This is a battle between me and Eternal. Do you have the right to interfere? Crazy woman, you're going to die. Lu Yin shouted. The Grand Empyrean disdainfully said, even if I die, it's not up to you to save me. I don't owe your Lu family anything and never will. Also, you want to kill me with just these pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Who do you think I am? I'm Tai Hong, someone from the primordial era in the origin space. I'm an elder of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Even they have to call me senior. Do I need you to save me? Scram! Attacks fell like raindrops. The Grand Empyrean's back was facing Lu Yin and the others as she faced the attacks head-on. Blood dyed the sky red. Eternal, you can't get rid of me. Don't even think about leaving. This is my bitter adversity. No one can interfere. The Grand Empyrean's voice echoed throughout the world. Lu Yin had never felt that this crazy woman shouldn't die. She had her own beliefs and didn't need to be responsible for others. The only true god's face was red as he panted. It was obvious that he had paid a price. He gritted his teeth. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let Absolute Beginning watch. You die. With that, he clenched his fingers and pointed at the Black Mother Tree. Rise. A huge force pulled up the Black Mother Tree that connected the heavens and earth. The Black Mother Tree carried the 6 paths of reincarnation realm and turned into a dark red light that shot into the sky. Lu Yin quickly stopped it. The soil condensed into a land that pressed down. At the same time, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others all attacked. Lu Yuan also appeared and blocked it with the God Sealing Catalog. It was useless as all the attacks were blocked by the dark red light. Lu Yuan's expression changed. True God Heaven Switching Technique? The Black Mother Tree carried the 6 paths of reincarnation realm and disappeared without a trace within the True God Heaven Switching Technique. Lu Yin and the others all attacked the True God Heaven Switching Technique, but they couldn't do anything to it. Stop. This is the True God Heaven Switching Technique. Even a primordial realm expert will be trapped for a while. Lu Yuan's expression was heavy as he looked in the direction of the Black Mother Tree. What happened? The guardians of the Calamity region took turns, and Lu Yuan just happened to be absent. But whether he was there or not, the result wouldn't change. The only true god who had reached the limit of power was no match for him. No one could stop him. Lu Yin told Lu Yuan what had happened. Lu Yuan's expression was ugly. That crazy woman is still the same. But fortunately, you didn't go in, or you really would have died. Don't worry. Even an Eternal at the limit couldn't break the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm will definitely be able to seal him for a while. Now, no one knows where they went. Wu Tian looked up. They went to Immemorial City. Lu Yuan frowned, and his heart sank. This was the worst-case scenario. The only true god had gone to Immemorial City, which would be a decisive force. Lu Yin and the others were still trapped in the Calamity region. Unless they broke the True God Heaven Switching Technique, no one would be able to leave. They should have gone to Immemorial City. We need to break the True God Heaven Switching Technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Immemorial City is broken, this universe will be finished, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin knew that this was even more terrifying. Once Immemorial City was broken, the sequence cords would all be broken, and this universe would be rebooted. That would be a disaster for humanity. When he thought of this, he punched at the true god heaven switching technique, but it was still useless. Currently, the people trapped in the Calamity region were Lu Yin, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Wood God, Celestial Champion, Jade, and Yao. They could be considered as more than half of the above heaven sex forces. The most troublesome thing was that the Calamity region could only be entered but not exited. If anyone tried to enter, they would be sealed, and no one would be able to escape. Lu Yin and the others thought of many methods, but none of them could be separated from the true god heaven switching technique. The true god heaven switching technique is one of eternity's 3 ultimate techniques. It surrounds the entire spacetime with divine power, and no power can break through it unless Master is here. Wu Tian was solemn as he stared at the sky, trying to find the technique's weakness. Lu Yin took out the landscape painting stone. What about the mirage? We can't go there, Lu Yuan said. The entire spacetime has been sealed by divine power. We can't even tear through the void, let alone these specks of dust. There's one way to break through. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin, absorb that divine power. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, I can absorb the divine power of the true god heaven switching technique. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Do you think it's that easy to absorb a technique? Unless you can see through it. No matter what, let's give it a try. Lu Yin leapt up and went under the true god heaven switching technique, attempting to absorb the divine power. At the same time, above the sequence, the immemorial city that was burning in flames shook violently. After a fierce battle, figures returned to the city one after another, panting heavily. Awesome, awesome, ha 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 ha, Kujia, you're really resilient. You took 5 sequence laws head-on and didn't lose. Su Wangtian sighed in admiration as he stood on top of the city wall. Below him was a blazing inferno. His bare feet were stepping on 2 slippers as he felt extremely carefree. Not far away, Kujia praised, Senior Su's slippers are really powerful. They kicked 2 corpse kings to death. Is that a weapon? Su Wangtian's expression turned awkward as he glanced at the slippers. On the other side, old Zhong Tu arrived. I'm old. Can't you guys wait for me? If not for the fact that I can still move, I would have died outside. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. Old Zhong Tu, your act of pretending to be old is useless. Old Zhong Tu laughed and stroked his beard. Ancestor Su, do the slippers fit? You scolded the person who stole your slippers quite harshly. Su Wangtian was speechless. He even stole my slippers. Scolding him is already considered light. Kujia was curious but did not ask. Ever since he was brought to Immemorial City by the giant tree during the Second Battle of Calamity Realm, he had participated in many battles here and experienced many battles. There was nothing else here but endless battles. Although this period of time was not long, he saw all kinds of enemies. Some of them were not weaker than him. There were too many experts hidden in the Eternal Race's bone boats. He did not know where they came from. Old Zhong Tu laughed. Ancestor Su, what's going on between you and that big sister? Tell me. Su Wangtian raised his eyebrows and cursed his bad luck. He did not expect Netherworld to come. He had offended her too harshly last time. On the other side, Kong Tianzhao looked at the sword hilt in a daze. It was still not enough. Just a little bit more. This time, he wanted to break through earlier than Jiangfeng. White Cloud City had its own path of cultivation. Others might not be able to see their path clearly. And here, he looked into the distance. This was the place he dreamed of. If he did not die here, he would break through here. Big Sister was in the opposite direction of Su Wangtian. There was no other way. They had to separate them. Otherwise, they would have internal strife before the battle with the Eternal Race. Chewie glanced at Big Sister and was very cautious. He was afraid that she would rush to the other side of Immemorial City to find trouble with Su Wangtian. This was not the first time. Thinking back to the tree's previous arrival, Immemorial City grew excited. Every time the tree arrived, it would bring a few experts to deal with the Eternals, and the Eternals would try their best to stop it. They would attack the tree from the outskirts of Immemorial City. The tree had failed several times and was unable to approach Immemorial City. The people it brought with it were either killed or crippled. This time, however, things were different. The Eternals who had attacked the tree had all been destroyed. This time, the tree had brought several experts, including the unkillable Withered, the sword expert Kong Tianzhao, and the irascible netherworld ancestor. The Eternals had miscalculated, and the primordial thunder locust was among them. As for Magician, he had been killed the moment he entered Immemorial City. He had been tossed into the sea of fire, and there was no place for him here. The arrival of these experts excited Immemorial City, and they also brought good news. In the outside world, the Eternals were being suppressed by the above heaven, and all of this was due to one person, Luin. The endless war in Immemorial City seemed endless, but now, they could see that the Eternals had reached their end. The primordial thunder locust was in a more miserable state. Just like Awakener, who had participated in the Chosen of Gods, he had been captured by the giant hand within Immemorial City. The hand had resisted the primordial thunder locust's thunderous might and taken somewhere else. Kong Tianzhao was stunned. The primordial thunder locust was not weak. Even White Cloud City could not do anything to it, but someone had managed to capture it so easily. Of course, he later realized that he had overestimated the hand's owner. After capturing the primordial thunder locust, that person had been heavily injured. In any case, there was more than one powerhouse in Immemorial City, and any one of them could change the situation in the outside world. There were also many experts on the Eternals' bone boats that could fight against Immemorial City. In particular, the bone boats had an unending stream that left Immemorial City helpless. Immemorial City was a paradise for warriors. The arrival of Big Sis and the others had given Immemorial City the upper hand. They had fought their way out and continuously killed the Eternal Corpse Kings. They had even seen the bone boat several times. Now, everyone in Immemorial City was waiting for the above heaven to arrive and fight the Eternals to the death. No matter how intense the battle outside was, this was the only place where the final battle would take place. Finally, in the direction of Immemorial City, an old man wearing a pointed hat had a complicated expression. His name was Babar, and he was an instructor of the 9-star civilization. He had sensed at the moment Kakavin used the 9-star civilization to restart death. At that time, he had thought that the 9-star civilization no longer existed. Fortunately, Big Sister and the others had arrived and brought him news of the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization was still around, and there was an expert who could use the 9-star reboot. That was enough. The final battle between the humans and the Eternals was about to begin. He was glad that he could witness that moment. Only then would the 9 stars be reactivated. He had been waiting for that day for a long time. Around the primeval city, flames burned, never to be extinguished. On the city wall, everyone was waiting. They were waiting for another opportunity to kill their way out. Now that the humans had the upper hand, they did not care whether they lived or died in the following battle. All they wanted was to feel refreshed. In Primeval City, everyone's greatest joy was gambling. They gambled on which sequence law they would die under. Here, no one was afraid of death. Not long after, the people of Primordial City saw a spectacle. The endless sequence particles that filled the surrounding starry sky were pushed out in one direction, as if a behemoth had appeared. The expressions of the people on the city wall in that direction changed drastically. Is that the Mother Tree? No, it's the Dark Mother Tree of the Eternals. Everyone, be careful, Big Sister shouted. The huge Dark Mother Tree was dragged by an invisible force toward Primeval City. Because the Dark Mother Tree was too huge, it pushed away the endless sequence particles. It carried a strong pressure as if it was about to crash into Primeval City. One by one, the experts arrived at the city wall. Their breathing stopped. Mr. Mu walked out. Why would the Dark Mother Tree of the Eternals come here? Wasn't the Eternals completely suppressed by the above heaven sect? Who had the ability to pull out the Dark Mother Tree? Soon, they saw it. On the Dark Mother Tree, the group of Eternals, especially the one true God, faced Primeval City and Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu, we meet again, the one true God said, his voice spreading throughout Primeval City. Everyone in Primeval City heard him. Underground, Primogenitor Taichu frowned. Eternals? He had actually come. On the city wall, Mr. Mu looked across. Eternals, you actually came to Primeval City. Have you given up on the Calamity Zone? The one true God sighed. You took in the most outstanding disciple in history and chased me out of the Calamity Zone. I had nowhere to go, so I could only come to Primeval City to fight to the death with you. Just as Taichu said, Primeval City will become the final battlefield. Where's Little Seven? Big Sister shouted. The one true god didn't answer. He slowly moved aside. Behind him, the area blocked by the ancient gods and ancestor Taichu dispersed, revealing the Grand Empyrean. In Primeval City, some people's expressions changed. Grand Empyrean? Tai Hong? Mr. Mu's pupils constricted. Tai Hong. Underground, Taichu looked up and saw through Primeval City. He saw the Grand Empyrean being beaten miserably by the one true god and the others. His gaze was complicated. Tai Hong. The one true god praised. I always thought that Tai Hong was an unreasonable woman, but I have to admit that her persistence surpassed everything. Perhaps among all the experts who passed Calamity, she was the closest to success. She used her life to trap me in the 6 paths of reincarnation. I admire her. Mr. Mu, Taichu, none of you can compare to her. On Primeval City's city wall. Mr. Mu's expression was ugly. Primeval City had been fighting for so many years, but no one had ever seen Mr. Mu like this. The Tai Hong that appeared in front of Mr. Mu was completely different from the arrogant and insufferably arrogant woman from before. That woman was arrogant and looked down on everything. She didn't put anyone in her eyes and thought that she could surpass everyone, becoming the first existence to step into the eternal life realm. She gave pointers to the 3 worlds and 6 Daos and discussed the Tao with him in absolute beginning. At that time, she was so arrogant. Now, her hair was a mess, her body was covered in blood, and her face was pale. She had endured torture, but her eyes were still so bright and lofty. Figures appeared beside the Black Mother Tree. They were the experts on the Eternal Race's bone ship. One of them was called Xianxia, and he challenged Mr. Mu. He was a peerless expert. Xianxia sized up the Grand Empyrean and exclaimed, Tai Hong? You actually became like this? Ha 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 ha, Tai Hong, to think that you would have such a day. I said that you would be miserable in the future. Ha 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 ha. Another voice rang out, Tai Hong? I think I have heard of her before. She is an expert. Is she that woman? She is very ordinary. Tear apart that woman's clothes. Living beings should be in their most primitive form. Face us in a perverted state. I want her bones. In the most intense battlefield in the universe, where the strongest experts from both sides gathered, the Grand Empyrean was like an object being appraised and discussed. The voices of the eternal race constantly entered the Grand Empyrean's ears. The corner of the Grand Empyrean's mouth curled up, and her eyes became colder and more arrogant. A bunch of trash. Old Man Mu, what is that look in your eyes? No matter what, I, Tai Hong, will not be pitted by others. I will kill the eternal race. Taichu cannot take it away, and neither can you. This is my misfortune. If you cannot stop the other eternal race members, then it is because you are not capable. After I survive this misfortune and destroy the eternal race, all of you will have to worship me. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Arrogant. You are about to die and still dare to be so stubborn. With that, he waved his hand. His power penetrated the 6 paths of reincarnation world and hit the Grand Empyrean's shoulder, cracking it. Someone on the side was distressed. Old Man Xianxia, don't hit her bones. They are useful. I want to implant her bones. Hit somewhere else. Look at her beautiful face. The Grand Empyrean did not even look at them. In her eyes, there was only the one true God. No matter how much damage she suffered, she could not let the 6 paths of reincarnation world break. This was her persistence and her way of fighting. The one true God looked at Immemorial City. I have not been here for a long time. Taichu, if Tai Hong dies in front of you, what will you do? A voice came from the underground of Immemorial City. I will win. Tai Hong was furious. Nonsense. Taichu, I will definitely live longer than you. Don't even think about winning. Don't even think about winning once. The one true God waved his hand. Take down Immemorial City. Beside him, Ancient God and the others stepped forward and charged towards Immemorial City. Around them, Xianxia and the others also charged towards Immemorial City. Within Immemorial City, Mr. Mu was stern. Everyone, all of the Eternal's forces are gathered here. Focus on defense in this battle. Do not advance rashly. Wait for reinforcements. A terrifying battle erupted. Stray particles constantly spread out, and Immemorial City shook. Bone ships appeared as figures charged towards Immemorial City. With Immemorial City's current strength, it was impossible to stop the Eternals. The Eternals had gained 2 primordial realm experts, the Ancestor and the Ancient God, as well as Bai Wuxian, the Arrow God, and the Forgetful Ruins God. Immemorial City was at a disadvantage in terms of absolute numbers of experts. Fortunately, the one true God was still trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation world, or the Eternals would have already won this battle. Now, the only thing that could truly determine victory was whether the above heavens could provide reinforcements. Luyin landed in the second disaster zone and sighed. He had failed, as there was no way for him to directly absorb the God Force from the True God Skysplit technique. This technique was practically flawless, and trying to break through it was as difficult as trying to break out of a sealed cage. Another person arrived. It was Lu Tianyi. This was the most disgusting thing about the True God Heaven switching technique. One could enter but not leave. It made human experts enter like moths to a flame. Luyin had no doubt that the longer they were trapped, the more human experts would enter. Lu Tianyi felt helpless. He had never thought that something like this would happen. It's impossible to see the True God Heaven switching technique from the outside world. The Eternals must have created this technique to trick people. Hongyan Mavis gritted her teeth. Lu Yuan said, "Everyone, no matter what, let's work together and try to break through it. No matter how long it takes, we can't just let the Eternals defeat Immemorial City. Once Immemorial City is defeated and the bone ships descend, we'll be finished." Lu Yin's heart sank. The strength of the bone galleys was comparable to that of Primeval City, and how many human experts were gathered there? Once the Eternals joined forces with the bone galleys, even the current above heaven would not be able to withstand them. Let me try again. Not long after, Luyin descended once more, but there was nothing he could do unless he learned the True God Heaven switching technique. Right, he looked around at the land of the Zone of E and saw that it was crisscrossed with a river of divine power. It was said that the river of divine power contained the 3 ultimate techniques of the True God, but what about now? If Lu Yuan and the others joined forces to attack the True God Heaven switching technique, they would definitely be able to break through it, but it would take a very long time. It was obvious that they could not withstand it for that long. Even if Luyin joined them, he would only be able to shorten the time, but they would still not be able to withstand it. With no other choice, Luyin released the starry sky from his heart. It spread out continuously, gradually enveloping the second zone of E and continuing to expand. With his current strength, it was not impossible for the starry sky from his heart to spread to the 6th zone of E. He wanted to see if he could find the 3 ultimate techniques of the True God. He had already learned the True God's freedom technique, but he had not been able to cultivate it. There were still 2 more. The starry sky from his heart continued to expand, and the stars in the zone of E rotated, bringing the dusky zone of E into the starry sky. He could not find the 2nd zone of E, the 3rd, and the 1st. Next, the 4th zone of E. Eh? Wei Shu. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his body disappeared. Far away from the 2nd zone of E, in the depths of the 4th zone of E, Wei Shu was curled up, not daring to move. His eyes were closed, and the power in his body had completely dissipated. He had fallen from the progenitor realm and become inconspicuous. This was his method of self-preservation. If not for this, he would have died long ago. The above heaven sect and the Eternals had suddenly started fighting, and he had not even been able to escape. He had thought that the battle would take a long time, but it had suddenly erupted. When the battle had begun, he had immediately decided to hide underground, not intending to fight at all. During the fierce battle, the ground of the zone of E had cracked, and the black mother tree had swayed and even tilted. His heart trembled at the sight, and he was glad that he had not fought. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground were battlefields. He had been waiting for the moment when victory and defeat would be decided. He had believed that the Eternals would win because of their deep foundation, but the result had left him in despair. The Eternals had been defeated. When the Eternals were defeated and the one true God and the others were trapped in the six paths of reincarnation world, Wei Shu made a decision to disperse his strength and drop out of the progenitor realm to protect himself. At the beginning of the war, he could not escape. No one could escape from the Calamity region. After the war ended, he still could not escape. He was certain that once he tore through the void, those terrifying human experts would immediately discover him and crush him like a bug. That was for sure. By dispersing his cultivation and hiding underground, other than being able to protect himself, there was another benefit, which was to search for the three ultimate techniques of the true gods. The river of divine power had been drawn away, but he knew that the three ultimate skills of the true gods were not hidden in the river of divine power, but in the river itself. This was something he had learned after joining the Eternals for so many years and making so many friends. He was still waiting. He was waiting for the moment the Eternals were completely defeated and the humans won. He was waiting for the moment the land of disaster became a wasteland. Then, he would begin his search. No one would compete with him. It was very likely that he would find the three ultimate techniques of the true gods. With that, he could cultivate them again and become a top expert. Progenitor realm? In the past, it was very impressive, but now it was no longer necessary. He had cultivated the three ultimate techniques of the true gods. These techniques could even make a half-ancestor invincible. Just look at Tao Lord Lu. What kind of battles had he participated in when he was a half-ancestor? Now that he had broken through, he was one of the most invincible powerhouses in the universe. Lu Ying did not plan to compete with him, but even if he could not compare to him, he was still better than him. He slept for countless years, waiting for an opportunity. It was not like this was the first time he had done something like this. He slept peacefully. Wei Shu did not even think that he would be discovered. The war was already over, and no one would come to the desolate land of the fourth Calamity region. However, when a dim light illuminated him, he opened his eyes and stared blankly in front of him. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. Lu Master Lu. Wei Shu would never have imagined that Lu Ying would personally find him. He had considered the possibility that he would be found, but would this invincible universe's Master Lu have a chance? There was no need. There was really no need. He was just an ant. Lu Ying had also not expected to find this guy. Wei Shu was a prodigy in the fourth Calamity region. Lu Ying did not see him in battle, but he was good at finding true gods. He had actually drawn 5 maps of the Calamity region's god power lakes. No one in the Eternals was as good at making friends as Wei Shu. Lu Ying looked down at Wei Shu. You really know how to hide. Wei Shu trembled and fell to his knees. He was in despair. Master Lu, I am just an ant. I have never done anything to harm humans. Master Lu, please do not kill me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I beg you. Lu Ying did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. Where are the 3 true god ultimate techniques? Wei Shu was stunned and looked at Lu Ying in confusion. True God's 3 ultimate techniques? You have been searching. Do you have any leads? Lu Ying asked. He had searched through the 6 Calamity regions with his heart, but he could not find anything. Wei Shu blinked. This, I do not know. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes. Wei Shu saw Lu Ying's expression darken and hurriedly said, although I cannot find it, I know how to find it. Speak. Dig. Dig? Yes. Legend has it that Master Su Jin's 3 ultimate techniques were dug out. A long time ago, something happened in the second Calamity region. All the corpse kings, including the humans of the Eternal Kingdom, dug out the soil. Master Su Jin lifted the river of divine power and dug section by section. In the end, he did not find anything. But now, we know that Master Su Jin cultivated the true God's freedom technique. He must have dug it out then. And Master Di Qiong's ultimate technique was bestowed by the only true God. Lu Ying frowned. Di Qiong did not cultivate the ultimate technique. Di Qiong had died in his hands. If he had cultivated the ultimate technique, how could he not use it? Wei Shu's face turned pale. I do not know about this, but I am sure that if we want to find the ultimate technique, we can only rely on digging. The river of divine power is gone. Do you think the ultimate technique is still there? Luin asked. He did not have much hope. Wei Shu was certain. Yes, it is. Please believe me. As long as we dig out all the rivers in the 6 calamity regions, we will definitely find the ultimate technique. In the river? It should be. Lu Yin's heart was enveloped by the 6 calamity regions. A map of the river of divine power appeared in his mind. Even though the terrain of the calamity regions had been destroyed due to the war, he could still roughly find it. Surging energy. The energy shook the 6 calamity regions at the same time, causing Lu Yuan and the rest to look over. They did not understand what Luin was doing. Wei Shu felt a tremor beneath his feet. The river beside him was torn apart by an invisible energy. Not only that, but the entire 4th calamity region's river was torn apart. It was as if a giant python had rushed out of the 4th calamity region. He knew that it was not just the 4th calamity region. All 6 calamity regions were in the same state. All the rivers of divine power had been torn apart. Luin suddenly looked in a direction and disappeared. Wei Shu's entire body went limp. He felt bitter. He should have found it. It should have been his. In the 5th calamity region, within an unremarkable broken river, a small stone attracted Lu Yin's attention. When the stone was pulled out of the river, it actually flew towards the divine power planet in his heart. It was obviously attracted by the divine power. Lu Yin grabbed the stone and looked at it. After a while, he crushed the stone. It was the True God's Freedom Technique. It seemed that only the True God's Freedom Technique had been passed down from the True God's 3 ultimate techniques. The other 2 techniques did not exist. It made sense. How could the only true God allow the True God heaven-switching technique to remain in the calamity region? Wouldn't that give others a way to break the technique? The logic was simple, but Luin still held on to hope. In the end, he only found the True God's Freedom Technique. He returned to the 2nd calamity region and watched as Lu Yuan and the rest continuously attacked the True God heaven-switching technique. There was only one way left: break through. When he broke through the mortal ancestors' world and the unbounded ancestors' world, he had caused a huge commotion. He hoped that breaking through again would cause enough of a commotion to break through the True God heaven-switching technique. Luin had Lu Yuan and the rest stop. He stood far away and looked up. This time, he planned to break through the wordless heaven book. Without the mortal ancestor break and the unbounded ancestor break, Luin would not have attempted to break through the wordless heaven book. Even now, he did not know what other uses the wordless heaven book had besides blocking the sequence laws and writing names that had been expelled from spacetime. He also did not have a clear direction to break through. But would he have a direction after a while? Since that was the case, he might as well break through and see what the wordless heaven book would become. As for the flowing light, Luin wanted to save it for last. It was the power of time, and he hoped that one day, he would be able to rely on it to go against the flow of time. The wordless heaven book appeared, and Luin looked up. Golden light sprinkled on his face, making him feel warm. Looking at the dark red sky, he did not know what kind of calamity the wordless heaven book would attract. He had never wished for his calamity to be as great as possible. Unfortunately, if he had brought along the mortal ancestors' world's calamity, he might have been able to break through the True God heaven-switching technique. In the distance, Lu Yuan and the rest looked at Luin with solemn expressions. What kind of calamity will be attracted after being recognized by the primordial space? Hongyan Mavis did not understand, as she had never been recognized by the primordial space. Since ancient times, only the primogenitors had been recognized, and the second had been Luin. At most, they controlled a single continent. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. I don't know either. We were only recognized by a single continent, and we did not break through with the wordless heaven book like him. This is the first time, and Master might not even know. Wu Tian's expression was solemn. Cultivate the heart. Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis looked at Wu Tian, not understanding what he meant. Wu Tian's ability to enlighten all living beings was equivalent to being recognized by the primordial space, but he had never fought for that power. I don't know if I'm right or not. If there are gains, then there are losses. Using the wordless heavenly book to break through might not lead to a great calamity, but the threat to him might be greater than any other calamity. It all depends on what he thinks. Everyone discussed. Gradually, a phantom appeared outside the true God heaven switching technique. Luin saw it. Was that a parallel universe? Was it the same as breaking through in the mortal world? Impossible. How could two completely different ancestral realms have the same calamity? In fact, outside of the primordial space, most parallel universes did not have any calamities when breaking through to the progenitor realm. Luin did not walk the astral path, and even in the primordial space, he might not have encountered any calamities. However, he had walked his own path, and this path would lead to calamities everywhere. The more unique one's path was, the more difficult the calamities would be to bear. Luin looked at the phantom outside the true God heaven switching technique. Come, the heavier the calamities, the better. It would be best if they could break through the true God heaven switching technique. Gradually, the phantom became clearer and clearer. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was that the fifth mainland? Not only him, but Lu Yuan and the others also saw it. The phantom was not a parallel universe, but a fifth mainland. As the fifth mainland approached, it disappeared, and what appeared in front of them were countless people. They did not see Lu Yin's group at all. This was just a phantom, a mere phantom. Perhaps it was a scene that was happening in a certain location on the fifth mainland. The golden light still shone on Lu Yin's face, but as the figures became clearer, he saw a different scene. He saw the ugliness of the human world, the scenes that could only happen in the dark corners of the world. Child, do it. Kill him, and we'll be able to obtain that technique. But, Father, this person is a good person. He saved me. There are no good people in this world. Do it. Kill him. Kill him. My lord, this lowly one is innocent. This lowly one did not kill this family. Please investigate. If I say it's you, then it's you. There's no one else. It's useless to beg anymore. Unless what? Unless you have enough money to buy your life. My lord, this lowly one has an 80-year-old mother and a wife to support. Where would I get the money? Then it's you. Drag him out and execute him. My lord, please investigate. Well done, Lord Hui. Don't worry, young master. Only you and I know about this. I won't treat you unfairly. Now that I think about it, that little girl was really alluring. I killed her too early. Young master, I know a family whose young lady is even more alluring. Really? Hurry up and bring me there. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Young master, please. Welcome back, master. I have been in seclusion for 13 years. It has been hard on my disciples. To serve master, we disciples are willing to die 10,000 deaths. Since that's the case, there's one last thing I need my disciples to do. Master, please instruct me. Give it to me as a blood sacrifice. Master, please spare this disciple's life. This disciple doesn't want to die. Master, I'm hungry. Master. There's no other way. I've suffered from cultivation deviation, and I can only exchange your blood for a technique. Rest in peace. 99,999 people are enough. Sigh, I still need to recruit more disciples. How troublesome. Voices traveled into Lu Yin's ears, and he heard them. He also saw the countless ugly sides of the world. Gradually, the golden light that shone on his face dimmed. Lu Yuan and the others stared at this scene. How could this be? Wu Tian's expression turned solemn. As expected, it's a tempering of the heart. The mortal world is full of evil, and he has been recognized by time and space. The prayers of all living beings can become his strength, but there is also an evil side. Lu Yuan and the others only saw human figures, but what Lu Yin saw was a dark and cruel scene. The distortion of human nature and the depravity of the world's morals flooded into his mind and replaced all of his thoughts. The golden radiance dimmed, and it was no longer warm. Instead, it became dark, lonely, and cold. More and more dark and strange things appeared before Lu Yin's eyes, and he couldn't see the light. All he could see were pairs of venomous and hateful eyes. It was as if he could see blood-stained arms grabbing at him, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. Why do you want to kill me? I saved him. Humans shouldn't be like this, they shouldn't be like this. I have a mother, a wife, and a son. How can I die? I didn't kill that family. How can I bear such a stain? How will my mother, wife, and son live? Master, we've treated you like a father and mother. Why are you like this? Is this human nature? If there's an afterlife, I don't want to be a human. The human heart is sinister, and even if I'm a human, I want to be the most evil person. I won't let the world betray me. If there's an afterlife, I want to be that young master. What's wrong with killing people? If there's an afterlife, I'll slaughter everyone. If there's an afterlife. The golden light around Lu Yin had almost completely dissipated. Countless voices and images filled his mind, and he felt the worst pain in the world. He clutched his head and muttered to himself, if there's an afterlife, I'll be that young master. If there's an afterlife, I'll be that lord. If there's an afterlife, I'll be that master. I'll be that father and son who repaid kindness with enmity. Lu Yin raised his head to the sky and roared. Lu Yuan wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Wu Tian. Don't go. He's the only one who can survive this situation. Since he has the support of countless people and has countless people praying for him, he has to bear the karma. It's something that neither you nor I can do anything about. Even if you help him this time, he'll still fall into the abyss next time. Lu Yuan's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth. Little Seven, get through it. Get through it. The darkest thing in the world was human nature. The Eternals used emotions as their weakness and saw through human nature, which was why they had won. Lu Yin had survived calamity after calamity. Even if spacetime overlapped and disappeared, even if there were endless calamities in the universe, he could still survive because he wasn't alone. He had too many people supporting him. Even if the parallel spacetime wanted to crush him, there would be countless people supporting him, causing the primordial space to crash into the many parallel spacetime. After enjoying the consequences, he had to bear the cause. Lu Yin knelt on one knee as sweat dripped down his face. His pupils dilated, but this wasn't something that could be suppressed by his battle prowess. As long as he was human, as long as there was right and wrong, good and evil, this pain would become even more obvious. The kinder a person was, the more evil they would be when they committed evil. Lu Yin had always stuck to his bottom line, but what he saw and heard at this moment had crossed that line. He seemed to have become that father and son, that young master, that lord, and that master. Once he fell, he would be even more evil than these people. He would no longer be Lu Yin. This was what it meant to temper one's heart. Breaking through to ancestral break in the primordial space required one to temper one's heart. Lu Yin had broken through to ancestral break in the mortal era and had broken through to ancestral break countless times, but he had never encountered it. He had thought that it was just a calamity in the primordial space, but in reality, it had always been there, waiting for him. He had become one of the thousands of evil people in the universe, and he had done all kinds of evil. That calamity had mostly come from himself, and he had been unable to bring himself out of the abyss. That bottom line that he had always stuck to was like a rope that wanted to hang him to death. More and more voices rang out, and more and more. Lu Yin closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them again. He punched the ground, causing the earth to crack. Whether it's good or evil, this is human nature. I can enjoy the good side of human nature, but I can also face the evil side. So what if it's evil? So what if human nature is dark? I've always believed that the good in human nature outweighs the evil. I've seen too much beauty in the world, family, love, friendship. I've seen fathers and sons die for humanity. I've seen husbands and wives die without regrets. I've seen heroes die on the battlefield but smile at the world. You want to replace the good in human nature with these sinister things? How preposterous. Disperse. With a furious roar, Lu Yin stood up and waved his right hand. The darkness dissipated, and the light enveloped him. However, it was not enough. The deep darkness transformed into pairs of evil eyes that closed in on him, wanting to bury him. Luin took a deep breath and looked up at the wordless heavenly book. He slowly said, "I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. Disperse." The wordless heavenly book's golden light suddenly erupted, piercing through the sky and the true God heaven switching technique. It shot towards the fifth mainland, the entire primordial space, and even the Hexagon Society. Within the primordial space, everyone looked up at the golden light that had erupted from the depths of the universe. When they saw Luin, they all bowed in excitement. "Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil." Lu Yin's voice entered everyone's ears. Countless people trembled and knelt down. They faced Luin and said, "Thank you, Pathmaster. Thank you, Pathmaster. Thank you, Pathmaster." At the bottom of the heavenly sex staircase, the cauldron became more solid. It flowed with brilliance and was slightly different from before. Humans could feel Lu Yin's intentions. The wordless heavenly book had brought about the evil of all living beings. However, evil was also a part of human nature. There was more good. Luin was willing to bear the evil and resolve the boundless evil, redeeming people to do good. From the very beginning, Luin was not that kind of person. Most of the time, he would rather only care about himself. Redeeming people to do good had nothing to do with him, and he had never thought of doing it. However, now that he had reached this height, what he saw and what he had to bear was different. In the past, it could be said that he did not receive the kindness of all living beings. At most, he would protect humans as much as he could. This was his responsibility as a human. However, all living beings had protected him, and they would protect him even more in the future. He had to bear this responsibility. At this moment, Luin was sacred. His light enveloped the entire Hexagon sect. Everyone could feel it. Even the immemorial ancient city battlefield could feel the warmth brought by that light. For a moment, the Eternals were stunned. The only true God's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Luin had obtained the omniscient protection and had absorbed the Black Mother Tree's God force. Luin had always been able to challenge the only true God's bottom line, and now that he had obtained the support of the omniscient protection, this threat had been pushed to the peak. However, it didn't matter. He couldn't break through the true divinity sky-changing technique. Even if Luin could reach that step, the human race was already gone. What could he do? In the second zone of calamity, the wordless heavenly book disappeared, and the golden light dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Luin stood in place with a puzzled expression. He was sure that the wordless heavenly book had broken through the progenitor realm, but there was no difference from before. What was the difference? Or could he not feel the difference? Looking up, the phantom image in the origin space was fading away. The calamity had disappeared, but he didn't seem to have gained anything. He even made a great vow to turn people to good. Thinking about this, he had a headache. How could he do that? He wasn't very kind himself. As for breaking through the true divinity sky-changing technique, it was even more impossible. At this time, Grand Elder Xianxia entered the second zone of calamity. Since the battle in the Mirage domain, although he had recovered from his injuries, he had lost the power of the Heavenly King card statue. His strength had declined greatly, and he had been trying new cards in the Lost Clan. In the previous battle, his mission was to protect the remaining Lost Clan, so he didn't participate in the battle in the second zone of calamity. He didn't expect to appear now. Pathmaster. Luin looked at Grand Elder Xianxia and suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. Grand Elder, why are you here? Grand Elder Shangu said, I have something to discuss with Pathmaster. It's about the Eternal Darkness card. Luin looked at Grand Elder Shangu deeply. I also have something to discuss with you. Me? Grand Elder Shangu was puzzled. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and the others approached. Xiaoqi, did the wordless heavenly book succeed in breaking through the progenitor realm? Luin nodded and frowned. Although it succeeded, it didn't break through the true divinity sky-changing technique. I have another way. Then, he looked at Grand Elder Shangu. If I'm not wrong, Grand Elder is looking for me has something to do with that card, right? Grand Elder Shangu said, Pathmaster is right. It is indeed related to that card. Since that's the case, I'd like to receive the card here. He was naturally referring to the ancient card that the Lost Clan had announced to the outside world. In reality, it was not an ancient card at all. Ancient cards corresponded to the primordial realm, and Lu Yuan himself was a primordial realm expert. Now that Eternal Darkness and Celestial King were both primordial realm cards, there was no point in having another ancient card. What that card really represented was the power to protect the Lost Clan, escape from the omnipotent existence of their universe, and even give that existence a blow. That card represented at least the bitter adversity realm, which was the same level as the primogenitor, the one true god, and the Grand Empyrean, or even higher. Luin hadn't thought of using that card to break through the true god sky-switching technique until he saw Great Elder Shangu. Of course, even if he had thought of it before, it would have been useless, as he couldn't control the card himself. Great Elder Shangu was puzzled. Here? Not easy to guide? Of course, if you want to pull the card, you have to wait until the upper 3 stages. When the upper 3 stages is opened, that is the time to pull the card. This is not the Lost Clan, we can't open the upper 3 stages. Great Elder Dangu said helplessly. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was it useless? Isn't that the Lost Clan? Mushin raised his head and looked at the starry sky phantom. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. It should be Lu Yin's heavenly word. The wordless heavenly book was the first to appear. Now that the tribulation had passed, the first to disappear was the human figure, followed by the 5th continent, and then the primordial space. Just like when the tribulation had first appeared, the primordial space had first appeared, then the 5th continent, and finally the human figures. It was like a curtain that could be stretched. Now, this curtain was stretched to the origin space, and the Lost Clan was connected to the origin space. Here, with everyone's strength, they could really see the Lost Clan and the vast phantom. Luin looked at Great Elder Shangu. Great Elder Shangu looked at the starry sky phantom. He couldn't understand why the origin space's shadow would appear here. He didn't come because Luin had used the wordless heavenly book to break through the primogenitor, but he was originally going to come. He just happened to appear and heard Lu Yin's words. Now, looking at the origin space's phantom, his expression was stern. Let me try. Since I can see the Lost Clan, it doesn't mean that I can't open the upper 3 stages. Great Elder, the survival of the human race depends on this line. You must open it. Hongyan Mavis reminded him. She actually didn't know about the Lost Clan, but Lu Yin's idea was very likely to succeed. This sentence increased the pressure on Great Elder Shangu. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew it was very important when he saw Luin and the others' expressions. With the Heavenly King card in the air, Great Elder Shangu could no longer borrow the power of any statue, but the Heavenly King card itself was not damaged. It could still resist the power of the primordial realm to a certain extent. Although it couldn't attack, it was enough to scare people, but it was obviously not enough for him. This time, he came to Luin to ask Luin to give him the Eternal Darkness. Anyway, Luin didn't really need it, or to help him upgrade another card to ensure the power of the Lost Clan. He didn't care too much about it, but he cared about the Lost Clan. Xianxia had slaughtered the Lost Clan. Although he didn't participate in the war against the Guardian of the Four Directions, he was still angry at the bottom of his heart. After all, he was a powerhouse who had participated in the final battle of a universe. He had seen the omnipotent existence. There was nothing that Great Elder Shangu was afraid of. What he lacked was only power. Ancestor, it's an emergency. Please open the first 3 sections in advance. Please, open the gate. Great Elder Xianxia waved his hand. The Heavenly King card seemed to penetrate the sky and disappear from this universe. Luin and the others watched. The Heavenly King card did not leave the range of the True God sky switching technique. Outside the True God sky switching technique, the spacetime of the lost clan that was connected to the origin space shook. Then, an indescribable feeling appeared. It was as if the air they breathed had an additional taste. And this feeling could be felt by those in the origin space. The universe had an additional taste. The stronger the powerhouse, the more they would feel this. Great Elder Xianxia's face turned pale. Sect Master, the Heavenly King card can only open the gate for half an hour at most. Luin stepped forward with a solemn expression. Thank you. Everyone stepped back. Luin stepped forward alone and slowly rose into the air. It was as if he had just broken through to the progenitor realm. No one could help him. He was already standing at the peak of the universe. In Immemorial City, Lu Yin's voice reached everyone's ears. It made the one true God more and more fearful. The Eternal Clan's attack on Immemorial City also became more and more fierce. The bone ship collided with Immemorial City. Primordial Origin carried a bell on his back. Loud sounds shook the starry sky, pushing away the sequence particles. Only Mr. Moo's flute could block it. A colossal giant walked out of Immemorial City. He was the one who attacked with the arm. He was the ancestor of the colossal giants. He had captured Qi and suppressed the ancient Thunder Locust. Now, he faced the bone ship and charged forward furiously. On the Eternal Clan's side, the ancient god appeared. The realm of gods erupted with a gray color, replacing the starry sky. He struck the ancestor of the colossal giants with a palm. The ancestor of the colossal giants reached out to grab the ancient god at the same time. They collided outside the city walls, suppressing the flames. The tremendous destructive power tore through the void, forming absolute darkness that spread out in all directions. The ancestor of the colossal giant's palm shattered. He hurriedly pulled it back. Who is it? The ancient god raised his hand. The Hell Suppression Arena. Compared to before, the Hell Suppression Arena was now a dark gray color. It was simple and ancient, shocking the ancestor of the colossal giants. He was also in the primordial realm and had fought with primordial origin before. They had fought for countless years in Immemorial City, and almost no Eternal Clan member could face him head-on. Now that the ancient god had injured him with a single palm strike, his expression changed. Chui appeared. Dechang, are you still not enlightened? The ancient god looked at Chui calmly. What do you mean by enlightened? Let's see how long Immemorial City can last. No one will come to help you. They can't break through the True God heaven switching technique. The humans are finished. With that, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Chui, directly attacking. Chui sighed. Even if Immemorial City is destroyed, the Eternal Clan won't have it easy. The people of Immemorial City are not afraid of death. Chui, you can't stop me. Then I'll break through to the primordial realm. Master warned me not to step into the primordial realm unless I have no other choice. Now, the time has come. With that, Su Wangtian kicked the ancient god from the side. The ancient god raised his arm to block, but Su Wangtian's kick knocked him back. The ancient god was shocked as he looked at the slippers on Su Wangtian's feet. Wasn't that Lu Yin's weapon? Su Wangtian belonged to the Third Mainland, and the ancient god had seen him before. However, it was impossible for him to have noticed the slippers, so he had never thought that Lu Yin's slippers were related to Su Wangtian. Senior Chui, you finally thought it through. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Su Wangtian shouted. Immemorial City was being attacked by the Eternal Clan from all sides. Experts died one after another, their blood staining the walls as flames continued to burn their corpses. The ancestor of the past, the Arrow God, and other experts appeared, suppressing the people of Immemorial City. At this time, in another direction, spacetime was almost destroyed, turning into a ray of light. Chui was sad. Babar had finally used the 9 stars reboot, and he was about to die. Greenish Ash had once chased after Luin, who was disguised as Nightmoraze. He had the Ancestor World, the Star of Doom, and the suppressive laws of the sequence. His defense was so strong that even Luin feared him. Now, he had 5 arrows stuck in his body from the arrow god. The arrow god's arrows were difficult to block, and the arrow of entropy had turned order into disorder. If not for Greenish Ash's laws of the sequence, he would have died already. It wasn't that there were no experts in Immemorial City who could block the arrow god's arrows, but the Eternal Clan had similar experts as well. Kong Tianzhao found the ancestor of the past once again, but this time, without the help of the giant tree, he could only break through or die. There was no other way. Immemorial City was covered in blood, and the Eternal Clan had almost killed their way to the city's walls. The bone boat smashed through the walls once again. Beneath the ground, Xianxia looked up, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of him. "This trick is useless against me." Xianxia's voice rang out, and the Corpse King with the scarlet eyes shattered. Xianxia didn't even look at the Corpse King, instead staring at a corner. There, in a microscopic world that humans couldn't see, there was a threat. It was Bai Wuxian. At this time, a delicate voice rang out, "Ancestor, we meet again." Miao Miao greets you. Xianxia's expression changed, and he looked up. "You." Before he could finish, an invisible attack appeared in front of him. A fist punched out horizontally, piercing through the void and shattering the side of Immemorial City. The remaining power was terrifying, and it almost broke out of the primal universe. Bai Wuxian had experienced the second battle of Disaster Realm and had been schemed against by Jiang Feng and Wu Tian. She could not hide in the microscopic world, so she subconsciously retreated in the face of this attack. The person in front of Xianxia looked up at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god did not attack Xianxia, clearly afraid. "Primogenitor, it's just a greeting. Is there a need to cause such a commotion?" "Hee hee. Woof, woof." A barking sound came from Tiango. No less than 5 attacks from Primeval City landed on the Heavenly Hound, but the Heavenly Hound was completely fine. Even Bobber's 9 stars revival was within the attack range, but it was still fine. It was simply undying in Primeval City. Suddenly, Chains appeared. "A dog dares to be so arrogant in Immemorial City? I'll stew you." Woof, woof. Tiango looked over. Chains covered the sky and wrapped around Tiango. It was Zhou. This was the first person Luin had encountered in the Chosen of Gods when he had disguised himself as Yibo. Because he could not defeat him, Luin had been eliminated. In the end, he had been forced to use his Dai's enhance to heavily injure Xia and replace him in the Chosen of Gods. Zhou was not too powerful, but he could not die. He was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the most resplendent era, and he had cultivated the same source of life battle technique as progenitor Xianxia Shang. This meant that he could not die, and he had created 108 suicide techniques that were disgusting. In particular, his sequence law was Zhou, which formed chains that were difficult to break free from. The primordial thunder locust was currently trapped by chains, and Tiango was also imprisoned by chains. It let out a mournful cry. In the distance, a flash of light tore apart the chains, allowing Tiango to escape. Zhou looked over with a serious expression. It was him again. There was an expert on the Eternal's bone vessel, and he was Zhou's nemesis. That expert was even targeting him, and he was even more disgusting than Zhou. In the distance, flames engulfed the starry sky, and a corner of Immemorial City was destroyed. Zhou hurriedly rushed over, and a chill ran down his spine. One by one, the experts looked towards the northwest corner of Primeval City. That place had been breached, and there were heavy casualties. Not only the northwest corner, but the pressure on the other areas of Immemorial City had also increased. Even primogenitor Taichu had been attacked by Bai Wuxian. There was no extra power left to protect Immemorial City. Huge cracks spread along the ground. Taichu looked through the crack in the earth and stared at Grand Emperor Taihong. Taihong's body was bathed in blood, his head was hanging down, but he was still alive. If he died, the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear and the only true deity would have ascended to Primordial City. By then, Primordial City would not be able to hold on anymore. And at this moment, an even greater crisis arrived. Butterfly Tianan appeared and spoke in a gentle voice. "Humans are arrogant, going against the heavens. Today, the guardians of the 4 directions will protect heaven's origin and enlighten the humans. Primeval city shall be destroyed. Mr. Mu, absolute beginning, the ancestor of the giants, and the others all looked over, their gazes terrifyingly cold. The Eternals were enemies and deserved to be killed, but the four guardians deserved to die even more. The desolate ancestor leaped up and headed towards Tianen. It's time to settle our grudge. Tianen's voice was still as gentle as ever. Withering, not dying is your greatest sin. Chui stood on the city wall and took a deep breath. He looked forward and said, Master, your disciple has begun. His voice died away. The starry sky rumbled as Chui broke through to the beginning. In the second disaster zone, Luin stood high in the sky and looked up at the lost tribe. The space-time phantom was fading, and he only had 5 minutes left. He had to think of a way to lure that card out. How had he lured that card out? That's right, he had to reveal his true thoughts. At that time, he had only vaguely guessed the universe's starry sky. He did not know that this universe had a boundary, nor did he know that there were other universes. At that time, he had hoped to break through the illusory sky and see the real starry sky and the existence of real space. He had hoped that everyone could set their own rules and restore their true freedom. Looking back, even though his understanding of the universe was vague at that time, he had actually hit the nail on the head. That was how he had managed to lure that card out. Now, how should he lure it out? The same words would not work, as Great Elder Gu had warned him. Luin looked up at the starry sky. Time passed by slowly. In the distance, everyone looked at Luin, but they were not anxious. Sometimes, silence was also a form of strength. Great Elder Gu looked apprehensive. Could he lure it out? That legendary card? That card that could deal a blow to that omnipotent existence. Once it appeared, the entire universe would change. The Tao Lord had to be lured out, lured out. They would never forget that they still had a home. They were the lost clan, and they wanted to go home to take a look. The phantom of the origin space outside the true God sky switching technique became fainter and fainter until it was almost invisible. The time limit of 1 incense stick was approaching. Luin exhaled deeply. His gaze was calm. My ignorant guess was right. This universe has a boundary. Who set the boundary of the universe? Who set up a door at the boundary? Who can decide whether we enter or leave? Who is it that dares to deceive us? Perhaps that is the sky. If the sky is to develop our human species, let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. We will respect the sky, love the sky, and obey the sky. If the sky is unfair and destroys the development of our human race and the continuation of our species, we will fight to the end. I have said that one day, we will break through this illusory sky and return the world to everyone. One day, we will let everyone set their own rules and set them free. As for me, in this universe, no one can call themselves the sky. The sky is freedom, righteousness, and justice. If someone wants to call themselves the sky, I will not leave the sky. The sky was the killing power of Elder Xiangu's regent statue. It represented the regent's heroic spirit that swallowed the universe, and it also represented Elder Xiangu's will for the final battle of the universe. Regardless of whether they won or lost, Luin could feel their determination to fight to the death. He was willing to be like those people and fight against the existence that should not be controlled in this universe. He wanted to return freedom to everyone. Elder Xiangu's eyes reddened as he looked at Luin. It was as if he was looking at the regent, the figure that stood in front of everyone and rushed towards that omnipotent existence. That figure had withstood so many storms for them. Regent, if you are still alive, please protect us. Actually, we have been thinking too much from the beginning. Lu Yin's voice continued, because that card had yet to appear. Elder Xiangu looked at Luin. Thinking too much? Lu Yuan, Heng Yan Mavis, and Wu Tian all looked at Luin. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. He looked up into the sky, and his voice suddenly softened with a teasing smile. As long as we don't have it in our hearts, then it will never exist. That sky is the origin that nurtured us humans and the myriad of species in the universe. It is not some creature, and that creature can never be called sky. There was a crack as the primordial space's phantom was about to vanish completely from the starry sky. In the lost clan's time and space, the gate opened. In the sky, far away, a white light appeared. It tore open the nothingness world and spread to the boundless distance. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the second disaster region. It was as if there was no distance between this universe's primordial space and the second disaster zone. To that card, there was no distance at all. Lu Yin's lips curled up. They had been thinking in terms of below, but where did that below come from? Where did the sky come from? That was just their own imagination. There was an omnipotent existence behind the protectors, and they could call that existence the sky. Going against them was going against the sky. But why did the others think so? Lu Yin did not think so. That existence was just a creature, not the sky. It did not have the right to be called that. The sky was the universe's nature that nurtured countless creatures, not just a creature. He thought so, and so did that card. They had never felt that they were inferior to that existence, and that it was just an enemy. In the distance, Great Elder Dan Gu listened to Lu Yin's words and was stunned. Was that so? The royal region did not allow the sky to live, but in Master Lu's eyes, there was no such thing as a sky. It was just an enemy, nothing more. Master Lu had been able to draw out that card because of that last sentence. Then, Great Elder Dan Gu looked up and saw that the corner of the card was becoming clearer. You think so too? There were no lowly people, only people with low self-esteem. If a person no longer felt inferior, their outlook would be different. This was a shackle of human emotions, and now, Lu Yin had broken through it. Everyone looked beyond the starry sky as the card became clearer. It seemed to cover the primordial space and the land of disaster. Everyone could see it, regardless of whether they were in the primordial space or the land of disaster. Above heaven, the starry sky tree, the lost clan, the Six Direction Society, and many others looked at the card, not understanding what was happening. Lu Yin opened his arms, come. A corner of the card was completely revealed and descended towards Lu Yin, touching the True God sky switching technique. In an instant, the True God sky switching technique cracked, and a hole was formed by the impact of the card. In Immemorial City, the only true God looked in a certain direction. How could this be? He waved his hand, and the 6 rivers of divine power from the land of disaster roared out towards Immemorial City. Destroy Immemorial City as soon as possible. On the other side, First Grade 3 had stepped into the primordial space. When the divine power surged over, Immemorial City turned red. The flames that surrounded the city were suppressed by the divine power river and turned dark red. Both sides of the city walls were destroyed at the same time. Su Wangtian held onto his slippers and coughed out blood. Big Sis fell to the ground, and behind her, the phantom of the king of hell gradually dimmed. The ancestor of the giants knelt on one knee, facing a bronze-colored corpse king. This corpse king was one of the strongest experts on the bone boat, second only to primordial chi. The ground trembled and cracked as the corpse king stepped into Immemorial City. Immemorial City's experts were sacrificed like moths to a flame. They couldn't block it anymore, really, they couldn't block it anymore. His godly power surged into the zombie king's body, bringing him an even greater power. This power came at the cost of sacrificing the only true deity's godly power, causing the only true deity's prowess to weaken. But now, the only true deity couldn't even leave the 6 paths reincarnation world. Old Monster Yuanqi rang the bell and laughed maniacally. Old Monster Mu, today is the day of Primordial City's destruction, you are all finished, ha 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 ha. Mr. Mu remained unmoved, and his flute continued to play. The one true God looked at the underground of Primordial City. Primordial, are you still not going to make a move? Taihong is about to die. Absolute Beginning stared at the black mother tree. He could not move. If he moved, he would release the sequence's string. The Eternals could easily destroy many sequences' strings and cause the universe to expand. However, the universe had boundaries. Once it expanded, it would not be able to withstand the expansion of space. It would eventually collapse and restart. This was the purpose of eternity. Nothing must happen to the sequence of strings. The people of this universe must not be wiped out. Within Primeval City, old Zhongto's forehead was dripping with blood. I'm old. Since I'm going to die anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. Brothers, let's charge once more. Let's fight to the death beneath Primeval City. Old 6, I bet you'll live longer than me. I'll go first. When the 6 of us became sworn brothers, we said that we would live and die together. Third brother, don't even think about going back on your words. We 6 brothers came from different spacetimes and even different races, but we were able to reach this step. It's worth it. I feel disgusted just by looking at those scarlet eyes. Charge. Charge. The group of 6 rushed out of Primeval City and never returned. Old Zhongto was speechless. Wait for me. Old Zhong too, shall we go together? A pleasant voice sounded. Old Zhong looked at a corner in the distance. There stood a woman of peerless beauty. She clutched her shoulder and held a broken sword in her hand. She walked over step by step, obviously seriously injured. Old Zhongto laughed in spite of himself. It's my honor to die with Ice Phoenix Fairy. The woman was the Sky Foothill Ice Phoenix. She was the sect master of the Fourth Continent's Heavenly Gate during the era of the Above Heaven sect. She had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, she wasn't on the continent. After that, during the Battle of Jiao-He in the Third Mainland, she followed the giant tree to Immemorial City and fought until now. Let's go. Ice Phoenix Fairy's eyes were cold, and her beautiful face was bone-chilling. Holding the broken sword in her hand, she raised a colorful light and charged toward the bone boat. Old Zhong too looked excited. It's finally time for this old man to die. Ha 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 ha. Primeval City continuously cracked open. In the air above, divine force surged, crashing down with a loud rumble, wanting to completely submerge Primeval City. Corpse Kings walked out of the bone boats one after another. It turned the entire starry sky blood red. At this moment, the void trembled, and a figure silently stepped out, appearing in front of the bone boat. Facing the gigantic bone boat, he was like an ant. And outside the bone boat, 2 Corpse Kings just happened to walk out. It was all because of the bone grafting that he had obtained a battle prowess strong enough to fight against the experts of the Immemorial City. Seeing the figure, the 2 Corpse Kings attacked without hesitation. One of them had 7 swords on his back. The 7 swords attacked together, tearing apart several Immemorial City experts. The figure raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Not only did it shatter the 2 Corpse Kings, it also struck the bone boat, causing it to shake. Immediately after, the bone boat was pushed out of Archaic City step by step. Along the way, there were Corpse Kings who tried to stop it, but it was difficult to stop it. The Forgotten Ruins god turned to look, and his pupils shrank. Xianxia. The Eternals, Primeval City. Many gazes fell as they watched the figure forcefully push the bone boat out of Primeval City. The newcomer was Ancestor Chen, Xianxia. There was a brief moment of silence. No one had expected Xianxia to suddenly appear. Withered, who was fighting against the butterfly, smiled. Xianxia was indeed not dead. Xianxia stood on the broken walls of Primeval City and looked into the distance, directly facing the one true god. For you, I've stayed in Burial Garden for too long. This battle has finally come. Behind him, the void distorted. Swana took the lead, and a group of dead men appeared, bringing with it a strange feeling. The group of dead men was the manifestation of battle intent. In the current era, when Luyin had just started cultivating, the Tomb Keeper of Burial Garden had only been a half-ancestor. The 4 leaders of the group of dead men had only displayed battle prowess of 1,000,000, but they had all come from the era of Above Heaven. In that era, Burial Garden had buried a large number of powerhouses. Those who were willing to enter were buried voluntarily, while those who were unwilling were carried away by the group of dead men. Burial Garden's appearance represented a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life and the future of humanity. Burial Garden had always been waiting for the final battle, and now that it had arrived, Ancestor Chen had kept his promise and not left Burial Garden. Now, he had appeared in this battle. If Primeval City was defeated, humanity would have no future. This would also be the final battle of Burial Garden. Wandering corpses walked out of Burial Garden one after another. They were all powerhouses from previous eras, including Su Wantian's descendants, the one-legged eccentric, Tong Lao, Gu eccentric, and others who were filled with malice, such as the Eastern Mountain Tea King. These wandering corpses were also part of Burial Garden's strength, and they were here for the sake of Burial Garden and humanity. Within Burial Garden, powerhouses walked out from the soil one after another. Their eyes were blank, but their bodies were filled with willpower as they charged towards the Eternals. They were powerhouses who had willingly been buried in Burial Garden. This shocking scene shocked both Primeval City and the Eternals. Suwang Tian stared blankly at someone. Shower? Big Sister panted heavily and looked at a little girl. It was Tong Lao. Her undying scripture contained many cultivation techniques, and Tong Lao's cultivation technique was the foundation of the undying scripture. She didn't expect Tong Lao to be in the Burial Garden. That's the Eastern Mountain Tea King? That evil person. That's the blind god, the disciple of the third continent's ancestor blind. Kuzu, who was fighting with the butterflies, looked at a person who walked out of Burial Garden. That person was formed by a strange power and revealed a familiar face. Brother Fu. Many people were recognized. It was as if time had overlapped. The ancient and the current gathered together to kill their fated enemies. Inside Burial Garden, in a city not far from the Yellow Spring Sea, the World Mountain's main seat was dark. The Shangqing and the others were there. They saw the changes in Burial Garden and felt the majestic battlefield outside. This battlefield made them feel distant. Chui sighed. Burial Garden has also appeared. I wonder if we will be buried in Burial Garden or not. The ancient god said in a low voice, the final result will not change. On the broken city wall, Ancestor Chen looked across the battlefield and saw Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu also looked at him. The two of them looked at each other and remained silent. At this moment, a green sword erupted from a point and slashed towards the entire primeval city. It came from Ancestor Shi. The Qing Luo sword's heavenly might appeared again. This was a power that was enough to suppress the battlefield. Ancestor Chen took a step backward and faced Ancestor Shi with a palm strike. This palm caused the void to freeze. The flames suppressed by the river of divine power under Primeval City swept towards the palm, causing Ancestor Chen's palm to be as dazzling as the sun. The palm struck towards Ancestor Shi, directly shattering the green sword light and landing on her body. Ancestor Shi's body was hit. An indescribable heat instantly swallowed her and she disappeared into nothingness. The Forgotten Ruins god, Archer god, and the others were shocked. How was this possible? On the Black Mother tree, the only true god's face was gloomy. Xiaoshang was the most talented person he had ever seen in battle. There had never been someone as talented as him. If Luyin was the most talented in cultivation, then Xiaoshang was the most talented in battle. He was too suitable for the battlefield. He had once possessed the strength to suppress the 7 sky gods. After living in seclusion in Burial Garden for so many years, he had finally created a battle technique that even the only true god was wary of. That palm was definitely not his former sequence law. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Xiaoshang's sequence law had changed. He had actually destroyed the sequence law that he had comprehended and started anew. This madman. Once one comprehended a sequence law, no one could easily destroy it. Even Lu Yuan, who had comprehended a sequence law that could not be used in battle, would find it difficult to destroy it. However, during the era of the Daosaur sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas, progenitor Chen, Xiaoshang, had repeatedly cultivated a sequence law. They had originally thought that Xiaoshang's sequence law had been fixed after his 8 clones had been killed, but now, it had actually changed again. Who would be as crazy as him? What was the sequence law this time? He had actually killed Ancestor Shi with a single palm strike. Ancestor Shi was a primordial realm powerhouse, so the sequence law should not have been able to get close to her, even if her strength had declined significantly. Progenitor Chen's palm strike caused the battlefield in Immemorial City to fall silent, as it was just too shocking. Kong Tianzhao had always been suppressed by Ancestor Shi, so he was very clear about Xishang's strength. Although he could not use the full strength of a primordial realm expert, he should not have been killed by a single palm strike. Kong Tianzhao looked at Xiaoshang's palm. The flames came from Immemorial City, and Xiaoshang had borrowed the city's power. Xiaoshang had indeed borrowed the power of the flames beneath Immemorial City, or else he would not have been able to kill Xishang with a single palm strike. But so what? This was Xiaoshang's method. He raised his hand, and his palm was as dazzling as the sun. Below Immemorial City, flames formed a tornado that swept towards him. He raised his hand. Eternity, this was created for you. Only the undying flames of war can incinerate you. The one true God praised, Xianxia, you truly are the most talented in battle, but it's still not enough. The appearance of Burial Garden cannot change the outcome. Whether it is Burial Garden or Immemorial City, I have been waiting for the moment you appear. If I don't bury you, there will always be trouble. With that, the one true God's gaze changed. He faced Immemorial City and Burial Garden, and gently tapped the air. True God, immortal technique. Out of the three supreme skills of the true God's freedom technique and the true God's heaven-changing technique had appeared. Now, the last supreme skill had appeared, and it was called the true God's immortal technique. It was specially prepared for this final battle. Before this, no one had seen it. Even in the battle that destroyed above heaven, no one had seen it. As the one true God tapped the air, streaks of light appeared. They slowly expanded and twisted, forming human figures. In the end, a scene that shocked all the experts in Immemorial City appeared. This is Immemorial City? It's really been a long time. There are so many familiar faces. Thank you, my lord, for allowing us to appear again. This is not resurrection. It's just the seed of immortality that was left behind. It will still wither. But it's also allowed us to shine once again and watch the extinction of humanity. Hee, where's that brat Luin? Is he not qualified to come to Immemorial City? Oh right, Huiwen, my lord, Huiwen has been hiding in our clan. My consciousness, Luin, give me back my consciousness. Where's Hongyan Mavis? Where's Luin? Where is he? The battlefield was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the people that had appeared on the one true God's fingertips. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by this scene. If you have it, then return it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Even Mr. Mu and the primogenitor did not expect that the dead would appear again. Big Sister couldn't believe it. The immortal god, the corpse god, Di Qiong, Wu Ling god, Ruins, Uncle Feng, they had all appeared again. How could this be? The only true god of the Eternals, Ling Kong, had 3 pillars, 6 boundless, and 7 sky gods under his command. The humans had paid a huge price to kill them one by one. Now, even if there were only a few left, they were still extremely difficult to deal with. But now, these experts had all been resurrected. That aura was definitely not an empty shell, but a true consciousness and strength that had been resurrected. How could this be? The one true God's gaze was cold. Let's end this era. Black clouds surrounded Ruin's body. His consciousness swept through the entire primeval city like a tsunami. The zombie god punched out. Di Qiong held a long spear in his hand and pointed it at primordial ancient city. At this moment, the Eternals had a crushing advantage over primeval city. No matter how confident Ancestor Chen was, it was also impossible to stop so many powerhouses. In the next moment, endless killing intent collided. The starry sky was torn apart, and only blood and fire remained on the battlefield. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god looked back at the Grand Empyrean. You still want to persist? The human race has no future. Your persistence is meaningless. You can't survive this calamity in this universe. You can only wait for the arrival of a new universe. I'll give you this chance. The Grand Empyrean sneered. Eternal, I'm a crazy woman. Crazy people don't listen to advice. The one true god's gaze turned cold. What a pity. You won't even be able to see the end of the human race. As more and more experts died and joined the battle, the archaic city was on the verge of collapse. Within the burial garden, the yellow springs poured out in torrents, but they were also stopped by the Divine Force River. That place also began to shatter. I'm still one step behind, one step behind. Eternals, this blood feud will continue for generations to come. As long as the will of my primordial city is not destroyed, there will be a day when it reappears. My burial garden has inherited the future of humanity and will eventually lead humanity down this path. In the second domain of disaster, a corner of the card cracked the true God heaven-changing technique, causing the crack to widen. Lu Yin was overjoyed, it had finally been broken. The cards continued to descend, and Lu Yin stared at them. If this card was able to break through the true god sky-switching technique, then it had to be at least bitter disaster or even higher. What kind of card was this? What kind of power did he possess? Great Elder Xianxia was very excited. He finally came down. Lu Yuan and the rest were shocked. That card seemed pretty amazing. Suddenly, the card stopped. Everyone's expression froze, and an indescribable chill appeared. At this moment, those who remained in the second calamity region were all experts, but they all felt the chill. Wu Tian's expression changed drastically. Fate, this was the gaze of fate. He shouted, "Give up the card." There was no need for him to remind Lu Yin, as the card had already disappeared. It was just like how it had appeared in the Lost Clan's upper three realms. The only difference was that it had appeared more obviously this time, but the result was the same. Lu Yin could not draw it down. When the card disappeared, the chill also disappeared. Wu Tian's face was pale. Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Why did he have such a feeling? Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked at Wu Tian, as well as Great Elder Xianxia. Great Elder Xianxia's hands and feet were ice cold. He muttered to himself, "It's him, that omnipotent existence. His attention has been drawn here." Wu Tian looked at Great Elder Xianxia. Fate was an omnipotent existence. Was it so? Yes, that should be the case. Lu Yin took a deep look at Tianqiong. He didn't care about Tianqiong anymore. Right now, the most important thing was Primeval City. Everyone, let's return to the sect and head to Primeval City. Tearing through the void, Lu Yin and the others suppressed their fear and returned to the sect. They gathered all the experts and headed to Primeval City. They had long since known the path to Primeval City. To the current sect, Primeval City was no longer a secret. Lu Yin arrived at the sect and rode Su Wang. The beast sat on his shoulder as he gave an order to the entire sect. 3 realms, 6 Daos, 3 sons, 6 lords, and 8 Daos. Follow me to Primeval City. We will destroy the everlasting tribe and return humanity to its former glory. It was a simple sentence, but it caused the entire universe to tremble. Lu Yin had used the mortal world to speak, so everyone could hear him. Whether it was the Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, or the parallel universe outside, countless people were stunned and looked towards the Genesis space. Setting off for Primordial City? Was this the decisive battle? There were no words to boost morale, and there was no need to do so. At this moment, the fated showdown had finally begun. One figure after another arrived at the sect and boarded Su Wang. The heavens trembled, and the powerful auras were enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Even the sect's Xiaowu martial school had not had so many experts because of the addition of some, such as He Wuxian and the second anima. Several powerhouses from the parallel universe had also arrived, requesting to follow the sect into battle. At this moment, no less than 30 progenitors had gathered on Su Wang's back. With Lu Yin in the lead, they set off towards Primeval City in the shortest time possible. Countless people watched as Su Wang disappeared. They knew that the true master of this universe would be decided soon. The sect also had experts overseeing it. Elder Chan, Lung Qing, and the others did not go. Not all progenitors wanted to go, as the sect would only send experts from the sequence laws. Only the powerhouses from the outside would not be asked about their cultivation. Not daring to delay, Su Wang followed Lu Yin's instructions and headed towards Primeval City, instantly disappearing from the sect. Su Wang was not fast, but Primeval City was not that far away. It was just that its location was difficult to find. It was above the sequence laws, and it was impossible to find it without knowing the path. If one knew the path, it would not be difficult to reach it. Lu Yin's gaze grew solemn. Beside him, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Jialanji Lua, and the others were all silent. How was Primeval City now? Black Wuxian looked up, his eyes flickering with black lines as he stared ahead. After a while, Primeval City appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes widened, they had arrived. Su Wang sped towards Primeval City, but after a while, they could still clearly see the city. They could even see the intense battle taking place there. Still, they could not reach Primeval City. Luin saw the shaman spirit god. How was this possible? Wasn't he dead? He also saw the undying god and the corpse god. How had the Eternals revived one by one? Those people. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Lu Yin's expression sank. The one true god must have used some method. He saw the desperate battle taking place in Primeval City, the burial garden, Progenitor Chen, and the bloodshed of powerhouses. He saw the flames beneath Primeval City about to be extinguished. He saw the desolate ancestor staking his life to delay the butterfly. He saw countless heroic battles. Why had they not arrived yet? Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at Black Wushan. It's you. Black Wushan's body vanished as he merged into the world of nothingness. This is a path that will never end, but I can see the end. This path is called the Endless. Lu Yuan reached out to grab Black Wushan, but he missed. Black Wushan completely merged into the world of nothingness. Master Lu, the people of your universe will fail in the end. You didn't betray the Eternals, Lu Yin shouted. Black Wushan had told him how to get to the Mirage Domain, where Su Wang was, and many secrets of the Eternals. Lu Yin's initial wariness had faded long ago, but he had never thought that he would betray them now. He should not have betrayed them. It was Lord Eternity who told me to join you. It doesn't matter if I stay in the race. Everything I told you was to help you deal with the protectors of the four directions. Master Lu, there's no need to go to Primeval City. The endless path is my innate gift, and even a primordial realm expert cannot see through it. This is also why Lord Eternity wanted me to join you. I gave you a chance in 100,000 years, but you did not cherish it. So let's end it. In the next era, we will completely erase your legend. Goodbye. Black Wushan's voice gradually faded away. Lu Yin punched out, ripping through space and creating the world of nothingness. However, Primeval City remained in sight. Lu Yuan and the others all struck out. They could see Primeval City, but they could not find it. This was the one true God's plan. Now that things had progressed to this point, he had made many plans that were linked together. Even a primordial realm expert did not have the power to decide everything. Once upon a time, progenitors could decide everything. They could change the world. Later on, primordial realm experts became the deciding force, and then the appearance of primordial realm experts changed the situation. However, they had never thought that the one true God would always stand at the very top. His plans did not just target the emissaries or progenitors. From the very beginning, he had targeted all experts, including primordial realm experts. Even a primordial realm expert like Lu Yuan could not break through Black Wushan's endless path. This was the one true God's plan. Blood splattered across the shattered walls. The man had lost all four of his limbs. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Kiki, there's no need to struggle. The witch Lingshan laughed strangely and casually ripped the man to pieces. Even further away, a roaming corpse smashed down with a huge piece of wood. It was reduced to a puddle of blood by a huge hand in the blink of an eye. It was the corpse god. Di Qiong and Count of the Wind surrounded Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen had used a single palm strike to kill the progenitor of the past. His strength was shocking. No matter how proud the three powers and 6 seas were, they did not plan on fighting him alone. His battle skills had been created by the one true God, so they had to be on guard. Ruin's consciousness swept out like a flood. Within Primeval City, a woman looked at Ruin from afar. Who knew what she had done, but her consciousness was blocked. The woman's appearance was ordinary, or even slightly ugly. She was not human in the first place. Instead, she was the strongest life form of a parallel spacetime. She had joined Primeval City out of pure coincidence. Ruin stared at the woman. Lanterns hovered in the air. True God's freedom technique. The woman vomited blood. In the surroundings, the experts of Primeval City and Burial Garden all vomited blood. The roaming corpses exploded one after another, dyeing the ground red. Within Primeval City, 2 attacks shot towards Ruin, but it was useless. Ruin's talent made it difficult for people to attack him unless they directly used worlds of nothingness. Endless corpse kings emerged from the bone ships. Through the transplanted bones, every single corpse king possessed the battle prowess of the transplanted master. They could have fought against Primeval City before, but now that they had increased the peak battle prowess of the Eternals, Primeval City fell apart. The addition of Burial Garden could not change the outcome of Primeval City. Endless strings of sequence were vibrating. Corpse kings appeared around the ancestor one after another, charging towards him. They were all blocked by a man, but the man could not last much longer. Either. Thunder boomed, and the trapped ancient Thunder Locust used this opportunity to escape. He fled Immemorial City without any hesitation. Staying here was just courting death. The ancestor of the giant stood up and looked around Immemorial City. With a furious roar, he threw a punch downwards, reducing the ground around the ancestor to dust. The corpse kings were directly smashed to death. The ancestor raised his head, "Be careful." Another giant walked out from behind the ancestor of the giants. It was the corpse goddess. The ancestor of the giants threw a punch, and so did the corpse goddess. The two huge fists collided, causing Immemorial City to shake. "Ancestor, helping the humans is just courting death," the corpse goddess voice boomed through the stars. The ancestor of the giants bellowed furiously, "You're already dead, but I'm still alive." "Who's courting death? How stubborn. The giant race has already vanished, so you can disappear as well." The corpse goddess body completely dispersed. Against the primordial realm ancestor of the giants, laws could not approach him, so sequence laws were useless. However, he did not need sequence laws either. The giants had their own way of fighting. The two giants fought in Immemorial City. Every drop of blood was like a lake to the bystanders. Blood dyed the entire city red. In the distance, a figure entangled the Count of the Wind. The Count of the Wind studied it in surprise. Remnant power? The figure was the symbol ancestor. The one left behind in the cemetery was not himself. He had died long ago, and only his remnant power remained. As a result, the symbol ancestor's power could once appear on the fifth continent, causing the sixth continent to suffer heavy losses. The power in the cemetery was the symbol ancestor's final remnant power. The dead should not have appeared. The Count of the Wind's eyes widened. Who knew if he was talking about the symbol ancestor or himself? The experts of Immemorial City died one by one, and the wandering corpses in the cemetery were destroyed one by one. Tong Lao, Gu Eccentric, Su Xiao, and even the expert of the Liu family who liked to construct the general platform and crush it all vanished one by one. The Yellow Springs and the River of Divine Force entangled in outer space, colliding like two dragons. The only true god watched on calmly from the Black Mother Tree. Hei Wuxian walked out from beside him. "Sir, they won't be able to come." Hei Wuxian said respectfully. The only true god sighed. The third divine commandment is the final battle. The people of the Above Heavens sect no longer have the right to participate. Next, the universe will restart. You can also break through to the primordial realm in the new universe and take that step. Hei Wuxian's eyes were burning. He was not from this universe, nor was he a corpse king. He came from another universe. His objective was very simple. He wanted to reach the primordial realm. This was because the universe he resided in, including himself, had been imprisoned by a certain power, making it difficult for him to break through to the primordial realm. Rebooting the universe was the only way, which was why he had joined the Eternals. And now, the time had finally come. Hei Wuxian was excited. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. These people will not be able to struggle for long. Let me send them on their last journey. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and left the Black Mother Tree. He charged towards Immemorial City, his black lines covering the sky. Any expert at the level of 3 Masters and 6 Boundless was terrifying. Originally, Immemorial City was already on the verge of destruction. When Hei Wuxian joined, Immemorial City and Burial Garden suffered even more casualties. Endless chains wanted to stop Hei Wuxian from escaping. However, it was pierced through by the black lines. Hei Wuxian was originally stronger than Qiu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Now, Qiu was right in front of him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, black lines pierced through Qiu's body, forming a black flame. Xiao roared, and the chains covered the sky. The ancestral world, inescapable net, wrapped around him and He Wuxian, let's die together. With that, he dragged He Wuxian towards the flames below Immemorial City. Although the flames were contained by the river of divine power, some of them were still burning. Xiao dragged He Wuxian towards the flames, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a wisp of green smoke. The void distorted, and He Wuxian stepped out, looking down coldly. You want to die with me? How is that possible? Behind him, Su Wangtian suddenly appeared and kicked He Wuxian. Countless black lines appeared behind He Wuxian to block, but they could not stop the kick, and he was sent flying. Su Wangtian's eyes were ferocious. Old Qiu is dead, so you should die too. He Wuxian sneered, a deserter of the era wants to kill me? Around Su Wangtian, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 corpse kings appeared, staring at Su Wangtian with their scarlet eyes. Kill. In the past, Immemorial City and the corpse kings in the bone ship fought fiercely, and they were almost evenly matched. If Su Wangtian was surrounded by 3 corpse kings, he would definitely die. But now, Su Wangtian was surrounded by 5 corpse kings. In the distance, a corpse king with a triangular head appeared in front of Big Sister. It tilted its head, almost lying on the ground as it looked at Big Sister. It let out a series of strange laughter, which was terrifying. Run, that's one of the top 5 monsters in the bone ship. An expert from Immemorial City shouted. Big Sister stared at the corpse king with a triangular head. Under the dark red light of the divine power, it was like a painting of death. Chui and the ancient god fought fiercely, and a figure walked out. He had no arms, only 2 legs. His legs were 5 meters long, and looked extremely uncoordinated. However, it was this person that made Chuyi's face sink. This person was enough to rank in the top 5 on the bone ship, and he had the strength to fight the ancestor of giants. In other words, he was in the primordial realm. He was not a corpse king, and no one knew where the Eternals had found such an expert. With the true god's ability to transplant bones, he possessed unparalleled battle prowess, but he just happened to not appear in many battles. Now, in the final battle, he had walked out of the bone ship. The ancestor of giants fought the corpse god, while he targeted Chui. Surrounded by 2 primordial realm experts, Chui was in dire straits. It was not just them. Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Chen, and other experts from the bone ship had appeared around them. These experts could have been fought by the experts from Immemorial City, but because Di Qiong and the others had revived and stalled the experts from Immemorial City and Burial Garden, a group of experts from the bone ship were free to kill them. The entire Immemorial City was in dire straits. A woman walked out from above the progenitor. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were lively. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a young girl around 20 years old. However, the appearance of this young girl made the man beside the progenitor completely pale. She was called Xianxia, and she was ranked 2nd on the bone ship, only 2nd to primordial qi. Mu Zhu, come out. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. How much longer do you want to hide? Xianxia, your opponent is me, the progenitor called out. The young man beside the primogenitor roared and rushed over. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Xianxia with a speed even faster than him. This was also a young woman and was the same as Xianxia, looking extremely young. The only difference was that this young woman had a cold aura, completely different from Xianxia, who was filled with vitality. She was like a pool of stagnant water that would never flow. With a boom, space was destroyed. The world of nothingness spread out from underground, spreading in all directions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The man landed helplessly. He stood beside the progenitor and stared up. Mu Zhu was the last force protecting the progenitor. Once Mu Zhu took action, it meant that there was no one left to protect the progenitor. The man clearly could not hold on. Numerous gazes were cast towards the underground. The bone ship moved in outer space, charging towards Immemorial City once again. Ancestor Chen had pushed it out earlier, but this time, no one could push it away. There were no more experts in Immemorial City. The only true god clasped his hands behind his back. It's over. Taihong, look at Immemorial City's last moment. It's also Inception's last moment. The Grand Empyrean looked past the only true god and saw Immemorial City being torn apart. His resolute gaze was filled with sorrow. The humans had persevered, but in the end they had still lost to the Eternals. No matter how resplendent above heaven's sex development was, or how ruthlessly Luin had suppressed the Eternals, they had forgotten that the Eternals relied not only on their absolute strength, but also on their intelligence. They had caused the extremely resplendent above heaven to collapse, and even though they were at a disadvantage, they had still managed to turn the situation around. This was the true Eternals. Immemorial City, Inception, the above heaven, and the humans. Everything was coming to an end. The bone ship charged towards Immemorial City. Along the way, human powerhouses tried to stop it, but they were all stopped. Whether it was Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Chen, Chu Yi, or even Mr. Mu, none of them could stop the ship. The bone ship was the final attack that would destroy Immemorial City. Below the primordial city, flames engulfed the area. Ancestor Chen struck with his palm, but it was stopped by Di Qiong's martial god scripture for a moment. Count of Wind used the god of defense of the nine heavens to envelop Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen's palm struck the outside of the tower and penetrated it. Count of Wind was shocked. How many flames could there be under Immemorial City with just one palm? Ancestor Ku charged towards the bone ship. Butterflies flashed past, making him feel like he was in a dream. The 4 captains of the undead regiment were stopped by the powerful corpse kings in the bone ship. Even the mausoleum keeper appeared and charged towards the bone ship with all his might, but he was still stopped by the undying god. Mr. Mu looked at the bone ship and felt powerless once again. Once upon a time, his universe had been like this as well. In the end, they had lost to their nemesis. Now, the people of this universe were still like this. Humans were the most intelligent creatures in this universe, but they were also the most targeted creatures in this universe. Primordial Origin laughed. Old Mu, your persistence is a joke. I've said it before, it's useless. Ha ha ha. The sound of bells echoed, sending off Immemorial City. This place that had suppressed the sequence's string and protected this universe for countless years was finally facing its end. The bone ship crashed into Immemorial City. At this moment, the battle stopped. Everyone looked at this scene as if they were witnessing the moment Immemorial City was completely destroyed. At this moment, a huge force crashed out from the darkness and knocked the bone ship to the side, causing it to deviate from Immemorial City. The only true god's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu heaved a sigh of relief. It had finally arrived. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor smiled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A ship emerged from the realm of nothingness and slowly appeared in the starry sky before everyone's eyes. The words Boundless were carved on the ship. Blackless God's eyes narrowed. Boundless? That ship is still here? The Eternals were no stranger to this ship. If Burial Garden was an item left behind by humans during the first battle of the Divine Commandment, then Boundless was an item left behind by the people of the Daosaur sect during the second battle of the Divine Commandment. End of chapter. In the past, the 5th mainland had fought fiercely against the 6th mainland on the Boundless Void. They had fooled the Eternals into thinking that the Boundless Void was just a battleship. Only later did they realize that the Boundless Void was the same as the Burial Garden. And now, the one who came out of the world of nothingness and knocked the bone boat away was Boundless. Boundless could travel through the world of nothingness, just like the bone boat. Above Wujiang were Luin and the other above heaven sect masters. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. Luin looked at the dark mother tree, Eternal, sorry to keep you waiting. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining experts of Primordial City were stunned. Why were there so many experts on that ship? Black Wuxian's mouth was wide open. Impossible, how could they have broken through his path? Impossible. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, Sapphire Zhilua, and the rest of the experts charged towards the Eternals. 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords, 8 paths and 8 paths. More than 10 sequence precepts experts and a few progenitors, a total of more than 20 experts emerged from the boundless void and charged towards Primeval City. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god and said, "Leave Dechang to me. We haven't decided who the winner is yet." Hongyan Mavis, Sapphire Zhilua, and Wu Tian all looked towards the underground of Primordial City. The ancestor saw them and was delighted. They finally came. It was good that they didn't die, it was good that they didn't die. Above the ancient city, Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu both looked over. There were actually so many experts? The abandoned ones, Yi Rou, and the others realized that this was the most magnificent battlefield in the universe. Even the second battle of Disaster Region could not compare. Zun Di charged towards the corpse god and slashed down with his sword. He was now the one controlling Zun Di. Wo's gaze was ferocious. After Erji's death, he replaced her and became one of the outer 8 paths. Mimi now rushed towards Immemorial City. Teacher Babar, where are you? On the eternal side, Sorcerer Spirit God was stupefied. When he died, how could the Above Heaven sect have so many experts? Where did so many experts come from? Fengbua stared at Luyin with a ferocious expression. Brat, I found you. He gave up on Progenitor Chen and charged straight at Luyin. Luyin stood at the bow of Boundless and surveyed the entire battlefield. He had finally caught up. Black Wushan had sealed off their path, making it impossible for them to find Primeval City. However, in the critical moment, Endless World appeared, and the person who brought Endless World with him was none other than Ancient Mist Ancestor. Not only did Shi Wei bring Wu Jiang, she also brought the location of Immemorial City. Wu Jiang was just a tool. It was impossible to rely on Wu Jiang to find Immemorial City. The one who truly helped them find Immemorial City was Ancestor Hui. Ancestor Hui had always been in contact with Shi Wei. The method of communication was Shi Wei's mist. The mist in the past wasn't real mist, but rather the micro-lead technique. Anyone who cultivated the micro-lead technique could use the micro-lead technique to change the form of the mist. For example, it could turn into words for another cultivator to see. Through the Wei incantation, Ancestor Hui was able to connect with Shi Wei. Of course, the number of times they contacted each other was extremely small. The reason why Shi Wei went to the Six Directions Guild was not only because of Lan Tu's death and the battle in the primordial space, but also because she wanted to connect with Ancestor Hui. This was a tacit understanding between the 9 mountains and 8 seas that no one knew of. Shi Wei brought Wu Jiang here under Ancestor Hui's guidance, so Wu Jiang's timely arrival was all part of the plan. He Wuxian had pretended to join the humans, and Luyin and the rest had not been able to tell at first. He Wuxian could fool everyone and pretend to join the humans, but he could not fool Ancestor Hui. Luyin had always tolerated He Wuxian's existence because he wanted to see what He Wuxian wanted to do. He Wuxian definitely represented the one true God's plan, and if this plan could not be figured out, then it would continue to exist. Only a plan that was exposed could not be called a plan. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian was exposed, this plan would continue to exist. The endless path led Luyin and the rest to truly be trapped. Luyin had not expected He Wuxian to have such an innate gift that could prevent all of the experts from finding Immemorial City. This was not a comparison of strength, but rather more like He Wuxian had pulled an endless parallel spacetime path together. They would eventually reach Immemorial City, but it would be too late by then. This was He Wuxian's final plan to join the humans. Fortunately, everything had gone according to plan, and Wu Jiang had arrived in time. This matter caused Luyin to sweat profusely. He had been careless and underestimated He Wuxian. However, the Eternals had also underestimated the humans. The Grand Empyrean had given the Eternals the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and Luyin had also given the Eternals a gift through He Wuxian. Now that he had arrived at the Immemorial City battlefield, the first person Luyin wanted to find was Progenitor Hui, who was also at the Immemorial City battlefield. Progenitor Hui had exposed Immemorial City's location, which made it easy for the Eternals to target him. Suddenly, Luyin looked at the shattered city wall. Lu Yin's body vanished. Fengbua had ascended Wu Jiang, but where was that brat? The timely appearance of the above heaven sex experts had reversed the situation, and the Eternals had been suppressed. The humans had too many experts. Previously, it had been several Eternals fighting one human, but now, it was several humans fighting one Eternals. Atop the shattered walls of Immemorial City, Big Sis panted heavily. The phantom of Pluto had long since disappeared, and she had reached her limit. She had killed 2 corpse kings from the bone galleys, and both had been powerhouses of the sequence laws. It had been a difficult fight, but there was an endless supply of corpse kings. And now, this triangular-faced corpse king was ranked in the top 5. The corpse king had the ability to break the sequence laws, and the moment he stared at Big Sis, she felt as if her body was being stripped away. An indescribable pain spread through her, and even though she was clearly not injured, the pain was real. This was the sequence law of the triangular-faced corpse king, body stripping. He could strip away the body of any creature he saw in another form, or rather, in his mind. Once he completely stripped away the creature's body, it would be equivalent to having its body stripped away and dying completely. This was an extremely cruel sequence law. There was an agreement in Immemorial City that once the corpse king appeared, it had to be killed no matter the cost. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. The corpse king was ranked in the top 5 of the bone galleys, and there were very few in Immemorial City who could fight against him. In fact, quite a few had died at his hands. This was the corpse king that Immemorial City wanted to kill the most. At this moment, Big Sis was enduring the pain of her body being stripped away, a pain that could make one's soul tremble. At this point, Luine appeared behind the corpse king and pressed a hand on its shoulder. The corpse king's sequence particles shot towards Luine in an attempt to strip him of his body as well. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as an indescribable force crashed down, instantly shattering the corpse king into pieces as blood splattered across the ground. Big Sis stared blankly at Luine. One attack? Just one attack? How had Little Seven become so powerful? When they had first arrived at Immemorial City, Luine had not used Mortal World to break through his ancestral seal, but now, he was completely different. Big Sis, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. He waved his hand, and Hong Yan, Wu Tian, and Hong Yan walked out. The strength beast leapt down from his shoulder and charged towards the corpse god under Lu Yin's orders. Su Wang also charged into Immemorial City. At this point, Fengbo arrived. Die, brat. The tower-shaped sword slashed towards Lu Yin, who looked up. Will I revive if I die again? He then raised his hand and stabbed out with the soil spear, colliding with the sword. With a bang, the sword shattered, and Fengbo's pupils shrank. How could this be? Lu Yin's footsteps lightly brushed past Fengbo, who hurriedly expanded time to avoid Lu Yin's attack. But in the next moment, his body shattered, and Lu Yin did not even look at him. He charged towards Huiwu, who was behind the river of divine power. The only true god's gaze landed on Huiwu. So it's you. The moment Blackless God appeared, Huiwu froze on the battlefield. He was trying to contact Shiwei. It was difficult to communicate with the outside world in Immemorial City, and Huiwu could not do so, but Ancestor Hui could. Ancestor Hui had predicted some things a long time ago. He had schemed against the sorcerer god, causing him to die tragically. He had also schemed against the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals. He had even schemed against the Wang family and the Yellow Springs out of curiosity. Immemorial City had been the most important part of his plan. In order to send messages to the outside world in this endless battlefield filled with sequence particles, he had spent his entire life creating a sourcebox array. He had used this array to contact Shiwei, allowing Limitless to rush over at the last moment and knock away the Bone Galleon, saving Immemorial City. However, he had been exposed. The only true god had observed the entire battlefield, so how could he not see Huiwu's abnormality? Huiwu looked up at the only true god. Eternals, I said that if someone can make up for the human race's lack of martial power, then I can make up for the human race's lack of wisdom. I won. The only true god's expression sank. He had missed a step, and this step had always been under Huiwen's control. A long time ago, he had tried to rope in Huiwen because he had taken a liking to Huiwen's wisdom, but Huiwen had rejected him. He had invited him several times, and Huiwen had rejected him several times. Not only had Huiwen rejected him, but Huiwen had even made a bet with him. Because of these words, the only true god had tolerated Huiwu's existence. Even though the only true god believed that Huiwen had schemed against Huiwu, the only true god was willing to tolerate it. He was confident that he was the only true god, the most powerful person in the universe, regardless of whether it was in terms of martial power or wisdom. Humans could not defeat him. Therefore, even though Huiwu had been exposed, he had not died. Instead, he had been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. All of this had been done under the only true God's instructions. He could not tolerate Huiwen's arrogance, and he wanted Huiwen's son to personally witness the universe being rebooted. Therefore, even if he had to escape from the tragedy zone, he had taken Huiwu with him. However, he had never imagined that Huiwu was actually Huiwen. More accurately, Huiwu was indeed Huiwen's son, but this son had only existed to expose himself. From the beginning, Huiwen had never believed that Huiwu could hide from the Eternals and scheme against them. Even if he did, how much of a threat could he pose to the Eternals and the only true God? Huiwu's true plan had been after Huiwu had been exposed. In order to make the only true God keep Huiwu, Huiwu had deliberately made a bet with the only true God. He had calculated step by step, and if he had made a single mistake, he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. However, he had been confident that he would succeed. Huiwu had been kept, and even though he had been exposed, he had only been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. The moment Huiwu had been thrown into the divine power lake, Huiwen's plan had succeeded. He had told Luyin where Chuchen was, and he had even given the location of Immemorial City to Wu Jiang. All of his calculations had been for this moment. He had succeeded. The only true God had been completely tricked by him. The Eternals had failed at the last moment, and Huiwen had retreated. The only true God sighed, "You even gave up on your own son." Huiwen's eyes dimmed. "I have not let down the entire human race, but I have let down little Wu. He has never enjoyed the happiness of his peers since he was young. His entire life, he has been running around for my schemes. From the moment he was thrown into the divine power lake, his consciousness was gone, and I replaced him. Even if I am his father, this debt still has to be repaid." He then looked at Luyin, who was rushing over, and smiled, "Master Lu, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow Wind is working hard to make up for the chapters 1-0. Thank you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Wait, Huizu." Boom. Huiwu's body exploded, and he died completely. Luyin stared blankly at this scene. Huiwu's body wasn't the only thing that had exploded, Huizu's consciousness had also disappeared completely. An indescribable feeling spread through Lu Yin's heart. Huizu was not strong in terms of battle power, but without him, the current battle would not have happened. He was the person who had truly changed history. He had contributed greatly to the human race, but he could not overcome the barrier in his heart. Regardless of whether it was Huizu or Huiwu, they were both great people in Lu Yin's eyes. However, there was no time to be sentimental. Several corpse kings appeared around him and charged towards him. These corpse kings all possessed great strength because of bone grafting. Bone grafting was too miraculous. Even the laws of sequence could be grafted onto these corpse kings, allowing the bone galleon to face Immemorial City head-on. Luyin clenched his fist and punched out, shattering a corpse king in front of him. This corpse king used sequence particles to block Lu Yin's punch, but Luyin had the strongest power in this universe. The only ones who could compare to him were Di Qiong, who had used the martial god transformation, and the one true god, who had used the true god's freedom technique. Other than that, Luyin was invincible in terms of strength. After killing the corpse king with a few punches, Luyin raised his hand. Countless black dots appeared in the sky and spread out. More and more of them appeared like continents. In the distance, Di Qiong, who was fighting progenitor Chen, was shocked. "Watch out." Everyone looked up and saw spears of soil stabbing downwards. Those who had participated in the second realm of calamity were all too familiar with this scene. Luyin had used this technique to suppress the entire battlefield and silence the Eternals. Now, he was using the same technique to attack the entire battlefield of Immemorial City. When he had disguised himself as Yi Bo and entered the Immemorial City battlefield, Luyin had never imagined that he would one day use absolute strength to attack the entire Immemorial City battlefield. The corpse kings were pierced through one by one. If the sequence particles that covered the entire Immemorial City battlefield were like fog, then these soil spears could pierce through the fog. Each of these soil spears had the power to tear apart sequence particles, and their destructive power was close to that of the primordial universe. The soil spears fell down like raindrops. Su Wangtian stared blankly at the 5 corpse kings surrounding him. 4 of them were pierced through by the earth spear while the last one fell to the ground. Further away, the corpse kings were pierced through one after another. Some of them had their heads pierced through, while others were pinned to death within Primeval City by the soil spears. This scene was extremely spectacular. Other than Mr. Mu, the colossal giant ancestor, and a limited number of other powerhouses, who else could strike down the entire ancient battlefield, especially when facing so many powerhouses? Primordial Fiend stared at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. The spear of soil posed no threat to him, but Lu Yin's move had rendered the bone galleon useless. Aside from the top 5 on the galleon, the rest of the corpse kings were rendered useless. Old man Mu, is that your little disciple? Mr. Mu let out a rare laugh. Primordial origin, the true battle has only just begun. On the other side, the Witcher spirit god and the undying god were both stunned. Lu Yin's strength had completely refreshed their understanding of him, and they wondered just how much time had passed since their deaths. Even they were injured by the soil spear. This was especially true for the witch spirit god, who was unable to evade the spatial sequence rules and had his calf pierced through. He stared blankly at Lu Yin. How was this possible? It couldn't have been 1,000,000,000 years, right? How could that brat's strength be so terrifying? The corpse god was just as shocked. In the past, Lu Yin had needed to gang up on him to kill him, but now, he could feel Lu Yin's invincible strength. That powerful aura was enough to suffocate the entire region. Progenitor Chen laughed. Well done, Lu Yin. The desolate ancestor's lips curled up. This battle had involved all of the geniuses from the distant Above Heaven sect, the ancient Daosor sect, and the current Above Heaven sect. There was no reason for them to fail. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stared at Lu Yin in shock, even though they had to admit that Lu Yin was a threat to them. The rain of soil spears had dealt a heavy blow to the entire Primeval City battlefield, reducing the bone galleon's usefulness. It had also dealt a blow to the morale of the entire Eternals. This was still not enough, far from enough. Lu Yin scanned the battlefield. All of the Eternals had to die. His first target was Fengbua, who had just exchanged blows with Lu Yin. Fengbua's body had been shattered, and he did not dare to approach Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had found him. It was not just Lu Yin, Hongyan Mavis had also gone after Fengbua. Leave him to me. Hongyan Mavis wanted revenge. Lu Yin turned to leave, only to find that all of the Eternals had been surrounded by human powerhouses. Wu Jian had brought so many sequence law powerhouses, especially the 3 realms, 6 Daos, and 3 suns 6 lords. The Eternals simply did not have enough opponents. Originally, Di Qiong and Fengbua had been attacking Progenitor Chen, but now, the tables had turned. Wu Tian and Progenitor Chen were attacking Di Qiong, and Di Qiong could not hold on for long. The original powerhouses of Primeval City had experienced many ups and downs, and now, they were completely invigorated. The ancestor of the giants punched the zombie god, causing him to bend over. Then, the strength beast punched the zombie god's back, causing him to straighten up again. The ancestor's sword slashed the zombie god's chest, leaving a bloody mark. The zombie god's eyes were bloodshot. There were 3 of them attacking him, which was even worse than when he had been surrounded in the giant's hell. The Wang family was from the 5th mainland, and the Forgotten Ruins god was an ancestor of the Wang family. Lu Tianyi wanted to get rid of him. Mu Ji continued to spin the samsara roulette. It was over, it was over. There was no chance of victory. The Eternals were doomed, and he did not want to die. Woof. The Heavenly Hound was once again targeted by Su Wuwei. He could not kill the dog, but he could at least delay it. This dog could not be killed even by Surpassing Celestial. Just as he thought of Surpassing Celestial, a golden light shone from the Dark Mother Tree, and Surpassing Celestial charged towards the one true God. No one had expected Surpassing Celestial to be so irrational. The one true God's strength was still a mystery. Only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the great heavenly venerate understood. No one else knew the one true God's bottom line. Under the premise that those 3 could not act, even Lu Yin had not thought of finding trouble with the one true God. Everyone thought that Ancestor Ku had been able to survive the one true god's attack because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, including Luin. However, after Ancestor Ku had awakened, they realized that Ancestor Ku had been able to fight the one true god alone without dying because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was also because of his sequence rule, vanish. Although the desolate ancestor had lost his memories, he was still aware of the sequence law that he had comprehended. Even if it was the other way around, he was certain that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. He still did not have the ability to survive the one true god's attacks. Only his sequence law could do that. The so-called disappearance meant that everything, including people, things, and objects that were enveloped by the sequence law would instantly disappear from the universe. If the one true God had known about the desolate ancestor sequence law, then the desolate ancestor would not have been able to survive. With the one true God's strength, it would not have been difficult to disperse the sequence law, but no one had known about it beforehand. No one, including progenitor Chen's generation, knew what kind of sequence law the desolate ancestor had comprehended. This was the only way for the desolate ancestor to escape from the calamity zone. Unfortunately, he had encountered the butterfly Tianan and had been killed once. If not for the mountain sea battle technique, he would have really died. The desolate ancestor had been able to create the sequence law that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. In everyone's opinion, his sequence law should be inclined towards killing or immortality, but no one had thought that his sequence law would be most suitable for escaping. This was the desolate ancestor's greatest secret. If not for the fact that he wanted to remind Luin and the others not to impulsively fight the one true God, he would not have revealed it. The desolate ancestor watched a surpassing celestial charge towards the dark mother tree. The one true God remained calm. The great heavenly venerate shouted, "Fool, back down." The great heavenly venerate was furious. He did not want to defeat the one true God, he wanted to save the great heavenly venerate, his master. In the reincarnation spacetime, everyone referred to the great heavenly venerate as their master. This was because the great heavenly venerate's reincarnation ancestral world could bestow power to others in the reincarnation spacetime. However, the great heavenly venerate's only true disciple was the great heavenly venerate. For example, Chu Jian, Bai Xianer, and the others were not true disciples of the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate was the only true disciple she had truly accepted. Even though this disciple had turned against her, she had never expelled the great heavenly venerate, much less hurt him. The great heavenly venerate did not like the great heavenly venerate's way of doing things, but he had to admit that the great heavenly venerate was his master and was like a mother. Now that he saw the great heavenly venerate in such a pitiful state, he rushed forward to save the great heavenly venerate. "I told you to back down, fool," the great heavenly venerate shouted angrily. Even when she had been injured by the one true God and the others, she had not lost her composure. The great heavenly venerate raised his golden staff and stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He swung his staff at the one true God. The one true God looked up. No one saw him move, but his hand grabbed the great heavenly venerate's golden staff without anyone noticing. This prevented the golden staff from smashing down. At this moment, the one true God was less than a meter away from the great heavenly venerate. He calmly looked at the other side. "You should have listened to her." With that, he exerted force in his hand and the golden staff cracked. The great heavenly venerate's pupils shrank and he roared. The great heavenly venerate circulated like crazy and self-detonated his body. His blood flowed and his sequence particles shot into the sky. His body continued to expand. He only had one chance. He knew that he only had one chance against the one true God. He would use everything he had learned in his life to launch that attack. A terrifying aura spread out from the dark mother tree. Golden shockwaves swept out and the great heavenly venerate was drenched in blood. He clenched his fist and punched the one true God. The one true God raised his left arm and placed it in front of him. The great heavenly venerate's fist landed on his left arm. The void trembled and waves swept out. Following that, the void shattered, revealing a world of nothingness. The one true God did not take half a step back. This scene left the great heavenly venerate in disbelief. How could the one true God not even move when he erupted with his full combat strength? The one true god's pupils disappeared. The eyeless transformation. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. No matter what, the great heavenly venerate had not reached the limit of this universe's strength. How could he so easily shake the one true god? The one true god loosened his right hand and the golden staff shattered. The one true god grabbed at the great heavenly venerate. Before his palm even arrived, the terrifying destructive force that caused the void to collapse had already shattered a small portion of the great heavenly venerate's body. Just as the one true god was about to grab the great heavenly venerate, a figure appeared behind him and punched the one true god. It was just a single punch, but this punch caused only true god's expression to change slightly, and he raised his right hand to block. Bang! The dark mother tree shook, and the cracks on its bark widened once more. Only true god was forced back several steps. Next to him, Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis phantoms that had been conjured by the god-sealing catalog charged towards the sole true god. Luin pushed the celestial out of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm's range as spears made of soil appeared in front of him and stabbed towards the sole true god. Only true god smiled as he faced Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the spears of dirt. His gaze swept past the 3 attacks and landed on Luin. You're finally here. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If he did not kill Luin, then this battle would not be resolved. Only by killing Luin could he win. Myriad Daos, return to sword. A sword slowly condensed in only true god's hand. It looked very ordinary, but in the next instant, it slashed out and shattered the power that Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis had summoned from the god-sealing catalog. At the same time, it cut through all of the dirt spears. This scene stunned Luin. He knew that only true god was extremely powerful, and even the Grand Empyrean had warned him not to attack. However, he had never imagined that only true god would be this powerful. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis were experts of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and they were only second to primordial realm powerhouses. No, to a certain extent, they could even contend against primordial realm powerhouses. Only true god took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Luin, slashing down with his sword. Lu Yin's arm shook the void as he tried to use his absolute strength to stop the sword, but the sword seemed to be unstoppable. It cut through the void and cut through the power as it continued towards Luin. This scene was all too familiar. That blood-red figure had heavily injured Hongyan Mavis and Star Toad in the Mirage Domain. Was only true god that blood-red figure? No, the sword's shape was not right. Luin stepped backwards in an attempt to avoid only true god's sword. Everything around him stopped, but the sword did not stop. It slashed into Lu Yin's shoulder, almost severing his arm. A piece of land formed by the mortal world appeared in front of Luin. The one true god casually slashed out with his sword and sliced apart the land. Behind the land was a punch that Luin had unleashed with all of his strength. This punch surpassed the strength of the strength beast and the void, and it was the limit of this universe's strength. The one true god continued to slash out with his sword, and an indescribable sense of danger appeared in Lu Yin's heart. Mr. Mu's warning rang out in his ears, retreat. Luin forcefully twisted his body so that his fist did not collide directly with the sword's edge. The sword brushed past Lu Yin's arm and slashed right below his neck. The only true god's lips curled up, and just as he was about to turn his sword and behead Luin, 2 people appeared behind him. One of them was Progenitor Chen, and he struck out with a palm at the only true god. Within his palm, a scorching fiery light could annihilate everything in the universe. This was a battle technique that Progenitor Chen had created for the only true god. The other was Lu Yuan. His eyes cracked as he pushed the stage towards the sole true deity. The only true god did not care, and his sword continued to spin. Luin felt a chill seep into his bones from his neck. Suddenly, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm turned golden, and the only true god's movements paused as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's palm and Lu Yuan's stage slammed into the only true god's back, sending him flying and crashing into the border of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Luin panted heavily, he had just escaped death. The battle had been very short, and he had not even seen the only true god's power, but he had almost died. The only true god had used a single sword strike to destroy all of Lu Yin's strength. Luin did not even know how he had managed to survive. In the distance, the only true god coughed up blood and gripped his sword tightly as he looked in a certain direction. There, the Grand Empyrean lowered his head, and his golden robes turned into motes of light that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Tai Hong, you. The only true god's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin and the others all looked at the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Self-sacrifice. Progenitor Chen was shocked. Merge with a battle technique? Lu Yin stared at the Grand Empyrean in a daze. The Grand Empyrean's golden robes turned into motes of light that slowly merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, causing it to turn golden. Based on his many years of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean seemed to want to merge his entire body into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This was self-sacrifice. Tai Hong, you would actually do such a thing. The only true god was surprised. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the only true god. Either you die, or I die. Eternal, I told you before that you don't understand me. The only true god narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. I understand you, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You're a powerhouse who survived the bitter adversity. In your eyes, victory is already within our grasp, but you're still willing to sacrifice yourself. Ha 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 ha, victory is within our grasp? If we don't get rid of you, how can we win? With that brat? The Grand Empyrean laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Brat, this is payback. Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Lu family's debt? I said that I don't owe your Lu family anything, and I really don't owe your Lu family anything. Everything in the cultivation world has a cycle of karma. Has your Lu family not harmed any innocent people? Why should I care about your Lu family? What I'm paying you back is Dosheng. You saved his life, so I'm paying you back. She looked at Lu Yuan and then at the entire immemorial city battlefield. I thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could strip away Eternal's power, but I miscalculated. He is my bitter adversity, and I will never be able to overcome it. However, I will not be defeated. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Tai Chu, do you hear me? I will not be defeated. I will never be defeated. Beneath Immemorial City, Tai Chu looked up at the sky without saying a word. Mr. Mu sighed. Chu Yi, Wu Tian, Jiaolan Jilua, and the others all looked at the Black Mother Tree with complicated gazes. This crazy woman had never changed. Even if she died, she would not admit her wrongs, much less admit defeat. Master. Heavenly Sovereign Doshin collapsed in the starry sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with great difficulty. His injuries were too severe, and if it weren't for the fact that things tend to go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he would already be dead. The Grand Empyrean raised his head and his eyes blurred. His body turned into golden light and slowly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, she was the most beautiful scenery in the universe. I'm Tai Hong. All of you are dead. Only I can protect this universe. I'll kill the Eternal. I'll definitely. His voice gradually faded away and Tai Hong completely turned into a golden light spot that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Golden rain fell from the dark universe, dripping onto the battlefield of Primeval City and onto everyone's faces. Lu Yin felt the bone-chilling cold of the rain. A Grand Empyrean was gone, just like that. How many times had he scolded this crazy woman? How many times had he hated her? But why did he feel empty in his heart now? Below ancient city, Absolute Beginning closed his eyes and golden rain formed before his eyes. The Grand Empyrean appeared and squatted before Absolute Beginning, looking at him. Absolute Beginning looked at the golden rain in front of him. You won't lose. You won. I lost. Wait for me. I'll find you. The golden rain slowly fell and seemed to wash away the blood in Primeval City, causing the city to regain its ancient color. Master, Father. Dual Victor shouted, but no one answered him. On the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin and the others looked at the one true god. The one true god's sword was stained with gold and then cracked. The mottled gold on his body came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Grand Empyrean had sacrificed himself and completely merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing a problem with the one true god's power. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally created for the one true God. Now was the best time to kill the one true God. Luin took out death god Go Lian. The starry sky around his heart spread out as he prepared to kill the one true God. Lu Yuan and progenitor Chen's expressions changed. Everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree. If Luin died, it would be a disaster for the humans. But if the one true God died, the Eternals would completely disappear. The one true God let go of the sword hilt and let out a long breath. He looked around the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tai Hong, the outcome has not been decided yet. But you will never lose. Then, he looked at Luin and the others. You want to kill me? You can't do it. He raised his hands and drew a circle above his head. A dark red power covered his entire body. This was the true God sky switching technique. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation does prevent me from using many of my powers. But can you break the true God sky switching technique? Lu Ying used Death God transformation. He took out Death God's left arm, held Go Lian tightly, and slashed. Lu Yuan pushed horizontally and knocked the stage out. The God ceiling catalogs golden. Light burst out. Progenitor Chen struck out with his palm. The weak flames below Primeval City were drawn out again. The three's attacks all landed on the true God sky switching technique. Just like how the second disaster zone was sealed, the true God sky switching technique couldn't break it. The one true God was unmoved. His gaze was cold. Who do you think I am? You want to kill me with just Tai Hong? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I can't kill you, then I'll deal with the Eternals, the Bone Boat, and the Black Mother Tree first. Eternal, let's see how long you can hide here. With that, he turned and charged towards the Primeval City battlefield. You two, go do your work. Lu Yin shouted into the distance. He was naturally shouting for Su Wang and Li Shou. The 2 giants were pressing the zombie god to the brink of death. When she heard Lu Yin calling for them, she turned around and praised him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Not long after, the Black Mother Tree shook. The one true God looked down and saw Su Wang and Li Shou. These 2 giants were holding the Black Mother Tree back, preventing the one true God from uprooting the Black Mother Tree like in the second disaster zone. The one true God frowned. These 2 were the strongest in this universe. If Tai Hong hadn't sacrificed himself, the one true God could have used the true God freedom technique and martial God transformation to force his way out. No one would be able to keep him here. But now, he couldn't use that power. He looked at the Primeval City battlefield with a piercingly cold gaze. The one true God couldn't escape. What the humans needed to do now was to completely annihilate the other powerhouses of the Eternals and gather everyone's strength to think of a way to kill the one true God. Lu Yin looked forward and saw that the giant ancestor had completely suppressed the zombie god. The zombie god was very close to death. Lu Yin reversed his steps and appeared directly above the zombie god's head. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying strength forcefully pressed the zombie god into the ground of Primeval City. He then snapped the zombie god's neck. The ancestor of the giants was stunned. He looked at Lu Yin and clicked his tongue. Master Lu, is it? Your strength is a bit exaggerated. He had been forced back by Yue Wei earlier, so he could imagine that Lu Yin's strength wouldn't have made him feel any better. Even though he was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage against a monster that hadn't even reached the level of the sequence laws. How did this kid cultivate? Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the giants. Back then, he had disguised himself as Yebue and taken Qi away with a single arm. He should have been the one to fight Primordial Eccentric. Senior, please hold down the bone ship. The ancestor of the giants looked outside Primeval City. Understood. Please wait a moment. He looked underground. It's over. From the moment you joined the everlasting race, our race removed you. With that, he clenched his hands and smashed down. Primeval City shook and a huge crack appeared. Underground, the corpse god's head shattered. She was completely dead. The ancestor of the giants sighed and walked out of Primeval City, heading towards the bone ship. Lu Yin headed towards the primogenitor at the center of Primeval City. Just as he left, an oval-shaped seed flew out from where the corpse god had died and headed towards the Black Mother Tree. The corpse god's corpse had completely disappeared. He had originally come from the immortal art. That seed was the immortal art's seed. Luin looked back and saw the seed. He hurriedly chased after it, but it disappeared and then reappeared before the true god. The true god looked at the seed. The first seed. Luin frowned. Don't kill those who have come back from the dead. Just control them. The true god was calm and expressionless. Luin felt that something was off. The three ultimate techniques of the true god had their own uses. He already knew that the corpse god and the others had been revived by the immortal art, but since they had been revived and died, there was no corpse. Only a seed remained. There was definitely something wrong. The only thing he could do was stop those who had come back from the dead from becoming seeds. Luin looked deeply at the true god before heading to the center of Primeval City to meet the primogenitor. A person stood beside the primogenitor. His name was Iwei. He was the first force that protected the primogenitor, while Muzhu was the second. Luin had come to find the primogenitor to return Chuchen. When he saw Iwei, his eyes narrowed. Iwei was confused. Have we met before? Luin looked at him, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I've never seen him before. He then walked towards the progenitor. The progenitor looked at Luin. Zhuzi, you're here. Iwei laughed. Pillars? Progenitor, my name is Luin. I know. Zhuzi, well done. Without you, Primeval City would be finished. The primogenitor's voice rang out. Luin sighed and suddenly attacked Iwei, placing a hand on his head. Iwei reacted quickly, as he was an expert who was qualified to protect a primogenitor. However, Luin had already predicted his actions, and he used his absolute strength to push aside the particle and place his hand on Iwei's head. Iwei subconsciously stood in front of the progenitor and stared at Luin. The progenitor watched calmly as Luin attacked Iwei and bit down on the sequence's string. What's your relationship with the ancient gods? Luin asked. He had met Iwei before, but Iwei had never met him. In the Mirage Domain, when he was fishing the river of time with his strength, he saw ancient. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The ancient gods were fighting with someone, and in the end, that person was knocked unconscious but not killed. Instead, that person was thrown into a parallel universe. That person was Iwei. Luin had not expected to meet this person here. There were only two possibilities for this person to be spared by the ancient gods. First, this person had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race, so the ancient gods spared him. Second, there was something wrong with the ancient gods joining the eternal race. Otherwise, why would they let this person go? Since this person could protect the progenitor, Lu Yin's worst guess was that this person was a spy of the eternal race who had approached the progenitor in an attempt to attack him. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, the ancient gods would not have waited until now. However, Luin had no choice but to guard against this situation. Iwei stared at Luin. Guiji? I saw Guiji sparing your life and throwing you into a parallel universe, Luin said. Iwei understood, so the aura of time back then came from you. You were the one who saw our battle through the river of time. You knew? Guiji said so. Luin was stunned and looked at Iwei. The progenitor's voice rang out, Zhuzi, let go. He's fine. Luin looked at the progenitor and slowly released his hand. Guiji joined the eternal race. Is there a problem? The progenitor sighed, my disciples are all very good, and Dechang is no exception. He's being controlled by the one true God, Luin said. The progenitor was helpless, yes, so a lot of sacrifices were made. Luin understood that there had always been human spies in the seven sky gods. This was the truth. When He Wuxian had pretended to betray the eternal race, they had believed that He Wuxian was a human spy. However, this was not the case. He Wuxian had been ordered by the one true God to act against them at the critical moment. The real human spy was the ancient god, Guiji. Luin had thought of many people, but he had never thought of the ancient god. The ancient god was one of the top powerhouses of the three realms and six paths. Why would he deliberately seek refuge with the eternal race? If he had not sought refuge with the eternal race, the human race's situation would have been much better. Later, when he found out that the ancient god was being controlled by the one true god, it was even less likely that he was a spy. How could someone who was being controlled by the one true god be a spy? Even the one true god would not have thought of this. However, the ancient god really was a spy. He was the highest-ranking spy that the humans had placed in the eternal race. He was the leader of the 7 sky gods and one of the 3 chiefs. What was he trying to do? Humans were a strange race. Their weaknesses were obvious, but their strengths were also obvious. When humans were above the rest of the universe, they would unconsciously look further and higher. They would not be able to see the darkness that grew in the dark corners of the universe. As a result, they had been schemed against by the eternal race and destroyed continent after continent. However, when humans faced a desperate situation, there would always be someone who would stand up. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, whether it was strength or wisdom, they would always be able to make up for their losses. There were 2 words that were branded in the human spirit: inheritance and sacrifice. When the human race appeared in the universe, it was destined that it would not be a flash in the pan. What is Senior Gu trying to do? Luin asked. The progenitor's gaze was melancholy. He wants to find the truth. What truth? The truth behind the destruction of the first continent. The truth behind my defeat to the protectors. Does Senior Gu know that you were besieged by the protectors? Luin asked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The progenitor looked at Luin. I didn't know at first. He was a very pure person. The above heaven sect was destroyed, and the continents were destroyed one by one. The eternal race was the only one who benefited the most from my disappearance. When he realized this, he let go of everything, including the 3rd continent, and allowed it to be destroyed by the eternal race. He betrayed the humans and joined the eternal race just to find me. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He would rather be controlled by the eternal race to find the truth behind my disappearance. He believed that no one in this universe was my match, even if the protectors worked together. Luin could not help but ask, then, what was the truth? The progenitor smiled. He guessed right, but he also guessed wrong. The protectors of the 4 directions? They were just 4 pieces of trash. Even if they were in the primordial realm, they weren't worthy of my name. Their siege was laughable, and they were no match for me. They couldn't even break out of Sky Palace. De Chong guessed right on this point, but he was wrong on another point. My defeat had nothing to do with the eternal race. Wu De was the first to find out. He personally experienced what it felt like to be watched by that existence. That existence, I call it fate, Luin continued. The progenitor nodded. Yes, fate. It's a very appropriate name. That existence is fate, and it stopped me from breaking through to the eternal life realm. When those 4 besieged me, it was that existence that allowed them to succeed. My hands were sealed, and I had no choice but to cut them off to save my life. If it weren't for Old Man Mu, I would have been dead. Speaking of which, Old Man Mu is still very experienced. After all, he had encountered it before. Luin was surprised. Master? Yes, your master. He is not from our universe. The universe he was in was also destroyed in the final battle. Humans were defeated, but in his words, if it weren't for the intervention of fate, he could have stepped into the eternal life realm at the last moment and turned the situation around. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. I quite admire him. He was defeated by fate, but he was still able to escape and retain his current strength. I was defeated by fate and lost my hands. I am half dead here. I owe your master my life. Luin had not expected things to turn out this way. He finally understood what had happened to the first mainland. The guardians surrounded the progenitor, and Wu Tian arrived. He experienced the extreme coldness of being watched by fate, and the progenitor sent him flying so that he could not get close. The interference of fate caused the progenitor's hands to be sealed by the 4 locks formation. He had no choice but to cut off his own hands to save his life. Fortunately, Mr. Mu arrived and took him away. After the progenitor was taken away by Mr. Mu, Jialan Jilua arrived and saw the aftermath of Tian Feng's attack. He followed Tian Feng and was sealed in his body. The destruction of the first mainland had begun the process of the above heaven sex destruction. This was the truth behind the destruction of the first mainland, and it was a cruel truth. The root of everything was fate. In order to find the truth behind the progenitor's disappearance, the ancient gods had targeted the eternal race and betrayed the humans. They were willing to be controlled by the only true God to join the eternal race. How long did Xianxia know that you were an immemorial city? Luin asked. The progenitor recalled, he was brought here by the Welcoming Mountain. Welcoming Mountain? Luin was puzzled, but then he thought of something and blurted out, that tree that escaped? The progenitor laughed, it is very good at escaping. It is a tree that was planted in Immemorial City. It can guide the flames of Immemorial City and travel through various battlefields. Those who are fated can follow the tree to Immemorial City and preserve the human legacy. End of chapter. Once, Dechang followed the tree to Immemorial City. At that time, there was already a battlefield in Immemorial City. The Eternals didn't seem to trust Dechang, so they didn't bring him here. They didn't know that Dechang was already here, and they met me and learned the truth. But it was too late. He was controlled by the Eternals, and even I couldn't break free. Old Man Mu and the others couldn't either. He didn't want to break free, he wanted to find his destiny. Luin understood. Xianxia Gu has always wanted to find out who harmed you. Whether it's the Eternals or your destiny, he wants to find them. The ancestor's eyes dimmed. I don't want him to find them. If he does, it'll be over. Destiny is the eternal realm. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the first time since he stepped into the cultivation world that he had truly learned that someone was at the eternal realm. It was also the first time he had learned that the eternal realm could be reached. Destiny, the eternal realm, was a realm that made people despair. Even the ancestor and Mr. Mu couldn't resist it and could only escape. Luin didn't understand. It's impossible that Destiny doesn't know about Immemorial City, but why did it keep it? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. The ancestor smiled. Keep us? Luin fell silent. The ancestor was confused. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't find an answer. I thought that there would never be an answer, but your appearance gave me one. Luin didn't understand. The primogenitor looked him in the eye. If the humans are defeated by the Eternals, this answer will disappear forever. However, if you can win and lead the humans forward, then fate will appear one day. Even if you want to kill us, you should at least let me know the answer, haha. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. The ancestor's words were playful, but they were like the abyss of death that wanted to drag him down. It was as if he was saying that they would all die, and that he was working hard to get an answer. Zhuzi, are you afraid? The ancestor looked at Luin with a smile. Luin took a deep breath. A little. Don't be afraid. If we die together. You won't be alone. The ancestor laughed. Luin couldn't help but laugh. Your hands are the burial garden and the Wang continent, right? The Wang continent? Oh, did the fifth mainland's Wang family get it? The ancestor seemed to only know this now. Luin asked, for seals, how can I help you? Also, the 6 grains of inception dust are with me. I should return them to you, as well as the ancestral sword. The primogenitor stopped him. Don't. Dying together is the end, but I don't want to face this end so soon. Once I recover my strength, fate will target me. Senior Wu Tian is also worried about being targeted by fate, which is why he's trapped himself in the eternal race's 3rd region of calamity, Luin said. The primogenitor sighed. This child is too honest. Why is fate targeting him? He hasn't even reached the primordial realm, let alone overcome the calamity. However, from his perspective, he's not wrong. Fate has seen him before, and I understand that feeling. He's just worried about bringing the gaze of fate to the humans so that they won't even have a chance to resist. As a result, no matter how great of a price he has to pay, he's still trapped in the Eternals. Even if it's only a 1 in a billion chance, he still wants the humans to have the ability to resist. This is very similar to you, Zhuzi. When you first saw the Eternals' 6 zones of calamity and learned of their full strength, you also felt despair, right? But you still wanted to fight them. Luine stared at the primogenitor, suddenly understanding what the primogenitor had meant. The pressure brought by fate was too great, and some words had to be spoken in a roundabout manner. Fate looks down on us and doesn't care about ants. However, the ants themselves have to do everything they can to avoid it. Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance of being seen, we're actually ants. The primogenitor smiled again. So don't even think about helping me recover my hands, and don't even think about giving me primogenitor. In our universe, I'm the only one most likely to reach the eternal realm. The others like Eternal, Maiden, and the others can't reach the eternal realm in the current universe. It's absolutely impossible. This is also why the Eternals want to destroy the sequence string and start the universe anew. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So that's how it is. The primogenitor was shocked. You actually guessed it beforehand? Impressive, Zhu Zi. That's why you came in time. If you had come any later, I would have had no choice but to recover Burial Garden's hand and take the risk of being targeted by fate and even intervening in this war. You should know that once fate's attention is drawn to us, the humans will definitely lose this war. I can't take action until the very last moment. It's not that I can't recover. You must know that it's not that I can't recover. I'm very powerful, very powerful. Luine pursed his lips. I know you're powerful, but there's something I want to ask. Do you think now is the time? Zhu Zi, let's deal with the Eternals first. This is a rare opportunity. Once the dust settles, we can slowly talk about it until the end of time. Luine felt an inexplicable chill. Slowly talk to the primogenitor? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Now was not the time to talk, and he already knew what he needed to know. He walked out of Immemorial City's underground and looked around the battlefield, silently counting. Fengbo was dead? He looked at the one true god and saw 2 seeds in front of him. The one who had killed Fengbo was Hongyan Mavis. Only Di Qiong, Ruins, the undying god, and the Witchling god had been revived because of the immortal technique. They could not die anymore. Luine looked up and saw the mortal world appear. Above the stars, black dots appeared once again. They were spears made of earth that covered the sky. The primogenitor looked up with a solemn expression, but he was unusually calm. Opposite him, Chui shouted, De Chong, are you still not aware? The primogenitor looked at Chui. The Eternals will not lose. Chui was furious that the primogenitor had betrayed the humans and his master. The Archer God, the Forgotten Ruins God, Di Qiong, and the others all saw the earth spears that covered the sky above their heads. The more there was, the stronger the chilling intent. The Witchling God's face paled. Who would have thought that the brat from back then would reach this level? How long had it been? Suppressing the entire battlefield with his own strength was nothing more than this. In the distance, the primogenitor held a bell that let out an earth-shattering sound. He headed toward the stars, wanting to destroy the earth spears. Mr. Mu was the first to block him. Primogenitor, it's embarrassing to attack a junior. The primogenitor stared at Mr. Mu, no longer as smug as before. He had thought that Immemorial City would be destroyed, but the tables had turned so quickly. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stood opposite each other. The 2 women were the beautiful scenery on the battlefield. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the Bone Galleon, her opponent had always been Mu Zhu. When one of them appeared, the other would inevitably appear. It seems that this battlefield is about to end. Zhang Yan retracted her gaze and looked at the other side. Mu Zhu, you and I are still undecided. Mu Zhu's aura was lonely and cold. You are not from the Eternals. Where did you come from? Zhang Yan smiled faintly. What's the point? I will die here anyway. She pointed above her head. Your young master has no intention of letting me go. As soon as she finished speaking, countless earth spears pierced down from above. The target was very clear. Apart from the 4 gods and primogenitor, all the other Eternals were within her attack range. Darkness enveloped the battlefield of Immemorial City. Black rain completely replaced the golden rain as it fell. The entire space was ripped apart, and even the void world struggled to form. This was the greatest power Luine could unleash with the mortal world. Enveloping the entire battlefield. Butterfly bore the brunt of the attack. Her opponents were the Desolate Ancestor and Xianxia. She might have been a primordial realm expert, but her presence on the battlefield was actually not that great. She did not possess great killing power, nor was she hated by the humans. Compared to the Eternals, not many people paid attention to her. However, to a certain extent, the protectors of the four directions were even more detestable than the Eternals. They were the fangs and claws of fate, the stumbling blocks that prevented the rise of the humans. They were the main culprits who wanted to replace the humans. Butterfly flapped her wings. Several dozen earth spears pierced down from above her head. The Desolate Ancestor grabbed Butterfly's wing and allowed her to create illusions. He did not move at all. Extreme matter backfires. Xianxia used her 8-star innate gift, directly grafting the Desolate Ancestor's extreme matter backfires onto herself. She grabbed Butterfly's other wing. Butterfly was startled as she forcefully endured the earth spears. Multicolored light flickered from her body, similar to human blood. The hell-suppressing arena appeared above the ancient god's head, blocking the earth spears. Wu Tian retreated, and a large area in front of him was torn apart by the earth spears. Bai Wuxian was here. Up until now, no one had seen Bai Wuxian's true body, but that was no longer important. Bai Wuxian could not turn the situation around. Her strength was not enough to completely block the earth spears. The earth spears were endless, and coupled with Wu Tian's primordial universe, Bai Wuxian's whitewater ancestral world was directly destroyed. Red spread through the void as her aura rapidly declined. In the end, her figure was revealed. She raised her head and looked at Luyin in the distance. This person was Luotian. Luyin surveyed the entire battlefield, and he was not surprised to see her. He had suspected her a long time ago, and the most suspicious point was how she had been able to pass through Jupiter to reach the astral tree realm. Jupiter was not a place that just anyone could enter. She was only a melder, so how could she have chased him to the astral tree realm? Even if she had gone to the astral tree realm, how could Luyin have coincidentally saved her? The probability of that happening was far too low. After that, Luyin had plotted to lure out Bai Wuxian and had ordered people to keep an eye on everyone, especially Luotian. However, she had not acted strangely, and Bai Wuxian had still appeared. At that time, Luyin had been shaken. After that, Luotian had not acted strangely. It could be said that aside from that one time on Jupiter, Luyin had not had a chance to suspect her. However, one time was enough. Although he had not been able to confirm that Luotian was Bai Wuxian, it was not surprising that he had found out in the end. Now that he thought about it, many things could be explained, such as Zirong. Back then, Zirong had wanted to absorb Bai Shui's innate gift, and this had been exposed because of Luotian. She had purposely allowed Zirong to expose this, which had led to Lu Yin's attempt to steal the bride. Actually, Zirong's corpse king transformation had been arranged by Goddess Luo, and everything had been under her control. Also, she had blocked the calamity for him and kept getting closer to him. Also, why did Feng Mo attack Madame Nailin when he was on Aegis? If he hadn't been on Aegis, Feng Mo would have succeeded. Goddess Luo must have been the mastermind behind all of this. Everything Hero Luo did was to get closer to him. On the distant battlefield, Lu Yin and Goddess Luo looked at each other. There was blood at the corner of Goddess Luo's mouth as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated gaze. For a moment, Lu Yin couldn't understand that gaze. Did Goddess Luo really like him? How was that possible? She was Bai Wuxian, and she had lived for a long time. How many times had they met? Lu Yin wasn't so narcissistic as to think that Bai Wuxian would fall in love with him. Everything was fake. The earth spear pierced through Goddess Luo's body and stabbed into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. She looked at Lu Yin and said something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched her body being pierced by dozens of earth spears. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. Goddess Luo's words had completely confused him. I know. You're Long 7. You owe me a life. Long 7 was the fake name he had used the first time he had gone to the astral tree. At that time, he had indeed encountered many dangers, such as the backside battlefield, Dragon Mountain, and killing his way back to the Fifth Mainland. When had he owed her anything? Had Bai Wuxian ever helped him? At that time, she had used Goddess Luo's identity to come to the astral tree through Jupiter to meet up with him, but had she been at Mount Supreme most of the time? When had she ever saved him? The black rain was still falling, constantly piercing through the immemorial battlefield. Bai Wuxian's death was just a small part of it. Corpse kings walked out of the bone galleys one after another, either killed by the ancestor giants or killed by the earth spears. Of the top 5 powerhouses on the bone galleys, Luyin killed a triangular-faced one. That long-legged creature had been enveloped by rune lines that constantly erased its body, but the rune lines weren't the symbol progenitors. They were just remnants of its power, so it was impossible to kill it. The earth spear pierced through the creature's head and killed it. The arrow god managed to block the earth spear, but he couldn't block Yi Ro's attack. Abandoned Path was surrounded by Suwang Tian and was slapped on the head by Suwang Tian's slipper. He had no choice but to use his innate skill to escape death. Yi Ro and Abandoned Path hastily chased after him. Suwang Tian didn't know about the arrow god's innate gift, so he was one step slower than Luyin. The spear of soil shot out towards the arrow god, drowning him in a rain of black spears. Muji's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the wheel of life and death. He didn't even look up. Spin, spin, spin. In the next moment, the spear of soil descended. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the earth spear falling from above her head. Was she going to die? Luyin looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Various signs indicated that she had not betrayed the humans, but if he did not act against her, the Eternals would notice. The best way is to. Progenitor Chen appeared beside Wang Xiaoyu and grabbed her by the waist. He then slammed his palm into the air and knocked the soil spear away. His body was pressed down by the impact, and he turned to look at Luyin. Master Lu, let her go. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She's the main culprit behind the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. She's the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland. If I let her go, how am I supposed to answer to my deceased ancestors? How many people died in that battle? The rune ancestor died in that battle, and all that's left are the remaining rune lines. Progenitor Chen took a deep breath. She didn't betray us. The Eternals used her to incite the war. I'll pay the price of that war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Progenitor Chen protecting her was the best solution, and it was up to Wang Xiaoyu to reveal her identity. In Progenitor Chen's embrace, Wang Xiaoyu slammed her palm against his chest and left his embrace. He stared at her blankly. He trusted Wang Xiaoyu for no reason other than trust. There was no need to investigate. Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu slowly retreated towards the Black Mother Tree. Suddenly, the Forgotten Ruins god swept past and brought her towards the tree. Progenitor Chen did not chase after them and simply watched. The Forgotten Ruins god looked back at Progenitor Chen. Xiaoshang, Xiaoyu is a member of the Wang family. The wound you left on my face is destined to never return to her. Heh. In the distance, Luyin frowned. How could the Forgotten Ruins god escape from the Mortal Realm's assassination? He looked in a certain direction, where the Forgotten Ruins god and forefather Tianni had been fighting. At this moment, Lu Tianni looked at his own hands and fell into a daze. He did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had escaped. The Forgotten Ruins god was one of the 7 sky gods who had revealed her identity the earliest. Logically speaking, her strength should have been exposed long ago, and Lu Tianni should have been able to suppress her completely. With the Earth Spear, killing her would not have been a problem, but why was she unscathed? Not only had she escaped from Lu Tianni and the Earth Spear, but she had also silently approached Progenitor Chen and taken Wang Xiaoyu away. This should not be the Forgotten Ruins god's strength. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the Forgotten Ruins god's words. The wound that Progenitor Chen had left on her face should have been caused by that flower. Did Progenitor Chen want to kill her? Of course he did, but the Forgotten Ruins god was still alive, and only a flower had been left on her face. This meant that Progenitor Chen had not been able to kill her. What kind of strength did Progenitor Chen possess? Every era had its own supreme powerhouses. In the ancient era of the Above Heaven sect, the primogenitors, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos represented the supreme powerhouses. In the modern Daosaur sect era, 9 mountains and 8 seas was just a title, and such a title was not considered the strongest in the Above Heaven sect era. However, Progenitor Chen and Desolate Ancestor were different, as they represented the peak of the Daosaur sect era's power. Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into Calamity Zone and faced the one true god without dying. Progenitor Chen was confident that he could create a battle technique that could face off against the one true god, and he could obliterate Desolate Ancestor with a single palm strike. They were all absolute powerhouses. Even so, Progenitor Chen had not been able to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. They had clearly underestimated the Forgotten Ruins god, as this woman had never truly exerted herself. In other words, she had an extremely powerful life-saving ability. However, even if they went to the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yuan was still blocking their path. Atop the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yuan looked at the battlefield as the Forgotten Ruins god brought Wang Xiaoyu over. In another direction, Zhang Yan was also heading over. The Ancient God and Primordial Eccentric were also present. Even further away, Desolate Ancestor and Jialan Jilua were still holding Butterfly back. Currently, the Everlasting Race only had a few powerhouses left on the battlefield. There was also a dog. The one true god opened his eyes, and the golden 6 paths of reincarnation realm flowed with brilliance. It looked beautiful, but to him, it was a cage. This cage not only trapped him, but it also trapped the entire Everlasting Race. Under the current circumstances, if there were no accidents, no one other than him would be able to survive. There were too many human powerhouses. As he thought of this, he stood up. Lu Yuan stood up at the same time and stared at the one true god. The one true god did not even look at Lu Yuan. He and Lu Yuan were both in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and he was enveloped by the true god's sky-switching technique. If not for this technique, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of the human powerhouses. Everlasting, you have lost. It's better to fight fair and square than cower like a turtle. Lu Yuan was alert. The one true god's mouth was bleeding. If not for Tai Hong, you would have lost long ago. The outcome is not decided yet. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. He looked past Lu Yuan at the Undying God, Ruins, Di Qiong, and the Witcher Spirit God. In front of his forehead, 2 seeds of the true god's immortal technique floated. The Undying God and the others all looked at the one true god. Then, they exploded. Boom! The void trembled, and endless cracks spread out in all directions, one after another. The power of the 7 sky gods' self-destruction almost overturned the battlefield, and even the rain of black soil spears was stopped. Lu Ying was shocked. Not good. The seeds flew toward the one true god. Wood God, Void Master, and the others wanted to stop them, but the seeds passed through their hands and flew through the void. Lu Ying used the reverse step and instantly appeared in front of one of the seeds. He reached out to grab it, but the seed also passed through his hand as if it was not solid. Lu Ying punched out, and a terrifying power shattered the void and directly punched out of the primordial universe. This was the destructive power of the 3 realms 6 Daos, which was enough to reach the primordial realm. However, this punch still failed to leave behind a seed. The seed was not solid at all, but a projection of the one true god's power. The seeds appeared before the one true god. Lu Yuan also tried to stop them, but it was useless. The 6 seeds floated before the one true god and then imprinted themselves on his forehead. At the center of his forehead, the image of 6 seeds was engraved. At that moment, the golden 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly shrank and swept past Lu Yuan. In the end, it was like a golden coat that covered the one true god's body. The 6 paths of reincarnation could not restrict the one true god's power to a greater extent. This was already the limit of what it could do. Fortunately, the one true god was still unable to break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation existed, his power would be restricted, and he would not be able to truly fight. Lu Yuan threw a palm strike at the one true god. The palm strike passed through the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it was still obstructed by the true god heaven-switching technique. The one true god's body was the true god heaven-switching technique, which was used to block external attacks. The second layer was the 6 paths of reincarnation, which trapped his power. Enveloped in red and golden light, he slowly raised his head and swept past Lu Yuan with a single step, appearing beside the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. Let's go. The one true god gave up on the Black Mother Tree. The Black Mother Tree was blocked by Shuang and the Power Beast. It was impossible for him to take it away with his current strength, so he could only give up. This battle had clearly started because of the Black Mother Tree. The one true God's actions were equivalent to him being forced into a corner. He had truly reached his limit. The Forgotten Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu were carried by the one true God. They traversed the battlefield like it was flat ground. Everyone attacked them together. The Eternals died one after another. There were far too many human experts, but none of them were able to hit the one true God. It was like he was walking on time, allowing everyone to attack him without any hindrance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. The one true God walked in front of him without being affected at all. Lu Yin's understanding of time was far inferior to the one true God's. The one true God appeared beside the butterfly, knocking the desolate ancestor back and taking the butterfly away. He appeared beside Zhang Yin. Mu Zhu attacked, but it was difficult to shake him. He disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside the ancient god and looked at Chu Yi, passing by like a phantom. He appeared beside Black Wushan, and black lines wrapped around him before he disappeared. No one could stop the sole true God, and he led the remaining Eternals to the bone boat. At this moment, the bone boat was being held back by the ancestor of giants, while Limitless was on the other side. The sole true God led the ancient god and the others onto the bone boat. The ancestor of giants slapped down, but it was like nothing had happened. What kind of power was that? The sole true God had clearly been restricted, or else he would have been able to dominate the battlefield with his sword alone. Even so, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. You don't seem to understand that the immortal art of the true God does not make others immortal. It makes me immortal. The sole true God stood on the bone boat, facing the entire immemorial city battlefield. Seeds appeared on his forehead once more, transforming into the undying God and the others. The 6 dead powerhouses reappeared. To Lu Yin and the others, it was useless even if they were revived. The Eternals would definitely be defeated in Immemorial City, but the sole true God was not stupid. What the humans could see, he could see even more. Fingbua and the others had been revived a second time, but not for battle. Instead, they had done something that no one could understand. They had used their own strength to pierce through the void. Lu Yin did not understand, but he knew that he had to stop them. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked the bone boat. Tengu appeared, and its body suddenly expanded until it was about the same size as the bone boat. It held at the sky. Many attacks landed on Tengu's body, and although its expression was pained, it still managed to hold on. Corpse Kings appeared outside the bone boat and unleashed attacks that pierced through the void. Gradually, a familiar building appeared. Lu Yin looked at the bone boat, and his eyes trembled. Was that unlimited power? Undying God, who had been resurrected from the dead, had joined forces with the Corpse King who had walked out of the bone galleon. Together, they had constructed a sourcebox array, unlimited power. Unlimited power was the sourcebox array that the Fifth Mainland had used to resist the Eternals' invasion. It had come from the Hui ancestor, and it had helped the Fifth Mainland block the Eternals for countless years. No one had expected that the Eternals would eventually learn unlimited power and use it to block the bone boat. Tengu howled as its body shrank and was thrown into the bone boat. At this point, unlimited power had completely taken shape and enveloped the bone boat, making it much smaller. The one true God clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield in Primeval City. Huiwen's infinite kinetic energy has blocked us, but it's not like we haven't done anything over the years. We've tested it time and time again, and finally figured out the composition of infinite kinetic energy. Lu Yin recalled what had happened in the top realm. The corpse god had attacked the entire cosmic tree realm. Many half-progenitors and even progenitors had poured endless amounts of astral sources into the cosmic tree realm to resist the Eternals. Back then, he had been suspicious. The Eternals clearly knew that it was useless to do so. Otherwise, they would have broken through infinite power long ago. Why did they still do it? Only now did he understand that the Eternals were trying to figure out the composition of the infinite kinetic energy. The fact that the infinite kinetic energy could help humans resist the invasion of the Eternals showed how powerful it was. At this moment, the infinite kinetic energy constructed by the 7 sky gods and the corpse kings in the bone boat who could fight against the immemorial city, must be far more powerful than the one in the starry sky tree. They were not on the same level. Beneath immemorial city, the flames were absorbed into progenitor Chen's palm, and he slammed his palm into the limitless power source box array formed by the Eternal's experts. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy had 5 array bases, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them also had 5 array bases: Ruins, Emperor's Dome, Undying God, Sorcerer God, and Windmaster. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy was built on the mother tree, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them was built on the corpse god's body. The Eternal's corpse kings walked on top of the array bases and faced the outside of the bone boat. Outside the infinite kinetic energy, a barrier formed by the combined power of all the Eternal's experts appeared. It was similar to the barrier that separated the battlefield behind the cosmic tree realm from the top realm. No matter how one looked at it, aside from the difference in power and size, there was no difference in the infinite kinetic energy. The difference in power was the biggest difference. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy barrier could at most prevent those from the top realm from seeing the battlefield behind it, and it also blocked out divine power. However, the infinite kinetic energy barrier in front of them had been able to withstand progenitor Chen's palm without being damaged. This infinite kinetic energy barrier had absorbed the power of all the Eternal's experts, and the infinite kinetic energy source box array converged and circulated. Just as its name implied, the infinite kinetic energy was a single entity. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked together. They used the power of the giant ancestor, Hong Yan Mavis, and Lu Yin. None of the human experts could break through the barrier. There were many human experts, but it was impossible for them to form a single entity. They were all scattered, and they were at a disadvantage against the infinite kinetic energy. Who invented this sourcebox array? The flow of power is endless and natural. The giant ancestor bitterly slammed his palm against the bone boat, but his attacks were all blocked by the infinite kinetic energy. At most, the giant ancestor's attacks only caused ripples. The giant ancestor's own strength formed a counterforce that pushed the bone boat even further away. Lu Yin frowned. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be progenitor Hui's enemy. The feeling of being targeted by progenitor Hui's wisdom was very unpleasant. It could be said that the humans had been able to turn the tables in this war thanks to progenitor Hui. Lu Yin had also been able to reach this point because of progenitor Hui. The humans were very fortunate to have progenitor Hui. He walked in front of Lu Yuan and the others, and the starry sky in his heart spread out to encompass the bone boat, boundless, and even immemorial city. He looked at the Eternal's experts and the true God on the bone boat. He wanted to see if the infinite kinetic energy or the Sky Palace was more powerful. Both of them had an endless amount of power. At that moment, a bell rang and shook immemorial city. Lu Yin felt like his head had been hit by a stick, and he almost fainted. He wasn't the only one, nearly half of the human experts on the battlefield fainted as well. In the distance, above immemorial city, Primordial Fiend coughed up blood. In front of him, Mr. Mu stepped on a bell that emitted a cracking sound. That bell had been a mournful wail. Primordial Fiend had been unable to withstand Mr. Mu's attacks and had been heavily injured. He didn't even care about the bell that was about to shatter as he turned and fled. Mr. Mu hurriedly chased after him. If Primordial Fiend had been allowed to escape, it would have been a disaster in the future. Primordial Fiend was an absolute powerhouse on this battlefield, second only to the true God. Not just anyone could fight against Mr. Mu. Even the protectors of the 4 directions were treated like trash by Mr. Mu, and he hadn't even spared Butterfly Tin in a single glance. Primordial Fiend's bell was about to shatter, and the final boom shook immemorial city, causing Lu Yin's mind to go blank. It was at that moment that the bone boat fled. By the time Lu Yin came back to his senses, the bone boat was nowhere to be seen. Primordial Fiend and Mr. Mu had both disappeared. The battlefield of immemorial city fell silent. Everyone stared at the empty sky as their hearts sank. They had disappeared. The bone boat had disappeared. The Eternals still had so many experts left, so they hadn't lost at all. As long as they existed, the humans would have to live in fear. Now that they had broken free from the colossal Eternals, the remaining experts might pose an even greater threat to the humans. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. They had clearly fought to such a state, so why should the Eternals escape? Immemorial city, burial garden, above heaven. What were the sacrifices of the cultivators? What were the sacrifices of the Grand Empyreans? No, he couldn't let them escape. Lu Yuan went up. Xiaoqi, you've done your best. With the bone boat fleeing and its unlimited power, even Lu Yuan, Chu Yi, and the other primordial realm experts could not see any hope of catching up to them. Even if they did, they would not be able to do anything to them. Many people could accept this result. After all, Immemorial City had been on the verge of destruction not too long ago. Now, the Eternals had lost quite a number of experts, and even the Black Mother Tree had been left behind. Luin could not accept this. The era of the above heaven had been destroyed. The human experts had endured hardships and gone through life and death situations to gain an advantage, but this was the outcome. To the one true God, there was no loss at all. They had wasted the ancestor Hui's plans, sacrificed the Grand Empyreans, and the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear one day. As long as he did not die, all the losses could be made up with time. This was something Luin could not accept no matter what. Wait, time? Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He growled, why didn't the founding ancestor tell me to reverse the river of time? Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Xiaoqi, what are you trying to do? Luin looked at Lu Yuan, I'm going to break through to ancestor. Lu Yuan was stunned. Break through to ancestor? Luin had 4 inner worlds, and 3 of them had already broken through to ancestor. There was only one left, and it involved the power of time. You want to use light to reverse the river of time? You can't do that. Xiaoqi, master's words always make sense. You can't reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Luin raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. Eternal immortality makes my heart uneasy. This is a heart demon. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. A heart demon was an abstract term, but to cultivators, it was a disaster. Once a cultivator had a heart demon, they would have to bear the calamity brought about by it. Why did so many cultivators not dare to break their vows? It was because they could not control the heart demons that came from breaking their vows. Although the heart demons were formless and did not exist from external forces, it was still a denial of oneself. The denial of others could not compare to the denial of oneself. If one denied oneself, how could one break through? Fertile Earth, his path is different from ours, Wu Tian reminded. Hongyan Mavis, Jiaolongji Lua, Chu Yi, and the others all looked at Luin with complicated expressions. Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at the underground of Immemorial City. Master, Zhu Zi wants to reverse the river of time. There was no reply. The founding ancestor had fallen silent. This silence might have been good or bad. No one could say for sure. Or perhaps the founding ancestor knew that he could not stop Luin. Luin exhaled, and a ray of light appeared, turning into a small boat that headed for the stars. It was time for all of his inner worlds to break through to ancestor worlds. The 4 ancestor worlds had broken through one by one, and each breakthrough had brought about a transformation. Luin did not know if the transformation of flowing light would really allow him to reverse the river of time. Logically speaking, Lu Yuan had wanted to reverse the river of time to save his son during the above heaven era, but he had been stopped by the founding ancestor. At that time, Lu Yuan's strength had been about the same as Lu Yin's current strength. Even without flowing light, Luin should have been able to reverse the river of time. However, Luin had never tried it before, and he did not know what to do. The time between each breakthrough was too short, so he could not clearly recognize his own strength. Breaking through to flowing light's ancestor world was the safest method. I'll reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan suddenly extended his hand towards the sky. Grayness flowed around him, it was the power of time. Luin looked back with a resolute gaze. Ancestor, this is my inner demon. Lu Yuan was stunned and stared at Luin blankly. Lu Tiany's voice rang out, Ancestor, let little Seven do it. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew his hand, causing the grayness to dissipate. Luin looked away. At this moment, the grayness covered the sky like smoke. Everyone's attention was drawn to the phenomenon as they looked up, not knowing what would appear. Breaking through to the progenitor realm was not a big deal to those who were qualified to participate in the ancient battlefield. Which one of them was not a progenitor? Ordinary progenitors did not have the right to set foot on this battlefield. However, Luin was different. He had broken through to the progenitor realm, and even the primordial realm did not know what would happen. Every time Luin broke through, the universe would be shaken. The grayness grew lower and lower. Luin stared at the grayness as if he could see the time when the mirage domain had turned into fog. This grayness might be similar to time, but it appeared gray in the universe. The river surged, and everyone could hear the sound of flowing water. In the universe, in the ancient battlefield, where would a river come from? The river of time, someone cried out. Everyone looked up. They could not see the source of the grayness, but they could see the flowing river surging over from afar. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Yes, it should be the river of time. How could the power of time avoid it? He wanted to reverse the river of time, but it had already appeared. The small boat formed from flowing light circled around Lu Yin as he looked at the surging river of time. As long as he rolled 4 pips, he would be able to avoid it, just like breaking through his inner world. However, it was different now. Once he avoided it, he would fail. The river of time drew closer and closer. Falling into the river of time would result in a tragic outcome. Even if Fengbue died, he would not be willing to fall into the river of time. Big Sis had fallen into the river of time, and her luck was already very good. She had only lost her cultivation and memories. However, the probability of this luck happening was extremely low. Luin faced the river of time and casually waved his hand, causing the small boat that had been formed from a stream of light to head towards the river. Everyone watched anxiously as the boat touched the river of time, and it almost capsized. Lu Yuan and the others felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. The small boat of flowing light hovered in the long river of time with great difficulty. It didn't go down with the current, but it also couldn't go against the current. It just stopped where it was, bobbing up and down, as if it could be overturned at any time. Luin stared intently at this scene, and the waves in the river of time grew increasingly turbulent. This could not continue, or else Lu Guang would be overturned sooner or later. He took a step forward, and under everyone's shocked gazes, stepped into the small boat of flowing light. He was like a fisherman sailing in the sea with difficulty. This scene caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Once Flowing Light's boat was overturned, Luin would fall into the river of time. That was the river of time, and no one could guarantee that Luin would not appear again. Even if he did, what would he look like? There were no more enemies in the primordial ancient city battlefield. Everyone looked at this scene and nervously held their breaths. Luin stood in Lu Guang's boat, moving up and down along with the river of time. His feet moved as he used reverse step to parallel time. The reason why Lu Guang had been able to transform into a small boat was because he had fished in the river of time in the Mirage domain. He had swallowed a lot of time that did not belong to the river of time, and it had gradually become stronger. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that the small boat was undergoing a calamity, it could easily be overturned. The only way Luin could think of was to continue strengthening the small boat, and the way to strengthen the small boat was to create time that did not belong to the river of time. He stood on Lu Guang's small boat, and the river of time flowed under the small boat. Once a time that did not belong to the river of time appeared, the small boat would be the first to come into contact with it. It would not be submerged in the river of time, so there was no need to fish. Lu Yin's guess was correct. As reverse step sped up, Lu Guang's small boat did indeed become slightly more stable. However, this was definitely not enough, far from enough. Back in the Mirage domain, Lu Guang's small boat had swallowed the most time power from Fengbue, so reverse step was insignificant. Luin released the starry sky in his heart, swaying time brought by the time-withering wood. In the distance, the desolate ancestor was astonished. That was his own time-withering wood. This kid had cultivated so much power, but even the time-withering wood could not stabilize that small boat. What was he going to do? The Azure Sky Palace appeared. This technique's greatest benefit was that its power would not dissipate. Luin swayed the time-withering wood while stepping on reverse step, continuously creating time that did not belong to the river of time. He did not intend to let Lu Guang's small boat devour it, as that would be the end of it. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth between Lu Guang's small boat and the starry sky in his heart. As long as he was fast enough, he could fill up the entire starry sky in his heart with time that did not belong to the river of time. Lu Guang's small boat gradually stabilized. Only a small part of the river of time flowed out. Although it was thrilling, Lu Guang's small boat eventually managed to withstand the waves of the river of time. As he watched the river of time disappear into the starry sky, Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. If Luyin did not have the Azure Sky Palace to stop the flow of time, he would not have been able to support Lu Guang's small boat. Whether or not it would have been overturned in the end would have been up to fate. Of the 4 inner worlds breaking through to Progenitor Realm, it seemed that the easiest one was actually an infinite inner world. Although Luyin had encountered the Power Beast and Su Wang, the others could still hold them back. The other 3 inner worlds were filled with danger. Everyone was worried for Luyin. The power of time was the most mysterious, and it was rare for someone to break through to Progenitor Realm using time. Although many powerhouses could touch the power of time after reaching a certain level, there was a fundamental difference between them and Luyin. Now, everyone was curious as to what would happen after Lu Guang's small boat broke through to Progenitor Realm. Luyin was just as curious. He stared at Lu Guang's small boat. Lu Guang watched as Lu Guang's small boat slowly solidified. Its shape did not change, but it was no longer spatial. Instead, it looked more like some kind of material. Its hull was gray. Luyin raised his hand, and Lu Guang's small boat shrank and instantly appeared in his palm. It was heavy. He looked at Lu Guang's small boat in astonishment. This weight gave him a strange feeling. It was heavy, but not heavy at the same time. It did not seem to have any weight on his body, but it felt like it should be very, very heavy. What was going on? Extremely heavy, suppressing time. The progenitor's voice resounded throughout Primeval City. Everyone looked at the bottom of Primeval City. The progenitor looked up at the small boat in Luyin's hand. Those who comprehend the laws of the sequence cannot reverse the river of time. Otherwise, karma will be difficult. Those who transcend the progenitor realm cannot reverse the river of time even more. Otherwise, they will fall directly into the progenitor realm. Fertile Earth, Qi, you should be able to sense it. Lu Yuan frowned. He had already sensed it. He wanted to reverse the river of time for Luyin, but the moment the gray color appeared, his realm became unstable. However, this was not the reason why he had stopped. Even if he fell into the progenitor realm, he would rather do it for Luyin. Progenitor, Jr. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It is not one of the two, Luyin said. The progenitor sighed. Yes, so you are free. Everyone was stunned. So that was the case? Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Master, Little Seven can reverse the river of time? The progenitor said, yes, but it will still stack karma. The consequences will not be as severe as yours. I do not recommend Zhu Zi to reverse the river of time, but his progenitor realm does not need to do so. He can just cross it. Going against the current is different from crossing it. Zhu Zi, you can do it. Luyin was overjoyed. Crossing the river of time was the ability of flowing light after its transformation. He had really done it. When flowing light had transformed into the shape of a boat, he had thought that one day, flowing light would bring him against the river of time. Today, he had really done it. Although it was just crossing it, in his opinion, crossing it was not much different from going against the current. He ignored the fact that the progenitor had called him Zhu Zi. Just as he was about to try crossing the river of time with the boat, a rumble resounded through the battlefield. The void split open, and a familiar starry sky appeared in front of Luyin and the others. Was that the primordial space? Boundless astral sources poured in, covering the sky like the gray color from before. Luyin was confused. What was happening? An even more familiar scene appeared above his head, a tribulation origin black hole. Everyone was stunned. Origin tribulation? Didn't he successfully break into the progenitor realm? Why is there still an origin tribulation? Is that the primordial space's tribulation origin? What's going on, progenitor? Master? Beneath Primordial City, the progenitor looked up and met everyone's gazes. He said naturally, Zhuzi is about to break into the progenitor realm. Luin wanted to curse. He had already broken into the progenitor realm, so how could there be another one? Could it be? He looked down at his heart. There was another one here? He had forgotten that the starry sky in his heart was not an inner world, and he had never broken into an inner world before. That was why he had thought that this place would not break into the progenitor realm. However, the appearance of a tribulation origin black hole had shattered his understanding. Had he overlooked this? The starry sky in his heart was shaped by black and white fog, and astral sources were the shell. If he wanted to break into the progenitor realm, then it would indeed attract the progenitor realm's tribulation origin. But this was too exaggerated. It had directly attracted the primordial space. Everyone, retreat! Hongyan Mavis shouted. No matter what. The reason was, now that a tribulation origin black hole had appeared, they did not want to be involved. Anyone who understood the primordial space's tribulation origin retreated faster than anyone else. They all looked at Luin in shock. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had broken into the progenitor realm 5 times. The progenitor praised, others break into the progenitor realm in the primordial space. Zhuzi, you broke into the progenitor realm, so the primordial space came for you. Luin felt bitter. He did not want the primordial space to come for him. He was completely unprepared. Speaking of which, how could he break into the progenitor realm now? What power did he have to break through? Release the starry sky in his heart? The progenitor realm is an achievement that cultivators reach in their lifetime. Humans need to reach perfection. No matter how many paths you walk or how much power you cultivate, you can't escape perfection. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Perfection, perfection. He looked at the ground beneath Primordial City and met the progenitor's gaze. In an instant, the Milky Way flowed and powerhouses appeared in his mind. The progenitor, Mr. Mu, Taihong, the one true God, the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 3 powers, and the 6 seas. These powerhouses flashed through his mind one by one. Each of them could walk a different path, but in the end, they all walked the same path. End of chapter. It was impossible for a person to walk 2 paths at the same time. He had broken through 4 ancestral worlds and walked 4 paths, but that didn't mean that he had walked all 4 paths at the same time. Instead, he had walked all 4 paths, and in the end, the 4 paths would converge to form the only path he had to walk. He understood, and he also understood. No wonder there were no anomalies when he broke through the 4 ancestral worlds. Logically speaking, when breaking through to the Explorer realm, Enlighter realm, and Envoy's realm, anomalies would appear, so it was impossible for there to be no anomalies when breaking through to the progenitor realm. It was only now that he understood that the 4 ancestral worlds were just 4 stages of his process of breaking through into Ancestor realm. Now, he was truly breaking through into Ancestor realm. Breaking through the Ancestor realm involved killing tribulations and inquiring about one's heart. The final step was to change the heavens. Mortal world ancestral destruction, the superposition of parallel spacetime, was equivalent to suppressing the heavens. Unlimited ancestral breaker, strength beast, and Huanwang's group of astral beasts were all killing tribulations. Ancestral shattering flowing light, the rise and fall of the river of time, that was also a killing tribulation. The wordless heavenly scripture was a test of one's heart. He had experienced the sky suppression, the killing calamity, and the heart questioning. What was next was heaven changing. When others changed the heavens, that was after they had broken into Ancestor Ascension. But when he changed the heavens, he chose to break into Ancestor Ascension all over again. His path was the main path, and he had to use that main path to break through into the Ancestor realm. Only then would he truly be in the Ancestor realm. Luin smiled bitterly. A long time ago, he had thought that it would be very difficult for him to break through to Ancestral Soul, but he had never thought that it would be this difficult. Others had to go through it once, but he had already gone through it 4 times, and he still had to go through it all over again. This was his path to the Ancestor realm. When he was a half-martial ancestor, he was already able to fight against the 3 powerhouses and the 6 boundless gods. What kind of result he obtained, he would have to bear what kind of cause. His path to becoming an ancestor was even more difficult than breaking through to the primordial realm. Luin took a deep breath and looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. This was an origin tribulation that had been drawn from the starry sky in his heart. After all, he had an astral source as his shell, so it was normal for an origin tribulation to occur. Since the progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, he would not shrink back. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold as the mortal world descended from his forehead to the starry sky above his heart. At the same time, flowing light, limitless, and the wordless heavenly tone descended while the starry sky above his heart rose. It was an indescribable feeling. At this moment, everything that he had grasped had converged into one, as if all the tributaries had converged into a river. In the past, his hands were his hands, and his feet were his feet. His entire body was as inflexible as a marionette. But at this moment, he had an additional brain. His hands, feet, and every other part of his body could be used in an instant, just like a real person. In the starry sky at the heart, the mortal world descended and expanded endlessly, forming a land beneath the stars. This land was incomparably vast and unimaginable, and it even encompassed the land formed by the Fatesan. The streamer boat drifted in the stellar origin ocean above the land, slowly rising and falling. The lines of unbounded ancestors' world shuttled through the starry sky, transforming into light, wind, and celestial bodies. The wordless heavenly book became the most dazzling sun, illuminating the entire starry sky in the heart. An unprecedented feeling of comfort came over him, and he couldn't help but shout. He looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. "Come, let me see what kind of calamity you brought." The dark starry sky trembled as the tribulation origin black hole tore apart the void, forming a world of nothingness. The primordial space was connected to Immemorial City's starry sky. Not only could the people in Immemorial City see the primordial space, but they could also see the fifth mainland and the parallel spacetime that was connected to the primordial space. Countless people in the primordial space could also see Immemorial City. Once upon a time, Immemorial City had been extremely unfamiliar with the primordial space. At that time, there hadn't even been a progenitor in the primordial space. Now, countless people looked up and saw Immemorial City. They saw the powerhouses who were fighting for humanity, the flames that burned countless human heroes, and Luin, who was directly facing the tribulation origin black hole. Countless people in Immemorial City, the primordial space, and the universe's starry sky saw this scene. Luin couldn't see them, as there was nothing in his eyes besides the tribulation origin black hole. Breaking through to progenitor was the most difficult thing in his mind, and he wanted to see what the Star Source universe could use to stop him. Before breaking through to progenitor, was there anyone in the Star Source universe who could match him? Was there anyone who could stop his celestial bodies? Luin suddenly thought of the progenitor and smiled. The progenitor had created the Star Source universe, which meant that the Star Source universe had only appeared after the progenitor had broken through. How could the progenitor be lured out before he broke through? It couldn't be the progenitor. If it wasn't the progenitor, then could it be? At that moment, a figure emerged from the tribulation origin black hole and slowly descended. Luin looked at the figure. Who was it? Who could give the Star Source universe the confidence to stop him before breaking through to progenitor realm? Was there such a powerhouse in the primordial space? He wasn't the only one who was curious, as even the progenitor didn't understand. It shouldn't be. At this level, no one except him could stop the pillar. It was impossible, as he understood the primordial space too well. Even when he was in Immemorial City, Old Man Mu had also roamed the universe's starry sky. If there was such a person, he should have mentioned it. Eh? There's more? There was more than one figure. A second figure slowly descended, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and finally, a ninth figure. 8 figures with no faces slowly descended from the tribulation origin black hole in a circle, finally surrounding Luin. There was also a figure that wasn't human, but rather a beast. Everyone stared at this scene. 8 humanoid tribulation origin and 1 beast-shaped tribulation origin? Since ancient times, there had never been so many figures that had appeared to stop a tribulation origin. This wasn't just a matter of numbers. If he guessed correctly, those 9 figures were the 3 realms and 6 paths. Luin was shocked. Looking around, even an idiot would know that these 9 figures were the 3 realms and 6 paths. One of them was holding a Go Lian weapon, which was too obvious. There was also the beast-shaped figure. Was the tribulation origin crazy? It had directly brought the 3 realms and 6 paths here. Everyone was stunned, including Chu Yi and Lu Yuan. F***ck, this is too disgusting. That's us, Lu Yuan cursed. Chu Yi exclaimed, it's actually us, all of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Does the tribulation origin think that only we can stop him from breaking through? Hong Yan Mavis was shocked. Speaking of which, have the 9 of us ever worked together before? Never. Even when facing Master, we didn't work together. Jialan Jilua's expression turned ugly. This was a matter of dignity. They were the 3 realms and 6 paths. In the above heaven era, they were invincible powerhouses that had long since become legends. But now, the 9 of them were working together to deal with a junior. Wu Tian sighed, in human history, no matter if it's the past or the future, only Pillar has the chance to fight all 9 of us at once. I really want to see if the 9 of us can stop him from breaking through. I want him to succeed, but I also don't want him to succeed, Jialan Jilua said. Chui smiled, success is a good thing. We have lived for so long, there should be someone who can surpass us. Around them, many people looked at them with strange gazes. The 3 realms and 6 paths, whether in the origin space or the various parallel universes of the universe, everyone who had heard of them knew that they were legends. Any one of them was a legend, and any one of them was enough to change history. 9 of them working together. This scene could not even be described as a legend. It was a myth. Under the ancient city, the ancestor was also stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed, I understand now. Ha 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 ha, I see. Mr. Mu returned and saw this scene. I didn't expect that the 3 realms and 6 paths would besiege my disciple one day. Tai Chu, what are you laughing at? The ancestor looked at Mr. Mu, where's primordial origin? He ran away. Old man Mu, I've said that you are useless in this life except for taking Pillar as your disciple. You actually let him run away. Mr. Mu looked into the distance, what do you understand? The ancestor laughed so hard that he almost spat out the string of the sequence. I created the origin tribulation in the origin space. I know it too well, so I know why it attracted my disciples. Because Pillar cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace. Mr. Mu was surprised, he cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace? Yes, the test I gave my disciples was to create the Azure Heavenly Palace. Pillar merged the Azure Heavenly Palace with the starry sky in his heart. In the eyes of the origin tribulation, his most powerful force was the Azure Heavenly Palace. Think about it, my disciples could only complete their apprenticeship after creating the Azure Heavenly Palace. Do you think the origin tribulation would attract them? In its eyes, any one of my disciples could create the Azure Heavenly Palace and stop Pillar from breaking through. The reason why 9 of them appeared at once was because Pillar's stellar source was too majestic. The starry sky in his heart was also very strange. Just in case, 9 of them were attracted. But when they created the Azure Heavenly Palace, they were already in the progenitor realm. Mr. Mu was puzzled. The ancestor said, they were in the progenitor realm, but for the origin tribulation, the realm is not important. As long as they can create the Azure Heavenly Palace, they are qualified to stop Pillar at this moment. Also, he paused, Pillar already has an ancestral world. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. Luin looked around. The 3 realms 6 paths were really ruthless. In order to stop him from breaking through the ancestral world, they had dragged the 3 realms 6 paths in. This should be the most powerful origin tribulation since ancient times. Who dared to say that they could break through the encirclement of the 3 realms 6 paths? Even the Eternals had besieged the 3 realms 6 paths one by one. If the 3 realms 6 paths had joined forces, the outcome would have been different. Luin had created a precedent. And for the 3 realms 6 paths, it made up for their regrets. The legends of the past and the legends of the present. Everyone wanted to know how powerful the 3 realms 6 paths would be if they joined forces, including Luin. After a moment of silence, Luin made his move. 9 spears of earth flew toward the 3 realms 6 paths. The 3 realms 6 paths acted at the same time, each using a different power to block the earth spears. The earth spears were a threat to the 7 sky gods. This time, the Eternals were unable to recover from the setback and killed one expert after another. Luyin used this to test the three realms' 6 paths. None of them succeeded, and all of them were knocked down. And this fact made Luyin see clearly that the three realms' 6 paths were not half-progenitors, but progenitors. Logically speaking, when he broke through the origin tribulation of the progenitor realm, the origin tribulation should have drawn out a half-progenitor. However, he had already passed 4 progenitor realm tribulations and had 4 ancestral worlds. At this moment, it was not impossible for the three realms' 6 paths to be drawn out. The three realms' 6 daos of the progenitor realm, what level was that? His realm might not be as high as 3' and 6 Hao, who had reached the sequence laws, but his strength might not be much weaker than 3' and 6 Hao. When Luyin was a half-progenitor, he could fight against 3' and 6 Hao. The three realms' 6 daos were extremely talented and could at least challenge those of a higher realm. The three realms' 6 daos of the progenitor realm might not necessarily be weak against 3' and 6 Hao. The 9 earth spears being knocked down was proof of this. One had to know that even the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others would find it difficult to knock down the earth spears. In the distance, Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He's still a progenitor. He recalled his strength when he was a progenitor. Wu Tian and the others had solemn expressions. A progenitor? Although he had yet to comprehend the sequence laws, he had still managed to break out of the Sky Palace. Right, the Sky Palace. He had figured it out. No wonder he and the others had been lured out. Xiaoqi had cultivated the Sky Palace, and he and the others had fought their way out of it. Could this be karma? The Sky Palace could give him great strength, but he also had to bear the calamities that came with it. 2 figures from the three realms' 6 daos took the initiative to attack. A platform appeared in front of one of them and pushed it towards Luyin. It was obviously Lu Yuan. The other instantly appeared behind Luyin and punched him. Luyin blocked the platform with one hand and grabbed behind him with the other. There was a boom as the figure's fist hit Luyin's palm. Luyin could not move, his strength was too strong, too strong. Luyin thought that the figure behind him was Hongyan Mavis, but he realized that the figure had suddenly become more profound. Was this battle force in the mastery realm? Guiji. Luyin exerted force in his palm, and the platform was pushed back by Luyin. Lu Yuan subconsciously supported himself, but Lu Yin's strength had reached the limits of the universe. Half of Lu Yuan's body was crushed by the platform, and he retreated step by step. In the distance, Lu Yuan saw this and was speechless. He was a progenitor, but he did not even have the ability to connect to his own platform. Luyin grabbed Guiji's fist and crushed it, causing the black shadow on Guiji's arm to dissipate. Luyin was about to continue attacking when he suddenly paused. At some point in time, the martial god scripture had appeared around him. It was Wu Tian's ancestral world. It was indeed a progenitor. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he attacked ferociously, directly shattering the battle god scripture. The martial god mantra could fix any technique and make it so that it could only be used once. Di Qiang and Wu Tian both possessed the martial god mantra's ancestral world, but Wu Tian was still a progenitor. No matter how miraculous the martial god mantra was, it would still be difficult for him to control Luyin. Lu Yin's strength was enough to cause trouble for the one true god. Without needing anything else, just his strength alone was enough to break through everything. Above his head, an enormous object fell down. Luyin used one hand to support himself, but his body did not move at all. This enormous object was very familiar to him, and he finally remembered it. It was the Realm Mountain, and it was the sky pillar that supported the heavens above Heaven sect. Was Optimus Prime the ancestral world? That person was Chui? In the distance, Chui looked at this scene and sighed. My ancestral world is actually being held up by this little guy with a single hand. Seriously, seriously. He didn't even know what to say. Wu Tian said, my martial god scriptures were shattered by him, but I didn't say anything. Luyin braced himself against the skyscraping pillar with one hand and bent his legs before abruptly lifting himself up. On top of the skyscraping pillar, Chuyi's figure was sent flying along with the skyscraping pillar. Luyin looked down from above and punched downwards. Terrifying power spread out in layers, enveloping the three realms and 6 daos. The beastly figure, which was the desolate god, roared at the sky and charged towards the terrifying power. The desolate god was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch, and a large tree was uprooted from the ground. It was the Mavis Divine Tree. Hong Yan Mavis took action, using the Mavis Divine Tree to support Lu Yin's strength while she stood on top of the tree and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He knew about the Mavis family's innate gift, the rhythm of life. It was impossible for them to control him. In the distance, Hong Yan Mavis was helpless. Even if they had reached the sequence laws, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Yin, let alone progenitors. Lu Yin's current strength was just too terrifying, and he could fight against a primordial realm expert. He was qualified to step into the battlefield of the one true god, the primogenitor. Lu Yin was able to suppress all of the 3 realms and 6 Daos with just his strength alone. At first, the shock of the 3 realms and 6 Daos appearance was replaced by another kind of shock. Without comparison, it was impossible to see the gap between them. Lu Yin had metamorphosed time and time again, and he had soared by leaps and bounds. Many had no idea how strong he really was, but now, they had seen it for themselves. So what if the 3 realms and 6 Daos worked together? They could not stop Lu Yin. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor side, since ancient times, the 3 realms and 6 Daos have existed, but Lu Yin is one of a kind in the endless universe. The Mavis Divine Tree was pierced through. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Seniors, I'm sorry for the offense. Hong Yan Mavis and the others exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. When they had broken through to the progenitor realm, they had been in high spirits. They had never imagined that countless years later, they would be beaten to the ground by a junior who had also just broken through to the progenitor realm. The prestige of the 3 realms and 6 Daos had disappeared in an instant. A silver-white spear appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and along with the spear came a frigid blizzard. Snow began to fall in the universe. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out, fixing the spear with his fingertip. The spear shattered, but another spear formed a few millimeters away. The spear-wielding Jialonjilua took advantage of the momentum to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually grabbed the spear, and a powerful force caught it, immobilizing Jialonjilua. She simply let go and formed a circle with both hands, causing a mirror to appear. Soon after, more mirrors appeared around them, each containing a Jialonjilua. The white snow formed a spear that was grasped by the Jialonjilua in the mirror. It was as if there were thousands of white spears stabbing at Lu Yin, surrounding him from all directions. Jialon Mirror. This was a battle technique that Jialonjilua had created. If they were at the same level, this battle technique would be very strong. At the very least, Jialonjilua was not inferior to the other 3 realms and 6 Daos with this battle technique. But if the difference was too great, Lu Yin stood in place, allowing the numerous white spears to stab at him without moving an inch. Jialonjilua's spears were no threat to him. In the distance, Jialonjilua rolled her eyes. Was she, a progenitor, that weak? It wasn't that she was weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Lu Yin took a step forward, reversing spacetime and shattering the Jialon mirror. He appeared in front of Jialonjilua and struck out with a palm. Jialonjilua couldn't escape, and she couldn't even withstand this attack. Suddenly, a Go Lian slashed horizontally with a cold glint that forced Lu Yin to dodge. The Grim Reaper had made his move. Jialonjilua took the opportunity to retreat, and figures surrounded Lu Yin just like before. However, they had already fought once, and Lu Yin had completely suppressed the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Only 2 people hadn't made a move. One was Fate, who had been watching Lu Yin from afar, and the other was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had made a final move to save Jialonjilua. If not for him, Jialonjilua's shadow would no longer exist. Even though it seemed like they had fought once, Lu Yin had only been testing the waters. Next, he would deal with the 3 realms and 6 Daos one by one and survive his origin tribulations. As countless people held their breaths, the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacked once more. The War God scripture surrounded Lu Yin while the Mavis Godtree and Optimus Pillar attacked him from both sides. Above Lu Yin was the General Appointment Stage and below him was the Purgatory Arena. He was surrounded by the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacks. Lu Yin's eyes widened. To show respect, he was going to use his full strength. Lu Yin's body fell rapidly, and he stepped onto the Purgatory Arena. The purgatory arena was immediately crushed, and Luin punched upwards, causing it to crack. The Mavis God Tree and Optimus Pillar were shaken by the huge force and retreated. Under the snowy sky, the white spear shot out from the Jalon mirror. Luin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he found that there was no difference. None of the 3 realms and 6 Daos were still. The power of time was ineffective against them. Luin didn't have an innate gift of time. His power of time had come from Ancestor Desolate's time-withering tree, and he had used the reverse step to finally create the flowing light that chased after time. When the 3 realms and 6 Daos reached the progenitor realm, they had also touched upon the power of time. Unless Luin used flowing light, he wasn't stronger than the 3 realms and 6 Daos in terms of the power of time. Progenitor Chen had been able to create the reverse step to parallel time with a single glance, so the 3 realms and 6 Daos understanding of time was no less than Progenitor Chen's. In the distance, many people stopped, as they couldn't see the battle of time. Luin clenched his right fist and punched out, shattering Duiji's and Lu Yuan's shadows. They couldn't withstand a single punch. Next, Luin aimed at the Jalon mirror, but Go Lian appeared in front of him again. Luin grabbed at Go Lian. The closer he got to Go Lian's attack, the more uneasy he felt, as if he was being dragged into an abyss. He was all too familiar with the power of death, but the Grim Reaper's death energy was different. In the end, Luin had learned death energy, while the Grim Reaper had created it. At that moment, Luin felt the death energy in his heart being sucked away, turning into the Grim Reaper's power. Go Lian slashed down, and the black energy tore through the void. Luin grabbed Go Lian's blade and stopped him. He looked up at the Grim Reaper's shadow. Madman Lu's words echoed in his ears once more. The Grim Reaper could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. He was too strong. His death energy was too strong. It was because of that palm that he lost. He clearly had invincible power, but in the end, he was torn apart and died. Luin stared at the Grim Reaper's shadow in a daze. Why? The Grim Reaper spun, and the black energy tried to break free from Lu Yin's grasp. When a certain ability reached its limit, others would feel powerless. If Luin had been fighting the true 3 realms and 6 Daos instead of Tribulation Origin, they would have been powerless. No matter what ability it was, once it was exposed to Lu Yin's power, it would be over. Luin released his grip and flicked his finger. With a bang, Go Lian was sent flying. He flitted past the Grim Reaper and appeared in front of Jialan Jilua, striking out with a palm. In the distance, Jialan Jilua was stunned. Why me? The Grim Reaper was clearly the closest, but he didn't attack the Grim Reaper. Why did he attack me instead? Bullying me? Use an 8-star innate gift. Under the Origin Tribulations, Jialan Jilua's shadow used an 8-star innate gift, but it was already too late. Skypropping Pillar and the Mavis Divine Tree pressed down once more. Luin brazenly punched through the Optimus Prime and sent a palm strike towards Chui. Chui's shadow stared at Lu Yin's palm and narrowly dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this a Unity incarnation? At this time, Chui had not completely created the Path of One Heaven, but with the single word incarnation, it was enough to avoid this palm strike without any fancy moves. However, he had learned the Tao of Tani. Chui's shadow had barely avoided Lu Yin's palm when it was scattered. Far away, Chui was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Tani. He knows the Tao of Tani? Lu Tani felt awkward and bowed to Chui. I'm sorry, Master. I taught him the Path of Tani without permission. Chui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Under the Origin Tribulation, Hongyan's Mavis shadow punched out from behind Luin. Luin turned around and punched out as well, their fists colliding. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis covered her face. It was over. Even the beast couldn't compete with Luin in terms of strength. On the other side, the Strength Beast and Su Wang were holding back the Black Mother Tree, and they were also watching this scene. They watched Luin scatter the tribulations one by one, and they subconsciously raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up. They were afraid of being beaten up. Under the Origin Tribulation, Hongyan Mavis was unsurprisingly defeated by a single punch. Luin stared at Wu Tian and saw a flash of light appear on the projection's forehead. Was this the embryonic form of the celestial eye? Or did he already have the heaven's eye? Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had still easily defeated Wu Tian. The heaven's eye could see through the weaknesses of battle techniques, and it had even allowed Lu Yin to see sequence particles when he had been an emissary. But so what? Absolute power, even if one could see it clearly, they would not be able to block it. So what if ordinary people saw the planet shatter with their own eyes? So what if he could watch the starry sky collapse? The moment Wu Tian's shadow shattered, a line suddenly appeared. In the distance, the Grim Reaper had long since disappeared, but at this moment, he had appeared behind Lu Yin at an unknown time. His surroundings were filled with dark currents. This was the Grim Reaper's ancestral world, the Grim Reaper's force field. The Death God's force fields had been left behind in the primordial space, and Lu Yin had assumed that they were places where death energy gathered. This understanding was not wrong, as these Death God's force fields had been created based on the Death God's own ancestral world. The true Death God force field was the Death God's ancestral world. The Death God's shadow brandished its Go Lian, draining the Death God's force field as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. So this was how fate fought. Destiny had the ability to see the future. Destiny was a thread that formed a bridge in the river of time. It saw that Wu Tian had destroyed Wu Tian at this moment, so it joined forces with the Grim Reaper to make a move against him. One chance. The Grim Reaper only had one chance to strike. Fate, on the other hand, only had one chance to act. This was how fate fought. Fate did not seek to attack, it only sought opportunities. This slash of the Death God was the strongest attack he had ever used in the Ancestor realm. In that instant, the entire primeval city battlefield turned bone-chillingly cold. Everyone was shocked. The Ancestor realm Grim Reaper actually brought about an intense sense of danger to these sequence law realm powerhouses. As expected of the above heavens era's most proficient in killing. Even Lu Yin was cautious. He could sense that the Death God's strike was no weaker than Tian Fa's spear. In other words, the Death God, who had just reached Ancestor, possessed the ability to fend off Tian Fa, a primordial realm expert. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin believed that there was no one who could rival him in all of history apart from fate, whose bottom line he could not see. However, the Death God made him sense the aura of someone similar. Both of them could take on a primordial realm expert without having reached the level of sequence law. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the soil of the earthly world turned into a Go Lian. Bang! A great sound rang through the entire battlefield, turning into a gale that swayed the flames. The Death God's Go Lian was cut in half. Lu Yin used his terrifying strength and the special characteristics of the earthly world to forcefully smash through the Death God's attack, brushing past the Death God's shadow. As he watched the Death God's shadow slowly disperse, Lu Yin casually tossed the Go Lian towards Fate. Fate did not dodge at all. The Go Lian swept past, and Fate vanished. Now, there was only a single shadow beneath the origin tribulation, the Desolate God. Lu Yin had not purposely left the Desolate God behind. Instead, the Desolate God had withstood his punch. Lu Yin knew exactly how powerful that punch was. Only the Desolate God had withstood it with his body alone. The Desolate God's body was extremely tough. In the distance, everyone fell silent. They watched as Lu Yin destroyed the 3 realms and 6 paths one after another. He watched as the legend fell and another legend rose. More importantly, the legend of Luomu was still here. Many people stole glances at Lu Yuan and the others. They did not know what these people were thinking. De Huang is the strongest, Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan said, De Huang is an astral beast. His starting point is higher than ours. When he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, De Huang was much stronger than us. At that time, De Huang was the strongest aside from Master and the others. That's why we liked to pester De Huang back then, asking him to take us to the parallel universe. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The greed of the humans eventually caused the Desolate God to be disheartened. As a result, the 4th mainland could not resist at all and was directly destroyed by the Eternals. If not for that, the Above Heavens sect would not have been defeated so easily. Since when did we become enemies with Big Yellow? Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed, De Huang. I really want to see him again. Under the Origin Tribulation, Luyin faced the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation head-on. After a moment of confrontation, they both charged at the same time. Passing by it, Luyin punched the beast and sent it flying. The beast twisted its body in midair and stared at Luyin from afar. It roared, causing the void to tremble and an indescribable dizziness to spread through the area. However, it was only a slight dizziness. Luyin followed closely behind, using the reverse step to appear directly above the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation. He punched out once more, knocking it down. Punch after punch, the beast could not fight back at all. Although its body was tough and could withstand Luyin's power, it would still be defeated. Even the desolate god at its peak was not Luyin's opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The desolate god had been defeated by the Grim Reaper. Its strength was not necessarily weaker than the other three realms' 6 Daos, but it was not stronger either. With Lu Yin's current strength, even Lu Yuan and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm were not his opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The beast-shaped Origin Tribulation was beaten to a pulp, and then, under the stupefied gazes of many, it stood up and a strange weapon appeared in its hand, the dagger axe. An indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. This is Big Yellow's strength, Lu Yuan sighed. Thinking back to that era, Big Yellow had been the most powerful. It had an indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. It had been invincible in parallel spacetime and suppressed all astral beasts. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos had feared it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Admiration. The undefeatable weapon was known as the Seamless Dagger Axe. Space was the shaft and time was the blade. It was clearly in beast form, but it stood up like a human. It pointed the dagger axe at Luyin and used a strange footwork to charge forward. Luyin found it strange, but that dagger axe was not simple. As the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze and spacetime became chaotic. Luyin used the reverse step, but he was instantly forced out. Whether it was space or time, he could not see through them. The dagger axe stabbed towards Luyin's face. Luyin calmly watched the dagger axe stab towards him, and a stream of light appeared. The dagger axe pierced through Luyin. The beast-shaped Origin Tribulation stopped in place. Luyin turned around and waved his hand, causing the tribulation to dissipate. This scene was difficult for anyone who had not reached the level of a sequence law to understand. This was a showdown of time. No matter how the seamless dagger axe used time as its blade, it could not stir up the stream of light, which could not be contained in the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared, and Luyin looked up at the black hole. He did not believe that there was another tribulation that could stop him from breaking through to the progenitor realm. No matter what, the Origin Tribulation had been created by a progenitor, and Luyin could already fight against one to a certain extent. The black hole rumbled with thunder as a boundless sea of astral sources poured into Luyin's body. Luyin's lips curled up, he had passed. The primordial space trembled as an endless amount of astral sources rushed towards Luyin. The astral source ocean above Luyin's heart swelled, and countless people in the primordial space praised him as they looked towards his heart. The wordless heavenly tone shone brightly. Stars suddenly appeared one after another, but they did not come from Sirius. Instead, they appeared in a form that Luyin could not understand. Luyin immediately shrank the starry sky around his heart. It was still transforming, but it could no longer be seen by outsiders. Luyin himself did not know what would happen to the starry sky around his heart after he broke through to progenitor realm. He only knew that as long as he was willing, he could do many things that he had wanted to do but could not in the past, such as resurrecting Ming Yen or leaving Sirius to the Sirius sect. He knew that he had crossed a critical threshold, and this was what it meant to break through to progenitor realm. The starry sky swayed, and a large tree appeared behind Luyin. It stretched out and covered the entire starry sky, covering Immemorial City and descending into endless parallel spacetime. Its range was greater than any of the previous times. This was a phenomenon that Luyin had seen more than once, and each time, it was bigger than the last. This time, it covered endless spacetime, and its boundaries could not be seen. The tree's branches drooped, and items hung from them. In the past, Luin had never understood what this phenomenon represented, but now he did. He saw dice among the items hanging from the branches, and he also saw Thunder Lord Jianfeng's 3 divine artifacts. The items hanging from the tree were all turbid treasures. What were turbid treasures? At the beginning of the world, all things were clear, and the river of time was born. The clearer something was, the easier it was to become turbid. Under the river of time, there was something that went against the flow, carrying items from the future. The clarity of the filth was turbid, and this item was called a turbid treasure. What did going against the flow have to do with this tree? Luin did not understand. He only knew that if there were so many turbid treasures in the universe, then where was this tree? And why was it his own phenomenon? Immemorial City was different from other places. There were too many powerhouses here, and at least half of them knew about turbid treasures. Now that they saw Lu Yin's phenomenon, they were all stunned. It was as if they had seen the birth of a turbid treasure. The phenomenon slowly disappeared, but the shock that it brought would never disappear from these people's memories. End of chapter. Lu Yin did not have the time to ponder over the phenomenon. A small boat of light appeared beside him, and his gaze was resolute. It was time. As the small boat drifted into the distance, ripples appeared in the void. These ripples were not formed by energy, but rather real ripples that resembled flowing water. As the small boat sped up, the flowing water became more and more obvious. Finally, it vanished before everyone's eyes. Lu Yin also disappeared with it. Little 7. Lu Yuan was worried. To the side, Wu Tian sighed. That's crossing the river of time. Time and space have always been around us and have never disappeared. It's just that ordinary people cannot see them. That small boat can cross the river of time and disappear with the pillar. It's not going in reverse, but rather traveling. Chu Yi's expression was solemn. Crossing the river of time and traveling to any point in time is the ability of that small boat. Everyone in the Immemorial City battlefield sighed in amazement. There really was an ability to cross the river of time. Most of them had reached the level of sequence laws, but very few had actually seen the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos could cross the river of time, but they did not dare to do so because of the primogenitors. However, this did not mean that others would do the same. Most people were unable to cross the river of time, and even if someone did try, they would end up in an extremely miserable state. For example, although Lu Yin could challenge sequence laws and even primordial realm experts and kill the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, that only meant that his battle prowess was high. It did not mean that he could do what primordial realm experts could do. Before breaking through to progenitor, Lu Yin did not know how to save Ming Yen, but the moment he succeeded, he understood. If one's cultivation realm was completely determined by battle prowess, then it would be too simple. One's cultivation realm determined battle prowess, not battle prowess. Sometimes, even if one's battle prowess was sufficient, it would be useless if one's cultivation realm did not match their battle prowess. Once one's cultivation realm matched their battle prowess, the strength they could unleash would be even more terrifying, and that would be a whole new realm. Lu Yin's battle prowess and cultivation realm were too far apart. Only now could he be considered to have reached the apex and transformed into a progenitor. Hold on, if he travels to the past and crosses the river of time to change the fact that the Eternals escaped, then what will happen now? Won't that change the present? Someone cried out. It was an expert from Immemorial City who had lost his legs and was holding on through sheer willpower. He didn't want the past to be changed. The current situation was already very good. Primordial City was defended. Only then did the protection of his comrades, family, and brothers have meaning. Mr. Mu's voice rang out, traveling through the past is just changing the cause of one's past. What is changed is also the effect of changing the cause of one's future. Just like the long river flowing backwards, it has nothing to do with others. Nothing else will change. Even if the effect of changing the future is changed, it will happen naturally with the flow of time. Don't worry. Many people did not understand Mr. Mu's words, but no one asked further. They felt that it made sense. Mr. Mu's eyes were filled with melancholy. The past and the future could not be changed. If it was possible, how could his universe have failed? On the other side, Lu Yin was standing on a small boat made of flowing light as he materialized the river of time from nothingness, As he crossed the river, many scenes flashed before his eyes. It wasn't easy to cross the river of time. The slightest carelessness could capsize the boat. This scene was very similar to when Big Sis had fallen into the river of time. Big Sis had lost her cultivation in the river of time. Now, Luin had taken the initiative to enter the river of time. Seeing this, the boat suddenly stopped. Everything around Luin changed. Scenes flashed before him, and he finally stood in a dark corner. Around him, scenes flashed before him. They were the scenes that he had just seen while crossing the river of time. Previously, they had been played in reverse, but now, they were played sequentially. They flashed by as if his future self had been inserted into a scene from the past. When Luin came back to his senses, he was still standing in that dark corner. He was no longer surrounded by the immemorial battlefield. Instead, he was surrounded by pairs of scarlet eyes. At the very front, Wu Lingshan looked at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Crossing the river of time, Dao Lord Lu. You really have guts. The one true God's voice rang out. This was the bone vessel, surrounded by everlasting powerhouses. Luin had crossed the river of time and changed his position in the past to that of the bone vessel. When the everlasting race fled, he had disappeared with the bone vessel. Everything had flowed down the river of time, and the process could not be changed unless someone else crossed the river of time. Although Luin had changed his position in the past, the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm had not changed. It was like the waves of the river of time flowing backwards. The one who had flowed backwards was Luin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return to the past if he had really changed the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm. He left the immemorial battlefield with the bone vessel. At this moment, aside from the everlasting powerhouses, Luin was the only one on the vessel. He faced the countless pairs of scarlet eyes around him and looked at the person cloaked in golden light deep within the vessel. Eternal, I've come to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched forward. The bone vessel had continuously given birth to powerful corpse kings, and the reason for this was the bones of powerful creatures. With the one true God's innate gift of bone grafting, the vessel had been able to directly face Immemorial City and even suppress it for a time. Luin had not only chased after the one true God, but also for the bone vessel. As long as the bone vessel was not destroyed, the everlasting race would be able to bring Immemorial City with them as they roamed the universe. This powerful force was enough to make countless people despair. In the current universe, a single punch brought about by the ultimate strength of a living being shattered more than a dozen corpse kings in front of him. These corpse kings were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. When Luin had entered the immemorial battlefield as Yebwa, these corpse kings had been able to kill Immemorial City's powerhouses one-on-one. But now, they had all been annihilated by a single punch. Several corpse kings appeared behind him, and various laws of sequence immediately filled the entire bone vessel. Luin released the cosmos in his heart, and the sky heavenly palace appeared around the bone vessel. At that moment, all the laws of sequence were repelled, and cracks appeared on the bone vessel. This came from a world of nothingness that had appeared due to the rejection of the cosmos in his heart. The one true God's eyes narrowed. The laws could not approach him? How was this possible? No one had imagined that Luin, who had not reached the primordial realm, could actually prevent the laws from approaching him. Even Luin himself had never thought that the cosmos in his heart would transform into the progenitor realm and contain all four ancestral worlds, reaching the level of the primordial realm. The laws could not approach him. This was equivalent to making up for the absolute difference between him and primordial realm experts of the laws of sequence. The laws of sequence were Lu Yin's weakness, but this weakness no longer existed now. There were no longer any laws of sequence in the bone vessel. The laws that could rival the primordial realm were extraordinarily domineering. No, it's not the laws that can't approach him. It's the rejection of the laws. The one true God stared at Lu Yin's cosmos. This kid has created a universe that can give birth to its own laws. Any laws that he doesn't accept will not exist in that universe. He's actually done something that even Grand Primordial failed to do. The ancient god walked out from beside him. I'll deal with him. Even though the corpse kings on the bone vessel were powerful, they were unable to withstand Lu Yin's absolute strength due to the rejection of laws. Through the cosmos in his heart, Luin saw a tremendous region in the depths of the bone vessel. It was filled with countless skeletons that were nurtured in white water. Corpse kings would constantly take out skeletons and place them on themselves, allowing their strength to evolve. There were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. That was Lu Yin's target. Before him, a huge hand slammed over. It came from the corpse god, who glared at Lu Yin with her scarlet eyes. The corpse god was extremely powerful. With the laws of sequence in her body, she was basically indestructible. Lu Yin raised his hand, causing countless spears of soil to appear and shoot towards the entire bone vessel. The corpse god was immediately pierced by the soil spears and turned into an immortal seed that flew towards the one true god. Without the laws of sequence and the Mavis god tree, the corpse god was so weak in Lu Yin's eyes that he could easily kill her. As he watched the immortal seed fly towards the one true god, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The stars in his heart suddenly trembled, and one of them blocked the path of the immortal seed and slammed into the one true god. Boom! The bone vessel shook, and the star shattered. The immortal seed also shattered. The one true god's eyes went wide. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside the seed, reaching out to grab it. In the end, this was just a technique, so how could it escape from his universe? The seed shattered, and Lu Yin grabbed it and crushed it. The one true god's gaze turned gloomy. The true god's immortal technique was an extremely powerful technique. Any creature that was implanted with an immortal seed would be able to revive infinitely. It was an undefeatable power, but the stronger the technique, the more restrictions it had. If the seed was destroyed, the one true god would be injured. Thus, he would not use the true god's immortal technique unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to survive the bitter adversity and step into the eternal realm after the universe was rebooted. Any flaw could cause him to fail. If the human race was destroyed and the universe could be rebooted, he would rather disperse the true god's immortal technique. The universe had its limits, and this technique had reached its limits to a certain extent. It might not be accepted by the universe. However, during the battle at Immemorial City, he had been forced to use this technique. He could not attempt to survive the bitter adversity for the time being, even if the universe was rebooted. The one true god's expression turned ugly as he watched Lu Yin wantonly destroy the bone vessel. He had destroyed the sect above heaven, which was at its peak, and suppressed the human race to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had gotten closer and closer to rebooting the universe, but in the end, he had been defeated by this brat. How old was this brat? Did he really want to stop the Eternals? Stop the spiritualization of the universe? Impossible, he could not do it. Lu Yin seemed to sense the one true god's gaze, and he looked up to see a figure standing in front of him. It was the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in a dark gray substance, and his realm of the gods brought about an extremely powerful pressure. The spear stabbed out, piercing through the void and tearing a dark streak through space where Lu Yin's heart was. It extended into the distance, shattering star after star. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he grabbed the earth spear and stabbed it at the ancient god. The spear collided with the spear, causing a thunderous explosion that spread out in all directions and destroyed a large area within the bone vessel. Neither of them retreated, and the spear and spear continued to block each other. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Fertile Earth may have broken through to the primordial realm, but he relied on the God Seal catalog and the platform of appointment to stop me. He was beaten from beginning to end, but you can fight me head-on, the ancient god sighed. Lu Yin looked at the ancient god through the collapsing darkness of space. He could not escape, as he was controlled by the one true god and could only fight for the Eternals. So what if he could see fate? It would be a pointless sacrifice. Gu Izhi, you betrayed humanity. You deserve to die. With that, he stepped forward and stabbed out with his spear. Even the ancient god could not withstand the power of a universe creature and was forced to retreat. However, the spear came from the black-gray palm of the god realm and was extremely sturdy. It did not shatter even after being suppressed by the soil spear. Lu Yin let go and struck the ancient god with his palm along the soil spear and spear. The ancient god raised his hand, and the Genu arena crashed down. Soil appeared above Lu Yin's head and blocked the Genu arena. He had already passed through the spear and was less than a meter away from the ancient god. The ancient god's eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he used the Corpse King transformation and the Palm of the Void. Space chased after time, and the surroundings became still. Luin also used the inverse step to parallel space-time. The two figures crossed each other, and the void exploded. One figure was forced to retreat while the other crushed the ground. "I told you, you deserve to die." It was Luin. At that moment, his vision suddenly distorted, and he could only see the ground. The witch spirit god's 5 senses were intertwined. "Kiki, who do you think you are to kill the Eternals all by yourself, kid?" The stars rotated like the air in Lu Yin's heart. The power of the starry sky collided and distorted the surroundings. The space that the witch spirit god had been hiding in was forcefully revealed. Lu Yin turned around and instantly appeared in front of him, allowing the two Corpse Kings to attack him from behind. He grabbed the witch spirit god by the neck and lifted him up. "The times are changing. It's time for you to end, 7 sky gods." Crack! The witch spirit god's eyes widened as his neck was snapped. His body turned into an immortal seed and flew towards the one true god. However, the seed still could not reach the one true god before Lu Yin crushed it. Behind him, the two Corpse Kings couldn't harm Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin had already used the extreme reversal technique, and he turned around to smash the two Corpse Kings apart with a single punch. When he looked back, the ancient god had already disappeared. Lu Yin raised his hand and aimed at the area where the bones were hidden. Boundless power flowed beneath the sky palace, exploding from his palm into the distance as he struck out. In a split second, the martial god scripture appeared around Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm strike hadn't pierced through the bone boat, it had merely shattered the martial god scripture. During the progenitor realm's origin tribulation, Lu Yin had shattered the martial god scripture of Wu Tian, who had just broken through to the progenitor realm. Now, he had shattered the martial god scripture of Di Qiong, who was at the sequence law realm. Di Qiong stood in front of Yi Futian and his eyes lost their consciousness. This was the martial god transformation. Under normal circumstances, he was no longer Lu Yin's opponent. Now that Lu Yin had broken through to progenitor realm, his strength had undergone a terrifying transformation that shocked even the sole true god. At the cost of his life, Di Qiong performed the Einherjar transformation again and charged toward Lu Yin. Martial god transformation? Lu Yin admired the last stage of the Corpse King transformation. Di Qiong's dedication was unimaginable for him to have created such a technique. However, the limit of his strength was not his. Boom! The bone boat trembled. On the other end, Fengbua, Undying God, Ruins, Black Wuxian, and Butterfly all looked inside. Lu Yin had actually lasted this long? "Let's attack together and kill him," the sole true god's voice rang out. The bone boat was huge, and Lu Yin just happened to appear on the sole true god's side. On the other end were the ancient gods, Witch Spirit God, Corpse God, and Di Qiong. They had thought that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to last long and that he would escape. Since he had dared to chase after them, he must have had the confidence to do so. However, the battle was still ongoing, and the sole true god had ordered all of them to attack together. Just how high had this person reached? One had to know that the Divine Seal catalog hadn't appeared yet. This person could borrow the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but he hadn't appeared yet. There was only one possibility: he no longer needed to borrow those powers. The cracks spread from one end of the bone boat to the other. The bone boat was on the verge of collapse, and under Lu Yin's powerful attacks, it could disintegrate at any time. Lu Yin arrived at the area where the Corpse Kings were resting their skeletons, their scarlet eyes staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was the bone boat's secret. When he had first heard of the bone boat's secret, he had been so shocked that he had no choice but to use Yi Bo's identity to infiltrate the Eternals. At that time, he had known that the bone boats were filled with countless sequence laws powerhouses that could suppress Immemorial City. Once the bone boats descended, the entire Hexagon Association would not be able to stop them. This was indeed the case. If the bone boats had descended, Hongyan Mavis, Jialan Jilua, Wu Tian, Su Wang, Li Shou, the 8 Dao sovereigns, Yi Rua, and the other powerhouses would not have been there. How could they have stopped the bone boats that could fight Immemorial City? Once the bone boats had descended, the Hexagon Association would have been destroyed. However, the bone boats could not have descended at that time, as they had to deal with Immemorial City. If the bone boats had descended, Immemorial City would have naturally descended as well. Luin had thought things through later, but when he had first learned of the bone boats' existence, how could he not have investigated them? How could he have allowed them to exist? Even now, with countless human powerhouses, he still wanted to hunt down the bone boats. Luin did not expect to kill the sole true god or the ancient gods, as he could not do so. However, he had to destroy the bone boat's ability to continuously produce sequence laws corpse kings and cut off this apocalyptic weapon of the Eternals. A group of corpse kings attacked Luin, and he once again sensed the strength of the triangular-faced and long-legged corpse kings. He also saw a corpse king with 7 swords on its back charging towards him. There was also a powerful bronze-colored corpse king. These corpse kings did not have this kind of strength on their own, they all came from the skeleton's owners. The owners of these skeletons might have died at the hands of the Eternals. Since ancient times, no one knew how many powerhouses had died. Only the Eternals knew. It was time for these powerhouses to return to their former glory. Lu Yin's absolute strength broke through everything, and the sequence laws were repelled. These corpse kings could not stop Lu Yin's slaughter at all. Only one person caught Lu Yin's attention, a woman with a lively appearance. She held a glassy staff and stood behind him, watching him. This woman was not a corpse king. Boom! The earth domain shattered, and Luin punched at the remaining bones. The woman understood what he was trying to do, and she pushed a colorful painting towards Luin. Lu Yin's fist struck the painting, and it disappeared. However, it was not completely ineffective. The painting was of the ethereal heavenly palace, and one of its corners had been destroyed. The woman exclaimed, as expected of the human master who defeated his mortal enemy. Even the brocade sky chart could not stop you. With that, she swept out with her staff. Luin could sense that this woman's strength was definitely at the top of the sequence laws, but she still could not stop him. He had extreme strength, and those without extreme strength would not be able to stop him. A gale swept past, and Fingbua, who had just arrived, was stunned. Undying God was almost forced back, but when he looked up, he saw Luin blocking the glass staff. His eyes were filled with fear. This strength? My name is Xianxia, and I represent the spiritualized universe to invite Master Lu to join us. The woman's eyes lit up, and cracks appeared on the staff in her hand. Lu Yin's palm struck the staff, but it was blocked. The power that had blocked him had come from himself. Xianxia held the brocade sky chart in one hand and the staff in the other, forcibly blocking Lu Yin's palm. Luin stared at the woman. Spiritualized universe? What's your relationship with Tianxi? He is him, and I am me. Master Lu, think about it. You have no future, so what if you defeat the Eternals? You should know that the Eternals are not your final enemy. You humans have already reached the end, and any further is the abyss, Xianxia growled, his voice ringing only in their ears. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Show me your sincerity first. Xianxia and Luin looked at each other, and there was admiration and laughter in the depths of her eyes. When you show us your sincerity, we will show you our sincerity. What sincerity? Give up the celestial sect. Luin laughed. Under the celestial palace, power circulated, and he struck out again. With a crack, the staff shattered, and Xianxia was sent flying. She used the brocade sky chart to block in front of her. Luin struck out again and hit the chart. The picture of the celestial palace in the brocade sky chart collapsed, and the chart was torn apart. Behind him, Xianxia spat out blood. Her face was pale, and she turned to leave. Luin punched in the direction she'd fled, and Xianxia looked back with a bone-chilling gaze. This was the first time in her life that someone had called her an ant. You will regret this. A corner of the bone boat broke, and Xianxia rushed out of the boat. She spat out blood again and fled. Luin did not chase after her. She had taken a punch from him, and the possibility of her surviving was not high. He turned around, and his majestic consciousness came crashing down like a tsunami from the ruins. In front of him, the undying deity and Fingbua were approaching. One of them stepped backward with a withered sword in his hand, while the other held a pagoda sword. They spat out blood and slashed down. 3 experts of the 7 sky gods attacked together. Luin did not move. The consciousness of the ruins had no effect on him, and the undying deity and Fengbua could not hurt him at all. He raised his hands and grabbed the withered sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. He looked at the undying deity and Fengbua. Since you are all dead, don't appear again. He exerted force with both hands, and the withered sword and pagoda sword shattered at the same time. Fengbua was shocked, as this person's strength had changed too much. Wait, I'm from. Lu Yin's vision darkened. He had defeated Fengbua with a single palm and crushed the seed. He did not even listen to Fengbua's words as he looked at the undying deity. Blacklist deity was even further away, but he did not approach. The undying deity stared at Luin in a daze. He released the broken sword and smiled bitterly. Just like the first time Luin had seen him, he was so dispirited that he wanted to sleep. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the 3rd zone of his own volition. You wanted to kill him just to free him, right? Luin asked. The undying deity took a deep breath and smiled. This smile was different from the one Luin had seen before. Wu Tian lied to me. Luin did not know what to say. If Wu Tian had not intentionally been imprisoned in the 3rd zone, the undying deity might not have become one of the 7 sky gods. However, had Wu Tian done anything wrong? To the undying deity, this was unfair, but to the humans, Wu Tian had not done anything wrong. He had only sacrificed himself to prevent fate from targeting the humans. Just as the primogenitor had said, he had been too honest, and it had caused the people around him to suffer. Ancestor Hui had been the same. In order to scheme against the Eternals and save the human race, he had sacrificed his own son, and in the end, he had sacrificed himself as well. Humanity's destiny and victory were built on the sacrifices of these people. Pathmaster Lu, help me pass a message to Wu Tian. The undying god looked at Luin. During the battle at Immemorial City, he had intentionally avoided Wu Tian and chosen the Gravekeeper instead. Perhaps he did not know how to face him, or perhaps he did not want to. I don't owe him anything, and neither does he owe me anything. Even if he wasn't imprisoned in the 3rd Calamity region, I would not fight to the death with the Eternals for the sake of humanity. What does the fate of humanity have to do with me? With that, his body exploded and turned into an immortal seed that floated in front of Luin. Luin looked at the seed. No one knew what would happen if things did not happen. The undying god had awakened, and Wu Tian had hoped that he would awaken. In his own position, he lived with more clarity than anyone else. Luin grabbed the seed and crushed it. From then on, the undying god would never appear again. Luin looked into the distance. Hei Wuxian had run away, and there were still ruins. In the distance, within the dark clouds, an eyeball spun. It was ruins. I'm curious. Why didn't you use the True God's Freedom technique in the Immemorial City battlefield? Luin asked. Ruin's eyeball spun, and the dark cloud turned to flee. He still wanted to live, and as long as the seed did not shatter, he could be revived. Luin was clearly not his match. Luin watched as ruins fled, and then he used the reverse step to parallel time. Everything around him went still, and only the dark cloud continued to flee. The eyeball continued to spin. Lu Yin's body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of ruins. He had used flowing light to travel through space-time. Ruin's eyeball stared blankly at Luin. You've already killed me once. Let me go, I'm already dead. Luin looked at ruins. There are many restrictions to your revival through the True God's immortal art. Some powers cannot be used. You haven't truly revived. So what? As long as I'm alive, ruins barked. Luin was disappointed. He had wanted to leave ruins to absorb his consciousness and recover his planet, but he had just thought it through. They had not truly revived, and the power that they had used came from the one true God. It was all fake. Ruin's current consciousness was of no help to him. Luin, ruins, and ruins. The soil was crushed. Ruins released howls of anguish. It was quickly erased, leaving behind only a seed. Luin understood them all too well. The ruins all had innate gifts, and whether they were seen or not, It would not have been easy for Lu Ying to kill the 3 masters and 6 limitless gods if he had not fought them together. It was precisely because he understood it too well that he was able to deal with it so easily. After crushing the seed, Lu Ying looked towards the other end of the bone vessel. They were still there. Cracks continuously appeared on the bone boat, and it shook violently before splitting into 2. Lu Ying watched as the bone boat continued to move further and further away. On the other side was the one true god and the others. Lu Ying frowned. Where were the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu? They should have been there as well. There was also Black Wushan. He had run away as well. This guy was a gift left for the only true god. Dao Lord Lu, I'm impressed. You hunted down the Eternals alone, destroyed the bone boat, and killed almost all of the 3 high ones and 6 vast ones. Even absolute beginning might not be able to do such a thing, said the one true god. If it was a progenitor, you wouldn't have survived either. The one true god smiled. Do you think you can't kill me? I didn't think that I could kill you from the very beginning. I was just testing the waters so that the Grand Emperor's sacrifice wouldn't have been in vain, Lu Ying said. He then walked into outer space. Behind him, half of the bone boat had been destroyed. As for the bones, he did not destroy them. Instead, he took them with him. Tai Hong? She's just a crazy woman. Her restriction won't last for long, said the one true god. Lu Ying stared at him. She is indeed a crazy woman. But that crazy woman changed history. He had not understood the one true god's strength during the battle in the Calamity Zone, and he had felt the urge to gather all the human experts to kill the one true god. However, the battle atop the Black Mother Tree in Primeval City had completely awakened him. The one true god had rendered him powerless, and even though he had broken through to the progenitor realm, he did not think that he would be able to change that much. The one true god was the strongest person in this universe, and only the progenitor and Mr. Mu could contend against him. Lu Ying was still not his match. Unfortunately, he could not bring Mr. Mu and the others across the River of Time. Crossing the River of Time would change one's position in the past. It was like reversing a wave. He could only reverse his own wave, but he could not change others. Otherwise, he would not be crossing the River of Time, but going against it. The karma that he would have to bear was unimaginable. When crossing the River of Time, Mr. Mu had warned him that anyone who changed a cause that did not belong to him would have to bear severe consequences. For example, if Lu Ying brought someone into Mount Supreme and crossed the River of Time, and the time that changed one's position did not overlap with that person's, then he could bring that person along. If that person changed their cause during that time, then once they crossed the River of Time, they would change the karma of others. In other words, Lu Ying could not bring anyone who participated in the Battle of Primeval City with him. This was also the reason why Lu Ying had killed his way into the bone ship alone. Facing the one true god alone was not just a test, but also an explanation to the Grand Emperor. If the Grand Emperor had not sacrificed himself to trap the one true god, then the result of the Battle of Primeval City might have been different. Even so, Lu Ying still had to try. Whether or not he could kill the one true god, he had to at least try and not let the Grand Emperor's sacrifice go to waste. Soil covered the sky and came from the heart of the starry sky. Limitless power spiraled and brought about an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on the one true god's half of the bone ship. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Overturning sky palm. This time, the overturning sky palm was stronger than any of the previous ones. The soil came from the mortal ancestors' world, and the pressure was not only from the mortal ancestors' world, but also from the constellation of limitless power. It represented the limits of this universe's life forms. Beside the one true god, the ancient god's expression turned solemn. He sighed and was about to attack when the one true god stopped him. The one true god looked up and praised, a concept battle technique. When you created this battle technique as Lu Xiaoxian, I was already very surprised. Lu Yuan personally appeared and the 7 sky gods killed their way into the astral tree realm. That was their respect for you. Master Lu, whether it was during Lu Xiaoxuan's era or Lu Yin's era, you both have amazing innate abilities. But aren't you looking down on me too much? Tai Hong made it difficult for me to attack, but that doesn't mean I can't even protect myself. The limits of the true God heaven-switching art are beyond your imagination. With that, he leapt up and stood on the shattered bone ship, allowing the overturning sky palm to fall. The overturning sky palm swept past the 6 paths of reincarnation and struck the one true God. The true God heaven-switching art formed a dark red light that was hidden under the golden 6 paths of reincarnation. The overturning sky palm struck, and the one true God's bone ship cracked. He raised his arms to block the attack as he stared at Luin. Rumble. The starry sky shook as terrifying cracks tore through the starry sky and spread to the sides. Lu Yin's overturning sky palm failed to break through the true God heaven-switching art. Lu Yin's current strength was extremely great, but it had not reached the level where he could break through the true God heaven-switching art. It could even seal a primordial realm expert. Even if he could break through it, it would take him a very long time. In the Battle of Immemorial City, he had worked with Go Lian and Lu Yuan. Even Progenitor Chen could not break through the true God heaven-switching art. The defense of this art was just too powerful. The one true God's lips curled up as a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was not unscathed either. He had to endure the 6 paths of reincarnation and the overturning sky palm at the same time. Even this supreme of the universe felt pressured. Pathmaster Lu, look over there. Luin looked in the direction the one true God was pointing and saw the butterfly, Tianan. Tianan had already left the bone ship and was flying off into the distance. You only have one chance. You can either kill us or kill her. It's up to you, the one true God said. In the distance, Tianan continued to fly, but she could not break through the parallel space. She hated the one true God to the core. It was he who had forced her out of the bone ship and confined her to this parallel space. He had also injected the true God heaven-switching art into her body. She knew the one true God's intentions very well. However, she could not escape. She was too heavily injured in the Battle of Immemorial City. The ancient gods could easily suppress her. She was now one of Lu Yin's choices. He could either kill her or kill the one true God and the others. The dignified protector of the 4 cardinal regions had actually been reduced to a mere choice. How tragic was this? She had never thought that she would have such a day. Never. No matter what, they had once surrounded and killed the human progenitor and dragged down the most powerful life forms of this universe, turning them into servants of that omnipotent existence. How could this be? She was unwilling to accept this. She did not want to die like Tianfa. In outer space, Luin watched as the one true God and the other's bone ship continued to fly away. A choice? It's a very interesting choice, isn't it, Tao Lord Lu? The one true God's voice rang out. Luin looked at him and saw the ancient God in Tiango. 2 people and 1 dog. This was the remaining strength of the Eternals. Of course, there was also the Forgotten Ruins God, Wang Xiaoyu, and Blacklist God, who had disappeared without a trace. In the distance, there was also a butterfly. Luin could not kill the one true God. The ancient God was controlled by the one true God, so he had to help the one true God and that unkillable Tiango. The one true God had given him a choice because he did not want Luin to keep an eye on him. Even if Luin could not kill him, as long as he kept an eye on him, he would not have an easy time when Mr. Mu and the others arrived. As for Luin, he was not confident that he could keep an eye on the one true God. If the one true God had the ancient God fight to the death, he would definitely be able to escape. It was meaningless. Luin stopped looking at the butterfly and looked directly at the one true God. I have a question. The one true God was interested. Go ahead. Everything you're doing now, are you doing it willingly? Luin asked slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a morning bell that crashed into the one true God's and the ancient God's minds. The ancient God subconsciously looked at the one true God. The Tiango also looked up at the one true God. The one true God looked deeply at Luin. It's your turn to make a choice. Luin closed his eyes and let go of the bone ship, allowing the one true God and the others to fly away. He glanced at the butterfly, Tianan, with a cold gaze. In the distance, the butterfly turned around and met Lu Yin's cold gaze. It said in a gentle voice, "Tao Master Lu, we have not reached the point where we have to fight to the death." In my opinion, we have. Lu Ying took a step forward and moved through the void, arriving directly behind the butterfly. At that moment, the force that had bound the butterfly to this parallel space disappeared. The butterfly's body shone brightly, and specks of light scattered throughout the parallel space, creating a dreamlike illusion. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the butterfly transformed into Ming Yen. Brother Lu. Lu Ying stopped, and the words Brother Lu brought him back to his time on the Shenwu continent, back to the time when he had first seen Ming Yen. Her absolute beauty had left an indelible mark in Lu Yin's heart, and it had been the first time his heart had been moved. With just a single glance, he had sunk into her bright and bashful eyes. This was a battlefield, and he was fighting the butterfly. However, as he looked at Ming Yen in the distance, Lu Ying had to admit that she was Ming Yen. Even if a voice in his head kept reminding him that this was not Ming Yen and that it was just a dream created by the butterfly, at this moment, she was Ming Yen. Brother Lu, you're tired. A gentle voice caressed him like a gentle breeze, causing him to put down his hands. Yes, he was really tired. Too tired. He did not know when it had started, but he had shouldered the burden of the entire human race. He was clearly not that kind of person. He was selfish, ruthless, and heartless. He would never sacrifice himself for anyone, much less take on the greater good. But when had it started? He had stood in front of everyone. Since when had the Eternals believed that the human race would collapse as long as they killed him? He did not know. He was too tired. He had fought so many battles to the death, and he had broken through so many times. His heart was still filled with fear of the unknown, and he was worried about the future. Lu Ying lowered his arms and looked at Ming Yen. Yen'er, I'm really tired. Yes, Brother Lu, you're tired. You should rest, Ming Yen said gently as she raised a hand to caress his face. Lu Ying closed his eyes. I'm really tired, and I want to rest as well. I want someone to fish with me, drink tea with me, and share my happiness and sadness with me. Under the candlelight, there's someone waiting for me. That's home. I want a home. Yen'er, I want a home with you. The more ordinary a wish is, the harder it is to fulfill it. I just want to give you a stable life and give us descendants. That's all. Unfortunately, I can't do that for the time being. I don't dare to save you because I don't know if I can survive. Yen'er, promise me that you have to live on and wait for the day when we can be reunited. Promise me. A gentle voice rang out. All right, I promise you. Lu Ying suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce. I'm not talking to you. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, causing a terrifying power to shake the universe. It was soft to the touch, and the palm struck the butterfly's wing. It was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Lu Ying. The butterfly howled in grief as it retreated. Light flickered continuously. The air around Lu Yin's body surged and swayed in the starry sky. It was as if a giant had stood up and was infuriated. You shouldn't have used Yen'er against me. Tianan, you're courting death. The starry sky in his heart was released, covering the entire starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the light faded away. That light was the echelon law of heaven's grace. Jiaolongjilua had reminded him that although heaven's grace wasn't good at killing, her sequence rules were the hardest to deal with. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could penetrate through every opening and deliver a fatal blow when one was at their weakest. Heaven's grace was the most treacherous of the four guardians. In the past, Lu Ying hadn't felt anything, especially during these two wars. It had been Kuzu who had held Tianan back. Now, he finally felt it. If he didn't have the rules and couldn't get close, he couldn't guarantee what the butterfly sequence rules would do to him. Everyone had weaknesses, especially humans. Humans had too many emotions. Even if it wasn't Ming Yen, it could be Big Sis, Leon's Armada, the Lu family, and everyone else that Lu Ying cared about. This kind of attack was the most difficult to defend against, but it was also the most fatal. Similarly, Lu Yin's sequence rules couldn't get close. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was filled with tyranny. The butterfly's wings were split open after being hit by a palm. It had been attacked by many soil spears in Immemorial City, and Kuzu and Jiaolongjilua weren't easy to deal with either. The butterfly was already heavily injured, and Lu Yin's palm had left it completely unable to escape. It could only flap one wing. Luine stepped onto the butterfly's back and stomped down on it, forcing it down even further. The butterfly howled, its voice no longer gentle. It was filled with hostility and hoarseness. Human, you'll get your retribution. Your race will be destroyed. 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 I'll destroy you before we do. Luine grabbed one of the butterfly's cracked wings and tore it apart. The butterfly's mournful cries echoed through space and time. You killed a progenitor, killed Kuzu, and slandered humans. You're just a butterfly. Who gave you the courage? Luine tore off the butterfly's other wing. The butterfly continued to fall as light surged towards Luine, forming a killing intent. However, her strength was just too laughable. Luine was confident that he could take on Xianxia alone with his current strength, let alone the butterfly. The butterfly wasn't good at killing after all. She had been forced to retreat by Elder Shanggu, so Tianfa had to take action. Dao Lord Lu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll really get your retribution. You should know that. The butterfly wailed. Luine lowered his head and stared at the butterfly. Who's behind you? The butterfly trembled and stopped moving. Dao Lord Lu, I'll tell you whatever you want to ask, but there are some questions you'd better not ask. Can you handle it now? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. How can you tell if we're from this universe? Through the universe's boundary. The butterfly didn't hesitate at all. Luine was on her back, making her feel like she could be torn apart at any time. She had never felt like this since she stepped into the primordial realm. She had been the protector of the four directions for far too many years, and she had forgotten the feeling of death. Universe's boundary? Yes. Only by leaving this universe and returning can you clearly sense the aura of creatures that don't belong to this universe. That aura is as dazzling as a lamp. With our strength, we can find it across several sequence strings. That's why Tianfa can constantly find Elder Shanggu of the Lost Clan and Tianxi can find the hiding place of the Lost Clan. What's Tianxi's goal? What's your relationship with the everlasting race? We're just using each other. In this universe, the humans forcefully occupied the Mirage Domain during their heyday. The Mirage Domain doesn't belong to any universe. Taichu's actions violated the bottom line, so he must be punished. At that time, we saw clearly that the humans would definitely break through this universe if they were left alone. That's why we cooperated with the everlasting race. Those corpse kings will never break free. What's Tianxi's goal? Tianxi? He wants to leave the universe behind him to enter this universe because their own is no longer suitable for survival. That's all? That's all. Luine squinted and punched the butterfly's back. The butterfly wailed again, Dao Lord Lu, that's all I know. Luine sneered. Alright, I'll change the question. Why did the everlasting race, why did they have to destroy the sequence? The butterfly fell silent. Do you think the primogenitor doesn't know? Luine asked. The butterfly said, restarting the universe and stepping into the eternal realm. This is the goal of the everlasting race, and also Tianxi's goal. That's right. Luine looked at the butterfly at his feet. With the strength of the everlasting race and the guardians of the four directions, even if it was a few decades or 100 years earlier, they could have destroyed Immemorial City and even the humans in this universe. They wouldn't have allowed me to grow and join forces with the humans to counterattack. Why didn't you do it? It's only 100 years. It's not a long time for cultivators. The butterfly was helpless. We have our rules. Believe it or not, Dao Lord Lu, no matter how much Xianxia longed to destroy the humans in this universe and the sequence, he didn't dare to do it. He could only do what the guardians of the four directions should do because these are our rules. We can't be unscrupulous. The same goes for the everlasting race. Why? Luine stared at the butterfly. The butterfly said, I don't know. I really don't know. Many times, rules can't be understood. You can't ask, you can't say, you can only do. These are the rules that suppress us. Once we break the rules, we cease to exist. Luine frowned. He could tell that the butterfly was telling the truth, just like how she didn't dare to reveal the existence behind her. This matter was too strange. The guardians of the four directions had been watching this universe for a long time. They should have known about his existence long ago. Even if they didn't, they should have known that the sect above heaven had been established again. At that time, any one of them could have easily wiped out the sect above heaven and killed him. However, they didn't do anything until the sect above heaven could contend with them. This didn't make sense. Was it a rule? Was it a rule that fate had set for them? Why? He recalled what he had unintentionally said to Great Elder Dangu. Dangu had mentioned that there was an omnipotent existence in their universe. Luin hadn't cared at the time and had only wanted to connect the lost race's spacetime to the Genesis space. He had comforted Dangu, saying that even if there was such an existence, there must be a limit because the primogenitor had said that there was no limit in the universe. Now that he thought about it, those words seemed to be comforting him. Was there really a limit to fate? There should be. Otherwise, why would the primogenitor be allowed to live and the humans to grow? Why would he be allowed to kill the guardians of the four directions? The guardians of the four directions were just four pieces of trash who didn't dare to cross the bitter adversity. In Lu Yin's eyes, including the primogenitors, they were just slaves of fate. Fate might not care about their deaths, but what did it care about? When would it appear? In what form would it appear? What is Tianfeng? Luin asked again. Butterfly was terrified. Didn't you see it? That sword? Master Lu, I will tell you everything I can. Please spare me and don't kill me. If you kill me, it will lead to a disaster. You humans can't bear that disaster. Luin was indifferent. Tianfa is dead, and Tianfeng is done for. Do you think we're missing you? Butterfly asked, how can I be spared? What's the origin of the universe behind Tianxi? A spiritualized universe. The primordial monster from the immemorial battlefield came from a spiritualized universe. That's a completely different universe from ours. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Eternal said that Tianxi will bring the spiritualized universe here? It's very difficult. Butterfly continued, the spiritualized universe isn't weak, but it's very difficult to invade our universe. It'll take a long time to connect the two universes. But Tianxi has already been in our universe. For a long time, Luin said. Butterfly was silent for a moment. Yes. So, the spiritualized universe might attack us? It's possible. Through where? The universe's boundary. Take me there. Luin was certain that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Tianxi had been killed. There had been no time for Tianxi to report back then, which meant that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Luin had already gone to the universe's boundary and seen the door. If she had not brought him to the boundary, then he would have been able to tell. Perhaps it was because the butterfly was truly afraid of death, or perhaps it was because Luin was too ferocious, but after a period of time, she really did bring Luin to the border where Tianxi was. There, they saw the gate that connected the heavens and the earth, as well as the Thunder Lord who stood guard outside it. Jiangfeng? Butterfly was surprised. Outside the door, Jiangfeng also saw Butterfly and Luin. You guys? Seeing Butterfly's miserable appearance, Jiangfeng laughed. You were beaten up pretty badly, protector of the four directions. Butterfly did not speak, as she was still afraid. Since Jiangfeng was here, it was obvious that Luin and the others had been here. If she had lied to Luin and gone to the fake boundary, then they might have been dead by now. Uncle Jiang, how's Tianxi? Luin asked. Butterfly looked at Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng shook his head. He didn't come out. By the way, how did you find this butterfly? Luin told him about the battle that had taken place in Immemorial City, which left Jiangfeng dumbfounded. Jiangfeng knew that there would be a final battle between the humans and the Eternals, and he had been waiting for it to happen. He had thought that it would happen after the protectors were dealt with, but he had not expected that the final battle would begin while he was guarding the door. Luin roughly explained the final battle to Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng was still afraid, as there had been several turning points in the battle. Although the humans had won in the end, it had been a narrow victory. Any of the turning points would have reversed the outcome. The sacrifice of a Grand Empyrean is admirable. I've heard of Ancestor Hui, but I never thought that he had been hiding among the Eternals all this time. He played such a crucial role in the final battle. Luin felt heavy when he talked about the sacrifice. He stepped on the butterfly and approached the door. If you don't want to die, then show me your worth. What's going on here? Without any hesitation, Butterfly directly said, behind this door is the spiritualized universe, but it's quite far away. Even with the speed of us primordial realm experts, it'll take us a very long time to pass through it. In the past, we used this door to go to other universes, and when we returned, we could easily determine whether a creature belonged to this universe. Who built this gate? I really don't know. The first time I came here, the gate was already here. Xianxia and the others didn't know either. I'm curious about something, Jiang Feng said, staring at the butterfly. Do you belong to this universe? The butterfly paused for a bit. I myself belong to this universe. Where are the other three? Tianfa doesn't belong to me. Tian Feng, I don't know. Luin smiled and exchanged glances with Jiang Feng. Both of them laughed in such a mocking manner. They were supposed to guard this universe and expel foreign creatures, but 2 of the 4 guardians actually didn't belong to this universe. How laughable. From the looks of it, they weren't helping this universe expel foreign invaders at all. They were clearly treating this universe as a cage. They could enter and leave freely, but the people of this universe couldn't leave. The humans were at their peak, and there was even the slightest chance that the progenitors could leave, but they would be surrounded and killed. They weren't the 4 guardians, but prison guards. They were the prison guards that watched over this universe. The butterfly clearly knew what would happen if she told them the truth. The humans would become even more hostile towards them, but she didn't dare to lie. She believed she had a chance to live because she was useful. How could a mighty primordial realm expert be useless? She didn't know how Tianfa had died, but with Tianfa's temper, he definitely wouldn't lower himself. She was different. She was willing to lower herself to survive. She hadn't lived enough yet. As long as she lived, she would have a chance at revenge. They were still too benevolent. They should have killed all the human experts after killing Alpha Primordial. They would have had a chance then, but it was too late. It was still too late. Open the door, Luin ordered coldly. The butterfly begged, I can't open the door. Only Tianxia can. Luin frowned, then what's the point of keeping you alive? The butterfly said, I'm a primordial realm expert. I can help you do anything as long as it's within my ability. I can tell you about spiritualized universes. I know a little about them. Also, I can freely travel through parallel spacetime and sense creatures that don't belong to this universe. I'm really helping this universe expel foreign invaders. Really, Tao Lord Lu, please believe me. Aside from dealing with the humans, we're really fulfilling our duties. Luin narrowed his eyes. Knock on the door. The butterfly was stunned. Sensing Lu Yin's killing intent, she could only face the door and slam it. From afar, it looked like a butterfly was slamming into the door. It was even more miserable than a moth flying into a flame. Even if a moth would be burned to death, it would still have a moment of brilliance before dying. However, the butterfly slammed into the door without even making a sound. It just slammed into the door soundlessly, causing only ripples. Luin didn't know if Tianxia could hear him behind the door, but he didn't want to try. The next time the door opened, it might be the start of a war between the spiritualized universes and this one. No matter how confident he was in this universe, Luin didn't want to start a war. A war would mean the deaths of many people. No one knew how many universes there were. He was tired, and he just wanted to protect his own universe. The butterfly slammed into the door again and again, causing the light to dim. Speak. Don't you know how to knock? Luin barked. The butterfly was sorrowful and shouted, Tianxia, open the door. Tianxia, I'm Tianan, open the door. Tianxia. Jiang Feng felt strange. He kept feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This was clearly a matter of life and death for the universe, but it felt like a robbery. He looked at Luin, how's Kong Tianzhao? Luin replied, he's still alive. Jiang Feng sighed, he's quite unlucky. Luin didn't understand. In order to break through, he fought a battle with his parallel universe. In the end, he killed himself and sealed off his emotions. He killed his way into the disaster realm and specifically targeted the Xianxia. He would either break through or die. However, after several battles, he hovered between life and death. He didn't die, but he didn't break through either. How unlucky. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Jiang, do you have another parallel universe that's identical to you? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes. But why have I never seen a similar person in all the parallel universes I've seen in this universe? Lu Yin didn't understand. In the past, every change in the universe could lead to a change in the future. However, parallel universes could appear endlessly, and every change should give birth to a parallel universe. Even now, no one could explain the problem of parallel universes. The sequence of strings connected various parallel universes, but from Lu Yin's point of view, they didn't seem like parallel universes at all. Instead, they seemed like superimposed universes. The only real parallel universe was the one known to White Cloud City, which had someone exactly like him. That was a parallel universe. Jiang Feng said, actually, I'm not sure either. I've heard that the Eternals define a parallel universe as a real parallel universe. It's different from the one we see now, and the Eternals see it differently. However, I've interrogated a few traders, and they just want to find a parallel universe. As for the reason, I don't know. Parallel universes, sequence string. Lu Yin was deep in thought. In front of him, Butterfly was still banging on the door and shouting, but it was useless. The door didn't move, and there was no response. After a long time, it was still useless. Lu Yin said, "All right, stop." Butterfly stopped and faced Lu Yin. Her wings were gone, and she looked miserable. This door is very important to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia can't open it casually. Lu Yin looked at her. Although you didn't open the door, you did well. I can give you a chance to live. Butterfly sighed in relief, and her voice softened. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin asked, why did you kill Ancestor Ku? What? Butterfly was stunned. Lu Yin repeated himself. You said that because of the rules, you didn't join forces with the Eternals to attack the humans. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't have had the chance to defeat the Eternals, and I wouldn't have had the chance to grow. You had restrictions, so why did you kill Ancestor Ku? At that time, I hadn't appeared yet. The 5th and 6th mainlands were fighting, and the starry sky of the tree was split. The primordial space's strength was low, and the 6 forces could barely hold on against the first disaster zone. Under the pressure of the 7 sky gods, they were barely hanging on. Then, why did you kill Ancestor Ku? Butterfly was nervous. I accidentally met him. This human was able to kill his way out of the Eternals, and his innate gift was extraordinary. So. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Too forced. Your answer is too forced. Butterfly trembled. No, it's really like that. What did Ancestor Ku see when he killed his way into the disaster zone? What did he encounter? When he escaped, you chased after him. Why didn't the Eternals chase after him at that time? Why did he lose a part of his memory? What do you know? Answer me. Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly stared blankly at Lu Yin and hesitated. Do you want to die? Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly said, Pathmaster Lu, there are some questions that I can't answer, and this is one of them. Don't ask any more. I'm a primordial realm expert, and I have value. I can be of great help to you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Answer me. What memory did Ancestor Ku lose? What do you know? Butterfly's voice trembled as she sensed Lu Yin's determination. Pathmaster Lu, you're touching a taboo. Lu Yin was indifferent. Killing Tianfa has already touched a taboo. I've asked you so many questions before, but you still haven't answered some of them. You've told me everything. Butterfly's voice rose. You used me to knock on the door at the border, and you never thought of letting me go. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. You humans will be miserable. Lu Yin reached out and pressed the butterfly against the door. He watched her struggle with a ferocious look in his eyes. Answer me. Lu Yin, you have no future. You're touching the taboo. Taichu doesn't dare to leave Immemorial City, but you dare to touch the taboo. You'll die a horrible death, the butterfly shrieked. In an instant, she shone brightly, lighting up the entire sky and gathering towards herself. Jiang Feng pulled Luyin over. Retreat. She's going to self-destruct. Boom. There was a loud bang as the door shook. Space distorted and spread out like a wave, tearing apart the endless darkness and revealing a huge world of nothingness. The self-destruction of a primordial realm expert was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Feng was afraid and pulled Luyin back. Luyin looked at the charred butterfly imprint on the door. This butterfly was clearly afraid of death and wanted to live, but she had self-destructed when Luyin questioned her about her fate. Clearly, fate was more terrifying than death in her heart. The desolate ancestor must have seen something that might involve fate. That was why the butterfly had chased after him. What had the desolate ancestor seen? You can go back. I'll keep watch here, Jiang Feng said. Luyin was about to speak when an indescribable fear appeared. Both he and Jiang Feng's expressions changed at the same time as they looked at the door. The universe seemed to be collapsing. They saw the word Tian rise from where the butterfly had died and press down on them. The sky was collapsing. They were like ordinary people who had seen the sky collapse and were about to be buried. They fell into endless despair. Luyin stared blankly at the word Tian. This word had appeared when karma had been chosen. He had clearly felt it then. If not for the fire from Immemorial City in the Dai, he did not know what would have happened. Fire. Fire. The fire in the Dai had disappeared. The sky was pressing down, and the stars were collapsing. Everything was being destroyed, but this was only what Jiang Feng and Luyin felt. They stared blankly at the word Tian approaching. Luyin subconsciously took out the Dai while Jiang Feng took out his sword. As the word approached, they both spat out blood. The Dai and the sword vibrated, especially the sword. It flashed and pierced through the word, returning to Jiang Feng's hand. When everything returned to normal, the two were still in shock. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At their current strength, what kind of power could make them feel despair? The two of them didn't say anything. They were silent in tacit agreement. They knew very well what this power represented. Jiang Feng sat calmly in front of the door. You can go back. I'll stay here. Luyin nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Jiang. He then tore through the void and left. After a period of time, Luyin returned to Primeval City. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin's return, especially Lu Yuan and the rest. They were worried about his safety, and they only relaxed when they saw him return. Luyin announced that the Bone Galleon had been destroyed, but the Eternals had not been exterminated. The sole true god, the ancient god, He Wuxian, and Zhang Yan had all fled. This result wasn't surprising, and it would have been surprising if Luyin had been able to kill the sole true god. No matter what, the sole true god was a top powerhouse of this universe. Luyin had only just broken through to the progenitor realm. Even if he had the strength to fight the sole true god head-on, and even if the sole true god was restrained by the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation realm, he should not have succeeded. The destruction of the bone boat was the greatest harvest of this battle. To the experts of Primordial City, the bone boat had been pressing down on their heads for far too long. They had always been fighting against Primordial City. Bone boat. Now that the bone boat was gone, the pressure in their hearts had also disappeared. Even if the sole true god was still alive, it was not impossible to resist. The Eternals had been completely defeated. They had almost been exterminated. Beneath Primordial City, the progenitor smiled, but he still held on to the sequence's string. Luyin arrived and looked at the progenitor. If there is no way to suppress the sequence's string, will the universe have to restart? More or less. Zhuzi, do you know why I took in the 3 realms and 6 paths as disciples? It was because I needed people to destroy parallel spacetime. The progenitor looked at Luyin. It was not to kill, but to maintain a stable state for this universe. I alone was not enough, so I created the Above Heaven sect. The Eternals brought out so many experts to destroy the sequence's string and restart the universe. I created the above heaven sect to destroy parallel spacetime and stabilize the universe. There are too many parallel spacetime now, and many parallel spacetime have given birth to life. It will not be easy to destroy them. Lu Yin's heart sank. Yes, it would not be easy. Even if he destroyed all the parallel spacetime that had not given birth to intelligent life, the remaining parallel spacetime would be enough to restart the universe after the sequence's string was released. This was a difficult choice. But you cannot suppress the sequence's string forever, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu's voice sounded. This is the ecology of the universe. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu sighed. Creation, destruction, maintenance, and stability. The universe is like a balloon. When there are fewer parallel spacetime, it will dry up. When there are more, it will explode. When intelligent life reaches a certain height, they will be able to see clearly. They will either stand on the side of stability or the side of explosion. In the end, there are two camps. It depends on which outcome is beneficial to intelligent life. The Eternals want to restart the universe and enter the Eternal Realm. That is why they attacked the immemorial city and destroyed the sequence's string. Mr. Mu was silent for a moment and looked at Lu Yin. If you do not care about the life and death of intelligent life, this choice is undoubtedly beneficial. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this the price to enter the Eternal Realm? It was also at this moment that Lu Yin realized how great the progenitor and the rest were. How tempting was the Eternal Realm to cultivators. However, the progenitor was willing to give up the Eternal Realm for the sake of the countless lives in this universe. In the distant past, if the progenitor had not made such a choice and entered the Eternal Realm at the cost of restarting the universe like the one true God, his advantage would be far greater than the one true God's. Master, what about you? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu did not answer. The progenitor answered on his behalf. If it was another choice, he would not be here. A woman landed. It was Mu Zhu, who was guarding the progenitor. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu, and Mu Zhu looked back at him. This is your senior apprentice sister, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior apprentice sister? Mu Zhu's expression was cold, and she looked at Lu Yin without exception. Junior apprentice brother, we finally meet. Lu Yin nodded at Mu Zhu. Senior apprentice sister. Hee, Zhu Zi, it was your master and senior apprentice sister who saved me. If it were not for them, I would not be alive now. They are the benefactors of our universe, the progenitor said. Mr. Mu was calm. Well, not really. We just have a common goal. But even now, this goal is still there. It has not been achieved. He looked at Lu Yin. The Eternal is too powerful. In the above sky sect era, I am confident that I can fight him. But now, I may not be able to defeat him. Lu Yin was puzzled. Even Master can't defeat the Eternal? He could not see through Mr. Mu's strength. On the surface, Mr. Mu, the progenitor, and the only true God were all passing through bitter adversity. However, Lu Yin did not see Mr. Mu's ancestral world or the sequence laws. Only the flute had offset primordial beginning spell. Master's strength has long since declined. Otherwise, the Eternal would not have lasted until now, Mu Zhu said. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Declined? I know you have many questions. The Battle of Immemorial City is over, and we will have many opportunities to meet again. Take your time. Mr. Mu finished and left with Mu Zhu. Only the progenitor and Lu Yin were left underground. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor. What happened to destiny? Niao? I obtained the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny had once been burned by the flames of Immemorial City. I used a turbid treasure to restore it. Just as I was about to use the Book of Destiny to perform a divination, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Someone denied the reason I obtained the Book of Destiny, causing the karma to change. I just want to know what is Destiny's position in this universe? Lu Yin asked solemnly. He had always been concerned about Destiny, especially what had happened in the Mirage domain. He and Hongyan Mavis had both speculated about it, and if their speculations were correct, he did not know what kind of fate would befall him. The progenitor muttered to himself, denied the reason? It does seem like Niao Niao's methods. Niao is a gentle child with outstanding talent. She is the most talented of all the disciples, but ever since she went to the Mirage domain, she completely changed. She scattered her previous cultivation and started cultivating again using destiny. To be honest, I can't see through her. Luin did not understand. If even you can't see through destiny, does that mean that it has changed? The progenitor paused. What do you mean by change? Destiny is no longer destiny. Niao has become someone else, Luin said. This was what he and Hongyan Mavis had guessed. The progenitor immediately denied it. Impossible. Niao is still Niao. She hasn't changed. Destiny once told Hongyan Mavis and the others that there is a way to break through to the eternal realm in the Mirage domain. Startoad was tricked into entering, but not only did he not obtain anything, he almost lost his life. If she is Destiny herself, why would she harm Hongyan Mavis and the others? Luin asked. The progenitor fell silent, not knowing how to answer. I can only say that Niao hasn't changed. If what you said is true. At this point, he looked at Luin with a serious expression. Ask Kai Hong if the Niao she saw is the same person as the Niao I saw. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Two destinies? The progenitor shook his head. 1. Niao can't be a disguise in my eyes. But she can be a disguise in front of the 3 realms and 6 daos, Luin continued. The progenitor did not say anything else, but he seemed to be having a headache. Go and remind Kai Hong and the others that they have been in contact with Niao. Reorganize everything. The person they encountered might not be Niao. Lu Yin's heart sank. If Destiny appears again, can I trust her? The progenitor smiled. You can just call her Niao. Luin looked at the progenitor deeply and nodded. Understood. One more question. What is the flame in Immemorial City? Why are you suddenly asking this? The progenitor was surprised. Luin explained everything that had happened to Karma and Tianan. Only the flames in Immemorial City and Uncle Zhang's turbid treasure destroyed the word heaven. I can't help but suspect that the flames are also turbid treasures. The progenitor praised, Zhuzi, you are very smart. Not only are the flames a turbid treasure, but the entire city is as well. Luin was shocked, the entire city is a turbid treasure? The progenitor looked up, it used to be a turbid treasure. When we first arrived at Immemorial City, we confirmed that it was a turbid treasure, but as time passed and the Eternals attacked, the turbid treasure rotted away. If we had just arrived at Immemorial City, the bone ship wouldn't have been able to break in. Whose turbid treasure is Immemorial City? Luin hurriedly asked. The progenitor shook his head, our civilization isn't the only one in this universe. There were other civilizations before us, but I'm not sure if they were humans or if they even existed. Immemorial City doesn't belong to our era. Also, the word heaven you mentioned must be a method used by fate to control the 4 guardians. I wonder how many powerhouses are controlled by fate in this universe. Luin walked out of the underground and saw that Immemorial City was bustling with activity. The powerhouses here were in high spirits. Victory was an extravagant hope for them, and now that they had appeared, they might not even know where to go after leaving Immemorial City. The powerhouses here had too many connections with the outside world. Big Sister would chase after Suwang Tian and beat him relentlessly. Mina sat alone on a broken wall. That was where Babar had used the 9 stars rebirth. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, and the others were chatting with Chu Yi. The desolate ancestor sat beside Victorious Celestial. Victorious Celestial was heavily injured and couldn't even sit up. It was as if anyone in the outside world would be able to find the person they were looking for. Many people stood on the broken wall and stared at the flames. Too many had died in the flames, and they were lost in thought. Luin looked in a certain direction, it was the burial garden. He saw that many people were also looking at the battlefield in Immemorial City. Most of them didn't have the qualifications to enter this battlefield, including the Mountain Protector and the Prime Clear. Their strength was still too far away from this battlefield. The yellow springs flowed around the burial garden. The progenitor didn't intend to withdraw his hand, and the burial garden would still exist. Luin took a step forward and entered the burial garden, arriving not too far away from progenitor Chen. Ancestor Chen looked at the yellow spring sea in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior, was that palm strike the one that you created to deal with the one true God? Luyin asked. Progenitor Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Luyin with a melancholy expression. That's right. I thought that I could deal with him, but I'm still lacking by quite a bit. What's that palm strike called? Luyin was curious. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard that Progenitor Chen had destroyed Ancestor Shi with a single palm strike. That was their former ancestor, a primordial realm expert, the former Qing Luo sword god. Even though she had fallen in cultivation for some reason, she had still dominated the battlefield several times and turned the situation around. Killing her was extremely difficult. However, Progenitor Chen had managed to annihilate it with a single palm strike. Even the current Luyin wasn't confident that he could accomplish such a feat. Patriarch Chen smiled bitterly. It's not my own strength, but a borrowed one. As for a name, I haven't thought of one yet. Let's just call it consecutive palm. Consecutive palm strikes? It's really a random name, but it's very appropriate. Progenitor Chen looked at Luyin. You want to learn? Luyin didn't hesitate. Yes. He wanted to learn any strength. The starry sky in his heart was all-encompassing, and he wasn't afraid of too many things. Progenitor Chen laughed. Alright, I'll teach you if you want to learn. Speaking of which, you're the one who cultivates the most out of all the people I've met, but you're also the most profound. Your path is also the broadest. Consecutive palm strikes was difficult to cultivate, but it was very convenient to teach. Even Luyin would need some time to learn consecutive palm strikes. Senior, what's up with the Forgotten Ruins deity? Were you the one who left the image on her face? Luyin asked. Progenitor Chen's expression turned solemn at the mention of the Forgotten Ruins deity. You've all underestimated her. Luyin felt the same way. He had previously thought that the Forgotten Ruins deity was at the level of the 7 sky gods. Perhaps she was at the bottom of the 7 sky gods, but she had survived the Battle of Immemorial City multiple times. Furthermore, when he had tracked down the Bone Vassal, he hadn't seen the Forgotten Ruins deity or Wang Xiaoyu. He didn't know what the reason was, but the Forgotten Ruins deity was definitely not as simple as he thought. Progenitor Chen looked at Acheron C. Wang Miao Miao, the Wang family's ancestor. Logically speaking, her strength shouldn't be comparable to the ancient gods or the zombie god, but she always manages to escape at the most critical moment. I'm guessing that Xiaoyu betrayed the 5th mainland because she was controlled by this woman. If Xiaoyu joined the Everlasting Tribe on purpose, then this woman might be her goal. Is it worth it? Luyin frowned. Betraying the 5th mainland in order to investigate the Forgotten Ruins deity had caused the 5th mainland to go to war with the 6th mainland. The 9 mountains and 8 seas had collapsed, and the astral tree realm had split apart. No matter how he looked at it, it was not worth it. Progenitor Chen shook his head. I don't know, but Xiaoyu is definitely not a traitor. I believe in her, and she's very kind. As for the Forgotten Ruins deity, even I couldn't kill her at my peak. I could only leave an image on her face to make it easier to find her. Luyin looked at the sky outside. The Forgotten Ruins deity could also be injured, and it looked like she might die. However, after so many battles, she had not only did she not die, she even managed to escape. This was the case even in the universe's most elite battlefield. What did she have? With the Wang family's strength? Impossible, there had to be another reason. If Wang Xiaoyu had really betrayed the humans because of the Forgotten Ruins deity, then she might have already known the reason and felt that it was worth it. Was it worth the 5th and 6th mainlands going to war with each other? Given Lu Yin's current situation, the 5th and 6th mainlands were very important, not to mention Wang Xiaoyu, who had just betrayed the humans and might not even be a half-ancestor. Dao Master Lu, how is Xiaoyu? Progenitor Chen asked. He had never asked this question before. Luyin replied, she's gone missing. Progenitor Chen was puzzled. Luyin replied, she's not on the Bone Vessel, including the Forgotten Ruins deity. Progenitor Chen's expression sank. I'll leave Burial Garden to you. You're going to find the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu? Luyin looked at Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen nodded. I have to keep my promise. I'm sorry. He then turned to leave. Luin hurriedly stopped him. There's something I need to tell you, Senior. Your clone has been taken over by someone else. Progenitor Chen's gaze swept across the void and landed on Yao, who was standing on Limitless. It's that person. I saw him. He used the heaven and earth furnace. What do you think, Senior? Let him be. That clone died a long time ago. It's not bad to be able to do something for humanity. Luin nodded, as this was within his expectations. Also, Senior's giant clone's corpse is with me. I obtained it from the corpse god's 6th disaster domain. Progenitor Chen was helpless. It's troublesome to have too many clones. There are corpses everywhere. Help me burn them and throw them into the flames below Primeval City. If we can't return after tracking the Forgotten Ruins deity, then this can be considered a farewell. Senior, you're not confident? Luin stared at Progenitor Chen. Patriarch Chen could not help but laugh. I will always have confidence in my own combat strength, but I understand little you. For her to betray me like this, the reason behind it might be much greater than I imagined. In short, Sect Master Lu, keep in touch at all times. Luin nodded and watched Progenitor Chen leave. After Progenitor Chen left, Luin took out Progenitor Chen's giant clone's corpse and threw it into the flames. The flames burned and emitted a resplendent light that disappeared in an instant, illuminating many people's faces. Lu Yin's heart sank. He was well aware of Progenitor Chen's strength. If even Progenitor Chen was not confident, then what secrets did the Forgotten Ruins deity have? At this point, there shouldn't be any secrets from him in this universe other than fate. Luin was a little irritated. He scanned Burial Garden and fixed his gaze on a certain spot. He took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the Rune Technology ruins. Here, he had once turned into a statue and broken through to the Rune Line's realm. Here, he had also picked up Bai Rong's corpse. During the battle at Primeval City, the Rune Progenitor's remaining strength had walked out, but it had ultimately been completely exhausted. The moment his remaining strength disappeared, it meant that the Rune Progenitor had completely disappeared from the universe and would never appear again. Luin looked at the Rune Progenitor's statue and bowed deeply. Just like Progenitor Chen, the Rune Progenitor had helped him greatly on his path of cultivation. In the distance, a figure was looking at the Rune Technology ruins. Luin turned around and looked at that figure. The figure hurriedly bowed to Luin with a respectful yet fearful expression. He was Mr. Guanxing, a cultivator from the 6th mainland. He had once entered Burial Garden, but because he had coveted Lu Yin's blood-red bell, he had been trapped here by rune lines and turned into a statue. He had only been released when the Rune Progenitor's remaining strength had walked out. This person could be considered unlucky. They had once been enemies, but now, this person was just a subordinate of the Above Heaven sect and a cultivator from the 6th mainland. Even further away, in a city under the Yellow Spring Sea, the chief mountain protector stared at Luin in a daze. When he saw Luin look over, he smiled awkwardly. The person he had once wanted to protect had now become the most powerful person, so powerful that he could not understand it. Luin looked at his old friends, and his gaze landed on a giant beast with an ape's body and an eagle's head. This beast was carrying a palace on its back as it walked. The first time he had come to Burial Garden, Luin had secretly followed behind this beast to pick up some scraps. He had indeed picked up some items, including a blood-stained piece of clothing that had belonged to the Grim Reaper. When he thought of the Grim Reaper, Luin took a step forward and reappeared on the beast's back. The beast did not sense anything and continued walking with the palace on its back. Luin entered the palace, which was pitch black and filled with skeletons. As he walked in, a gust of wind blew past and turned the skeletons into dust. His domain swept out, and Luin raised a hand, causing Golian fragments to fly over. These fragments had all belonged to the Grim Reaper, and they had all fallen into the palace. Luin also took out the fragments that he had, and when they were combined, they were not too far away. He did not know who this palace belonged to, but it was definitely not the Grim Reaper. The giant beast below was not weak, and this was only after it had turned into a wandering corpse. When it had been alive, it should have been at the level of a half-progenitor or even a progenitor. For this beast to be able to carry this palace around for countless years meant that the palace's owner was definitely not weak. Perhaps it was one of the wandering corpses in Burial Garden that had died in the battle at Primeval City. Lu Yin arrived at the entrance of the palace and scanned the entire Burial Garden with his domain. To him, there were no more secrets here, and the wandering corpses were almost all gone. Even without the wandering corpses, some places still looked rather beautiful, such as the Tea Mountain. With a sweep of his domain, Lu Yin dug out everything that was useful. Golian fragments, humanoid sourceboxes, and so on. It didn't take long for the Grim Reaper Go Lien to be completed. The black light swept across the Burial Garden, bringing with it the cold-killing intent unique to the aura of death, causing all creatures to feel their scalps go numb. Even the people outside Burial Garden and in Primeval City sensed it. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others stared at Burial Garden in shock, and they all excitedly entered to find Lu Yin. Little Seven, is that Chuhiaizi's weapon? Patriarch Lu Yuan asked. Facing the gazes of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, Lu Yin nodded silently and handed the Grim Reaper Go Lien over to them. The Grim Reaper had taught him the Dao and saved his life. To the 3 realms and 6 Dao, it was more like family. It was more appropriate to give the Grim Reaper's weapon to them. In the underground of Immemorial City, the primogenitor's gaze landed on Death God Go Lien. He sighed, they are all good children. Lu Yin had a complicated expression on his face. He had thought that he would be able to find the Death God's body in Burial Garden. Someone had said that the Death God's body had been dismembered, and his body had fallen into Burial Garden, but he hadn't been able to find anything. Lu Yin looked at Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others. Even though they were cursing and swearing, they probably hoped that the Death God would survive even more than he did. In the end, Death God Go Lien had returned to Lu Yin's hands. This was because Lu Yin had cultivated death energy, which meant that he had inherited the Death God's power. Using it was better than burying it. He left the Burial Garden and arrived at the Black Mother Tree. Su Wang and Strength Beast were still fighting the Black Mother Tree. When they saw Lu Yin arrive, the two immediately praised him. Well done, Lu Yin praised. Li Shou and Su Wang laughed, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. Su Wang smiled, revealing his white teeth. His ability to devour energy was activated, causing chaos in the Immemorial City battlefield. Fortunately, it quickly disappeared. When it saw Lu Yin's unfriendly gaze, it hurriedly gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, Li Shou gave a thumbs up. These two big guys knew that they had joined forces. Lu Yin was not in the mood to care about them and began to absorb the divine power within the Black Mother Tree. According to the one true God, the Black Mother Tree belonged to the spiritualized universe. He was willing to hurt himself to bring the Black Mother Tree to the immemorial ancient city battlefield and start the final battle in advance. There must be a reason for the Black Mother Tree's existence. The more the Eternals wanted to protect something, the more Lu Yin wanted to destroy it. Destroy it. Furthermore, Lu Yin was in dire need of divine power. The starry sky in his heart was released, and Lu Yin began to absorb the divine power within the Black Mother Tree. Now, the speed at which it absorbed divine power was much faster than before. The Black Mother Tree was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its branches kept falling off, and cracks appeared on its trunk. With a crack, the Strength Beast looked at his palm that had sunk into the Black Mother Tree. He hadn't used any strength, so why was it so brittle? Su Wang plunged into the Black Mother Tree, leaving only his tail swaying outside. The Strength Beast went over and dragged Su Wang out. The two behemoths looked at each other in confusion. In the space above Lu Yin's heart, the divine power planet rotated and expanded at a visible rate. It continued to expand, and a dark red color gradually filled the sky. In the distance, Wu Tian and the others looked over. This method of absorbing divine power shouldn't affect him, right? Probably not. Zhu Zi can already challenge the Eternals one-on-one. How can the power of the Eternals affect him? Beneath the ancient city, the ancestor watched Lu Yin absorb divine power. Old Man Mu, aren't you going to stop him? He has his own path. Mr. Mu's voice sounded. The ancestor was worried. Once he absorbs too much of the power of the Eternals, it may affect him. Mr. Mu said, no power can escape the shackles of the universe. You have a big heart. The black mother tree kept shedding its bark, and its branches had long fallen off. With a loud bang, the huge black mother tree split into two. The interior was empty, and there was nothing inside. It should have been filled with divine power. At this moment, the divine power planet in the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart was far more powerful than the other planets. It had become a dark red behemoth. Lu Yin's eyes were red. He lowered his head, and murderous sounds kept coming from his head. The desire to kill kept expanding, trying to devour him. He took a deep breath. Around the divine power planet, the airflow formed by power swept over. Above the continent, the astral source ocean connected to the starry sky, forming another vast heavenly river that suppressed the divine power planet. In his starry sky, how could he be affected by a planet? After a while, the desire to kill finally stopped. Lu Yin got up. He needed to rest for a while. Not only did he have to suppress the desire to kill brought by the divine power, but he also had to get used to the power after breaking through the ancestor realm. The four ancestral worlds merged into the starry sky in his heart. Lu Yin also needed time to completely integrate this power. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this year, Lu Yin stayed in the above the sky sect, fishing and drinking tea. His days were very peaceful. In the outside world, the defeat of the Eternals had changed the situation of the entire universe. The immemorial city's experts returned to their parallel universes, bringing about unprecedented changes. However, none of this disturbed Lu Yin. The above-the-sky sect's strength was fully displayed now. Chu Yi, Mu Zhu, Suwang Tian, Yi Wei, and the rest. A group of immemorial city's experts joined the above-the-sky sect, directly filling up the 3 sons and 6 lords. The previous 3 sons and 6 lords were Su Zhu, Mu Shen, Shan Gu, Lu Tianyi, and Heavenly Lord Dosheng. Now, Suwang Tian, Mu Zhu, Ancestor Chen, and Ancestor Ku were added. Chui was also added to the 3 realms and 6 paths. This did not include Mr. Mu, the ancestor of the giants. Yi Wei and the rest of the immemorial city's experts had returned to their parallel universes. As long as the above-the-sky sect summoned them, they would definitely help. The Strength Beast and Su Wang were also equivalent to the 3 sons and 6 lords. In addition, Lu Yin was an absolute expert. The current above-the-sky sect had truly surpassed the previous above-the-sky sect. Although the 3 realms and 6 paths could not compare in terms of numbers, the current above-the-sky sect still had the advantage in a real battle. Shening and Zhu Meng had both gone to Immemorial City to accompany the primogenitor. Humanity had returned to its peak for the second time. However, many people would never be able to see it again. Everything that humanity had now was exchanged for by countless people sacrificing themselves. Lu Yin looked at the calm lake. In the starry sky in his heart, the divine force planet was much more stable. After suppressing it for more than a year, he had finally gotten used to it. On this day, Shi Wei came to the above-the-sky sect to see Lu Yin. "Please take a seat." Lu Yin looked relaxed. More than a year of peace had made him very comfortable. Shi Wei looked at Lu Yin fishing. How good would it be if these days continued? Lu Yin felt strange and looked at Shi Wei. "Is there something troubling you?" "You should have a lot of things," Shi Wei said. Although she had not reached a certain level and could not see the Eternals and the spiritualized universe clearly, she knew that she was far from it. It was time to truly relax. Lu Yin shrugged. People have to relax sometimes. You can't always be tense or you will collapse. Right, why are you looking for me this time? Shi Wei looked at the lake. I'm not looking for you. My master is looking for you. Lu Yin was stunned and put down his fishing rod. Ancestor? Yes. Isn't she dead? She died at the hands of Ancestor Chen. Shi Wei shook her head. She's not dead. Master wants to see you. Lu Yin did not expect Ancestor Chen to still be alive. Indeed, it was unbelievable that a primordial realm powerhouse could be killed by Ancestor Chen with a single palm strike. Even though Ancestor Chen had dropped his realm, Lu Yin had learned the chain palm. The palm strike connected to the flames of Immemorial City. The true power came from the flames of Immemorial City and not just Ancestor Chen. It was theoretically possible that the flames could burn the Book of Destiny and the Tian character. It was not impossible to burn Ancestor Chen to death. But Ancestor Chen was actually not dead? Did Ancestor Chen make a mistake? Let her come, Luyin said. Shi Wei fell silent. Luyin turned his back to her and looked at the lake. So she's already here. Sorry, I couldn't tell. Shi Wei looked at Lu Yin's back. Master Lu, I took a huge risk to come see you. Give me a reason not to kill you, Lu Yin said bluntly. Shi Wei, no, it should be Ancestor Chen. She had disguised herself as Shi Wei and came to the Above Heavens sect. Listen to my story. You might be interested. The ancestor of the past slowly spoke and talked about a past that no one knew about. This past wasn't as simple as no one knowing about it, it wasn't known by this universe. This was because Ancestor Chen was not from this universe at all. In fact, she was not even human. I came from another universe. Our universe encountered an unprecedentedly strong enemy and was likely to be destroyed. I had no choice but to follow the enemy to your universe and saw the flourishing human Above Heavens sect. I also saw the powerful Alpha Primordium, the Three Realms 6 Paths, and the others. At that time, the only thing I wanted to do was to expose the enemy's location to your universe and lead the Above Heavens sect to war with the enemy to free us. However, as soon as I arrived, I discovered that your progenitor, Alpha Primordium, had fixed the Mirage domain. The Mirage territory doesn't belong to any universe. It belongs to many universes. Absolute Beginning was too overbearing. He fixed the Mirage territory for your universe's cultivation so that it couldn't flow in other universes. This fact made me see you humans clearly. You're not much better than the universe where the strong enemy lives. I'm hesitating. I don't know what to do. Should I lead you there? In the end, I decided to lead you there. If I didn't, we would definitely be destroyed by the enemy. If I led you there, there would still be a chance. However, just as I decided to expose the enemy's universe, Alpha Primordium was surrounded and disappeared. The first continent shattered, and I knew it was too late. Although I did not know who had killed Alpha Primordium, I was certain that Alpha Primordium was dead. The Above Heavens sect no longer had an existence that could resist the enemy's universe. I had no choice but to join the Eternals and watch the Above Heavens sect shatter one continent after another until now. The story was very short, but it shocked Luyin greatly. He looked deeply at Ancestor Chen and asked, "What is your universe called?" Consciousness Universe. We are not humans. We are consciousness, or rather, essence, energy, and spirit. We are similar to the heavenly demons in your primordial space, but we are different. We are much more powerful than them. You should have guessed our enemy's universe. Spiritualized universe? Luyin frowned. End of chapter 3277. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.